Lu Ren's journey through time and space is filled with dramatic contradictions. Although he has gained a golden finger, it requires death to activate. Although he can resurrect infinitely, he must face the embarrassing reality of his golden finger being shattered. When he unexpectedly falls in a certain world, countless Lu Rens scattered across various realms suddenly resonate in a wonderful way. The fragments of the golden fingers each individual carries begin to attract one another, and the cultivation achievements from different worlds accelerate their fusion through a soul bond. This moment, Lu Ren, who is studying spell casting in the magical continent, suddenly masters the operating memories of interstellar mechs. Lu Ren, who is struggling in the apocalyptic wasteland, instantly comprehends the essence of immortal techniques. This cross-dimensional, synchronized evolution is creating an unprecedented multiversal avatar. Chapter 1. Golden Finger Space. Where the leaves dance, there's fire burning. Lu Ren has crossed over. He has crossed into the world of Naruto, and 10 years have passed. Fortunately, he possesses the qualifications of a ninja and has become a member of the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, he is about to die. He dies on the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. He has thought about changing everything, but he is just a 4th grade ninja academy student. Even with the halo of being an Uchiha, he barely manages to maintain decent grades and graduate stably. He is still quite far from the title of genius. In a situation where he has no talent, no external help, and even his mental strength is not stronger than others, but rather a bit weak, let alone possess the ability of photographic memory. If it weren't for the enhancement of his Uchiha bloodline's mental strength, he would even question whether he could get into the ninja school. In short, he feels that apart from living in a different world, there isn't much change in his life. Still, ordinary and unremarkable. The only thing he takes pride in, being the first noble family in Konoha, has been diminished by the daily struggles in this world and the crisis of Itachi's massacre, leaving him with no sense of pride or belonging. He also has no power to stop Itachi from slaughtering the entire Uchiha in despair, alongside Obito. The only thing he can do is find a way to escape that disaster. Unfortunately, he is trapped in the situation and has no way to resist. Even after making many efforts, and everything seems to be developing in the best direction, when the night of the massacre arrives, he loses to luck. That day, Uchiha Lu Ren returned home, as usual, and met the masked Obito at his doorstep. Before he could surrender or plead for his survival, Obito stabbed him in the heart with a knife. Yes, he became the first sacrifice on the night of the Uchiha massacre. As Uchiha Lu Ren's consciousness dissipated, he felt little resentment, only a sense of helplessness. He was just a small character. Even if he knew everything, without sufficient power, all his thoughts were merely empty talk. The so-called passionate bond between Naruto and Sasuke in the future is merely a trap set by the Sage of Six Paths to reseal the tailed beasts. The true puppeteer has never been Naruto's talk no jutsu and passion, nor Sasuke's arrogance and anger, but the bloodline of the Otsutsuki and the power of the God Tree. I have done all the effort I can, and while there are regrets, I have nothing to regret. Do as you please. I'm tired, let it be destroyed. Uchiha Lu Ren fell in a pool of blood, his thoughts racing, and as his consciousness drifted and faded, he gradually sank into darkness. In the darkness, just as his consciousness was about to disperse, it was enveloped by a beam of white light, entering a space. In the distance, he faintly heard some calls. Lu Ren, Lu Ren, Lu Ren, Lu Ren. That calling kept shouting his name, pulling his consciousness towards it. Finally, when his consciousness touched the white light, he found himself in a white space. The space was pure white, with no sides, no top or bottom, and he didn't even know its size. The most notable feature was a very conspicuous round table, with 10 chairs arranged around it. Aside from that, there was nothing else. As his consciousness entered the white space, he naturally took on a physical form, wearing a typical Uchiha uniform, with the clan emblem resembling a Uchiha fan on his back. His body automatically sat down in one of the chairs. Then, he felt a force withdrawing from his body, merging into the center of the table along the chair. A virtual blue light panel projected from the center of the table, hovering above it. Name, Lu Ren, Experience 1. What does this mean? Uchiha Lu Ren looked at the message in confusion. Before he could think too much, he saw a shadow gradually solidifying in the chair opposite him. Upon seeing that person, Uchiha Lu Ren's face froze. because the appearance of the other person was indistinguishable from his own. However, the other person looked a bit older, around 15 or 16, with a physique as strong as a chiseled statue. That person also sat in a chair, with a force similarly withdrawing from their body and merging into the panel in the center of the table. Originally, there was only one name field on the data panel, but it now had an additional function. Name, Lu Ren, experience 2, HP, 10,000, 0/300. In that instant, a memory surfaced in Uchiha Lu Ren's mind. That memory overlapped with part of Uchiha Lu Ren's memories, both from before the crossover. However, unlike Uchiha Lu Ren, this segment of memory crossed over to the world of pirates. He is Lu Ren, but he has crossed into the world of pirates. His parents were aboard a passenger ship that encountered shipwreck. His mother survived and, after giving birth to him in a deserted garden, passed away. Originally waiting to die, pirate Lu Ren was discovered by two giant kings, the Blue Demon and the Red Demon, who were fighting in the garden. After discussion, they decided to adopt him. This was a stroke of luck for pirate Lu Ren amidst his misfortunes. However, both the Blue Demon and the Red Demon were rough characters. Aside from fighting, they knew nothing about raising children. Fortunately, Lu Ren crossed over with his memories intact. He didn't cry or fuss, and combined with the tenacious vitality of the pirate world, he naturally mastered decent swimming skills and digestive abilities. Otherwise, surviving would have been quite difficult. Well, even so, it was not easy. After all, have you ever seen a hungry baby thrown into a bathtub-like beast milk cup, learning to swim while drinking milk? Have you ever seen someone place a piece of roasted meat larger than the baby itself in front of a toothless infant and let the baby gnaw on it? The Blue Demon and the Red Demon had done just that. Fortunately, Lu Ren managed to survive and learn some basic training methods under the not-so-detailed guidance of the two giant kings. His physical fitness improved continuously with the substantial meat nutrition from ancient creatures. By the age of 15 or 16, he had developed a well-built physique, firmly securing the third position in the small garden. He even came across several passenger ships that accidentally drifted to the small garden, trading some supplies with them. Later, he encountered a group of pirates. AS for pirates. The Lu Ren from before his crossover did not dislike them and felt a sense of longing. After all, who could resist the allure of adventure at sea? However, after crossing over, the moment he opened his eyes and saw his mother lying cold beside him, everything stemmed from the plunder of pirates. Chapter 2, Fragment Sharing. At that moment, Lu Ren's impression of pirates plummeted to freezing point that if he weren't the godfather, he would probably want to join the Navy or become a bounty hunter in the future, just like those two pirates. Over the years, he corrected his misconceptions through the teachings of the two giant kings, the godfathers. In the world of pirates, looting, bullying the weak, and those pirate crews are the norm. A crew like the Straw Hat Pirates is as rare as a precious beast. To be precise, they are not pirates, but a group of adventurers not officially recognized by the Navy. Thus, faced with that pirate crew, pirate Lu Ren completed his first black-on-black operation under the guidance of the two giant kings. According to Lu Ren, and with the future plan with the help of the two giant kings, he worked hard to train here, and when he turned 18, the giant king would build him a ship to set sail. That, of course, if Lu Ren could find suitable companions before that. The two godfathers would also agree for him to join them and start his adventure as a man. Lu Ren had repeatedly expressed his reluctance to go, but the giant king godfather firmly refused him under the pretext of for his own good. What? Not wanting to go? How could that be? Without adventure, how could one become a man? Without adventure, how could they restart their life-and-death battles? The battle of a man cannot be desecrated, nor can teaching a child. Lu Ren understood this in his heart. The two giant kings wanted Lu Ren to go out to sea because, for more than a decade, they could no longer fight freely due to his presence. Lu Ren couldn't dissolve the insistence of the two giant kings, so he could only verbally agree while finding ways to buy time. Going out to sea? Isn't it nice to just survive? While pirate Lu Ren was training in a monotonous routine day after day, one day he suddenly felt his increasingly powerful body weaken. In a daze, he found himself in a certain space. Then, he saw another version of himself, and a segment of another self's memory began to emerge in his mind. That memory was the memory of Hokage Lu Ren. At this point, the experiences of the two worlds merged completely. When Hokage Lu Ren awakened from the memories, pirate Lu Ren also opened his eyes at the same time. Although the two Lu Rens didn't understand the specific situation, at this moment, their consciousness was linked and their thoughts were unified, both knowing that the person opposite them was themselves in their minds. There was a piece of information that didn't belong to either of them. That was an introduction to this space. System space, or also called Golden Finger space. Originally, Lu Ren was supposed to have a system Golden Finger. Unfortunately, a slight deviation occurred during his crossing, causing the system binding his soul to shatter. Along with the system, Lu Ren's soul also shattered. However, under the protection of the system fragments, Lu Ren's soul fragments completed self-repair and were reborn into different worlds, becoming a brand new Lu Ren. Theoretically, Pirate Lu Ren and Hokage Lu Ren were one person in their previous lives. Now they were two people with the same soul, but Lu Ren had two lives due to the system. After crossing over, this space could sense the location of the shattered system and summon it while calling the traversing Lu Ren from various worlds here. However, because each Lu Ren had already become a complete individual, the summoned Lu Ren, apart from sharing the functions of the fragments they carried, could not merge. For example, Hokage Lu Ren carried the name bar, a function that allowed the two Lu Rens to share their life experiences and complement each other. Pirate Lu Ren carried the fragment function of HP, commonly known as life value. This function allowed the two Lu Rens to share not only their life experiences, but also their life value. As for how to share it, that would require further research later. The two Lu Rens organized the memories they obtained from each other, and, based on their respective feelings, formed some preliminary speculations. The activation of the Golden Finger should be, because of your death, triggering the self-protection ability of the Golden Finger, thus forcibly summoning me here to extend your life. Pirate Lu Ren looked at the HP function bar, and the original data of 10,000, 0/300, had now changed to 9,950, 50/300. Pirate Lu Ren felt a force draw out his stamina, making his body feel a bit fatigued. Apart from that, there was not much discomfort. Eventually, when the data in the parentheses increased from 0/300 to 300/300, it finally stopped. 9,700, 300. Upon reaching this level, Uchiha Lu Ren's consciousness, not very clear, seemed to find its foundation. In a daze, Uchiha Lu Ren realized that his consciousness had returned to his body. His eyes moved slightly, and Uchiha Lu Ren opened his eyes to find that he was not in the Uchiha clan's land, but in the Konoha hospital. Not far from him was a boy whose life had undergone a drastic change. Questioning his existence, Lu Ren said nothing, continued to feign sleep, quietly gathering information while also contemplating the road ahead. Eventually, Lu Ren understood his situation and quickly had an idea in his heart. Cough, cough. A light cough broke the silence, and Sasuke seemed to feel it and cast a glance at him. Having experienced the torment of Tsukuyami and awakened to Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke, seeing the awakened Lu Ren, asked, "Lu Ren, is all of this not real?" In that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes held a desperate plea. Lu Ren knew that Sasuke probably didn't want to hear the truth right now. He just wanted to see Lu Ren nod. Lu Ren looked at Sasuke and then at his bandaged body, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "Although I don't know the situation, I remember that the one who killed me was a one-eyed dragon wearing a mask." After saying this, Lu Ren said no more. Compared to Sasuke, who had lost his beloved brother, how could he not have lost Shui? Although Shui was a naive guy and had never truly understood the hints he had always given, it was undeniable that over the years, apart from his close relationship with Itachi, Shui had been a good brother to him. If it were before the awakening of the Golden Finger, Uchiha Lu Ren would have absolutely ignored Uchiha Sasuke, or even mocked him, saying something like, "You all are so noble. Your whole family is amazing." But now, with the awakening of his Golden Finger, he had finally become a man with an external advantage. Without the ability, one could complain about the heavens and the earth. This was a form of emotional expression and the first step of compromising with life. But once one had the ability, one became a strong person who never complained about the environment. This was the wisdom left by Lu Ren's ancestors in his previous life. His future was no longer as powerless and unchangeable as before. The future was promising that in this world, there existed the ability to come back from the dead, and instead of complaining about fate and self-pity, It was better to spend time on more meaningful matters. No, I should be more impulsive. If I had known, I would have built a closer bond with my foolish brother. Maybe then I would have awakened my eyes. At this moment, Lu Ren regretted his calmness. Sasuke had awakened Sharingan, while he had not. I wonder if this calm and wise Uchiha will catch the attention of the Hokage? Lu Ren thought to himself, feeling a bit worried yet also expectant. Of course. What Lu Ren didn't know was that in the Hokage office, Danzo had asked the third Hokage for Sasuke, but after being refused, he didn't mention Lu Ren's allocation at all. However, no matter what, Lu Ren's existence ensured that Uchiha Sasuke would not completely sink into loneliness. And Uchiha Lu Ren's previous words also gave Sasuke, who was trapped in hatred, some new thoughts. It was not just Itachi who wiped out the Uchiha clan.So. Are there any other hidden truths? Chapter 3. Selling the Uchiha assets. Although this idea would soon be suppressed by Sasuke, the feelings Itachi had for him in the past occasionally caused Sasuke to hesitate. Perhaps it was this contradictory thought of being able to hate, yet not wanting to hate, that made this generation of Indra seem somewhat lacking. However, Uchiha Ruri had no intention of playing the emotional expert to guide Sasuke. He had no obligation to do so, nor did he want to. Moreover, Ruri knew without much thought that at this moment, there should be quite a few Umbu watching their every move. If he dared to lead Sasuke down another path of thought, maybe in a couple of days, news would spread through Konoha that Uchiha Itachi had returned to Konoha with the intent to kill the surviving Uchiha, and that in a timely manner he was successfully protected by Konoha.as for who that person was. Uchiha Ruri did not believe it was himself. A few days later, Uchiha Ruri and Sasuke were discharged from the hospital. Sasuke primarily suffered from psychological trauma, and for a period of time, he would mostly just have nightmares, which wouldn't hinder his physical growth. In simple terms, he was fine, and after Ruri regained consciousness, the body that had been pierced and wrapped in bandages had actually healed. The reason he wasn't suspected was that while Ruri was unconscious, medical ninjas had used healing palm technique on him. The reason for Ruri's unconsciousness was defined as excessive blood loss. As long as he woke up and paid attention to recuperation, there would be no major issues. As for why Ruri was able to survive, Konoha Hospital provided a reasonable explanation. Because Ruri's heart had stopped beating, yet there was still a sign of life. The medical ninjas had initially given up on treatment, but seeing that Uchiha Ruri still had breath, they decided to give it a try and used healing palm technique to repair his heart and the penetrating injury. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. The healing palm technique itself wasn't that powerful. It merely stimulated certain areas of cells to rapidly divide and proliferate, thus achieving rapid healing. If it were a normally beating heart, an injury would continue to tear under constant expansion and contraction, making healing nearly impossible. If the heart stopped beating and healed steadily, that person would generally be considered deceased. Ruri's case of a heart that had stopped beating yet still maintained a sign of life was extremely rare and lacked universality, so it could only be classified as a combination of talent and luck. However, only Ruri himself knew that the reason he maintained a sign of life was perhaps due to the life force supplied by Pirate Ruri, putting him in a state of apparent death. Even if he hadn't been rescued, his injuries might have slowly healed, eventually leading to the resumption of his heartbeat. However, when that happened, climbing out of the grave might be somewhat frightening. Now, regardless of the circumstances, his survival from a night of the massacre was ultimately a good omen. After Ruri and Sasuke were discharged, they were immediately taken to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage expressed his regret and negligence regarding the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke didn't put on a sour face towards the third Hokage. Instead, after making eye contact with Ruri as they had discussed, he spoke. "Lord Third, I will take revenge, but before that I plan to sell the Uchiha assets and clan land." What? The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's words. That moment, Ruri slowly spoke, his expression filled with sorrow. "Hokage-sama, what happened in the Uchiha clan land was a nightmare for us. Therefore, we do not intend to return. After discussing, we decided to ask the third to help us auction off the Uchiha clan land and its assets. Before coming here, I investigated the housing prices in Konoha. The two of us won't take much, so as long as we get 70 of the normal housing price, the rest can be considered as the Uchiha clan contributing their last bit of strength to Konoha. Where the leaves dance, there will be fire burning, and the shadows of the fire illuminate the village. Uchiha Ruri spoke slowly, not forgetting to quote a saying often repeated by the third Hokage. When the third Hokage processed this, his expression turned somewhat awkward. Ruri's words had effectively cut off some of the third's original responses. However, Uchiha property, although it still existed, the higher-ups believed that the two young Uchiha wouldn't think of this, preparing to casually handle it before dividing the cake. But now, after Uchiha Ruri mentioned it, although they would still divide the assets, they could no longer do so in such an undignified manner. The Uchiha clan had been exterminated, but two clan members remained, and by rights, the inheritance naturally belonged to them. Moreover, they were both male. This meant that, in the future, their bloodline would inevitably be completely integrated into the Konoha family, just like the Senju clan. Therefore, whether for the sake of winning the hearts of the two Uchiha, or, as the Hokage, helping the village solve problems, this matter had to be handled with care. However, the third Hokage felt that 70 was somewhat too high. This couldn't be justified to others that, of course, Uchiha Ruri knew that such a high price was unlikely, but the Uchiha wealth was substantial, with many shops and properties. If they didn't give the two of them a decent explanation, it would not bode well for the future. Additionally, regarding the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, Uchiha Ruri also brought up. Although Ruri knew that many of the Uchiha clan's collected ninjutsu might not be recoverable, it was still worth fighting for. Reducing the loss a bit would lead to fewer detours in the future. Thus, for the next half an hour, the Hokage's office became a tug-of-war of sob stories between Uchiha Ruri and the third Hokage. Everything related to the Uchiha was destined to be divided by the higher-ups. Ruri could not retain what had never belonged to him, so he simply took advantage of Sasuke's benefits, becoming one of the dividers as the only two heirs of the Uchiha clan. Every shop, every residence, every resource. Although Uchiha Ruri didn't calculate everything in detail, his attitude was very clear. They could give less, but they couldn't give nothing. They could take my things, but I need a reason. For instance, the reason that people died in the Uchiha clan land and that the housing prices were bad was acceptable to Uchiha Ruri. However, for some of the Uchiha's weapon shops, in properties located far from the Uchiha clan land, the price should at least be above 60. This was Uchiha Ruri's concession, and the third Hokage did not make it too awkward. First, the third hoped that everything related to the Uchiha could be transferred to Konoha in a more transparent manner. Second, to win the hearts of the two Uchiha towards Konoha. And third, to set an example for other families, ensuring they didn't feel cold-hearted because of the Uchihas. Extermination. Ninja actions are always so efficient. The next day, under Sasuke's full authorization, Ruri completed the entire handover with the third Hokage. Of course, mainly because Ruri didn't want to get entangled in minor details. Ruri knew well that the longer they delayed, the smaller their benefits would become. Chapter 4. The discovery of the golden finger. So, in the end, the result is roughly this. The properties of the Uchiha clan's land were bought back by Konoha at 30% of their value. The shops under the Uchiha banner were acquired at market prices. As for some remaining items within the Uchiha territory, after some sorting, most were sold off by Uchiha Lu Ren, leaving only a few things that might be useful now or in the future, such as some ninja tools and sealing scrolls. In addition, Uchiha Lu Ren also received some high-level ninjutsu scrolls from the third Hokage, which were leaked from the upper echelons. Although there weren't many, the ninjutsu scrolls still contain hundreds of C-rank ninjutsu, dozens of B-rank ninjutsu, and a dozen A-rank ninjutsu. Despite the abundance of these ninjutsu, not many were truly practical. After all, Kakashi claimed to have copied over 1,000 ninjutsu, and the Uchiha, known for their techniques, surely had extensive research on ninjutsu. To Uchiha Lu Ren's collection, this was merely a drop in the bucket. However, there was a complete set of the Uchiha's famous fire release techniques, from the Great Fireball technique to the Great Fire Destruction, which was still somewhat adequate. After all, the Uchiha clan specialized in techniques. Without the Sharingan activated, these ninjutsu could keep one occupied for a long time. With the Sharingan, one could gather as many ninjutsu as needed and just recollect them. Regarding the Uchiha inheritance, Uchiha Lu Ren and Sasuke split it in half, with the former feeling wealthier than ever, while the latter was not particularly concerned about it. Uchiha Sasuke was now only interested in things that could make him stronger. In this regard, Uchiha Lu Ren did not try to advise him. And even after they divided the inheritance, they rarely interacted. Although they were of the same clan, seeing each other would remind them of that night of the massacre. Even though Sasuke was unaware and was a victim, the perpetrator of the massacre was his brother Itachi. This relationship, even if Uchiha Lu Ren could let go, Sasuke could not. Therefore, rather than maintaining a tenuous clan relationship, it was better to avoid each other. Uchiha Lu Ren also believed that time could heal all wounds. He did not know if Sasuke could do this, but he knew that Konoha had managed to do so. Shortly after the massacre, Konoha began to quietly erase all traces of the Uchiha from memory. Even though the Uchiha had once been the first noble clan of Konoha under the Order of Silence. Within less than half a year, no one mentioned them. Meanwhile, the original Uchiha territory was also being replanned during this time. Some areas were flattened and rebuilt. Some areas had rivers opened up, and some areas were planted with greenery. Aside from the memorial tablet not far away, a lonely graveyard exclusive to the Uchiha clan, and 2 solitary Uchihas within Konoha, it seemed as if the Uchiha had never existed in Konoha at all. As for all these changes, aside from lamenting how time changes everything and how people and things have changed, Lu Ren's heart was actually not stirred too much. With the people gone, it was sad to keep the land. It was better to have none. Lu Ren worked hard to adapt to the new life at the ninja school and also researched the changes after activating the Golden Finger. Firstly, his consciousness could enter the Golden Finger space at any time, and Pirate Lu Ren could do the same. Regardless of which side entered the Golden Finger space, the other could sense it. Every appearance of Lu Ren seemed to complete a function of the data panel and also shared that function with Lu Ren. Currently, there were 2 functions. The first was the name, which was also the life experience of each Lu Ren. The second was HP, or health points. Through research, it was found that this life experience could allow a Lu Ren from one world to feel another life from their own perspective and will. This was precisely what Hokage Lu Ren could use to stimulate his Sharingan with a brand new experience, attempting to find the secret to awakening it, while also absorbing the experiences of Pirate Lu Ren battling ferocious beasts, and so on. On the other hand, Pirate Lu Ren sought out training methods related to physical techniques from the life experiences of Hokage Lu Ren to improve himself faster and better. Next was the sharing of HP. After Uchiha Lu Ren was resurrected, his HP was at 9,700, 300, and shortly after, the data changed to 10,000, 300. Based on the situation on Pirate Lu Ren's side, he felt somewhat weak after his consciousness returned to his body, similar to when he had accidentally been injured in a fight with a ferocious beast. After a day or 2 of rest, he fully recovered. Therefore, based on the changes from both sides, the 2 Lu Rens made the following calculations. The 10,000 HP belonged to Pirate Lu Ren, while the 300 HP belonged to Hokage Lu Ren. Once their life forces were linked, if one side died, it could forcibly lock 1 HP and then share the life value to revive the deceased side, even using one side's vast life force to bring the other back to life. The 2 Lu Rens conducted many experiments and reached a conclusion. Their life values would not stimulate sharing unless one side died. However, the life value limit could be shared. The side with lower life value could share the life limit of the side with higher life value. The humans in the pirate world had inherently strong life values, and their vitality could continually improve through various nutrients, allowing them to surpass themselves and achieve superhuman physiques. This was why those pirates in the pirate world had life values comparable to monsters. This point was something that could not be compared to in the Hokage world. Previously, Hokage Lu Ren's training only showed slight improvements in his body through sustained high-intensity workouts. But now, he found that by merely doing the most basic exercises every day, his life value was increasing at rocket speed. In just a month, his life value, originally at 300 points, increased several times. And the rate of increase showed no signs of slowing down, still continuing to rise. Throughout this process, he felt no discomfort in his body. Even his cells were undergoing significant transformations under such training. The Uchiha were a clan with inherently strong mental capabilities, which allowed them to extract more chakra from their bodies than ordinary ninjas. However, this excess had its limits. At most, they could have a few times more than ordinary ninjas. but the energy present in their cells could not reach the level required to fully unleash the in-release powers in their bodies. In contrast, Lu Ren's situation allowed him to continuously improve his life value through regular training, enabling his cells to undergo transformation and carry more life energy. This feeling, if one had to find an analogy, was somewhat similar to an ordinary person awakening the sage body of the Senju clan. Whether it was the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Kagaya clan, or the Hyuga clan, these clans appear to possess different bloodline limits, with significant differences among them. However, if traced back to the source, they were all expressions of the Tsutsuki bloodline. It was just that the nature of the energy they inherited was different, leading to selective expressions of the Tsutsuki bloodline. The increase in life value made Lu Ren speculate that he might be on a path to stimulate the awakening of the sage body. To validate his hypothesis, Hokage Lu Ren became even more diligent in his training. Chapter 5. A promising future unlike the muscular physique of Pirate Lu Ren. Hokage Lu Ren's life value has been steadily increasing, but his body does not exhibit exaggerated muscle mass. He simply has a much larger appetite. After each workout, he has to eat a lot. Sometimes, he even has to rely on military rations to satisfy his hunger and replenish the nutrients consumed. Fortunately, the Uchiha family's inheritance is sufficient, so he is not troubled by food and drink. In this state of eating more and training more, he has grown taller, and his body has become more proportionate and coordinated. As his life value continues to rise, the benefits that the Uchiha clan rarely experiences gradually manifested. The speed of physical training has accelerated. The rate of strength enhancement is more significant. His recovery ability, stamina, and endurance are all rapidly improving. If he did not know the reason for his life value increase, Uchiha Lu Ren would suspect that he has the bloodline of the Senju clan. Aside from this, Hokage Lu Ren often reviews the life experiences of Pirate Lu Ren, using the experiences of Pirate Lu Ren and his own to continuously stimulate the awakening of his bloodline. Finally, one day during training, his bloodline limit awakened. Unlike other Uchiha, once Lu Ren's Sharingan awakened, he could use it effortlessly without any burden. In fact, even when he does not use his ocular techniques, he does not need to consume chakra to maintain his Sharingan, as if his body could naturally support the vision of these eyes. This discovery suddenly led Lu Ren to consider a possibility, a way to potentially awaken the Manjiki Sharingan without side effects. He remembers from the original work that the Sage of Six Paths awakened his eyes without any side effects, and the three Tomo directly transformed into the Rinnegan, Indra's Manjiki, which he obtained after killing someone he cherished, also had no side effects and easily reached its complete form. What does this represent? It suggests that Indra might inherently possess the ability to bear the power of the Manjiki. Even the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths might allow him to awaken a higher-level ability, namely the Rinnegan, in one step. According to Madara's theory of evolution, having the Sharingan is equivalent to having the foundation of the Sage's eyes. A strong life value might compensate for the lack of yang release power within the Uchiha, allowing him to awaken a physique similar to that of the Senju clan directly. Continuously enhancing his spiritual power and life force may be the truly correct path to developing the body's hidden potential. A promising future. These four words illuminate Lu Ren's previously mundane life. However, the future is still the future. Life must still be lived slowly. In the current situation, it is better to continue to endure. Sasuke still has an older brother to protect him, while he is merely a passerby who has crossed over, seemingly a failed one at that. The only thing he can rely on now is himself. Different selves from different worlds. Thus, Uchiha Lu Ren began once again his ordinary life at the Ninja Academy amidst a flurry of thoughts. Pirate World. Little Garden, after taking half a day to recover from weakness, Pirate Lu Ren, together with Hokage Lu Ren, figured out the function of the Golden Finger space and organized the things they shared. The sharing of the HP function did not provide him with many benefits. He does not possess Uchiha blood, and even though his life value has shown remarkable performance after years of training, it is only at the current level. However, the various physical techniques learned from Hokage Lu Ren's life experiences during ninja school have been quite helpful for his training. At least, He no longer trains himself according to Saitama's method, as he did before. The physical techniques of the pirate world are simple and brutal, but at least they are convenient to use. However, the training methods in the pirate world are too crude, even thoughtless. Eat madly, train madly, fight madly. Those with good talent will stand out. Those with poor talent will likely end up wasted. Among these, the most famous Navy 6 styles, if placed in other worlds, would be considered a kind of inhumane physical technique. If it were in any other world, it would be impossible to be as torturous as in the pirate world. On the other hand, the training methods in the Hokage world, while not particularly refined, are much better than those in the pirate world. At least in the Hokage world, ninja training is more cautious, knowing to proceed step by step. After the functions of the two worlds Lu Ren were shared, Hokage Lu Ren also learned about some of pirate Lu Ren's needs. Therefore, while improving himself, he quietly paid attention to a lower grade student in the ninja academy, Rock Lee. After a few coincidental encounters, Uchiha Lu Ren and Rock Lee became friends and occasionally trained together. Perhaps because of Uchiha Lu Ren, Lee and Might Guy met earlier than they would have otherwise, or perhaps due to some high-level arrangements. In any case, the outcome was quite good. Uchiha Lu Ren and Rock Lee received the insights from Might Guy's years of training. Being able to reach the level of 8J Nin through physical techniques, and being able to battle evenly with Kakashi, Might Guy's experience is indeed valuable. Thus, the originally solitary green figure running through the streets of Konoha quietly became 3. One day after school, Uchiha Sasuke happened to run into Lu Ren, who was wearing a green tight suit. After a moment of surprise, he ultimately turned his head away and pretended not to see, even though his family was exterminated. The pride and dignity of the Uchiha clan prevented him from having the courage to greet Lu Ren. Uchiha Lu Ren could understand Sasuke's reaction. If it were not for helping pirate Lu Ren to improve faster and more reasonably, thus achieving a higher enhancement, he would not have engaged in this behavior that tests one's sense of shame. However, compared to the sense of shame, the strength of power and the safety of life allowed Lu Ren to maintain a very proper mindset. Ultimately, his sacrifice also brought returns. Pirate Lu Ren quickly absorbed the physical training experiences conveyed by Hokage Lu Ren like a sponge, and even continuously innovated and reached new heights based on that foundation. It must be said that the pirate world is truly a holy land for physical training, even though Hokage Lu Ren is also continuously training his physique. When it comes to physical quality alone, his physique cannot compare to pirate Lu Ren's at all, even if their life values are almost equal. The physical qualities of the two worlds display different variations due to the differences in their worlds. Chapter 6: Graduation and Class Division in the Pirate World of Little Garden. Apart from the two giant mentors, pirate Lu Ren faces nothing but beasts and jungles every day. Training and constantly becoming stronger have become the few entertainment activities for pirate Lu Ren. Every day, aside from fixed meal times with the giant mentors, he exercises, trains, and endures rigorous training. Time seems to pass slowly during these grueling sessions, but as his physical fitness breaks through limits step by step, and his life force reaches new heights, he feels time flies by. Little Garden's geographical location is unique, with its internal ecosystem still resembling the Jurassic period, abundant in nutrients, and never lacking food. Occasionally, sea kings appear nearby, and even more terrifying than the coastal kings, there are the island-eating fish. However, these have all become supplementary meals provided by the two giant mentors for pirate Lu Ren. His ordinary physique has been able to grow to this extent during his teenage years through normal training, and it is closely related to these factors. Now, with more refined training methods, combined with the ample food and nutrition on the island, pirate Lu Ren's body begins to be refined step by step on its original foundation. During this process, his life force also visibly increases. With proper nutrition and training, his height continues to grow without hindrance, quietly reaching a height of over 1.8 meters. However, his muscular physique has become leaner. The originally well-defined and prominent abdominal muscles have gradually faded, even giving a sense of disappearing. This is not a degeneration of pirate Lu Ren's body, but rather his muscles, under the process of refinement, have gradually surpassed the state that muscle mass can bear, becoming denser and more refined. When he breathes, his body acts like a bellows, quickly applying power to himself, allowing nutrients to circulate within and promptly replenishing the deficiencies caused by training. This change makes Pirate Lu Ren feel increasingly like he is experiencing a certain state. Life restoration. He can quickly digest and absorb the nutrients from food and store them. At the same time, he can quickly consume the stored nutrients when needed. Life restoration serves as an accelerator for the process of absorption and consumption in the body. This ability can only be grasped with a certain probability after mastering all the Navy 6 forms. However, it seems that Pirate Lu Ren has reached the level of life restoration through the training methods of a certain anime, bypassing the Navy 6 forms entirely. So, does this mean that I now possess the qualifications to perform the Navy 6 forms? Realizing this, Pirate Lu Ren, in addition to his daily training, also tries to develop the Navy 6 forms based on some memories from his previous life watching anime. With his physical fitness reached, the Navy 6 forms no longer represent superhuman techniques. For him, they're merely ordinary physical techniques. However, the Navy 6 forms seem to have some special methods during training, which Lu Ren does not understand. Therefore, he can only develop his own unique version of the 6 forms based on the characteristics of physical techniques combined with ninja body techniques during training. Time quietly passes as Lu Ren works hard in both worlds. Uchiha Lu Ren soon reaches graduation age. Even though he has not fully revealed his strength, he graduates as the top student of his class. This cannot be blamed on Uchiha Lu Ren's flamboyance. It is simply because there are no original characters in his cohort, perfectly avoiding all the prodigious geniuses. However, perhaps due to his special identity, he indeed could not find teammates that matched him. Therefore, when it came time for class division, he was directly assigned 2 parachute teammates. They are both clan ninjas. One is named Yamanaka Kaze, and the other is named Aburame Torian. At first, Uchiha Lu Ren couldn't recall who these 2 were, but when he saw Aburame Torian's abilities, he instantly remembered the characters from the storyline. These 2 are indeed the ninjas who were guarding Shimura Danzo during his final moments. He remembers that in the 4th Great Ninja War, Yamanaka Kaze was used as a sacrifice to bring back Aburame Torian as a zombie. The appearance of these 2 makes Uchiha Lu Ren feel as if the 3rd Hokage has given up on him, wanting to hand him over to Root. If that were the case, he wouldn't mind adding another Uchiha rogue ninja to Konoha. However, when he saw his supervising Jonin, he felt that there might be a turning point in the situation. With a black mask, silver hair, and the Konoha headband covering one eye, holding a little book in his hand, he exuded a lazy and disheveled demeanor. Hey, I'm your supervising Jonin. Go to the training ground for a test. If you don't pass, you can roll back where you came from. Kakashi Hitaki's lazy voice was filled with indifference and ruthlessness, as if the 3 in front of him were not his students, but 3 strangers passing by. However, when Kakashi saw Lu Ren, the originally indifferent gaze showed some fluctuation. But that was all. The other 2 showed no reaction to Kakashi's words, their eyes occasionally glancing at Uchiha Lu Ren with an inscrutable look of evaluation. At this moment, Lu Ren still didn't understand the situation. But soon he did. On the edge of a training ground in Konoha, Kakashi took out 2 bells that jingled pleasantly, resembling the test that Naruto would later undergo. However, Kakashi's subsequent words made Lu Ren realize that the assessment was entirely different. It's now 9 o'clock. The timer starts. What you need to do is to take the bells from my hands by 10 o'clock. Only those who have a bell can graduate successfully and be led by me. That's it. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torian sprang into action. Ninjutsu, mind transfer technique. In an instant, Kakashi was hit by the secret technique, and Aburame Torian closed in, attempting to snatch the bells from Kakashi's hands. However, just as he touched the bells, Torian seemed to sense something was off, and while taking the bells, he kicked Kakashi aside. With a bang, Kakashi transformed into a splash of water and disappeared. From a nearby tree, Kakashi's lazy voice rang out. Oh my, that was close. I almost got caught. Although Kakashi's words were playful, his tone remained indifferent. At this moment, however, Kakashi no longer held the little book. Clearly, although Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torian were of graduation age, their combat abilities had already gained Kakashi's recognition. At the very least, It was unlikely for him to read while fighting. Chapter 7. The shocked Kakashi, Yamashiro Kaze and Yoinu Torin exchange glances, then once again attacked Kakashi. Yamashiro Kaze displayed impressive swordsmanship from behind, occasionally attempting to use the heart turn technique on Kakashi, while Yoinu Torin released her poisonous insects, forcing Kakashi to respond carefully. The two worked together seamlessly, making them seem like longtime battle partners rather than newly formed teammates. Standing by and watching the situation unfold, Uchiha Lu Ren felt the most isolated. However, Uchiha Lu Ren did not intervene. The scene before him appeared to be a pre-team assessment test, and it was likely a small contest between the Hokage and Danzo. As for the nature of the contest, it was intriguing. Kakashi had mentioned before the test that those who possessed bells would pass once the time ended at 10 o'clock. There were only 2 bells. Given that Yamashiro Kaze and Yoinu Torin were obviously teammates, it was impossible to create division between them. Therefore, Uchiha Lu Ren was not facing a 3-on-1 situation, but rather a 1-on-1, 1-on-2, or even potentially a 1-on-3 scenario. After he seized a bell, he would either be attacked by Yamashiro Kaze and Yoinu Torin, face Kakashi, or confront all 3 of them directly. Although Uchiha Lu Ren was confident in his own strength, he did not intend to be arrogant. He chose to observe the situation. Kakashi seemed to have noticed this as well. After engaging in playful combat with Yamashiro Kaze and Yoinu Torin for over 20 minutes, he left an opening for the 2 bells to be taken by the opponents. However, Kakashi did not immediately reclaim them. Instead, he feigned a look of disappointment, saying, "Oh dear, I was really careless." Yamashiro Kaze and Yoinu Torin certainly did not believe Kakashi was being careless, as they had not expected to be able to take the bells when they did. Once they had the bells, Yamashiro Kaze and Yoinu Torin exchanged glances, showing no hesitation as they turned and dashed off in different directions. Clearly, they had chosen to escape and hide, planning to return when the time was up to ensure their complete success. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Lu Ren, though unsure of what their victory would mean for him, did not wish for it to unfold this way. Watching Yamashiro Kaze and Yoinu Torin head in separate directions, Uchiha Lu Ren hesitated before making his way towards Yoinu Torin. This decision surprised Kakashi, who was watching from the sidelines. Was it random, or was it intentional? Kakashi looked at Uchiha Lu Ren, who was pursuing Yoinu Torin, with a hint of surprise on his face. Based on his earlier battle with Yamashiro Kaze and Yoinu Torin, anyone could see that Yoinu Torin was the more troublesome opponent, especially with those poisonous insects. One misstep could lead to defeat. Unfortunately, the other party still chose to pursue Yoinu Torin. This piqued Kakashi's curiosity. However, curious or not, Kakashi moved towards Yamashiro Kaze's direction. This test was less about teamwork and more about the confrontation between the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. The core of the contest was whether Uchiha Lu Ren would become Danzo's subordinate or the 3rd Hokage's. The standard for victory was that Uchiha Lu Ren must seize both bells. Of course, there was another scenario. If Kakashi reclaimed all the bells, all 3 would fail, and Uchiha Lu Ren would face the possibility of having to retake the test. However, that was a last resort. Currently, Yamashiro Kaze was only 12 years old, lacking strength compared to before the 4th Great Ninja War, at most reaching the level of an elite Chunin, barely qualifying as a special Jonin with his secret techniques. This was not enough to contend with Kakashi, an elite Jonin. Therefore, Kakashi only took less than 10 minutes to follow the subtle traces and find the hidden Yamashiro Kaze. This time, Kakashi was not lazy. He acted decisively, giving Yamashiro Kaze no chance to resist, directly taking him down and reclaiming one of the bells. Boom! Just then, a sound of explosion echoed from afar. Following that, Kakashi's expression changed to one of seriousness, as if he had received some information. In an instant, Kakashi moved quickly towards the direction where Uchiha Lu Ren was located. In just a few minutes, Kakashi arrived at Uchiha Lu Ren's location, only to find him casually sitting on a branch, holding a bell. Below him, Yoinu Torin was leaning against a large tree, her front charred black as if burned by some force, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, and she was now unconscious. Apart from that, there were not many signs of battle in the area. Clearly, this fight had not lasted long. In fact, it might have been resolved in just a moment of confrontation. Simple, brutal, and efficient. Kakashi's shadow clone had been lurking nearby, clearly observing how Lu Ren had made his move. It was a form of taijutsu, or rather, a type of ninja taijutsu. The extraordinary movement of his instant body technique, combined with his right foot enveloped in fire attribute changes, intense, explosive, and swift, was a brand new form of ninja taijutsu. It was similar to the taijutsu from the Cloud Village, but entirely different in its fire attribute. This young man already possessed strength, at least at the level of a jonin. This was not solely due to Lu Ren's taijutsu ability. It was also because his shadow clone had attempted a surprise attack earlier, only to be narrowly avoided by the opponent. Such reflexes were essential qualities for a jonin and were even critical for achieving elite jonin status. The difference between a jonin and an elite jonin was not merely about the power of a certain special move, but rather about combat experience and growth after compensating for various weaknesses. If a jonin was the backbone of a ninja village, then an elite jonin was its pillar of reserve. Looking at Uchiha Lu Ren, Kakashi's gaze grew more complex. Another Uchiha genius? This kind of aura and pressure was something even Itachi had never possessed. Kakashi assessed Uchiha Lu Ren in his mind. Then, he made a decision. Kakashi did not immediately announce the result. Instead, he slowly lifted the forehead protector covering his eye. A crimson three-tomo Sharingan faced Lu Ren, instantly exerting its ocular power. In that moment, Lu Ren's eyes, stimulated by Kakashi's ocular power, instinctively retaliated. A pair of eyes, even redder than Kakashi's, appeared in Lu Ren's gaze. Powerful, yet not evil. Instead, they held a pure clarity, resembling two red gems with Tomo. Hiss, the Sharingan, you have indeed awakened. Moreover, it's a three-tomo. Kakashi inhaled deeply as he gazed at Lu Ren's eyes. Chapter 8. Lu Ren versus Kakashi. He had seen the three-tomo Sharingan before, but he didn't know many at his age who had achieved it. When Lu Ren displayed his Sharingan, there was no hint of pride or arrogance. He simply told Kakashi that awakening the Sharingan was quite simple. I think any Uchiha who has witnessed the destruction of their clan can awaken it. At this moment, Lu Ren finally had the confidence to say this. Ding-ling-a-ling. As the two were conversing, a nearby alarm clock rang, announcing the arrival of the agreed time. However, in that instant, Uchiha Lu Ren's body suddenly tilted, and he turned around, raising his hand to point. With a crisp sound like iron clashing, Uchiha Lu Ren's chakra-wrapped fingers met a kunai, and he suffered no injury, as if his fingers were as solid as steel. The finger spear and iron block. The Navy's 6 styles are body techniques that can be combined freely, and Hokage Lu Ren's body leaned more towards refined development. He also modified the Navy's 6 styles into some techniques of ninjutsu. Originally, Kakashi's figure was still where he stood, but in the next moment, with a bang, he transformed into smoke. The alarm rang, and didn't it make you lower your guard? Sorry, I just happen to know that your alarm clock doesn't have this kind of ringtone. Lu Ren said, revealing the latest Konoha watch on his right wrist. And I have my own time prediction. At this moment, there are still 2 minutes until the appointed time. Clearly, the test is not over yet. It wasn't that Kakashi's alarm clock malfunctioned. Rather, Kakashi had deliberately set the alarm slightly ahead of time. Perhaps it was for this unexpected strike. Or maybe this itself was a test of Lu Ren. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Lu Ren and murmured, 2 minutes should be enough for me to see the temperament of the Uchiha genius. As soon as Kakashi's words fell, his body transformed into smoke again, leaving a wooden post in its place. Uchiha Lu Ren's expression was indifferent, and the next moment, without hesitation, he kicked towards the falling wooden block. A kick that could have shattered the wooden block instead only sent it flying. As it flew, it transformed into Kakashi's form and then, with a bang, turned into smoke and disappeared. The shadow clone used the transformation technique to disguise itself as the wooden block and then used the substitution technique to swap places with itself, creating the illusion of using the wooden block as a substitute. If Uchiha Lu Ren searched for Kakashi's real body, this shadow clone might unexpectedly strike him. Just as Uchiha Lu Ren broke Kakashi's shadow clone with a kick while searching for Kakashi's true form, he suddenly felt a hand appear beneath him, grabbing his foot. Earth release, decapitation technique. That hand exerted a tremendous force, try to pull Lu Ren underground. Lu Ren remained calm, suddenly exerting force through his foot, not resisting the pull, but instead stepping in the direction it was pulling him. The force beneath his feet carried a surge of fire attribute chakra and shot downwards. The owner of that hand realized the danger and tried to let go, but Lu Ren's foot stomped down hard, pinning it to the ground. At that moment, the ground sank, and bursts of white steam rose from beneath the surface. This stomp was not just power. It also contained a rich transformation of fire attribute chakra, with the intense chakra heat instantly evaporating the moisture in that area. In that instant, the temperature in that region rose to at least 200 degrees. After this strike, the hand on the ground lost its ability to struggle and slowly drooped there. However, Lu Ren did not believe that Kakashi would fail so easily. Konoha's technician. Elite J-Nin, 50-50 chance, the youngest genin in history. These titles behind them are not just about chakra and ninjutsu clashing. The reactions during battle, the psychological games, the cooperation between ninjutsu and body techniques, etc., are all manifestations of an elite J-Nin strength. Konoha's technician has never been about pure brute force. It also highlights skill. You can perform A-rank ninjutsu, which is impressive, but if that A-rank ninjutsu can't hit anyone, and even the simplest body flicker technique can dodge it, then your ninjutsu is practically wasted. During battle, this kind of waste, apart from someone like Naruto who has abundant chakra, is something few ninjas can afford. Even now, Lu Ren, with his increasingly enhanced life force, does not dare to squander like Naruto. Therefore, the more he battles Kakashi, the more Lu Ren feels the weight of Kakashi's value rising. To some extent, Kakashi is of the same type as the third Hokage. In fact, in terms of skill, the third Hokage is even stronger and more seasoned than Kakashi. The name of the ninja hero is definitely not groundless among ordinary people. After so many years as a bystander, Lu Ren has long recognized the gap between ordinary people and elites. You can acknowledge the ninjutsu path of the elites, but you cannot learn from them. Although Lu Ren has gradually transformed from an ordinary ninja into someone regarded as an elite in others' eyes, he still habitually refrains from displaying all his combat power, potential, strength. At his current age, he just needs to show off a stunning performance without being too monstrous. Just like Naruto, he can be very abnormal, but he must have obvious weaknesses and flaws. And Lu Ren has thought of his weakness. His weakness is not allowing himself to have weaknesses. The three-tomo Sharingan of Lu Ren slowly rotated, discarding all unnecessary embellishments, focusing entirely on perception, searching for Kakashi's location, with battle intent rising in his eyes. Found you. In the next instant, Lu Ren's body vanished from its original position, and when he reappeared, he raised his hand in the finger spear mode, aiming to jab at a large tree. Contrary to expectations, the tree was not pierced. Instead, a figure quickly removed its disguise and hurriedly dodged Lu Ren's attack. But at the moment of collision, it was still knocked back by the immense force from Lu Ren's hand, flying several meters away. However, that figure was quite skilled, using the time of being knocked back to quickly perform ninjutsu, leaving behind a shadow clone, while the real body quickly concealed and escaped. However, Lu Ren paid no attention to the opponent's shadow clone. In front of the Sharingan, all means and techniques are futile. Lu Ren pressed forward step by step, while Kakashi continuously dodged and retreated, creating a one-sided oppressive situation. However, Lu Ren showed no signs of carelessness, secretly holding back 3 parts of his strength during the battle. Sure enough, in the midst of their entangled struggle, Kakashi, who had been on the defensive, suddenly erupted with extraordinary speed and power, withstanding Lu Ren's offensive while quickly forming hand seals. With fingers flying, Kakashi slammed down on nearby ground, and dozens of large dogs of various breeds appeared in a puff of smoke, charging towards Lu Ren. These dogs were summoning beasts, possessing a certain method of chakra usage. Even Lu Ren did not dare to underestimate their fangs and claws. As Lu Ren sent each of these dogs back to the summoning realm, Kakashi was preparing his big move, the 3-tomo spinning to lock onto him, with lightning flashing in his hand. Lu Ren wanted to dodge, but Kakashi, just 10 meters away, was suddenly upon him. The Raikiri in his hand lunged towards Lu Ren. However, just as the Raikiri was about to pierce through Lu Ren, a voice rang out. Chapter 9. Joining the Umbu Ding Ding Ding. In the next moment, the Raikiri that pierced towards Lu Ren dissipated in front of him, as Kakashi directly ended his lethal attack. Oh dear, that was dangerous. I almost got carried away, Kakashi said, shaking his hand with a completely insincere look of what a pity. However, Lu Ren paid no attention to this, and instead raised the bell in his hand, asking, Kakashi-sensei, am I qualified? Yes, you're qualified. But you don't need to call me sensei. I feel like there's nothing more I can teach you. Just call me Captain, Kakashi replied. Yes, Captain Kakashi. Then, welcome to the Umbu. Report to this place tomorrow. I will temporarily be your captain. Umbu, you didn't think this test was just a simple Genin test, did you? Is that so? I believe it won't be long before you can become a ninja who can stand on your own. Maybe. Well then, please take care of me from now on, Captain. Uchiha Lu Ren nodded at Kakashi, a smile finally blooming on his face. The sunlight just happened to shine on Lu Ren's face at that moment, warm and devoid of the oppressive feeling from earlier. Only Kakashi understood the true weight of this young man before him. In terms of fear, this boy was more terrifying than Itachi before he awakened that kind of eye. Because just now, Kakashi realized that if it had been a life-and-death struggle, and if Raikiri had truly hit Lu Ren, he might have been severely injured but would absolutely not have died immediately. And in that gap, Kakashi could not evade Lu Ren's counterattack. In a ninja's battle, beyond personal techniques, skills, mentality, and combat power, there is also courage. In the face of life and death, one must have sufficient awareness for victory, including the value of death. That evening, Sasuke, who rarely came around after school, brought a gift. Congratulations on graduating smoothly. I will catch up to you soon. After saying this, Sasuke said nothing more and left Lu Ren with a cool back. Lu Ren watched Sasuke leave, shaking his head in silence. Although the character of Sasuke was not very likable in the original story, often getting beaten up when he activated his Sharingan, to be honest. Aside from being a bit tsundere, he was not a bad person at heart. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan massacre, he should have been a very gentle person. Perhaps, like the former Uchiha Madara, he would be moved by Naruto's dream, talk no jutsu, carrying the mission of his family, and competing with Naruto for the position of Hokage. However, there are no ifs in this world. The Uchiha clan massacre meant that Sasuke could not start his life as he wished. At least, after the resentment in his heart completely dissipated, he could not live as his true self. Perhaps this is also the reason why this generation of Indra only knows how to show off but struggles to truly be impressive. Why am I thinking about this? Right now, improving my strength is key. Before the plot begins, my eyes should have a chance to advance further. Yin release leads the spirit. Yang release leads vitality. The Manjiki Sharingan is a special ocular technique that activates under severe stimulation. Because this technique activates under unconventional circumstances, it puts the body in an extreme state when used. Each time it is used, it burdens the body. However, his current life value has already reached parity with Pirate World Lu Ren, even when activating the Manjiki Sharingan. The burden it imposes would be much lighter than on other Uchiha. I don't know if it's an illusion, but aside from the HP boost, Pirate Lu Ren seems to also provide a boost to myself. At least, I feel that my Yin release power has been growing rapidly during this period. If I could have another Lu Ren, perhaps I could evolve my eyes naturally without needing stimulation. Uchiha Lu Ren thought this way, filled with some longing and expectation. Thus, Uchiha Lu Ren graduated and joined the Umbu, beginning his ninja career. As for his interactions with the team members after joining Kakashi's squad, Lu Ren could only describe it in one sentence. He set a new standard for the Umbu ninjas with his actions and strength, establishing a fresh impression of the Uchiha clan. He was not the slightest bit arrogant. Even in his crimson eyes, there was no hint of coldness or obsession. Even the third Hokage was very satisfied with Uchiha Lu Ren's performance. After all, while one might deceive others with disguise, chakra cannot be deceived. Uchiha Lu Ren's chakra signature was genuinely different from that of many previous Uchiha ninjas. Even the most devoted Uchiha to Konoha, Uchiha Shursui, had a somewhat obsessive chakra aura. But Uchiha Lu Ren had none of that. This made the third curious and left Danzo in disbelief, leading to several tests. However, Uchiha Lu Ren did not need to deliberately consider anything and simply responded calmly. He had previously contacted the third Hokage through Uchiha Shirsue's connections on the night of the Uchiha massacre. At that time, in order to survive, he put on a facade of being the will of Fire Air, hoping to gain the favor of either Uchiha Itachi or the third Hokage during that night. Unfortunately, it ultimately turned out to be for naught. Now, although he had gained an advantage, Lu Ren had long since lost the desire to continue navigating interpersonal relationships. But that sense of perception remained. Their testing instead accelerated the third's trust in Lu Ren, making his promotion path smoother. Of course, it was mainly due to Kakashi experiencing psychological issues during this process and being reassigned away from the Umbu by the third. With the position of Umbu captain vacant, the third found himself short of a key player and was considering training others to fill the gap. An Uchiha, without family ties, exceptionally talented, and distinctly different seemed quite suitable. Thus, Kakashi began his laid-back ninja journey, waiting for his destined team to appear. Meanwhile, Uchiha Lu Ren, relying on his abilities and achievements, quickly reached the level of Uchiha Itachi's former accomplishments, Umbu squad leader. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he had the hope of replacing Kakashi and becoming an Umbu captain-level existence. However, Uchiha Lu Ren did not show much concern about this, even appearing very laid back. He was not enamored with power and had no thoughts of frantically completing missions. During work hours, he was like a brick, moving wherever the leader needed him. After work, he focused on training, persisting and exercising to boost his life value, and even continued to train physical techniques with Guy, as usual. Throughout this process, he obtained the training methods for the 8 gates and consulted Guy about the insights of the training. Unfortunately, although the 8 gates is a physical technique, it still requires chakra as a driving force to perform. Chapter 10 Jungle Hunting Pirate Lu Ren's abilities do not operate under the chakra system, and there is no energy sharing in his functionality, so he cannot cultivate for the time being. On the contrary, Hokage Lu Ren, relying on the extremely high health points gained from share training, has managed to master the 8 gates of death within less than 6 months of hard training. However, the 8 gates cultivated in this manner do not unleash a state of overwhelming power like Guy's Night Guy. Instead, it resembles a state of accelerated self-consumption that allows for a short-term explosive increase in strength. Lu Ren calculated that, without harming his foundational strength, he could achieve a maximum 5-fold state. Although his 5-fold speed may not be as powerful as Guy's Death Gate, it is significantly stronger than Guy's 7th Gate. Lu Ren does not need to burn his youth. This version of the 8 gates is more than sufficient. Moreover, the most crucial point is that as Lu Ren's health points increase, the multiplier can continue to rise. Perhaps one day, Lu Ren could achieve a level comparable to the 8th Gate Guy without injury. This is Lu Ren's ambition. In the world of pirates, Pirate Lu Ren is also striving for his future. After obtaining the ninja body technique from Hokage Lu Ren's memories, Pirate Lu Ren began intense training in the small garden. Rational exercise and adequate nutrition not only helped him develop the Navy's 6 powers, but also turned his body's recovery state into a passive ability. In the future, as long as he is not fatally injured or left with irreparable damage, he can quickly recover through supplements. In just 2 years, Pirate Lu Ren's strength has become incomparable. One day, Pirate Lu Ren's figure flashed and jumped through the jungle, maneuvering swiftly until he appeared next to a triceratops. With a quick kick that left an afterimage, he knocked the triceratops unconscious. Just as he was about to start cooking and enjoy today's dinosaur meal, Lu Ren heard a series of explosions in the distance. He set down the dinosaur's body and leaped onto a towering tree, looking in the direction of the sound. After scanning the area for a while, Lu Ren realized the situation. The ships he saw seemed to be engaged in battle. One group was pirates, another was the Navy, and a third appeared to be merchant ships. It looked like the pirate ship was trying to raid the merchant ship, while the Navy vessel was escorting it. At that moment, the two were exchanging cannon fire over the sea, getting closer to each other. The merchant ship seemed to be taking on water due to the cannon fire, and was making a last-ditch effort to reach the island before sinking, taking advantage of the Navy's interception of the pirate ship. Seeing this, Lu Ren felt a stir in his heart and quickly maneuvered through the trees like an agile monkey, moving swiftly toward the scene. When Lu Ren arrived, he saw the merchant ship sink completely about 100 meters from land. The people on the merchant ship were swimming toward the shore with all their might, and it seemed they would be okay. Meanwhile, the Navy vessel and pirate ship were still in pursuit, getting closer while exchanging fire. When they were about 500 meters from the small garden, the two ships collided. No, to be precise, the pirate ship crashed into the Navy vessel. The pirates on the pirate ship, armed with machetes and firearms, jumped onto the Navy ship and began a fierce battle. Although the Navy personnel were well trained, they were no match for the ruthless pirates who lived by the sword, especially the leading pirate, who was a towering figure reaching 3 meters. After leaping onto the Navy ship, he charged through the Navy ranks like a bull, sending anyone who got close flying several meters away. Some Navy personnel were directly thrown into the sea, while others were knocked down on the deck, coughing up blood. Some Navy members preparing to shoot were evaded by the pirates' quick reactions, and one was sent flying 10 meters into the water after a collision, creating a splash. Lu Ren watched this scene, which reminded him once again of the woman he saw when he first opened his eyes after crossing over. If it weren't for the pirates, perhaps he would have lived a decent life, even without awakening a golden finger. The anime of his past life ultimately glamorized this world. Pirate crews like Luffy's seemed more like travel groups. True pirates are never kind and never pursue dreams. The so-called freedom is merely an expression of lawlessness. The so-called dreams are just excuses to chase desires. Lu Ren murmured to himself, watching the pirates annihilate the Navy ship and head toward the island for their final harvest. His eyes gradually turned indifferent, a look that only appeared when he was hungry. Lu Ren quietly concealed himself in the jungle, waiting for the pirates' arrival. He had observed the earlier battle and felt he could handle it without much trouble. However, being accustomed to caution, he wouldn't engage without certainty. This was his first time preparing to strike at pirates without the guidance of a mentor, and he intended to go for a lethal attack. He wasn't sure if he would falter, so he decided it was better to be cautious. Soon, the group of pirates arrived at the small garden, shouting boisterously. They seemed unaware of the island situation, and as soon as they arrived, they encountered a saber-toothed tiger that ambushed them, resulting in one dead and one injured. However, the saber-toothed tiger was quickly overwhelmed by the focused fire of the responding pirates and was ultimately killed. This indicated that the group of pirates was not a disorganized mob. Their cooperation was quite coordinated. However, seeing that saber-toothed tiger they had dismembered, Lu Ren shook his head. Saber-toothed tigers in this ancient forest could only be considered ordinary species, akin to common jungle rabbits. Although they weren't strong, their bloodiness attracted many predators that enjoyed hunting them. Before the pirates could boast about their bravery, one was snatched by a pterosaur soaring overhead and taken away. That direction likely led to the pterosaur's nest, where it would use its sharp beak to incapacitate the pirate and then tear the flesh from his body with its serrated teeth, feeding the freshest meat to its underage young. Don't ask Lu Ren how he knew. He could only say that pterosaur eggs taste terrible, with a strong fishy smell and a strange rubbery taste. However, the wings of that pterosaur were a rare delicacy, especially when paired with honey from the giant beehives in the jungle, making for an incredibly delicious honey-glazed wing. Chapter 11. The Pirate of Fear for Lu Ren. This was a rare delicacy from the jungle, but for the group of pirates who were unaware of the situation in Little Garden, it was a disaster. They had wandered into Ancient Island, equivalent to stumbling into Jurassic Park. The massive and terrifying predators, with their overwhelming size and power, put unprecedented pressure on the pirates who had just entered the Grand Line. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Don't be afraid, we have guns and knives. We're not afraid of the Navy. How can we not conquer a mere island? The pirate captain, a 3-meter-tall giant who looked like a barbaric bull, spoke up. In the next moment, he charged forward, crashing into a figure that suddenly leaped out from the jungle. It must be said that to become a captain and make it to the Grand Line, this captain indeed had some skills. His fierce acceleration and powerful impact sent the pouncing Tyrannosaurus Rex flying backward. The pirates, seeing their captain so valiant, were filled with courage and, led by him, swung their knives to swarm the fallen dinosaur. Although the T-Rex was knocked back by the pirate captain, its size meant that it had only sustained minor injuries, and it quickly got back up after rolling. Seeing the swarm of pirates brandishing their knives at it, the T-Rex, although known as the Jungle Overlord, understood the principle of two fists cannot fight four hands. With a sudden roar directed at the pirates, it swept its tail at several of them, clearing a path and quickly darting back into the jungle. Even though some pirates were hit by the T-Rex's tail, their courage surged, fueled by adrenaline. And at that moment, their minds, dulled by cheap rum, were filled with only one thought. Today, they would slay the dragon. The group of pirates howled as they chased after the T-Rex, with battle cries shaking the heavens. Wherever they went, whether it was through the jungle's branches or passing animals, everything was eradicated under their chaotic blades. However, this exhilarating morale quickly extinguished. Once they entered the jungle, they soon encountered even more terrifying creatures. 10 turtle mini titans, giant ancient pythons dozens of meters long and thicker than water barrels, and swamp crocodiles larger than Nile crocodiles by several times. Additionally, there were the delicious beehives Lu Ren had mentioned. Those beehives were comparable in size to human villas, housing thousands of swarms of bees. Each bee was as big as a fist. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Why are there so many terrifying things? Run away, get out of here. Someone shouted this, awakening the minds of the pirates that had been clouded by cheap rum. All their courage dissipated, and they scrambled to escape, blindly running in one direction. Some with poor sense of direction even ran deeper into the jungle. As these pirates ran, several suddenly felt a sharp pain in front of them. Looking down, they saw a tree branch as thick as a wrist, its tip sharpened to a point, piercing through their back. Just before dying, the pirate turned to see who the attacker was, but all he saw was a figure leaping among the branches. The real hunt had begun. The panicking pirates were ambushed by ferocious beasts, fell into traps, or were struck by fleeting shadows, losing consciousness entirely. Some had their throats pierced, others had their brains exploded. Some had their bones shattered by sheer force, and others were attacked by wooden spikes or animal bones. By the time the pirate captain reached the shore, he found that only 2 of his subordinates had managed to escape with him. They hurriedly boarded the ship to feel safe. However, once they got on board, they saw that the sailors and crew who had stayed behind were all gagged, bound, and lying unconscious in a corner. On their pirate ship, a purple-haired man stood with his back to them, wringing out his wet clothes. From the look of the clothes, he seemed to be from the Navy. As for how this Navy officer appeared on the ship, they could not care less at that moment. As pirates, they had only 2 options upon seeing the Navy. If they couldn't win, they would run. If they couldn't escape, they would fight to the death and leave the Navy behind. The pirate captain signaled to a few of his men, who understood and quietly approached the purple-haired man from several directions. In an instant, several of them swung their knives, launching a surprise attack from behind the purple-haired man. The entire process went smoothly. At the moment the blades struck the purple-haired man, joy bloomed on their faces. They had hit him, but the next moment, everyone's expressions froze. As they drew their knives, they realized that their blades had not truly penetrated the man's body. Instead, their knives had developed cracks along the edges. Crack! All their weapons shattered. No, it's impossible, a monster. The pirates looked at the purple-haired man in terror. The man, as if merely swatting away a mosquito, casually scratched his body and turned to face the terrified pirates. Since you're back, let us go home and transform together. The purple-haired man spoke lightly, as if telling them to come home for dinner. But before the pirates could respond, they felt a shadow suddenly cast over them under the scorching sun, enveloping them all. Then they all lost consciousness. The pirate captain, perhaps due to his strong physique, was the last to faint. In a vague moment, he suddenly recalled the identity of this man. He had felt that he looked familiar, but had never expected that as a small pirate, he had attracted the attention of a Navy admiral. The Navy admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. As all the pirates were captured, a group of injured Navy soldiers slowly emerged from the ship's cabin. All of them wore expressions of relief after surviving the ordeal. They were grateful that they had sent out a distress signal using a transponder snail and that there happened to be Navy forces nearby, including Admiral Zephyr from the Navy headquarters. All of them were members of the branch, the most powerful officers, which made them feel like they had reached an insurmountable peak. The renowned Admiral Zephyr had truly reshaped their understanding of what it meant to be powerful. Unseen speed, defense impervious to blades and guns, and the terrifying physique capable of swimming across a sea, These all refreshed the Navy soldiers' understanding of strength. You stay here and regroup. I'll go check out the island. Zephyr initially planned to leave, but under the observation hockey, he felt a lurking presence. The next moment, he leaped toward Little Garden Island. The Navy was naturally aware of the battle between the two giant kings on Little Garden. The reason they hadn't intervened was that the ongoing battle between the two giant kings was more beneficial than returning to the giant kingdom to reorganize the giant pirate crew. Chapter 12. Zephyr's curiosity originally. He should have left. However, he had just discovered something very interesting. Zephyr entered the small garden, perceiving the surroundings with his observation hockey, his figure flickering back and forth in the jungle. At every location he appeared, he occasionally rescued some ordinary people who had entered the jungle from the jaws of beasts. And he also witnessed various gruesome deaths of the pirate crew members being torn apart by wild animals. Zephyr quickened his pace, moving even faster. He arrived at a certain area, which was a solitary dwelling. Every facility there bore obvious signs of rough craftsmanship, along with some heavy materials made from the resources available on the island. These details intensified the curiosity in Zephyr's eyes. In the next moment, his figure flickered again towards another location. Just as Zephyr was searching with his observation hockey, a massive long sword came slicing towards him with overwhelming force. Faced with this brutal attack, Zephyr accelerated suddenly and dodged aside. However, the next moment, he was met with a huge battle axe crashing down. The area of impact was extensive and the speed was fast, making it difficult for Zephyr to evade, or rather, he did not intend to continue dodging. He raised his hand and swung his fist towards the direction of the descending axe. An invisible force was added, and the seemingly insignificant man managed to block the attack, even causing the axe's owner to stagger back several steps. After a few thunderous steps back, Zephyr's figure quickly flickered and stood on a high tree branch, looking down at the beings surrounding him. Giants, two giants standing over 20 meters tall. Their massive sizes made even the colossal dinosaurs appear as small chicks in comparison. Only two kings from Giant Island could possibly qualify to treat the ancient island as their own garden. Navy, what are you doing here? A booming voice echoed, filled with questioning. Two pairs of enormous eyes locked onto Zephyr, and even though Zephyr was a Navy admiral, he did not dare to underestimate these two beings. Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to confront you. I'm just curious about who helped the Navy deal with a group of pirates, Zephyr said, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Lu Ren, who was curiously observing him from the shoulder of the Red Demon. At this moment, Lu Ren was looking at Zephyr with caution. Just a moment ago, when he wanted to pursue the last pirate captain to eliminate them, he caught sight of Zephyr on the ship. Instinctively, he felt this man was extremely dangerous, so he decisively rushed over to the two giant kings, not expecting that this person would follow him. However, at this moment, Lu Ren completely failed to notice that his two giant kings, upon hearing the Navy's words, exchanged glances that seemed to convey an unspoken decision. In the next moment, Lu Ren felt the large hand of the Red Demon father sweep across his shoulder, and before he could react, he was directly knocked off. Lu Ren reacted quickly, activating his flash step that he had developed, and instantly flickered to another location. This scene made Zephyr's eyes light up. However, Lu Ren at this moment did not pay attention to this, instead looking at the Red Demon father with confusion. Before Lu Ren could say anything, Red Demon spoke. All of that was done by this little brat? It has nothing to do with us. You take him away. Yes, we don't know him, the Blue Demon echoed, pretending not to recognize him. Seeing this, Lu Ren, who had always known that the two fathers wanted to return to their deathmatch mode, understood that they were trying to rid themselves of him, the burden that restrained them. However, the acting of the two was truly too clumsy. It was almost full of holes. Any normal person should be able to recognize the doubts within. However, when Lu Ren looked at the purple-haired man, the latter seemed to understand and appeared to genuinely believe it. Damn it, Lu Ren suddenly had a feeling. His life might have reached a turning point here. Time flew by, and the next morning, Lu Ren boarded the Navy warship under the tearful gaze of his two giant king fathers. Just as the warship had not yet completely left the bounds of the small garden, Lu Ren heard the joyous laughter and the sounds of battle clashing from within the garden. Indeed, the so-called fathers were burdens. and there was no exhilarating battle that brought joy to the body and soul. What? You ask, what exactly happened in just one night? It was nothing much, because the two giant kings had presented Lu Ren with something he could not refuse. On the Navy warship, Lu Ren sat in a lounge in the cabin, inspecting the package the two giant kings had given him before leaving. Among them were mostly unadorned treasures of gold and silver. These items were spoils left behind from pirates who had foolishly challenged the authority of the giant kings and were dealt with by them. Besides these treasures, there were two items that Lu Ren was most concerned about. One was a sword. The scabbard was somewhat rusty, and even the rope wrapped around the handle had been corroded and frayed. However, when Lu Ren slowly drew the sword, the blade was still sharp, showing no signs of rust. The light blue blade had a serrated pattern, and when he swung it to try cutting through the wooden tables and chairs, he felt almost no resistance. Lu Ren did not know the name of this sword, but he had a feeling that it was at least a quality blade, and it was very likely to have a name. Besides this sword, there was also an iron box. It was another rusty iron box. According to the two giant kings, it was found beside his mother's corpse when they discovered him. Perhaps it contained some information about his origins. Although Lu Ren did not care about his identity in this world, he could not forget the gentle smile of that woman before she died when he arrived in this world. The iron box was already rusty, and Lu Ren subsequently broke the iron lock off, slowly opening it. What came into view was a pendant and something that made Lu Ren's heart leap with excitement: a devil fruit. It was a pineapple-shaped fruit, green at the base, adorned with complex patterns. Lu Ren stared at this devil fruit for a long time, but ultimately did not eat it out of curiosity. Although it is said that there are no strong fruits, only strong people, if a person is strong enough. Why the hell would they eat a devil fruit with side effects? If one eats it, it must be because they are not strong enough. Chapter 13. Navy Boot Camp. If you had the option between the natural type thunder fruit and the human fruit in its civilian form, which would you choose? And what about the superhuman type tremor fruit versus the animal type dachshund fruit? Landrin believes that any normal person would know how to choose. Therefore, until he fully understands the situation regarding this fruit, Landrin has no intention of consuming it for now. In fact, apart from his curiosity about the devil fruit, he hasn't really thought about eating it. His golden finger still has potential for improvement, and there's no need to create a fatal weakness for himself just to rapidly increase his strength. Calming his emotions, Landrin's attention was drawn to another object. The pendant was made of an unknown material, with a hollowed-out section inlaid with a gemstone that looked dazzling. Although he didn't know what this pendant was, its overall craftsmanship was not only exquisite, but also seemed to be a singular piece, suggesting that it wasn't mass-produced and would be difficult to replicate. Such an item likely held some special significance. Landrin didn't continue to study it. Instead, he put the pendant around his neck, hiding it under his clothes as a mere keepsake. As for searching for his origins, he didn't need to. Regardless of his identity in this world, his soul and spirit would always be red. That was enough. Half a month later, after crossing the seas with Zephyr, Landrin finally arrived at Naval Headquarters. Under Zephyr's arrangement, he entered the boot camp. During this half month, Landrin had also roughly figured out the timeline of his current situation. The Pirate King had been executed for several years now. Because of his words, the age of pirates was ushered in, and the Grand Line was filled with turmoil. The Navy, in response to this great era initiated by Roger, implemented various measures. Among them, Zephyr was preparing to select a new batch of recruits to inject fresh blood into the Navy's future. This is why Zephyr had his eye on Landrin. This child, raised by the pirate giant, had managed to develop some combat skills comparable to the Navy's 6 powers through self-training, and some are even more practical than the 6 powers. Of course, what truly led Zephyr to make an exception was his sense of justice. Emerging untainted from the mud, this was indeed rare. Thus, Landrin entered the Navy's training camp as a rookie recruit. For Landrin, the training at Naval Headquarters was not much different from his usual workouts. If there was one major difference, it might be that he didn't have to cook. Food was plentiful, allowing him more time to train. In this state, under the systematic guidance of Navy instructors, Landrin, as a transfer student, quickly caught up with the main training group. Naturally, he also encountered a rival, Smoker, the man who would one day press the future Pirate King down in Lowtown. He was also the man who, after leaving Lowtown, was oppressed by everyone. At this moment, Smoker was about the same age as Lu Ren, but he always carried himself with an "I am the best in the world" attitude. It must be admitted that Smoker was indeed very talented. In the same training, Smoker's growth rate far surpassed Lu Ren's. His endurance, physical strength, and willpower were all well above average. If nothing unexpected happened, Smoker would undoubtedly be the rookie king of this batch of recruits. The only recruit who could compete with Smoker was a girl named Tina. However, this situation would soon become a thing of the past. During this period, boys' physical qualities would develop faster and better than girls. Although Tina was still exceptional in technique and hard work, even Smoker had to be cautious against her attacks. Smoker's strength gradually left Tina behind. As a result, whenever Tina faced Smoker, it always ended due to exhaustion, leaving her very unwilling to accept defeat. As for Smoker, he made no explanations. Victory was his, and that was enough. As for fairness, what a joke. Where is the fairness in this world? If fairness existed, it would be the greatest injustice to him. This was Smoker's long-standing belief, until he met Lu Ren. "Hey kid, I heard you were brought here by Zephyr himself?" "Huh? What's it to you? Are you a relative of Zephyr?" "No. Then you must be a genius." "Genius means nothing. My goal is to become strong." "Oh then, are you brave enough to spar with me? Is that allowed?" It seems Navy recruits aren't supposed to fight freely. Rules are made by people and can naturally be broken, right? Is that so? Lu Ren looked at Smoker, his eyes reflecting eagerness. Before Lu Ren could respond, Smoker had already charged at him. Having spent years in the small garden among beasts, Lu Ren instinctively dodged Smoker's attack without thinking, then countered with a punch. Lu Ren's speed was quick, and his punch was heavy. This was a skill honed in the jungle, a countermeasure against ambushes. Therefore, when Lu Ren struck, he often used all his strength, forgetting to hold back. Looking at Smoker, who had collapsed on the ground and lost consciousness, Lu Ren scanned his surroundings and noticed that no one was watching. He wanted to leave like this. However, he was still worried that his punch, delivered without holding back, might have killed Smoker, which would lead to unnecessary trouble. After hesitating for a while, he decided to carry Smoker to the Navy's medical room. Smoker remained unconscious for 3 days. When he finally emerged, he was lively and looked nothing like someone who had been injured. However, the way he looked at Lu Ren had completely changed. This time, he was no longer careless. Previously, when he fought opponents, he had always held back. Not only did he hold back himself, but others did too. There was never a real sense of life and death, which left Smoker feeling like he was just playing house, very dissatisfied. But the last time he faced Lu Ren's reaction and counterattack made Smoker feel the true taste of death. When he woke up, the medical officer informed him that his previous condition was quite special. Lu Ren's punch had directly impacted his heart, causing it to stop. Fortunately, he was sent in time, and through electric shock and CPR, he was saved. After a couple of days of rest, he was fine. However, if Lu Ren hadn't taken him to the hospital, or if it had been any later, he might never have woken up again. Chapter 14. Smoker. Once again stunned, this incident made Lu Ren famous in the new recruit training camp and also attracted many doubts and challenges. However, after Lu Ren sent several new recruits to the hospital with his actions, Zifa, who heard the news, issued a ban on challenges. Zifa realized that Lu Ren's combat methods were purely predatory. Each move aimed for a one-hit kill, focusing on the simplest and most energy-efficient methods to achieve maximum lethality. This was not for combat. It was for killing. The Navy's finger thrusts were meant to stab the body, while Lu Ren's finger thrusts were aimed at the eyes. The Navy's storm kicks were for slashing, while Lu Ren's storm kicks were for slitting throats. The Navy's iron blocks were for defense, while Lu Ren's iron blocks were used to execute his self-created technique, Iron Mountain Lean, or for elbow strikes to the temple. During battles, although Lu Ren tried to restrain himself, his years of developed hunting instincts could not be easily changed. Moreover, since the Navy trained new recruits to fight against pirates, this instinct was an exceptional quality that could not be easily acquired, and Zifa had no intention of changing Lu Ren. After Zifa prohibited Lu Ren from dueling with others, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Only Smoker, unable to defy Zifa's orders, did not give up on comparing himself to Lu Ren. If Lu Ren trained for 12 hours a day, he would train for 15, If Lu Ren ran 200 kilometers with a load, he would run 300. He was determined to work harder, to surpass Lu Ren in every aspect. However, Lu Ren seemed like an inexhaustible machine, spending all his time training except for eating, drinking, and sleeping. He even developed a 2-hour quick rest method, utilizing the rapid recovery effects of returning life. Aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, he could devote 21 hours a day to cultivation. After rolling with such a guy for a while, Smoker eventually, through some channel, obtained a devil fruit, a Logia-type smoke fruit. From then on, he became Smoke Man and refused to engage in internal competition. As a Logia, he thought he was invincible with just one fruit. With his body free of weaknesses, he promptly applied to Zifa to challenge Lu Ren again. This move made Zifa look at Smoker with disdain. However, he also seemed curious to see the results of Lu Ren's training over this time. Thus, under Zifa's supervision, Lu Ren and Smoker had a private duel. Lu Ren. This time I will show you with strength that in the face of absolute power, any flashy tricks are useless, Smoker said. Seemingly eager to reclaim his honor and vent the frustration he felt being outpaced by Lu Ren. Lu Ren looked at Smoker, who was puffing on a cigar, then glanced at Zifa. Although he did not speak, Zifa seemed to perceive something from his expression. He had eaten a devil fruit and was immune to physical attacks. Aside from hockey, it was hard for anything to inflict significant damage on him. Zifa thought this, and Lu Ren understood immediately. At that moment, Zifa wanted Lu Ren to realize that there are always greater heights and stronger opponents. Devil fruits are inherently unreasonable things. Zifa's intention was to make Lu Ren understand that his physique was almost at the level of awakening hockey. He wanted Lu Ren to use this failure to adjust his mindset and secretly teach him the techniques of hockey, thus motivating him further. However, when the battle began, Zifa realized he was wrong. At the start signal, Lu Ren instantly appeared in front of Smoker, without any of the previous flashiness, just like in their first fight. One punch turned Smoker's confident expression into a mask of pain. Then, as Smoker's body flew back, he lost consciousness. Zifa, witnessing this scene, even forgot to intervene. Staring blankly at the concentrated power in Lu Ren's hand, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Armament hockey. Lu Ren, who taught you hockey? Does it need someone to teach? Once I appeared, I just tried to grasp it, didn't I? Lu Ren, you really have amazed me a bit. Thanks for the compliment, Teacher Zifa. But if you don't take Smoker to the infirmary soon, he might really be in trouble." Ultimately, this duel ended with Zifa taking Smoker to the infirmary. That afternoon, Smoker quietly left the infirmary. This was not only due to the enhancement of the devil fruit, but also because Lu Ren had held back his strength during the attack. Smoker was still the standout among the new recruits, but no longer compared himself to Lu Ren. To have mastered a level of hockey that only senior officers might have access to, as just a recruit, was simply monstrous. Zifa also did not expect that Lu Ren would bring him such surprises. However, the result was satisfactory. Although Lu Ren did not learn a lesson, Smoker seemed to have been directly corrected and became much more honest. Even though he possessed the smoke fruit, he did not forget to refine his physique, continuously working towards mastering hockey. Seeing Smoker working hard despite having acquired a fruit, Tina, who had initially felt a bit disheartened, regained her fighting spirit. Those with strong abilities were still diligently training, and she felt that if she didn't work hard, she would be left far behind. As Tina put in effort, her admirers also began to work hard. If they didn't strive, they wouldn't even qualify to pursue Tina. While some who were slacking off found it uncomfortable to see so many people working hard around them, they realized they couldn't just lie down and do nothing. Thus, this batch of Navy recruits became the easiest group Zifa had ever led, compared to previous recruits who were pushed by Zifa to strengthen their physiques. The most common phrase Zifa said to this group was, "You must pay attention to balancing work and rest," because not everyone was exceptionally gifted, and not everyone had the combat skills that Lu Ren had absorbed from another world. Many had issues arise during their training, which gave Zifa a bit of a headache. Just as Pirate Lu Ren was crazily competing in the new recruit training camp, Ninja Lu Ren began his life as a ninja in Konoha. Suddenly, one day while casually strolling through the streets of Konoha, Lu Ren's legs suddenly went weak and he stumbled. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, in the Navy headquarters training camp, Navy Lu Ren, with his powerful physique, felt a moment of weakness. In that instant, part of their consciousness was passively drawn into the system space, sitting in their respective chairs. Unlike the usual independent entrance of the two, at this moment, Navy Lu Ren and Ninja Lu Ren saw a figure appear among the remaining 8 chairs. Chapter 15 shared MP. That figure, with a face very similar to theirs, appeared somewhat thin. He had his hair tied in a bun and was dressed in an ancient long robe. In the next moment, a beam of light emerged from his body, merging with the data panel in the system space. The pirate Lu Ren and the ninja Lu Ren quickly accessed a segment of life experiences that did not belong to them. This Lu Ren had crossed into a world of mixed martial arts. The entire world was divided into 5 regions. One was the Ming Dynasty, where many experts existed, with conflicts between the martial world and the court, secretly scheming against each other. Another was the Sui Dynasty, where powerful families held territories. There was also the Southern Song, known for the legend of the 5 absolutes. The Northern Song, where several nations were in constant conflict, Xixia, Tubo, Dali, with experts coming and going. In addition, there was a central plain, rumored to have the largest force, named the Heavenly Society. In short, this was a mixed martial arts world that combined many martial arts stories. This mixed martial arts Lu Ren lived in an era of heroes competing for supremacy and naturally fantasized about being a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary talent, easily reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Unfortunately, that was merely someone else's legend. He was just an ordinary person, although his family was well off. His father had him in old age, and his mother died during childbirth. He was pulled from the womb by a midwife. Later, when he was just a few years old, his father fell ill due to old age and no medicine could cure him. At such a young age, he had no ability to maintain the family business. Therefore, his father spent a large sum of money to arrange for him to enter the Wuliang sword sect. Not long after that, his father passed away. From then on, the mixed martial arts Lu Ren became an orphan. Besides sending Lu Ren to the Wuliang sect, his father did not leave him much wealth. The only thing left was a deed to an old house, intended for Lu Ren to have a place to stay once he achieved success in the future. Lu Ren understood his father's reasoning for this. Without strength, but possessing wealth, that wasn't a blessing, it was a disaster. Although the Wuliang sword sect was a small sect with little weight in the early stages of the Tianlong plot, it was indeed a genuine sect. Although he only learned a rudimentary sword technique and a basic breathing technique in the Wuliang sword sect, Lu Ren did not care. From the very beginning, his goal in staying at the Wuliang sword sect was not to learn any Wuliang sword techniques. Everything was aimed at finding the cave where the North Ming divine skill was located. After years of patrolling, Lu Ren had a good understanding of the situation in Wuliang Mountain and had roughly located the position of the Wuliang Jade Bai. Unfortunately, that position was in a valley, surrounded by steep cliffs. The Wuliang Jade Bai, as the origin of the Wuliang sect, contained the immortal sword dance, which was considered a secret not to be passed down. In order to compete for the viewing rights of the Wuliang Jade Bai, the Wuliang sword sect was divided into 2 factions. Every few years, the 2 factions would have a martial arts competition to determine who would manage the area where the Jade Bai was located based on the outcomes. Usually, Lu Ren couldn't even get close to the Jade Bai, let alone have the qualification to observe the immortal sword dance. With no other choice, Lu Ren could only work hard to hone his foundational skills while looking for opportunities. After years of waiting and preparation, he finally awaited the arrival of a scholar. Following a series of disputes, he used the excuse of chasing a bookworm to follow the scholar to the area where the Wuliang Jade Bai was located. Then, when the scholar accidentally fell down the mountain, he jumped down after him. Same position, same place, same posture. But the outcome was that the bookworm Duan sustained minor injuries, while he had several broken ribs and a broken leg, and finally, when he landed, his head hit the Wuliang Jade Bai, resulting in his death. If it weren't for the appearance of the system space, his body would have probably already turned cold. This made the mixed martial arts Lu Ren feel tearful. Indeed, the same thing happened. One was fed by the heavens, while the other was beaten by the heavens. Fortunately, the mixed martial arts Lu Ren's life-threatening situation was captured by the system space, and he was brought here. The experiences of the mixed martial arts Lu Ren did not bring much useful information to the pirate Lu Ren and the ninja Lu Ren. However, the arrival of this mixed martial arts Lu Ren brought a brand new shared function. Name: Lu Ren, experience 3, HP 26,000, 1150, MP 26,000, 153, 5. After years of contributions, the health values of the pirate Lu Ren and the ninja Lu Ren had reached a balanced state. The 1150 at the end naturally belonged to the mixed martial arts Lu Ren. At this moment, he only had 1 point of health value forcefully locked to keep him alive. However, after the function sharing, with only 1 point of health value left, it began to recover at a visibly rapid speed, and it wouldn't be long before it was completely restored. Below the HP was the new function MP. This function was provided by the arrival of mixed martial arts Lu Ren, but the big data was primarily based on the ninja Lu Ren. Since chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual energy, the ninja Lu Ren, with 26,000 health points, also had 26,000 chakra after cultivation. The role of MP was to represent mana or energy value. 26,000 points represented the amount of chakra of the ninja Lu Ren. 153 represented the amount of haki of the pirate Lu Ren. 5 represented the inner energy accumulated by the mixed martial arts Lu Ren through breathing techniques after several years in the Wuliang sect, which had not yet been converted into inner strength through learning techniques. However, these are no longer important. The most important thing was that MP and HP had a similar effect. That is, the MP potential of the three could be shared with each other. In other words, the ninja Lu Ren, with 26,000 chakra, could easily possess 26,000 haki reserves, and the mixed martial arts Lu Ren could also easily possess 26,000 inner strength. Moreover, the ninja Lu Ren, who had the most chakra, discovered that after obtaining the MP function, his chakra seemed to have some special effects. For example, his chakra control seemed to have become smoother, and when released, the spiritual energy contained within had a certain deterrent effect. When using chakra for protection or simply enhancing attacks, it was stronger than before. These were the characteristics of haki and inner strength. Chapter 16. The cheating cultivation in the system space. Hokage Lu Ren boldly speculated. Could it be that MP not only shares the energy value limits between us, but also allows the energy we control to possess some characteristics of other energies? Pirate Lu Ren pondered and tried it out, his face lighting up with surprise. Although these characteristics are few, they do exist, and perhaps his enhancement is even more important than MP's increase in my haki reserves. Haki is difficult to control, and since it has internal energy characteristics, I have nothing to worry about in this regard. However, chakra possesses spiritual power, which might allow me to touch the threshold of Conqueror's haki and even quickly master the haki binding technique. Comprehensive martial arts Lu Ren. Weaklings should not comment. I need to hurry outside to find my opportunity. In the comprehensive martial arts world, after exiting the system space, Lu Ren found that his injuries had completely healed. At this moment, he was covered with some leaves, as if someone had deliberately hidden him to prevent his body from being exposed in the wilderness. Lu Ren brushed off the leaves and looked around, only to find that he was near the infinite jade Bai. Just then, Lu Ren noticed a cave entrance that had been pushed open not far away. Lu Ren's heart stirred, and he strode towards it. After passing through a narrow path, he soon found himself in a wide and bright area. Inside the dark cave, there was even a faint light flickering, as if it hid a secret realm. Lu Ren had no time to pay attention to his surroundings and swiftly began to search. Before long, Lu Ren found his target, the bookish Duan Yu he had seen at the Infinite Sex competition. At this moment, Duan Yu was kneeling before a jade statue, looking dazed, as if he were meeting his fairy sister. Duan Yu did not notice Lu Ren, and Lu Ren had no intention of calling out to him. He simply walked over to Duan Yu's side, lightly tore apart the mat next to him, revealing a scroll of books. Duan Yu stared at all this in confusion. Pointing at Lu Ren, his face showing fear, you are not. You continue, pretend I don't exist. Ghost. Faced with Duan Yu's loud exclamations, Lu Ren rubbed his ears. Although he wanted to slap him, he still needed Duan Yu's help, so he found a reason to speak. You really are not a ghost? No, I just accidentally fainted earlier and woke up to find branches covering me. I'm sorry. I thought you were dead when I found you without breath, so I forgive you. Then you continue with your worship. I'll look at mine. Oh, when Duan Yu heard Lu Ren's words, he really scratched his head and began to bow before the statue again. Finally, after bowing 1,000 times, Duan Yu felt dizzy and ended it. Meanwhile, Lu Ren was learning the Biming divine skill as if no one else was around. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave with the secret manual, but with his current situation, he couldn't just go out. Rather than wandering around with the manual, it was better to finish learning here before leaving. As for not avoiding Duan Yu, it was because he had something to ask of him. The Lingbo Weibu technique involves the I Ching and Bagua. Nearly 20 years of life in this world taught him that without sufficient martial arts foundation, even receiving a peerless secret skill is useless. Just like Mei Chaofeng, despite possessing the 9 true classic manual, she struggled during cultivation due to insufficient martial arts foundation. Although Duan Yu does not practice martial arts, it does not mean he knows nothing. Almost everyone around him understands it, and his upbringing and family influences have given him a better understanding of martial arts than comprehensive martial arts Lu Ren. Most importantly, this guy has incredible luck and martial arts talent that makes others envious. After just a few hours of practice here, he could learn parts of the Biming divine skill from scratch. Learning Lingbo Weibu would come easily to him. This was hard for Lu Ren, an ordinary person who devoted himself to martial arts, training his body every day to cultivate internal energy. However, at this moment, Lu Ren felt little envy. With the support of both versions of himself in the two worlds, he felt like a raw stone containing a Heshur Bai, ready to be carefully revealed to show his unique, extraordinary value in this world. Even the Biming divine skill seemed insignificant compared to this enhancement. After all, very few martial artists in this world could reach a life value of 26,000 points. Moreover, this was not his limit. As long as he survived, even ordinary martial arts in the future could lead to extraordinary achievements. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Ren quickly adjusted his breathing and began to study the Biming divine skill carefully. After a long time, Lu Ren let out a sigh of relief. He possessed internal energy, but it was merely the result of daily training and did not involve any cultivation methods. This was his preparation for today. Thus, Lu Ren began to attempt cultivation according to the illustrations on the scroll. Although comprehensive martial arts Lu Ren was prepared, the efficiency still left him feeling a tingling shock. Internal energy, which he had struggled for years to gather, quickly transformed into a stream of Biming true energy. Then, this true energy began to accumulate wildly within him during its operation. Moreover, this was not ordinary accumulation. While accumulating Biming true energy, his body's meridians were adapting to the characteristics of Biming true energy, gradually transforming the pathways of the meridians. Each time it was flushed through, the meridians became stronger. Each time it was flushed, the meridians widened. After a complete cycle, the Biming true energy condensed further. Comprehensive martial arts, Lu Ren naturally did not think this was due to his extraordinary talent. Pirate Lu Ren and Hokage Lu Ren shared their memories, and he shared the memories of the other. This was the dual effect of MP and HP. While developing MP, HP was also being developed. What was this? This was the process of cultivating and exploring one's internal energy potential, while also passively and directionally refining certain bodily structures. No, refining was not a suitable term for this change. It should be described as rebirth. Moreover, because Lu Ren's internal energy contained some characteristics of chakra and haki, although both energy systems were impressive, they were rather volatile. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Lu Ren's cultivation of the Biming divine skill. However, similarly, if Lu Ren could withstand this increased difficulty and successfully cultivate the Biming profound skill, the benefits gained would far exceed those obtained from cultivating ordinary Biming profound skill. Lu Ren slowly cultivated. Although his internal energy was somewhat slow due to the influence of chakra and haki characteristics, the inexhaustible supply from MP and HP eliminated this difficulty. Chapter 17. Trading and Brotherhood. Lu Ren's cultivation of the Northern Darkness divine skill was advancing at an extraordinary pace. Just as Lu Ren was reaching a peak in his practice, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Ah, fairy sister, don't look, don't look. How can you? Duan Yu, who was curious, casually stole a glance at what Lu Ren was cultivating. Just that one glance ensnared his heart and mind. What he saw was not the cultivation technique, but rather an illustration of the fairy sister depicted in the technique, showing her without clothes. This left Duan Yu blushing furiously. His rational mind told him to stop, but his instincts crushed that rationality within him. His eyes were fixated on the secret manual in Lu Ren's hands, revealing a strong desire. He wanted that book so badly. Lu Ren ignored Duan Yu and continued his cultivation. Seeing that Lu Ren was not paying him any attention, Duan Yu hesitated for a moment as if making a decision and spoke up. Can I have this? No. Can I keep it for myself? Lu Ren replied. After all, it's a picture of the fairy sister. As a scholar, one should not look at it inappropriately. I'm not a scholar, but you want the secret manual in my hands? I just don't want you to disturb the beauty. I can't, but you can disturb her? No, no, no. How could I? Do you dare say that once you have it, you won't secretly take a look? But I discovered this place first. The manual was found by me first. Actually, I wouldn't mind sharing it with you, Lu Ren said, recalling his college roommate who asked him for seeds, but didn't know how to ask. I can't give it to you, but I can lend it to you. Really? Duan Yu's eyes lit up at Lu Ren's words, but then he seemed to feel that his expression was a bit disrespectful and quickly corrected himself, defending, actually You don't need to say it. I understand. We're just studying the martial arts that the fairy sister wants to impart to us. Everything else is just fluff. Yes, that's right. I also want to float a bit. Where do you want to float to? Of course, how could I be that kind of person? You understand what I'm saying. Do you think you're very pure? Just as Duan Yu fell silent, his eyes still glued to the manual, Lu Ren spoke again. I can lend you the manual for reference, but I can't just let you look at it for free. This is something left by the fairy sister. Martial arts are invaluable. You need to exchange something of equal value. That is indeed the case. Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, Duan Yu agreed, then spoke. So what do you want? This is a martial arts manual. If I lend it to you, for comprehension, you should at least show some sincerity and give me a martial arts insight in return. But I don't understand martial arts. Is that so? What a pity. It seems you're fated to be without such manuals, Lu Ren said, lightly stroking the manual, which made Duan Yu feel heartbroken, as if he were watching his beloved woman being toyed with by someone else. Wait, who says I don't have it? How about my Dolly's one-yang finger? The one-yang finger from Dolly is famous everywhere, but sorry, I can't afford to offend you, Dolly, so even if you teach me, I wouldn't dare to learn, fearing you might settle the score later. How could that be? We Dolly. Duan Yu wanted to refute Lu Ren, but realized that if he really taught the one-yang finger to the other party today, the outcome might indeed be so. Although he didn't like martial arts, he knew the importance of the one-yang finger to Dolly. While many high-ranking individuals in Dolly could perform the one-yang finger, the real core cultivation method was firmly held in the hands of the Duan family. This is also why the Duan family's one-yang finger is stronger than others and has extraordinary power. However, Duan Yu quickly thought of a solution. Don't worry, I've thought of a way. Duan Yu spoke, his face revealing a confident smile. Seeing Duan Yu smile, Lu Ren had only one thought in his mind, the foolish son of a landlord. His second thought was that foolish people have foolish fortunes. This guy was determined to get the Northern Darkness divine skill, but he wasn't interested in learning any peerless secret techniques. He just wanted to look at a comic book and indulge in fantasies. For this, he was willing to trade his family's treasured skill. This is like the foolish son of a family trading his family's secret recipe for a restricted film. This was undeniably foolish to the extreme. However, the thing that he thought was just a film contained something much more powerful than the secret recipe, and learning it could directly multiply the Duan family's strength several times. Moreover, the main point was that Duan Yu's upcoming actions made Lu Ren feel that this kid truly deserved his luck. Brother, you and I hit it off at first sight, both falling off a cliff and then receiving enlightenment from the fairy sister at the same time. Why don't we become sworn brothers under the witness of the fairy sister? Then I will pass on the one-yang finger to you, and it won't count as an external transmission. Duan Yu proposed his plan. At that moment, Lu Ren felt like he was one of the main characters in Tianlong Babu. wondering if this Duan Yu was some kind of time traveler here to take advantage of his potential value. However, soon, thinking about Duan Yu's character, he realized that this guy might actually do such a thing. Looking earnestly at him, and then at the comic book manual in his hands, Lu Ren fell into a moment of contemplation. After a while, Lu Ren decisively made a decision. All right, Lu Ren, acknowledge you as my brother today, but let's leave the fairy sister out of it. She's your fairy sister. We will use heaven and earth as our witness. How can that work? That doesn't show my sincerity. No need, I trust you. Big brother Lu is magnanimous. Little brother is ashamed. Nos jump. Lu Ren smiled and waved his hand, a smile that left Duan Yu somewhat bewildered. Soon, Duan Yu understood why Lu Ren said there was no shame. Heaven and earth as witnesses, I, Lu Ren, and I, Duan Yu, today swear to become brothers here, sharing blessings and bearing difficulties together. If I break this oath, may I have no sons, and if I have daughters, may they grow beards. If I break this oath, may my parents' relationship be troubled, and may my wife be unfaithful, and my children be someone else's. If I break this oath, may I never be able to perform, and may the fairy sister remarry 100 times, with none being mine. Duan brother, why aren't you saying it together? Can I not swear now? You can, but the oath will only be half fulfilled. What do you mean by half? The fairy sister will remarry 50 times. Chapter 18. Lu Ren's jealousy in the end. Duan Yu and Lu Ren became sworn brothers. This brotherhood left Duan Yu with mixed feelings and utterly distressed. He felt as if he had not gained a brother, but had instead been cursed. However, when he saw Lu Ren slowly unfolding the painting of the fairy sister, he felt that being cursed was worth it. It was beautiful, too beautiful. Brother, is it too disrespectful to watch the fairy sisters painting like this? Of course it's disrespectful. But as long as we watch while practicing and seriously learn the martial arts that the fairy sister imparts to us, it doesn't count. Stop talking nonsense. Don't let the fairy sister's sacrifice go to waste. I understand. Thus, persuaded by Lu Ren, Duan Yu finally convinced himself to set aside his embarrassment and shamelessly began to observe the painting and pretended to practice. Soon, however, Duan Yu's expression turned hesitant. Baza. This martial arts seems to absorb people's internal strength, which isn't something a gentleman should do. Nonsense. I feel like this is exactly what we gentlemen are meant to learn. How so? I ask you, if this skill fell into the hands of a villain, what would happen? Then it would certainly cause disaster, with people everywhere having their internal strength absorbed. But if you practice it, would you actively absorb others? Of course not. So, second brother, do you understand now? Now I see, brother. There are no evil techniques, only evil people. I was being superficial. Yes, that's right. Now explain to me, what does this saying mean? This saying, wait, brother, could you please not place your hand on the painting? I always feel it's a bit strange. You brat, hurry up. Oh, it should be like this. Don't mess around and stop rubbing it. What's there to rub on the paper? Brother, if you can rub, why can't I? Then wash your hands first. Don't dirty the secret manual. Sorry, I got it dirty when I bowed to the fairy sister earlier. Oh, why does it look like the hand of the fairy sister's jade statue has been touched? Tell me honestly, did you do anything strange before I came? Brother, don't sully my innocence. I just accidentally touched it. Oh dear, don't get excited. I was just saying that. You look so anxious, as if you really did something. Inside the cave, Lu Ren and Duan Yu chatted casually, but soon the topic turned to the practice of martial arts. What Lu Ren had to admit was that even though he was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts, his accumulated martial arts cultivation was far inferior to Duan Yu, who had no intention of learning but had been influenced by it all along. This might be the advantage brought by family background. You can choose not to learn, but once you want to learn, you will definitely learn better and faster than others. Moreover, it was frustrating that Duan Yu, despite appearing weak and fragile, had a very solid foundation. In fact, there might be more internal energy within him than he was aware of. He simply hadn't practiced any martial arts. Therefore, once Duan Yu encountered the Biming divine skill, he could start practicing it at any time. All of this was not something an ordinary family could achieve. At least, Lu Ren's family could not, nor could the Wuliang sect. Only truly ancient families, like the Dali Duan clan, the Suzhou Murong clan, and Shaolin, could genuinely accomplish such things. These are things Lu Ren had once envied, but could never have. Now, as Lu Ren watched Duan Yu explain and attempt to practice, he naturally generated immense internal energy, causing him not to envy anyone or feel jealous of Duan Yu's luck and talent. Brother Lu, look, I've learned the Lingbo Weibo. Just as Lu Ren was focused on practicing, Duan Yu, who was distracted in his learning, was stepping with agile and varied footwork, moving around him in an incredible manner. Brother, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I suddenly thought of an enemy and felt like killing someone. I see. Brother, I suddenly remembered that I promised Sister Zhongling to help her. I have to go now. Go ahead. I haven't fully comprehended the Biming Divine skill yet. You see, I only recited the Yi Yang finger once, so it's best to leave the manual here with you. Wait until you write out the Yi Yang finger manual, and then we can learn from each other. Oh, all right. Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, Duan Yu's face showed disappointment, but he did not refute it. Duan Yu knew the shortcomings in teaching Lu Ren the Yi Yang finger. It wasn't that the Yi Yang finger manual was fake, but rather that Duan Yu had only taught the method of practicing the Yi Yang finger without any techniques, insights, or auxiliary medicinal aids for its practice. Of course, Duan Yu only knew they existed, but was unclear about the specifics. His family had hidden them to prevent him from doing something foolish. Practicing the Yi Yang finger without techniques and insights could be done, but the difficulty would increase 100-fold. However, as for the painting of the fairy sister that Duan Yu was infatuated with, how could he rest easy leaving it with someone else? Not even a brother. After all, the short time spent together had allowed Duan Yu to hear a lot from Lu Ren that turned his worldview upside down. For example, a friend's wife cannot be deceived, while Lu Ren's view was a friend's wife. No courtesy. Leaving the painting there without his watchful eye made Duan Yu worry that the unprincipled Lu Ren would do something inappropriate. Brother, why don't you come with me? No, I need to focus on my training. Oh, brother, I just forgot to tell you. I found that walking with the Lingbo Weibo can activate the Biming Divine skill. Brother, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, take a few steps to try. What the second brother said, the elder brother naturally believed. Then teach me to walk a few steps to see. Thus, in order to impress the fairy sister, Duan Yu spent another hour teaching Lu Ren the Lingbo Weibo. However, Duan Yu gained a helper directly, using the Lingbo Weibo to travel. Lu Ren continuously learned from Duan Yu in the process, becoming more and more adept at mastering the Lingbo Weibo. At the same time, during this process, Lu Ren also discovered that Duan Yu was right. Running with the Lingbo Weibo while practicing the Biming Divine skill not only had no negative effects but actually enhanced the practice. The Lingbo Weibo consumed physical stamina, while the Biming Divine skill automatically absorbed a portion of internal strength, thus achieving a state of training while running. Chapter 19. Fusion of martial arts in the subtle interplay of skills, as Lu Ren gradually became familiar with the Lingbo Weibo, wave-stepping technique. He sensed a vague fusion between it and the Biming Shun Gong, northern underworld divine skill, through his continuous practice of a ladder. The Lingbo Weibo, which originally allowed one to run with a peculiar movement on the ground, suddenly soared into the air like a fish leaping out of water. In the next moment, it transformed into a bird gracefully floating in the sky, akin to a golden eagle soaring freely, light and carefree. At that moment, Lu Ren suddenly realized something. How could a step that could be recorded alongside the Biming Shun Gong be simple? Or rather, the Lingbo Weibo could only truly showcase its potential when paired with the profound intent of the Biming Shun Gong. This step, which embodied the essence of the Lingbo Weibo, should clearly be called carefree roaming, soaring through the skies and roaming the earth, carefree and unrestrained. Duan Yu watched all of this, dumbfounded. Despite cultivating the Lingbo Weibo himself, he wondered why his elder brother could leap and float like an immortal, while he could only scurry around like a muddy dog, lowering his standing. Brother, teach me. The fusion of Lingbo Weibo and Biming Shingong. Wasn't it you who taught me? Duan Yu looked at Lu Ren, who seemed to take it for granted, feeling that he had once again been outdone by his brother. Of course, it seemed that his brother wasn't deceiving him either. This must be what it means to be a martial arts genius. As for himself, who didn't love practicing martial arts, he decided not to dwell on it. While Duan Yu envied his brother's increasingly ethereal movements, he silently attempted to combine the Lingbo Weibo with the Baiming Shengong, and soon they arrived at the Wanjia Valley. Lu Ren did not enter, as he was unclear about the situation, and chose to wait outside. About half an hour later, Duan Yu returned with 2 horses to find Lu Ren. Just as he was about to leave, they encountered a group of people blocking their way. The black stallion Duan Yu was riding leaped with him and made a quick escape, while the yellow horse Lu Ren was on lacked the same spirit and was stopped by the group. The opponents were ruthless, and Lu Ren quickly jumped off his horse. He didn't have many offensive techniques, but years of cultivation had made him familiar with acupoint sealing methods. Coupled with the ethereal nature of a Lingbo Weibo, he swiftly immobilized these people. At that moment, Lu Ren also saw Duan Yu riding the black horse returning. "Brother, are you okay?" Seeing the anxious Duan Yu, Lu Ren didn't know what to say. This guy had a good heart and was very loyal, knowing that Lu Ren was in danger and recklessly coming over, even if he might not be able to help. Of course, aside from that, Duan Yu had 0 experience in the martial world, and if it weren't for some incomprehensible luck, he probably would have died countless times by now. Lu Ren chose not to hold it against him. "It's not a big problem. Let's go." "Brother is mighty." Duan Yu praised Lu Ren while looking at the immobilized group behind him, then mounted his horse to prepare to leave with Lu Ren. At that moment, a black-clad masked woman suddenly appeared. She jumped onto Duan Yu's horse and took off with him. Upon seeing this, Lu Ren could only cover his face. Because of him, although he had prevented Mu Wanqing and the people from the Gusu Wang family from clashing, he ultimately failed to stop the encounter between Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing. However, Lu Ren wasn't anxious. He rode towards the direction of Wuliang Mountain at a leisurely pace, believing that he would surely meet his righteous younger brother there to resolve the misunderstanding with the masked heroine Mu Wanqing. During this time, Lu Ren also practiced the Yang finger he obtained from Duan Yu. In the martial arts world, aside from some internal skills that could be compatible with each other, a person cannot cultivate multiple martial arts simultaneously. Aside from the mind techniques, footwork, fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, leg techniques, etc., can all be collectively referred to as martial skills, which belong to a type of combat ability formed through postnatal training. Powerful martial skills often require the use of internal skills. Some particularly powerful martial skills are referred to as external skills or dynamic skills. These types of skills do not require meditation, but instead need continuous practice of certain movements, using specific breathing methods during the training. In this way, one can generate internal strength suitable for that type of external skill through the cultivation of external techniques. Xiao Feng's dragon subduing palm and Shaolin's golden bell shield are examples of this kind of skill. Lu Ren possessed the Baiming Shengong, and unless he encountered methods that complemented or supplemented it, he would not cultivate other mind techniques. Since he had the Lingbo Weibo to accompany his footwork, speed and agility were not a concern. What he currently lacked were offensive and defensive techniques. Of course, if there were methods similar to the Yijing Shisu Wei, that would be even better. However, at present, Lu Ren only had the Yang finger, so he could only focus on that aspect first. With the support of a vast potential in HP and MP, even without the insights and secret medicine for cultivating the Yang finger, he forcibly practiced it. From the entry level of the 9th rank to the small achievement of the 6th rank, then to the great achievement of the 3rd rank, and finally to the perfection of the 2nd rank, reaching the grand perfection of the 1st rank. Ultimately, when Lu Ren returned to Wuliang Mountain, he had forcibly cultivated the Yang finger to perfection, mastering it at will. The power of the Yang finger could transform into the sharpest attack, piercing stone and breaking iron, or it could be endlessly gentle, penetrating through the air to heal injuries. Not long after Lu Ren entered Wuliang Mountain, he heard the sounds of fighting from afar. Heading towards the noise, he saw the black-clad girl who had kidnapped Duan Yu, riding towards him with Zhongling and Duan Yu. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Ren initially wanted to pretend he didn't know them, but saw Duan Yu lying on the horse's back, waving his hand and calling out, "Brother, run." Damn it. Lu Ren watched as Duan Yu rushed past him. If it weren't for the fact that he knew Duan Yu wasn't doing it on purpose, Lu Ren would have loved to let Duan Yu experience their family's ancestral Yang finger. Without saying a word, Lu Ren turned around and rode away. At this moment, Lu Ren's yellow horse started to falter again, But while fleeing alongside Mu Wanqing's Black Rose, it was always lagging behind. Meanwhile, the pursuing members of the Shinnon gang noticed they couldn't catch up to Duan Yu and turned their attacks towards Lu Ren. Seeing the Shinnon gang's leader Sikong Xian charging towards him, Lu Ren knew he couldn't dodge it and directly extended his finger. With a flick, a yang finger shot out. Although Lu Ren controlled the power, it still sent Sikong Xian flying back several meters, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground, severely injured. Chapter 20. Is the One Yang finger difficult? One Yang finger, are you from the Dali Duan family? Why are you wearing Wuyang sect's clothes? I am a disciple of the Wuyang sect, so naturally I wear their clothes. As for the One Yang finger, it was taught to me by my sworn brother. He replied, Oh, you mean the one you were chasing just now? That kid is from the Dali Duan family. He is the heir of the Zhunnan Wang of Dali. Are you sure you want to continue chasing? Go. This is a misunderstanding. I don't want to add more lives to my hands. Thank you, young hero, for your mercy. We will take our leave. Sikong Xian was also someone who could bend and stretch. Knowing he couldn't win, he decisively fled. Lu Ren watched as this group left, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Although he could have kept them all here, he didn't want to hold them because of that brat Duan Yu. Not killing them wasn't out of mercy. It was because the Jianghu wasn't just about fighting and killing. Killing required a reason. Otherwise, one would be both feared and rejected by others. This way, he would gain nothing and might even earn a reputation for being ruthless in Jianghu. Watching the Shinnon gang depart, Lu Ren turned his horse and chased after Duan Yu in the direction he had left. Almost without needing to search carefully, his steed, the yellow horse, sniffed the scent and led him straight to a cliff. Looking at the distance on either side of the cliff, it was at least several meters apart, with strong winds swirling around. Even a skilled martial artist would find it difficult to cross over. Seeing this, Lu Ren leapt up, using the Lingbo Weibo technique, and floated effortlessly to the other side of the cliff. Then, his figure blurred as he searched for Duan Yu's trace. Soon, Lu Ren spotted Duan Yu, who also saw him. Big brother, save me, Duan Yu shouted, and beside him was a chubby man holding a large pair of scissors. Hearing Duan Yu's words, the man seemed to come alive, and upon seeing Lu Ren, his gaze turned fierce as he charged at Lu Ren. Kid, since you are that kid's older brother, come pay for my disciple's life. Seeing this, Lu Ren raised his hand and launched a One Yang finger. The Nanhai crocodile god, seeing this, suddenly rolled to avoid Lu Ren's incoming finger strike. Without thinking, he swung the large scissors in his hand to block another finger that was aimed directly at his heart. The finger force and the scissors collided, and the powerful impact sent the Nanhai crocodile god flying more than 10 meters away. Even though he had tough skin and strong flesh, he felt his blood boiling from the impact. One Yang finger? Why does it feel even scarier than the boss's? Wow, I can't afford to mess with this. Thinking of this, the Nanhai crocodile god leapt towards Duan Yu, intending to take him away as well. Unfortunately, at that moment, Lu Ren released another finger strike, blocking the Nanhai crocodile god's path. However, he didn't expect that the Nanhai crocodile god was not headed toward Duan Yu, but suddenly turned back, grabbing the injured Mu Wanqing not far away, and leaped toward a cliff. Disciple, I've taken your little wife. Come to pay your respects in 3 days. Remember, if you dare bring that guy over, you will never see your little wife again. This was the parting message left by the Nanhai crocodile god, which made Duan Yu's expression tense. Big brother, what should we do? Don't worry, in 3 days I'll go with you. If he dares to tear up the deal, I'll make him pay for that girl's life. No, that's too inappropriate. I don't want Miss Mu to die. Second brother, what do you mean? Big brother, let me handle this matter. But, I've made up my mind. I hope Big brother respects my decision. All right, but when you go, remember to tell that guy that if you do well, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will kill him to avenge you. Thank you, Big brother. Hey, we are brothers. No need for thanks. Big brother, next time, just bring me some more martial arts manuals. Right now, aside from the One Yang finger, I have no other means of attack. One Yang finger? Where did you learn it? Just after we parted, I learned it while on my way. You mastered it? Was it difficult? Looking at Lu Ren, who seemed relaxed, Duan Yu fell silent. Very good. That's very Big brother-like. Duan Yu wasn't even surprised. After chatting a bit more, Lu Ren noticed Duan Yu was distracted, knowing his heart was with Mu Wanqing, so he decided to take his leave. However, before leaving, he told Duan Yu that if anything happened, he could find him at the eastern sect of the Wuliang Sword sect. After returning, Lu Ren simply recounted how he accidentally fell off a cliff while chasing Duan Yu and spent a few days nursing his injuries before coming back. Others noticed that Lu Ren seemed a bit different, but they didn't take it to heart. Lu Ren was originally a small fry in the Wuliang Sword sect, and he was happy to be idle. In the following days, Lu Ren practiced in the Wuliang Sword sect and calmed down to understand the characteristics of the North Ming divine skill. As he delved deeper into the North Ming divine skill, Lu Ren gradually realized that something was off with his cultivation of the North Ming divine skill. The North Ming divine skill is fine. The problem lies in my internal energy. Inside the Wuliang Mountains courtyard, Lu Ren put down the book in his hands, a look of sigh and sentiment on his face. This book was not a martial arts manual, but zhuangzi. When Lu Ren integrated the North Ming divine skill with the Lingbo Weibo, he discovered that besides the mutual enhancement between the techniques, his mindset while practicing Lingbo Weibo also had a certain influence. If his heart was free and he imagined himself as a bird, flying freely, then his speed would be more agile. If he imagined himself as a fish, then his jumps would be more advantageous. Later, Lu Ren conducted more experiments. For example, he imagined himself as a lion or an airplane, but the effects were not as effective as he had imagined. After several attempts, Lu Ren summarized some insights. Imagining himself as a big fish, a flying bird, a butterfly, a wild horse, dust, and the wind, things that were more free and seemed hard to constrain, produced different enhancement effects for his Lingbo Weibo. These, combined with the essence of the North Ming divine skill, reminded Lu Ren of Zhuangzi's carefree wandering and Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly. Thus, Lu Ren bought a copy of Zhuangzi to begin reading. With the connection to Zhuangzi's thoughts, Lu Ren found that the cultivation speed of the North Ming divine skill increased significantly, and the nature of the technique became increasingly unpredictable. Moreover, the Lingbo Weibo under the enhancement of the North Ming divine skill became even more carefree and unrestrained. Chapter 21. Battling Evil People Gradually. Lu Ren felt an inexplicable clarity. Every martial art has a core intention. The North Sea divine skill may not simply be about the North Sea, but rather the fish within the North Sea. What it elaborates on is not that the North Sea can encompass all rivers, but that the fish within the North Sea can be unbound by water. The Kuanping can freely wander in the water, immense and invincible at ease. When it soars into the sky, leaping out of the water, it can instantly transform into a great peng, rising high and dominating the heavens, equally at ease. All of this points to one aspect, freedom. Thinking of his master Wiyazi, who is also the creator of this skill and calls himself Xianyozi, Lu Ren vaguely realized that he might have touched upon the true core of the Xianyao sect. Moreover, Lu Ren always felt that the North Sea divine skill was not complete. The freedom in Xianyao, you might be presenting an intuitive picture. The North Sea, the Kuan fish, the great peng, soaring upwards, free and unrestrained. Lu Ren had the North Sea of his own, but lacked the fish. Without the fish, the transformation of the Kuan fish and its soaring seemed like flowers in a mirror, the moon in the water, appearing real but lacking the core. Perhaps I should seek Wiyazi for some inquiries. Or, if I could gather the basic Xianyao sect martial arts, I might glimpse the realm of Xianyozi from back then. Lu Ren had some thoughts and a slight direction in his heart. 3 days later, while Lu Ren was practicing, he heard a familiar voice coming from the Unlimited Sword sect. Big brother, are you there?" Lu Ren turned with the Lingbo Weibo and came outside the courtyard, only to see Duan Yu passing by with Mu Wanqing. Duan Yu turned back, saw Lu Ren appear, and immediately came to Lu Ren's side. "Big brother, I brought Miss Mu back. Greetings, big brother. I am now Duan Lang's wife." Mu Wanqing emphasized her identity as she looked at Lu Ren. Seeing this, Lu Ren said nothing more and smiled, nodding, "Congratulations to my sister-in-law and second brother on your marriage. By the way, second brother, why are you in such a hurry?" "It's like this, it's Yu Lao-san. He is chasing after me. I originally want to find my mother, but it's a bit far, so I thought of coming here to big brother." Just as Duan Yu was speaking, a deep voice echoed from all directions. followed by the figure of Yu Lao-san soaring in. However, it was not Yu Lao-san who appeared first, but a lean figure wielding a peculiar weapon, moving swiftly. As he flew over, he sneered, "Hee hee, little beauty, wait for me. You can't escape." Lu Ren recognized the person at once. One of the four great evildoers, Yin Zhanghe. Seeing Yin Zhanghe rushing over, Lu Ren raised his hand and unleashed a yang finger strike. However, Yin Zhanghe's movements were incredibly fast. The moment Lu Ren made his move, he anticipated Lu Ren's attack and easily dodged it. Yet, Yin Zhanghe immediately stopped, not daring to approach Lu Ren recklessly. They knew all too well about the yang finger. Big Brother is a disabled person. The reason no one dares to covet his ranking is that they fear he might silently pierce several blood holes in them. Although the opponent was young, judging by the condensed yang finger strength, it was not weaker than their big brother, and even seemed stronger. At that moment, Yu Lao-san also arrived closely behind. Upon seeing Lu Ren, Yu Lao-san's expression changed. "Fourth brother, be careful of this guy's yang finger. It's a bit fierce." "Oomph. What's the point of being fierce if he can't unleash it?" You and I joined forces and attacked together. Yin Zhanghe exchanged glances with Yu Lao-san, their long-standing partnership allowing Yu Lao-san to quickly understand. They dared not face the yang finger head-on, but if they got close and prevented Lu Ren from unleashing it, the chances of winning were still significant. They had this confidence, having taken advantage of Lu Ren's youth and presumed lack of combat experience. Lu Ren observed everything without the slightest panic, as if he were stunned in the face of the two's close-range, strong attack, not dodging or evading. However, when Yin Zhanghe swung his weapon to attack, Lu Ren used the Lingbo Weibo to evade and suddenly grabbed Yu Lao-san's scissors. Then, with a look of disbelief on Yu Lao-san's face, Lu Ren swept his right leg, directly kicking Yin Zhanghe away. Although Yin Zhanghe reacted in time and blocked with his weapon, he was somewhat careless. After his leg collided with the weapon, Yin Zhanghe realized that his wrist and shoulder blade had been forced out of alignment by an unstoppable brute force, and he finally recognized the young man's terror. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yin Zhanghe was kicked away like a cannonball, flying over 10 meters and plowing a 3-meter-long trench in the ground before finally stopping. Seeing this, Yu Lao-san decisively spun around, using the momentum to break free from Lu Ren's grip, and turned to head towards Yin Zhanghe. Without looking back, he took the severely injured Yin Zhanghe away, but before leaving, he did not forget to throw a remark at Duan Yu. "Disciple, I will be back before long." After Yu Lao-san left, Lu Ren quietly dissipated the finger energy he had stored. Killing one of the four great evildoers now would mean facing the other three, along with the entire Shixia Yippentang's attack. Although Lu Ren was not afraid of open attacks, hidden arrows were hard to defend against. In the face of his absolute invincible strength, he still did not want to make too many enemies. Big Brother is mighty. Duan Yu, seeing Lu Ren drive away the evildoers, immediately praised him. Even considering Lu Ren's action of injuring rather than killing to be a form of mercy, believing this to be the true chivalrous spirit. "Big Brother, why don't you come with me to Dali? I will introduce you to my father. Next time, I'm worried that the four great evildoers might return and implicate the brothers of the Unlimited Sword sect." "I see. Big Brother is thoughtful. I feel ashamed, brother." "Go. Don't delay. If you have any matters, you can come here to find your brother." "Understood, Big Brother. I take my leave. I will come to pay my respects another day." Duan Yu clasped his hands and then left with Mu Wanxing. After Duan Yu and the others left, some disciples of the Unlimited Sword sect who had heard the news but did not dare to step forward finally approached Lu Ren hesitantly. Lu Ren. The inquirer was Zhuo Zimu, the master of the Eastern sect of the Unlimited Sword sect and Lu Ren's nominal master. Lu Ren had already prepared his words and replied, "Reporting to Master, I accidentally consumed a strange fruit outside not long ago, which granted me this level of skill, and I became sworn brothers with the Dali heir, who taught me the Yang finger, hence my current abilities." I see. This is your opportunity and also the fortune of the Unlimited Sword sect." Disciple feels ashamed. What is there to be ashamed of? Your senior brother and uncle were poisoned to death by the Shinnong gang not long ago. There is no one in the entire Eastern sect of the Unlimited Sword who can shoulder the burden. I wonder if you would be willing to become my direct disciple and revitalize the Unlimited Sword sect? The disciple is willing. Chapter 22. The sect leader hands over leadership. Lu Ren opened his mouth, but did not kneel or bow. He merely inclined his body in a gesture of respect. Zuazimu had no dissatisfaction with Lu Ren's behavior. Or rather, he did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. In the world of Jianghu, it wasn't just about fighting and killing. It was also about human relationships and social etiquette. Lu Ren's ability to stand alone against two major villains was beyond what their level could compare to, let alone just a fist salute. As long as the other party was willing to acknowledge themselves as a disciple of the Infinite Sword, they had already gained. After all, before this, Lu Ren was just an unknown kid from the Infinite Sword sect, and he vaguely remembered that he had entered through the back door as an orphan. Now, it wasn't about Lu Ren asking for face. It was about Lu Ren giving him a step down. If he didn't recognize the situation, that would be truly clueless. The human relationships and social etiquette in Jianghu were meant for those on an equal level. With such a significant power gap, one couldn't even speak, let alone discuss human relationships and social etiquette. Good. My disciple indeed did not disappoint me. Alas, I am getting old. I have been holding on all these years. With you and the Infinite Sword, I can retire and enjoy my old age. Zuazimu spoke, conveying a message to Lu Ren. He wanted to step down and pass the leadership of the sect to Lu Ren, first checking Lu Ren's intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren fell silent for a moment. The strength of the Infinite Sword was inferior to that of the Shinnon gang. However, the leader of the Shinnon gang was not a match for him. Carrying such a sect felt like a burden. Yet, he needed a title. When others asked about him, Duan you could say, "My father is the king of Southern Dali," and Xiao Feng could say he was Xiao Feng of the Beggar's sect. If he distanced himself from the Infinite Sword, would he have to say he was Lu Ren from some village? Furthermore, although the Infinite Sword was not strong, it had always kept up with news in Jianghu and was recognized by the community. Invitations to hero gatherings or martial arts competitions could still be obtained. Most importantly, as long as Lu Ren agreed, he could gain the title of the head of Mount Wuliang and become a notable figure. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lu Ren's face as he once again cupped his hands and said, "Lu Ren will never disappoint the master's trust. However, I'm still young and inexperienced in Jianghu. Many affairs of the Infinite Sword still require the master's leadership and will need your hard work for a few more years." When Lu Ren spoke, Zuazimu was taken aback, and then he quickly understood Lu Ren's meaning. Becoming the sect leader and protecting the Infinite Sword was acceptable, but he would not handle the trivial matters of the sect. This was precisely what Zuazimu, who had decided to resign from the leadership position and felt somewhat lost, needed to hear. He then smiled and laughed, saying, Good. Then I will manage for you for a few more years." "Thank you, master." Lu Ren smiled and exchanged a knowing look with Zuazimu. In the following days, the Infinite Sword's Eastern sect sent out invitations to some forces of similar standing, inviting them to witness the ascension of the new sect leader of the Eastern sect. All these arrangements were made by Zuazimu. Meanwhile, Lu Ren began to practice the sword techniques of the Infinite Sword sect. The Infinite Sword technique was derived from the sword dance of the immortal in the Infinite Jade Bai. Lu Ren had previously lacked the qualifications to learn the Infinite Sword technique, but now that he was about to become the sect leader, he needed to learn it, whether to face challenges from the Western sect or to represent the Infinite Sword sect. As he began to study, Lu Ren discovered an interesting phenomenon. The Infinite Sword paired well with the Lingbo Weibu, lightly floating steps. To be precise, Lu Ren found that when he integrated Lingbo Weibu into the Infinite Sword technique, it produced extraordinary changes in the swordplay. On the day of his appointment as sect leader, many forces surrounding Dali were present, and the atmosphere was lively yet filled with undercurrents. Finally, when the leader of the Western sect arrived and saw that the new sect leader was just a young lad, he couldn't help but mock him. However, Lu Ren did not react at that moment and stopped Zuazimu, who wanted to defend him. During the banquet, Lu Ren slowly spoke. "It is an honor for me that you all have come to my appointment ceremony. At the same time, I hope you can witness this moment. The Infinite Sword sect has always been divided into Eastern and Western sects, which is quite uncomfortable to hear. Therefore, starting today, I want to make the Infinite Sword a singular entity." "Kid, what do you mean?" The leader of the Western sect stood up angrily upon hearing Lu Ren's calm, yet arrogant words. Lu Ren looked at the leader of the Western sect, unhurriedly saying, "The Eastern and Western sects of the Infinite Sword have been in conflict for decades, forgetting that we were once one family. Today, I want to unite the Eastern and Western sects as one family. What do you think, leader of the Western sect?" "Umph, young brat, such bold words. But since you said so, let me experience your skills and see what you're made of." As he spoke, the leader of the Western sect drew his sword and lunged at Lu Ren, determined to embarrass the arrogant new leader of the Eastern sect. In response to the attack, Lu Ren did not use the one yang finger, but also drew his long sword, countering with the infinite sword technique. However, at the moment he drew his sword, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, a long sword was already pressed against the neck of the leader of the Western sect. All the leaders who had come to congratulate were stunned, their expressions changing as they witnessed this scene. Some couldn't help but exclaim, "What a brilliant swordplay! So agile and ethereal, floating like an immortal, truly deserving of the title of the immortal sword." The leader of the Western sect looked at the long sword on his neck and took a long time to regain his senses from Lu Ren's earlier strike. At this moment, the leader of the Western sect realized why Zuizimu had passed the leadership to Lu Ren. The other party truly mastered the infinite sword. "I lost. From now on, there will be no Western sect. I can only hope the sect leader will not treat my disciples poorly." The leader of the Western sect, Xin Xuanqing, spoke, preparing to lunge at Lu Ren's sword, willing to sacrifice himself for his disciples to earn a fair chance. However, Lu Ren was quicker, swiftly retracting his sword and flicking the long sword from Xin Xuanqing's hand, preventing him from acting recklessly. "Master, how to counsel my uncle, I'll leave it to you. Rest assured, Lu Ren, I will guide your uncle well." The appointment ceremony of the Infinite Sword sect began anew under such circumstances. With the deterrence from Lu Ren's earlier actions, many began to look at him with newfound respect. Of course, some seasoned Jianghu figures attempted to play mind games with Lu Ren, but he feigned ignorance. After exchanging a couple of drinks, he quietly left. The rest was left to Zuizimu. As for how others viewed Lu Ren, he was indifferent. He only needed an identity and some people who could barely serve him. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Many people around Dali had learned that the Infinite Sword had a new sect leader, who had single-handedly united the long-divided Eastern and Western sects. Meanwhile, Lu Ren successfully resided in the Sword Lake Palace, becoming a renowned young hero in the Jianghu. Chapter 23, Visiting the Duan family in Dali. On this day, Lu Ren was practicing, continuously honing his physical body, when a disciple from the Wuliang Sword sect came to report that a minister from the Wang family in Dali town had come with matters to discuss. Lu Ren instructed someone to bring the minister in to inquire about the situation, and learned from the Duan family minister that it was an invitation from Emperor Duan Zhengming of Dali. The reason was that Duan Yu had been captured by Duan Yanqing, the leader of the 4 great evildoers who intended to tarnish the Duan family's reputation. Meanwhile, Duan Zhengming took advantage of the battle between Duan Yanqing and the experts he invited to secretly approach the stone chamber where Duan Yu was held. From Duan Yu, he learned of Lu Ren's existence, and it was at Duan Yu's request that Duan Zhengming sent someone to seek Lu Ren's assistance. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren knew that his righteous younger brother was in trouble again. However, he quickly inquired about Duan Yu's situation, showing considerable concern and even being eager to rescue him. The Duan family minister clasped his hands and assured him that the emperor and the prince were working on a rescue, so Lu Ren need not worry. Hearing this, Lu Ren's expression eased slightly, but he immediately notified Zuizimu to stay at Wuliang Sword while he accompanied the Duan family minister to the Duan residence. Based on Lu Ren's understanding of the original text and the Duan family's minister's demeanor, he speculated that he might not make it in time for the battle, and Duan Yu might have already been rescued. However, whether Duan Yu was safe or not was one thing, and whether he would go was another. Lu Ren rode the yellow horse he had back then, and, together with the Duan family minister, hurried toward the Duan residence. When Lu Ren arrived, he saw that Duan Yu had already been rescued, and the 4 great evildoers had all left. "Big brother, you're here," Duan Yu exclaimed. "You're all right, right? I heard about your situation and rushed here. I'm so glad to see you safe." Lu Ren said. I'm ashamed, big brother. I worried you, Duan Yu replied, pulling Lu Ren and introducing him to his father, mother, and the still-present emperor, Duan Zhengming of Dali. As each was introduced, Lu Ren clasped his hands and said, I am Lu Ren from Wuliang Sword. I have met the emperor and the prince and princess. Wuliang Sword, that's a well-known sect in Dali. I heard the new sect leader has the surname Lu. I didn't expect my humble name to reach your ears, your majesty, Lu Ren replied modestly. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in youth. To become a sect leader at such a young age, especially merging the East and West sects, is indeed remarkable. It is an honor for you to have a friend like you. Emperor Duan Zhengming praised Lu Ren with a very amiable demeanor. Duan Zhengchun, who was nearby, echoed his sentiments and quickly drew closer, suggesting that Lu Ren call him uncle since Duan Yu was a sworn brother. Emperor Duan Zhengming generously allocated all the lands around Wuliang Mountain to Lu Ren as territory in just a few words. Throughout this process, they did not mention Lu Ren's practice of the one yang finger, treating him as if he were family, even inviting him to join them for dinner. If Lu Ren were not a time traveler, given his background, being treated this way would have certainly moved him deeply, even if he were not particularly strong. However, facing all of this, Lu Ren merely smiled, maintaining a friendly attitude without becoming overly familiar, always keeping an appropriate distance. Both Emperor Duan Zhengming and Duan Zhengchun were astute, and seeing Lu Ren behave this way, they naturally ceased to force their closeness, realizing that doing so would be counterproductive. However, they appreciated Lu Ren's attitude even more. He was extraordinarily powerful, poised, and had a maturity and decisiveness far beyond his years. After the meal, Emperor Duan Zhengming left directly, while Duan Zhengchun went to cultivate his relationship with his princess. Duan Yu then recounted the tumultuous events of the recent days, including the matter of Wan Mei turning into a true sister. In addition, he shared the answer he had obtained from his uncle and father for Lu Ren. As for the one yang finger, as long as it was not spread outside, the Duan family allowed Lu Ren to use it freely. This answer was more than enough for Lu Ren. Lu Ren was treated by Duan Yu for 3 days, enjoying excellent food and care. Of course, Duan Yu is currently unsure how to face Mu Wanqing and the soon-to-be sister, Zhongling. During this time, Lu Ren also encountered the 4 great ministers of the Duan family. Duan Yu introduced them, and they wished to spar with Lu Ren. Lu Ren did not refuse, knowing this was an arrangement behind the scenes by Duan Zhengchun. On the surface, it was just a spar, but they actually wanted to gauge Lu Ren's strength. Lu Ren accepted, drawing his sword and using the Wuliang sword technique to counter. With his Wuliang sword technique, graceful and ethereal, he forced the 4 ministers of the Duan family to respond hurriedly. In the end, the 4 ministers jointly executed the one yang finger. Seeing this, Lu Ren also pointed a finger, using the one yang finger they had long awaited. With one move, he instantly repelled the combined attack of the 4 ministers, pushing them back several steps, while Lu Ren remained relaxed and steady. The 4 ministers were shocked and quickly clasped their hands in surrender. Lu Ren's display of the one yang finger was roughly at the 4th rank, and he was still in a restrained state. This was already the level of a high monk from the Tianlong temple. The Duan family ministers were at most at the 7th rank, Duan Zhengchun at the 5th rank, and Emperor Duan Zhengming at the peak of the 4th rank. Lu Ren revealing 4th rank strength not only proved his value, but also kept him from being too ostentatious. After this battle, everyone in the Duan family looked at Lu Ren with a mix of friendliness and a hint of awe. This was a respect for the strong. With unparalleled swordsmanship, combined with the ability of the 4th rank one yang finger, they had already seen the moment when Lu Ren would soon become famous in the martial world. On the 5th day, Lu Ren expressed his intention to leave the next day. After a few words of persuasion, Duan Yu ultimately chose to respect Lu Ren's decision. However, that very night, Duan Yu suddenly experienced an abnormality. The true qi in his body began to run wild, his whole body felt hot, and his mind became hazy, as if he was about to fall into a state of madness. Duan Zhengchun wanted to help Duan Yu alleviate the situation, but found his one yang finger ability insufficient. The situation was urgent, so he hurriedly brought Duan Yu to find Lu Ren. Naturally, Lu Ren did not say much, and, following Duan Zhengquan's instructions, used the one yang finger's force to help Duan Yu guide the chaotic inner energy in his body, while also learning some healing and guiding techniques of the one yang finger besides its offensive capabilities. Once Duan Yu's condition was temporarily stabilized, Duan Zhengquan bid farewell to Lu Ren and took Duan Yu to the palace, hoping to find a solution from Emperor Duan Zhengming. As for Lu Ren, he did not request to go along, as entering the Dali Palace was not something one could do at will. However, by noon the next day, Duan Zhengquan returned with a monk, inviting Lu Ren to the Tianlong Temple. Chapter 24. Training at Tianlong Temple after meeting the Zen master. Lu Ren inquired about his brother's situation. He arrived at Tianlong Temple and first asked the withered Zen master, who was supposed to meet him but was facing away, about Duan Yu's condition. This was all thanks to the help of a young friend. Not at all. Duan Yu is my sworn brother. If he is in trouble, I must help him. However, I do not understand why, if you clearly have the ability to save Duan Yu, you do not act with full force. What? At this moment, Duan Zhengming, who had already shaved his head and become a monk, looked puzzled at the withered Zen master who turned his back to everyone. The Zen master slowly spoke. The young lord's sworn brother before you possesses a finger's strength of a yang that surpasses mine to save the young lord. There is no need for you to intervene. This is impossible. How could he? Perhaps this is fate. The young lord taught him yang finger, and he used yang finger to save the young lord's life. However, I do not understand why, since the young lord is your sworn brother, you do not act with full force. The Zen master spoke with some inquiry and curiosity, but did not seem to question too much. Seeing this, Lu Ren replied, I only obtained the yang finger cultivation method from my sworn brother. Apart from that, I have nothing else. Everything before was done under the guidance of Prince Duan. If I were to act alone, unless absolutely necessary, I would never dare to act recklessly for my sworn brother's safety. Now I understand. It seems I was right. The young friend has astonishing martial arts talent, particularly in yang finger, and possesses unique accomplishments. You may stay at Tianlong Temple to study this technique for a while. We also have some minor insights to share. Thank you, Master. I am honored. Thus, Lu Ren, who originally planned to leave, moved into Tianlong Temple with Duan Yu. As for the reason, Lu Ren only understood after the fact. After Lu Ren helped Duan Yu regulate his bodily condition, Duan Zhengquan took him to meet Duan Zhengming, who then brought Duan Yu to Tianlong Temple. Initially, the four great monks of Tianlong Temple planned to expend their internal strength to help Duan Yu regulate his body. However, they were stopped by the withered Zen master. This was because soon the great wheel Ming Wang Jamozi sent a letter of greeting, and the visitor was not friendly. They were focused on researching the 6 Meridians divine sword to resist the strong enemy and could not afford to expend their internal strength at that moment. During this process, the withered Zen master noticed that within Duan Yu's body, there seemed to be a very pure yang finger energy aiding in the regulation. It was thanks to this energy that the 4 great monks did not expend too much internal strength. Upon careful examination, the withered Zen master discovered that although Lu Ren had restrained himself, he also found Lu Ren's yang finger to be extraordinary. It was at least stronger than his own. His yang finger was of the 2nd rank. If Lu Ren was stronger, it was naturally self-evident. 1st rank. In the last 100 years, the Dali Duan clan had not produced another. This piqued the withered Zen master's curiosity about Lu Ren, leading to the invitation for him to come to Tianlong Temple. Of course, part of it was to inquire about his doubts, and part of it was also in preparation for the impending crisis. If they were unable to withstand the great wheel Ming Wang's assault, perhaps this young lord's sworn brother would be the turning point. Thus, Lu Ren settled down in Tianlong Temple. Since the 4 great monks were busy cultivating the 6 Meridians divine sword, the task of explaining some insights on yang finger to Lu Ren was personally handled by the withered Zen master. Moreover, he was learning while trying out using Duan Yu's body. Throughout the entire process, Lu Ren benefited greatly, making significant progress in controlling the power of yang finger and learning many attack techniques. Most importantly, yang finger was not merely an attacking technique. It could also heal wounds, something that Lu Ren had always lacked. In addition, Lu Ren inquired about various other topics, particularly the relationship between martial arts cultivation and techniques, as well as whether there existed any artistic conception within the cultivation methods. The withered Zen master, who had comprehended the essence of the withered Zen, inherently had a sense of artistic conception. Although he did not provide Lu Ren with specific guidance, he pointed him in the right direction. Among them, the withered Zen master mentioned a theory that greatly interested Lu Ren. The emergence of a supreme martial art requires not only an extraordinary martial artist, but often involves a process of internal exploration followed by external expression. The so-called internal exploration starts from the heart, seeking to establish what kind of method one wishes to create. This is the intention and also a self-questioning. Once this is understood, one can then attempt to express it within their body according to this artistic conception. The concept of artistic conception may seem abstract, but it is easily understandable if approached from a different angle. Thought. A firm thought that can be explained and will not invite problems when attacked. Therefore, the artistic conception of most martial arts is either extremely simple, as the Great Way is simple, or it draws from the thoughts of the sages, using the time-honed, unbreakable ideas of the ancients to weave a perfect thought for one's own artistic conception. In today's martial world, many famous martial arts essentially cannot escape this framework. Only by possessing sufficient artistic conception and gradually expressing it through martial cultivation can one develop a martial arts essence. Lu Ren understood this and became aware of his own North Ming divine skill situation. At the same time, he vaguely realized the reason why his internal strength was somewhat different, artistic conception. While practicing the North Ming divine skill, he comprehended its artistic conception. Moreover, due to the characteristics of chakra and domineering energy within his internal strength, he was able to manifest abilities that should only be expressed at a certain level in a stronger, more direct, and more domineering way. At this point, Lu Ren's confusion dissipated, and he began to contemplate the relationship between cultivation methods and martial techniques. Every cultivation method possesses a certain depth of artistic conception. Each martial technique, once created, is essentially a combat skill, hence carrying an inherent aggression. A corresponding cultivation method can enhance the effects of a martial technique while alleviating its aggression. In terms of Buddhist martial arts, some Buddhist teachings are needed to resolve the aggression cultivated in martial arts. Simply put, it is akin to someone who has killed too much needing to see a psychologist to prevent becoming a psychopath. Take Yang finger as an example. The power of a Yang finger can attack, creating a bloody hole with a single poke. If one continuously practices this technique, it is inevitable to feel the urge to poke something. This thought, while Lu Ren had always restrained himself, sometimes made him want to poke at trees or stones to see the effect when facing an opponent. Such ideas are normal. What is abnormal is wanting to poke at people or even wanting to poke someone to death. This is a manifestation of an imbalanced state of mind. Chapter 25, Reproducing the Six-Pulse Divine Sword Manual. This situation, explained in a more scientific way by Lu Ren, is a form of habitual obsessive-compulsive disorder. When practicing the one-yang finger, it's a process of developing a habit. After mastering it, there is a habitual urge to try it out. It's similar to when he once took a branch and wreaked havoc on all the rapeseed flowers within miles. It's an uncontrollable impulse from within. At the Heavenly Dragon Temple, Lu Ren discovered through his insights on the one-yang finger that this technique is not primarily for attack, but for healing. One-yang represents the lesser yang, governing the life force of all things, revitalizing them, and is a true method for healing and curing diseases. Understanding this, combined with the techniques of how to use the one-yang finger to heal others, gradually diminished his initial impulse to poke at people. As for the North Ming divine skill, Lu Ren also gleaned some insights from the one-yang finger. The North Ming divine skill absorbs others' internal energy for one's own use. After practicing it, although Lu Ren was continuously developing his potential and temporarily suppressed this urge, the feeling of wanting to absorb energy from others remained ever present. This might be the flaw of the North Ming divine skill. Lu Ren had a vague guess about a way to resolve this issue. Other complementary martial arts. The Lingbo Weibo, wave-walking steps, could automatically intercept the dissipating energy during its execution, transforming it into internal energy. This method could not only promote cultivation, but also suppress the urge to absorb energy from others. While Lu Ren was lost in contemplation, adjusting his inner thoughts, a lively noise of music and drumming sounded outside the heavenly dragon temple. Soon after, the Tibetan scholar, king of Great Wheel, Jamozi, made his appearance. After expressing various thoughts, he finally presented 3 martial arts manuals, showcasing each one, and stated his willingness to exchange these 3-finger techniques for the 6-pulse divine sword. However, he was rejected by the heavenly dragon temple. Jamozi then dropped any pretense and prepared to use force. The 4 great monks, along with a monk, Duan Zhengming, joined forces with Master Kurodo to launch an offensive against Jamozi. Thanks to Lu Ren, the 4 great monks did not expend too much internal energy on healing Duan Yu. Thus, they were able to engage in a back-and-forth battle with Jamozi. Seeing this, Jamozi readily unleashed his ultimate skill. The flame blade clashed directly with the high monks of the heavenly dragon temple, gradually gaining the upper hand. If this continued, without Master Kurodo intervening, Jamozi's victory was inevitable. Even if Master Kurodo did intervene, even if they won, Jamozi would accuse them of 6 against 1. This was also the reason why the 4 great monks joined forces with Duan Zhengming, opting to fight Jamozi only with the 6-pulse divine sword. Jamozi had come to request a friendly spar, not to provoke conflict. At least, not openly. Therefore, the heavenly dragon temple had to restrain itself. Otherwise, this battle would escalate beyond a mere clash between a few individuals and turn into a conflict between 2 nations. Thinking of this, Master Kurodo turned to Duan Yu, who was sitting beside him, and subtly showed him the manual of the 6-pulse divine sword, while secretly transmitting a message to Lu Ren. If you are interested, you may come over to watch. Lu Ren was taken aback at first, but then acted without hesitation. He stepped forward to join Master Kurodo, watching alongside Duan Yu. Lu Ren did not possess the almost photographic memory of Duan Yu, but he had an advantage. As his gaze fell upon the constantly flipping pages of the 6-pulse divine sword cultivation methods in the system space, the memories of the comprehensive martial arts Lu Ren were being flipped through, and the Sharingan gradually activated, replicating the cultivation method. Meanwhile, Lu Ren focused entirely on operating his perfected one-yang finger, cultivating one of the pulses of the 6-pulse divine sword. Right index finger, hand Yangming large intestine meridian, commerce yang sword. This was also a finger frequently used in the one-yang finger technique. Each pulse of the 6-pulse divine sword had a different sword energy. Some were robust and powerful, some ethereal and agile, some clumsy and ancient, while others were light and swift. The commerce yang sword was clever and flexible, difficult to grasp, because it utilized the one-yang finger S technique. Lu Ren only needed to make a slight attempt, and his internal meridians were quickly opened up, a peculiar energy gathering at his index finger. If it weren't for the rapid control of the one-yang finger, this power would have surely burst forth uncontrollably. At this moment, Lu Ren finally understood the subtlety of the one-yang finger. If the sword of the 6-pulse divine sword were a stream of sword energy, the cultivation required sufficient thick internal energy to launch it. Then the quality of the one-yang finger would better control the power of the 6-pulse divine sword energy, as well as the sharpness at the moment of release. Just as Lu Ren completed his practice of the commerce yang sword, a fiery finger thrust struck the manual of the 6-pulse divine sword, igniting it in flames. By the time Jamozi noticed and attempted to seize it, Lu Ren acted first. With a single finger thrust, the commerce yang sword was unleashed. A swift sword energy shot forth, appearing beside Jamozi in an unpredictable trajectory. Jamozi hurriedly used his internal energy to defend, but when the sword energy approached, his expression suddenly changed. This finger force, though agile, was no less powerful, causing him to suffer an injury. "You brat, who are you? Why did you attack me from shadows?" Jamozi looked at Lu Ren with some apprehension, but unwilling to lose face, he accused Lu Ren of ambushing him. At this moment, Duan Yu was unwilling to let it go and spoke up. "Master, why are you slandering me? A monk should not speak falsehoods. You seem to have lost your composure. You little brat." Hearing Duan Yu's words, Jamozi seemed to have stepped on his tail, immediately reaching out to strike Duan Yu. In evading, Duan Yu executed a technique from the six-pulse divine sword. When the six-pulse divine sword struck Jamozi, he originally thought he would be heavily injured, but he did not expect that this finger technique was far inferior to Lu Ren's earlier attack. Although it pushed him back, it only left him with a few superficial wounds. As Jamozi retreated, he saw Duan Yu preparing to attack again, but found he could not unleash the six-pulse divine sword. While he pondered, a thought suddenly struck him. Stop! Little monk has learned his lesson. Jamozi clasped his hands together, appearing as though he had been subdued. Upon hearing this, Duan Yu let down his guard, seeing Jamozi concede, and began to prepare to reconcile with him. However, the next moment, Jamozi suddenly seized him. Since you are unwilling to fulfill the wishes of this little monk, then I shall take him to the grave of my old friend Morong and burn him there. After saying this, Jamozi directly took Duan Yu away, and everyone, concerned for Duan Yu's safety, did not dare to act recklessly, and naturally, Lu Ren did not intervene either. Chapter 26. Wen Yang transforms the six meridians after Duan Yu left. Duan Zhengming quickly informed Duan Zhengchun about the situation,
gathering the four ministers of the Duan family to prepare to track down Jamozi and find an opportunity to rescue the heir. At this moment,
Lu Ren unhesitatingly chose to participate in the rescue plan. Well, I didn't expect that you would have such a good elder brother like you. Duan Zhengchun praised Lu Ren's performance. Lu Ren cupped his hands and said, my sworn brother is in a critical situation. I will go track him down first. As for the Wu Yang sword, please send someone to deliver a letter for me, so they won't worry. Of course. By the way, this was left by Jamozi before. It's useless to Dali, but it might help you, Duan Zhengchun said as he took out 3 books from his sleeve. These were the 3 manuals of finger techniques that Jamozi had prepared for trading the 6 meridians divine sword. 1. The Nianhua finger, which can emit a powerful destructive force while utilizing soft internal energy. 2. The Wuxiang Jijin finger, which can unleash a scorching finger force that burns the body as if on fire, ultimately leaving the victim charred as if burned to death. 3. The Duoluo leaf finger, which is a martial art that allows all 10 fingers to emit finger force simultaneously, resembling a flower blooming when executed. All 3 finger techniques are Shaolin martial arts. Lu Ren had already received insights from Master Kuro and understood the mystery of balance. However, he did not mind drawing from these techniques to absorb their subtleties, potentially enhancing the applications of the Wen Yang finger. Thus, after writing a letter and handing it to Duan Zhengchun, Lu Ren mounted his yellow steed and left Dali, following the trail of Jamozi. Along the way, Lu Ren pretended to inquire about various matters while heading south to Jiangnan. During this journey, he also extracted the sword scriptures of the 6 meridians divine sword from the memories of Fire Shadow Lu Ren, quietly contemplating and comprehending, continuously completing the remaining 5 meridian sword techniques. Once Lu Ren thoroughly studied the 6 meridians divine sword, the meridian pathways formed a complete cycle within his body, fitting perfectly with the cultivation route of the Wen Yang finger. It turned out that the Wen Yang finger and the 6 meridians divine sword were essentially a single martial art. The Wen Yang finger focuses on healing, while the 6 meridians divine sword emphasizes attack. Both complement and counterbalance each other. Although one can learn the 6 meridians divine sword with the 4th grade Wen Yang finger, mastering the 6 meridians divine sword requires the Wen Yang finger to be fully perfected. However, the ancestor of the Duan family who created this technique may not have realized that not everyone possesses his talent for cultivating the Wen Yang finger. The true power of the 6 meridians divine sword can only be unleashed after thoroughly mastering it and integrating it with the Wen Yang finger. Lu Ren arrived at a ferry, raised his hand, and pointed. The finger force of the Wen Yang finger shot out. When the finger force met the water surface, it split into 6 and entangled with each other, smoothing the ripples created by the Wen Yang finger piercing the water. It was as if nothing had happened. But within a few breaths, fish of various sizes slowly floated to the surface, all with their bellies up, completely unconscious. As Lu Ren watched the floating fish, in the next moment, the 6 meridians divine sword was unleashed, and the sword energy collided and intertwined in the air. In the fusion of power, The sword energy of the six meridians divine sword transformed into numerous delicate finger forces of the one yang finger, shooting out in all directions. The fish struck by the finger force of the one yang finger would suddenly roll over after a few breaths, as if awakening from a stupor, quickly diving back into the water and disappearing. In the end, there were no fish left on the entire lake surface. One yang transforms the six meridians. The six meridians return to one yang. This is the true essence of the one yang finger. One yang can kill, while the six meridians can save. The two are fundamentally one. With the six meridians divine sword mastered, Lu Ren, having nothing else to do, began to browse through the three manuals left by Jamozi. Looking at these techniques, Lu Ren felt a surge of eagerness to learn them. However, in the end, he held back. Although Shaolin martial arts are powerful, they are too lethal and require corresponding Buddhist teachings to neutralize them. However, mutual borrowing could be beneficial. The Nianhua finger's gentle energy can produce maximum power with minimal consumption, giving a sense of great skill appearing clumsy. If integrated into the one yang finger, it may allow for more exquisite control over the release and reception of finger force. The Duoluo leaf finger can freely launch finger force from all 10 fingers, something neither the six meridians divine sword nor the one yang finger possesses. If he could learn a thing or two from it, future finger techniques might no longer be limited to any specific finger. As for the Wuxiang Jijin finger, it can inflict inherent attribute damage. The one yang finger also possesses this, but its attribute is healing. Both techniques are based on the attributes of the five viscera, generating attribute abilities. If the two could mutually reference each other, Lu Ren might glimpse the enhancements provided by the powers of the five viscera, or even deduce methods that could supplement the five viscera. However, all of this is too far-reaching. Without sufficient martial arts foundation, even with his currently boundless potential, he wouldn't dare to attempt it lightly. Lu Ren continued to study martial arts while pursuing Jamozi until he finally arrived in Jiangnan. Just as he was pondering how to find Duan Yu, the four ministers of the Duan family, who had hastened ahead, contacted Lu Ren. The four brothers. I didn't expect you to come as well. Do you have any news about my sworn brother? Thanks to young Master Lu's reminder, we have a direction, so we won't have to make a big fuss. The four ministers of the Duan family cupped their hands respectfully towards the young man who was about the same age as their young master. Their attitude filled with respect and even awe. What does it mean to be young and promising? This is it. Not only has he become a leader at such a young age, but his martial arts talent is also astonishing. The key point is that despite being so outstanding, he is also very meticulous in his thinking. Such a person, whenever they see him, makes them feel that life is truly unfair. However, once they realize he is their young master's sworn brother, that feeling of unfairness is instantly replaced with gratitude. With this sworn brother around, even if their young master knows nothing, he will have no worries. Moreover, their young master has also taken up martial arts and, by sheer coincidence, learned the six meridians divine sword. Of course, Lu Ren did not care about the thoughts of the Duan family's four ministers. He quickly inquired about Duan Yu's situation. The four ministers of the Duan family expressed that they were not sure of the specifics, only knowing that when Jamozi took Duan Yu toward Yanzhou, there seemed to have been an incident along the way, leading them to the Wang family in Suzhou, not far from Yanzhou. They planned to sneak into the vicinity of the Wang family and dig a tunnel to secretly bring the young master out. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren thought of these four guys, who seemed to be experts at secretly digging tunnels, just like they did at Longhuan Jade Cave, and even discovered Murong Bo's grave. Chapter 27. Meeting Xiao Feng, Sworn Brotherhood. Thinking of this, Lu Ren agreed to act together with them. Of course, Lu Ren would not participate in the work of digging the tunnel. Instead, he arranged a meeting place with them and instructed them to notify him when the time was right. In a tavern, Lu Ren ordered some food and drink. Sitting alone by the window, quietly observing the bustling scene outside. Usually, Lu Ren did not enjoy drinking, but at this moment, he was downing cup after cup, feeling completely awake with no sign of drowsiness. This was not only due to Lu Ren's strong vitality, which endowed him with a natural ability to process alcohol. Alcohol is not absorbed by the human body, but in ancient times, alcoholic beverages were made from grains and through fermentation, in addition to ethanol. There were many absorbable esters and sugars. Except for some strong liquors, most ancient alcoholic drinks had a pleasant taste. With every sip, Lu Ren's body quickly absorbed the nutrients from the drink, while the alcohol was expelled through his breath. Almost before he felt any intoxication, the alcohol had already evaporated from his respiratory system. In fact, due to the high water content of the drinks, Lu Ren's body even began to automatically evaporate some moisture. Thus, he unknowingly drank several jars of alcohol. At that moment, a loud and robust voice rang out beside him. "This brother has a great capacity for drink. Would you care to join me for a drink?" Lu Ren turned to see a man in his 30s smiling at him, holding a wine bowl. Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback, then raised his cup in response, saying, "Drinking alone is indeed dull. It is an honor to accept your invitation." With that, he downed the drink in one go. The other man laughed heartily and emptied his bowl as well. The two then pushed their tables together, sitting across from each other, chatting and drinking. "You don't seem to be from Jiangnan," the man remarked. "I am Lu Ren from Dali, here in Jiangnan to find my sworn brother." "I see. So you're a Xiao Feng from the Beggar's Sect. I didn't expect to meet the northern Xiao Feng. What a pleasure." Hearing the man introduce himself, Lu Ren had his suspicions but maintained a look of surprise, raising his cup again to invite him for a few more rounds. Xiao Feng, unafraid of the challenge, clinked bowls with Lu Ren a few times, laughing heartily. Lu Ren, however, had no intention of competing in drinking capacity, so the two enjoyed their time together, exchanging drinks and stories. After they left the tavern, Xiao Feng suggested, "Brother Lu, how about we compare our agility?" "Exactly what I was thinking." In the next moment, both men exchanged glances and simultaneously executed their techniques. Xiao Feng's movements were very conventional, but with his immense internal power and the control from his dragon-seizing skill, his lightness skill reached a level of great subtlety. He moved swiftly and gracefully above the crowd, avoiding any disturbance to others. Lu Ren, on the other hand, displayed a different style. His Lingbo Weibu had been completely integrated with his Beiming divine skill. As he strolled casually, he suddenly disappeared from his original spot and reappeared over 10 meters away, seeming leisurely but matching Xiao Feng's speed without any difference. The two continued their contest until they reached a desolate area. Xiao Feng looked at Lu Ren with a smile, seemingly eager, and said, "Brother Lu, would you mind exchanging a few moves?" "Leader Xiao, I am not accustomed to fighting with others, so I may not control my strength well. Please be careful." Lu Ren replied, gathering his internal energy at his fingertips, sending out a stream of energy. Xiao Feng recognized the implication of Lu Ren's words and did not dare to be careless, consolidating his powerful palm force to counter Lu Ren's finger strength. With one palm strike, Xiao Feng instantly understood the depth of Lu Ren's finger strength. Without hesitation, he decisively unleashed his renowned skill, the dragon-subduing palm. The fierce internal energy, combined with the overwhelming palm force, surged toward Lu Ren like a dragon. Seeing this, Lu Ren did not dare to be careless either. He shot out a yang finger, transforming in midair into 6 different finger energies that were agile, ethereal, and heavy, colliding with the dragon-subduing palm, mutually canceling each other out. Xiao Feng closed in, engaging Lu Ren in close combat. At this moment, thanks to the development of his HP, Lu Ren's physical strength had significantly increased, to the point where one could say he had innate divine strength. Coupled with his experience fighting against pirates and beasts, as well as his ninja techniques, Lu Ren was not at all at a disadvantage against Xiao Feng. Throughout the fight, Lu Ren refrained from using the Beiming divine skill. The battle lasted for a full half hour. Although that may not seem long, the two exchanged blows for over 100 rounds. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Brother Lu, you truly amaze me." Xiao Feng laughed heartily after the fight. "I haven't had such a satisfying battle in a long time." Xiao Feng was naturally strong, with robust bones, a rare martial arts talent. Since becoming the leader of the Beggar's Sect, he had encountered many worthy opponents. But most of them were focused on martial arts techniques and lacked the physical confrontation that matched his strength. Looking at the somewhat lean young man before him, he could not connect the fierce, beast-like fighter he had just battled with the person sitting there calmly. This was someone similar to himself. This was Xiao Feng's thought. Once he began to fight, he would get somewhat carried away, his combat power bubbling with a surge of fighting spirit, as if a fierce tiger was hidden within him. Meanwhile, It seemed that within Lu Ren's body lay a violent dragon. In contrast to Qiao Feng's exhilaration, Lu Ren felt similarly. This opportunity for an open and intense battle to validate his martial arts was rare for him. Whether it was the Baiming divine skill, Yang Finger, or Lingbo Weibu, he had never truly gone all out after mastering them. Therefore, Lu Ren always longed to fully express his martial skills. This time, however, through a twist of fate, he got his wish. Not only did his combat experience advance further, but his temperament was also tempered to be more stable. Most importantly, from these battles, he could see many of his shortcomings. As the two regained their composure, Xiao Feng, being straightforward, spoke first. Today, after meeting Brother Lu, I feel a deep connection and wish to swear brotherhood with you. What do you think? Exactly what I was thinking. Lu Ren liked Xiao Feng's character, bold yet meticulous, wise and just. Such a person was an ideal choice for a brother and a remarkable leader. Thus, under the witness of heaven and earth, the two swore brotherhood. Chapter 28. The peerless general. This time the brotherhood was absolutely serious, unlike the time when Duan Yu felt cursed. However, at the end of the ritual, when it came to deciding who would be the elder brother, a disagreement arose. Brother, Xiao is a few years older than you, so I will reluctantly take on the role of elder brother, said Xiao Feng. No, I have to say that based on martial arts, I slightly bested you in the last move, so you should call me elder brother, replied Lu Ren. Oh, it seems that the second brother wants to compete for superiority with the elder brother again. What? Does the second brother want to have another match with the elder brother? Why not? Xiao Feng looked at Lu Ren, and Lu Ren looked at Xiao Feng. At that moment, the camaraderie they had just shared vanished. What remained was only the boiling battle intent. This elder brother had to be decided today, but in the end, Lu Ren and Xiao Feng did not fight again. Because the appointed time with the Beggars clan was approaching, continuing the fight might delay them. They would set this battle aside for now and have a proper spar another day to determine their superiority. Next time, you won't be my match. Haha, I'll be waiting. Thus, Xiao Feng laughed heartily and leaped away, while Lu Ren also vanished from another direction. Brotherhood was acceptable, but he was not willing to be the second. It wasn't just about martial arts. More importantly, Lu Ren's psychological age was greater than Xiao Feng's. This elder brother, he would firmly establish himself as. However, he wondered if the next time they met, his second brother would still be as spirited as he was now. Should he help him a bit? Forget it. If they meet again, then he would decide. Lu Ren's thoughts were racing, but he cut off his involvement in Xiao Feng's matters. In this era, Xiao Feng's identity as a Khitan would undermine all his efforts and achievements in the Beggars clan. Even if Lu Ren killed Kong Min, Xiao Feng's father, ahead of time, Kong Min would find a way to expose Xiao Feng's identity. As for dealing with Xiao Yuanshan, it would be a permanent solution. However, Lu Ren currently did not know where the other party was, and regardless of the reason, it would not be appropriate for him to take action. Moreover, Lu Ren did not even know where Xiao Feng's biological father was hiding. After thinking it over, Lu Ren decided to focus on his own path first. He returned to the inn, planning to stay there and wait for news from the four ministers of the Duan family. It was at this moment that he overheard a conversation among some martial artists. From this, Lu Ren learned that the Beggars clan was gathering in Xingzi Forest to clear Murong Fu's name. He also heard that the Western Xia Kingdom was negotiating peace with the Song dynasty, and the leader of the Beggars clan was exceptionally strong, wanting to challenge the Beggars clan with people from the Western Xia Yipentang. As for the duel with Xiao Feng, it was agreed to take place at Huishan. Normally, Xiao Feng would go to Huishan to duel after handling the Murong Fu matter. However, a complication arose. Xiao Feng's identity was exposed, forcing him to leave the Beggars clan. The number one faction in the Song dynasty began its decline. Lu Ren was contemplating whether to check it out when the four ministers of the Duan family arrived. They said that Duan Yu had already left the Wang family and was now heading to Xingzi Forest with a girl from the Gusu Wang family. Hearing this, Lu Ren realized that he no longer needed to make a choice. By the time Lu Ren and the four ministers of the Duan family arrived at Xingzi Forest, Xiao Feng had already left, and the place was deserted, with signs of battle around. After searching, they finally found Duan Yu, who was being brutally treated by Murong Fu disguised as Li Yinzong in the mud outside a fabric shop. seeing Murong Fu draw his sword to finish off Duan Yu. The four ministers of the Duan family rushed to help, but were too late. Lu Ren decisively unleashed a swift sword strike, accurately hitting Murong Fu's sword and knocking it to the ground. Murong Fu reacted quickly, retreating back to the troops of the Western Xia Yipentang, and commanded, "Fire!" Seeing this, Lu Ren pointed with his finger, sending out a yang finger force that, upon touching an arrow, instantly transformed into 6 meridian sword energy, quickly shattering a rain of arrows in an area. The space left empty by the falling arrows was precisely where Lu Ren and the 4 ministers of the Duan family stood. Without waiting for another volley of arrows, Lu Ren instantly moved to where Murong Fu had been, grabbed Duan Yu, tossed him to the 4 ministers, and with a swift motion, seized Murong Fu's fallen sword. In the next moment, Lu Ren's figure floated like an immortal, advancing swiftly, and in a few flashes, he reached the Western Xia army. This was Lu Ren's first encounter with the army of this world. His boundless sword technique was ethereal and unpredictable, while his light step allowed him to appear and disappear. Occasionally, finger techniques shot out. Murong Fu's men numbered only a few dozen, and although each was skilled, they were too weak against Lu Ren, who was like a hungry wolf among sheep. Heavy armor might block the sharpness of Lu Ren's sword, but it could not withstand the immense force behind his strikes, let alone Lu Ren's yang finger and 6 meridians divine sword that could rival armor-piercing projectiles. The key moment came when Lu Ren's sword broke while striking an armored soldier, and he seized a heavy knife from the army's vanguard. He wielded it with ease, cleaving a Western Xia soldier and his horse in half with a single stroke. At that moment, Lu Ren was not just a martial artist. He resembled a fierce general, a commander whose achievements were built on countless fallen foes. Murong Fu watched Lu Ren, who was drenched in blood, yet grew more valiant in battle, his eyes shining with intensity. He then noticed the demoralized Western Xia army, not wanting to fight any longer. He summoned his inner strength and launched an attack on Lu Ren while decisively issuing a retreat order. Lu Ren observed the Western Xia soldiers fleeing and looked at Murong Fu, but had no intention of pursuing further. He leaped away, moving like a fish or dragon, reuniting with Duan Yu and the 4 ministers of the Duan family. After Murong Fu's gaze shifted away from Lu Ren, he glanced at the fabric shop before departing with the Western Xia soldiers. "Brother, I finally found you. Elder brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just feeling uncomfortable all over. Want to take a bath?" Duan Yu looked at Lu Ren as he approached, his face still showing shock that had not completely faded. At that moment, Lu Ren, though slender and covered in blood, exuded the spirit of a young general, making Duan Yu feel ashamed. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, the weak Wang Yiyin also witnessed this scene, her heart racing involuntarily. Although Lu Ren had been terrifyingly murderous just moments ago and was now bloodied, that masculine aura and the fleeting brilliance of his pride left Wang Yiyin feeling dazed. Chapter 29. Wang Yin's appreciation. It wasn't that Wang Yiyin was captivated by Lu Ren's charisma, wanting to shift her affections away from her cousin. Rather, this demeanor was simply irresistible. Just as all living beings instinctively seek out excellent mates, there is an inherent tendency to follow the strong. Not to mention Wang Yiyin. Even the 4 ministers of the Duan family beside her looked at Lu Ren with nothing but admiration and reverence. Of course, these thoughts only lasted a moment. Duan Yu quickly thought of Wang Yiyin and hurried into the cloth shop. "Elder brother, Miss Wang has been poisoned by the first-class hall of Xixia and can't move at all now. Oh, I don't know if this is the antidote, but I just casually took it from Xixia soldier. You can give it a try," Lu Ren said, pulling out a medicine bottle and handing it to Duan Yu. Duan Yu's face lit up with joy as he took it and went upstairs to care for his Miss Wang. Meanwhile, Lu Ren found some clean cloth to wipe the blood off his face and addressed the 4 ministers of the Duan family beside him. "Would you please dig a pit to bury these innocent souls?" Lu Ren looked at the already cold bodies in the cloth shop and couldn't help but sigh lightly. The 4 ministers of the Duan family, upon hearing Lu Ren's command, showed no dissatisfaction at all. In fact, hearing Lu Ren's arrangement, they were quite invigorated and clasped their hands in acknowledgement before quickly starting to dig. Among the 4 ministers, there was one who was particularly skilled at digging. In almost no time at all, he completed Lu Ren's task. At this moment, The hesitant Duan finally assisted the still somewhat weak Wang Yuyan down from the upper floor. Lu Ren showed a look of surprise upon seeing Wang Yuyan. The jade statue in the Longhuan blessed land was intricately carved, lifelike, as if it were a real person. The Wang Yuyan before him, aside from lacking the celestial aura of that jade statue, was nearly indistinguishable from it. Unavoidably, Lu Ren glanced at Duan Yu, pretending to be lost in thought. Duan Yu naturally understood what Lu Ren was implying. Everyone used to like paper figurines. And now this fellow has found a living person who resembles one. Perhaps worried about being exposed, Duan Yu quickly began to introduce her. Elder brother, let me introduce you. This is Miss Wang. Her mother is the daughter of the celestial sister. Isn't that a coincidence? Oh, I see. No wonder this Miss Wang looks so much like that jade statue. I've met Miss Wang before. I've heard young Master Duan mention you quite often along the way. Oh, what did he say? Young Master Duan often says he has an elder brother who is the most gifted person. I am ashamed. My brother has exaggerated. I used to think it was an exaggeration, but after seeing you today, perhaps I was the one being superficial. Wang Yuyan spoke. She had grown up in the Wang family of Suzhou and was naive about worldly matters. Although she was proficient in the essentials of various martial arts, her experiences with human relationships were minimal. What was right, and what was wrong. She once thought her cousin was the most powerful, but after seeing Qiao Feng, she realized her cousin was not comparable. Now, upon seeing Lu Ren, she dared not compare her cousin to him. Though she did not practice martial arts, she could still appreciate it. The overwhelming internal energy, extraordinary strength, the formidable sword energy formed by the perfected one-yang finger, and the ethereal sword technique that combined mysterious footwork, all of these, if anyone were to be extracted, could make someone a formidable figure in the martial world. And having all of this concentrated in one person, especially achieved in such a short time, Wang Yuyan could foresee that not long from now, Lu Ren would be renowned. At the same time, when Wang Yuyan looked at Lu Ren, her eyes shone with a certain brightness. This brightness was not admiration or affection, but rather the gaze of a sculptor who had found a piece of uncut jade. Wang Yuyan had read extensively on martial arts, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of various techniques. While studying these martial arts, she had thought of creating a perfect system by blending different schools. That was the path she wanted to research for her cousin. Unfortunately, her cousin did not listen to her. Moreover, her cousin's talent was such that it was difficult to fully cultivate according to the system she researched. After all, martial arts choose people just as people choose martial arts. Even with the same dragon subduing Palm, the version from the former leader of the Beggar's sect, Wang Jiantong, was far inferior to Qiao Feng's. Therefore, Wang Yuyan could only continuously modify her plan based on her cousin's various performances and foundation, trying to find the most suitable path for him. After seeing Lu Ren, Wang Yuyan thought of her first set of training methods. However, before she could say anything, Duan Yu, who had been paying close attention to her, quickly noticed something was off with Wang Yuyan. Remembering Lu Ren's earlier actions, Duan Yu mistakenly thought that Wang Yuyan had developed feelings for Lu Ren, and he couldn't help but feel despondent. Although he liked Wang Yuyan, he wouldn't stop her if she liked someone else. Of course, his upbringing also prevented him from resorting to any petty tricks. What reassured Duan Yu was that Lu Ren had not shown any special actions toward Wang Yuyan from beginning to end, his gaze pure and calm. Duan Yu couldn't help but think of how Lu Ren had shown no signs of infatuation with the celestial sister when they were in Longhuan blessed land, which further eased his mind. As for Lu Ren, he truly had no feelings for Wang Yuyan. Although she was beautiful, he was not affected by the celestial sister's enchanting skills. To him, Wang Yuyan felt like just a pretty girl. Moreover, he was currently focused on martial arts, seeking to explore the highest realms of martial knowledge. Matters of romance were far less appealing than becoming stronger. As everyone continued forward, they encountered a Zhu and a Bai, who informed them that the members of the Beggar's sect were currently imprisoned by the people of the first-class hall of Xixia at a nearby Tianning temple, seemingly waiting for Qiao Feng to come for a rescue. However, with Qiao Feng gone now, it was difficult to trace his whereabouts. Originally, Zhu thought that since they lacked strength, they might disguise themselves as Bei Qiao Feng and Nan Murong. using their names to intimidate the first-class hall of Xixia and potentially rescue the others. However, at this moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Ren. Lu Ren did not disappoint their expectations. He said, "The beggar's sect is the backbone of the Central Plains, always secretly resisting the underhanded methods of Xixia. Now that they are in trouble, we must rescue them. Leave everything to me." With that, Lu Ren turned and headed toward Tianning Temple. Watching Lu Ren leave, Zhu and Abai exchanged puzzled glances at Wang Yuyan, seemingly asking who he was and why they had never heard of him before. Don't worry, this young Master Lu, though not widely known, possesses strength that is not inferior to that of the sect leader Qiao and my cousin. Chapter 30. Saving the Beggar Clan at the Tianning Temple. The Western Xiao warriors guarded the place like a scene from a banquet of treachery. Suddenly, a burst of energy shot out, manifesting 6 sword energies that intertwined in mid-air, then transformed into countless small energy blasts that shot in all directions. In an instant, the Western Xiao warriors stationed outside had all their acupoints sealed, and Lu Ren casually walked in. As soon as he entered, Lu Ren raised his hand and waved, unleashing a wave of internal force accompanied by a gust of wind, causing the secretly defending Western Xiao warriors to panic at the sudden change. Then, as if realizing something, they hurriedly tried to cover their mouths and noses. However, their bodies felt weak and feeble, making them aware that they had fallen victim to their own hidden trap. With the antidote in hand, someone quickly took it out, preparing to free everyone from the poison of sad and fragrant breeze. However, as soon as the antidote was revealed, it was snatched away by a force. Only then did Lu Ren leisurely walk into the fray. Looking at the many Western Xiao warriors lying on the ground, Lu Ren held the antidote and spoke. "Now I want to take the beggar clan members. I trust no one will oppose?" After a long silence, Lu Ren continued, "Since that's the case, I will take them." He raised his hand and pushed a vial of antidote with his internal force towards an elder of the beggar clan who was tied up nearby, while simultaneously unleashing a strand of sword energy to free him from his bindings. The elder quickly took a deep breath of the antidote, and after a pungent smell, his weak body gradually regained strength. After getting up, he hurriedly cupped his hands towards Lu Ren and said, "Thank you for saving my life. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "I am Wu Liangjian Lu Ren, a sworn brother of Chief Qiao. Hearing about the troubles of the beggar clan, I couldn't stand by and do nothing." "What? You're a friend of Chief Qiao? Oh, what happened to Brother Qiao?" "Qiao Feng is a chitin, and it is highly likely that to hide his identity, he killed the deputy chief, Ma Dayuan. He has since stepped down from his position and has gone missing." "What? This cannot be true. My brother is chivalrous. Even if he knows he is a chitin, I believe he would not do such a treacherous thing. I also believe in Chief Qiao, but the evidence is there." "Evidence? I don't believe any of that. I only believe in what I know about Qiao Feng. Even if he made a mistake, I trust he has his reasons." "Sir, you're being too kind. I have already saved your people. Since my brother is no longer your chief, I am under no obligation to save you. I need the beggar clan to owe me a favor. Is that so? All right. As long as it doesn't go against righteousness, our beggar clan will certainly repay you this favor." Then it's settled. After Lu Ren finished speaking, he lost interest in the beggar clan elder, waved his hand, and gracefully left. The elder watched Lu Ren depart, sighed softly after a moment of silence, and then turned to rescue other bound members of the beggar clan. "Brother, you are back." As soon as Lu Ren returned, Duan Yu hurriedly approached him. "Don't worry. Everything is sorted out. This place isn't safe. We should leave. Young Master Lu makes a good point. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. We should leave first." "All right. Miss Wang, come with us." Thus, everyone left the vicinity of Tianning Temple together. What they didn't know was that shortly after they left, Qiao Feng arrived and happened to encounter the freed members of the beggar clan. From the elder of the beggar clan, Qiao Feng learned that it was Lu Ren who had saved them, and that after learning he had been expelled from the beggar clan, Lu Ren had gone from being eager to help to directly asking for a favor. It appeared he wanted to gain some benefits from the beggar clan, but in reality, he was trying to draw a line with them and also venting for himself. Although Qiao Feng did not need this, he still felt warm in his heart upon learning of Lu Ren's actions. He and Lu Ren had a kindred spirit. Back when he was still the chief, he had formed a brotherhood with him, thinking that having more brothers meant more paths to take. However, he did not expect that after just one brief encounter, this brother could do so much for him. Especially knowing he was a chitin and might have killed the deputy chief Ma Dayuan, he was still willing to believe in him. Having such a brother made Xiao Feng feel truly fortunate. Since Brother Lu still recognizes me as a brother, I will certainly not let him down. However, next time they meet, he would have to clarify who the big brother really was. Xiao Feng thought to himself, then set off again on his quest to uncover his origins. Meanwhile, Lu Ren, after finding Duan Yu, was supposed to return to Dali immediately. However, Duan Yu, being infatuated, insisted on first escorting the three delicate girls, Wang Yuyin, Ah Zhu, and Ah Bai back. As for what Duan Yu was thinking, even Wang Yuyin herself could see through it. Of course, Wang Yuyin, who didn't quite understand how to refuse Duan Yu's enthusiasm, could only respond with silence and politeness. The occasional display of distance was her greatest show of resolve. This made Duan Yu feel there was still a chance. Lu Ren shook his head at this, thinking to himself that Duan Yu was certainly not the biological son of Duan Jingchun. Otherwise, if he inherited even a bit of his father's genes with his conditions, he wouldn't have turned into a lovesick puppy. However, no matter what, since he had acknowledged this brotherhood, Lu Ren naturally wanted to help him out. On the way, Lu Ren, feeling bored, tried to find some topics to create opportunities for Duan Yu and Wang Yuyin to converse. Unfortunately, the two girls, Ah Zhu and Ah Bai, were very perceptive, while Duan Yu was nothing but sincere and infatuated. With two sharp opponents and one clumsy teammate, Lu Ren decisively gave up on creating any more opportunities for Duan Yu, directly setting aside romantic thoughts and asking Wang Yuyin about martial arts instead. Of course, Lu Ren knew not to inquire about core secrets due to the rules of the martial world. What he asked were Wang Yuyin's thoughts. For instance, he asked, if a person has enough talent and is not afraid of overreaching, what is the most perfect way to develop oneself? Upon hearing Lu Ren's question, Wang Yuyin's eyes lit up. She had such thoughts herself and was immediately drawn into the topic by Lu Ren. After pondering for a moment, she finally presented her cousin number one plan, the perfect path. In simple terms, it involved Wang Yuyin using her understanding of martial arts to combine various styles, allowing practitioners to integrate these martial arts into one. Once these styles were perfected, there was hope for them to merge entirely, forming a well-rounded, versatile, and nearly flawless perfect warrior. Chapter 31. Lu Ren's goal. Although Wang Yuyin did not express herself too clearly, Lu Ren roughly understood some of her ideas. However, he soon shook his head and rejected Wang Yuyan's proposal. In martial arts, there is no strongest, only stronger. Even if a martial art is practiced to perfection, there will always be someone who can surpass it. Therefore, the so-called perfection is merely a form of excellence at a certain level. Once faced with a stronger opponent, that flawless power becomes meaningless. After all, even if you have impeccable defense, if I possess the power to break through your defenses, your perfection is of no use. Wang Yuyin nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. This was a point she had overlooked. While she had learned from various schools and could discern the weaknesses of martial arts, she did not have a profound understanding of the differences in levels or have experience with truly powerful beings. Thus, her insight was somewhat shallow. Then, Miss Wang asked Lu Ren about his thoughts on this matter. Lu Ren expressed his ideas, the path to the extreme. Mastering everything is not as good as excelling in one. Other skills can be decent, but one must surpass everyone in at least one aspect. This concept was actually inspired by the ninja system from the Naruto world that Lu Ren came from. The difference between a jonin and an elite jonin does not lie in the strength of their techniques, but in their near absence of weaknesses at almost the same level. Shadow level strength is developed on the basis of having no weaknesses and attaining an invincible ability in their era. For example, the swordsmanship of Kakashi Hatake, the combined jutsu of the third Hokage, the dust release of the third Tsuchikage, the body techniques of the third Reikage, and the flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage. These individuals, when they appear at a point where no strong opponents emerge, are nearly invincible. Lu Ren's true idea is not to pursue perfection. Instead, he intends to first address his various shortcomings before not wasting too much time on perfection. and instead focus on achieving extreme power in a specific area, becoming invincible in that domain. After listening, Wang Yuyin remained silent for a long time, eventually showing some signs of agreement on her face. The pursuit of perfection is, in fact, a form of imperfection. This was a constraint from her lack of martial practice, as well as her somewhat indecisive nature as a woman. However, Wang Yuyin quickly adjusted her mindset and asked Lu Ren what direction he wanted to develop in. Lu Ren naturally had his own ideas. With the foundation of the Xiaoyao sect, as long as he completes its inheritance and fully develops his MP, he could certainly reach an extraordinary level. The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect are quite versatile. Its only drawback might be that it is somewhat reckless, not placing much emphasis on defense. Therefore, Lu Ren planned to use the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect as a base, create a set of martial arts to cover various shortcomings, and then specialize in defense to quickly develop his HP. This way, when others try to approach him, he could directly deploy his defenses, possibly surprising them. Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, Wang Yuyin looked at his slender figure, her face showing an expression of surprise. Not only Wang Yuyin, but also Duan Yu and the 4 ministers of the Duan family, as well as a Zhu and a Bai, all showed strange expressions. Clearly, they did not expect the elegant and ethereal Lu Ren to possess such a resolute and fierce heart. Of course, if Qiao Feng were here, he might not have been so surprised, as only he had witnessed Lu Ren's violent state during battle. Although Wang Yuyin found it strange in her heart, after pondering for a moment, she gave Lu Ren some advice. Since he wanted to specialize in defense, he needed to choose the right martial arts. Martial arts cannot be practiced casually. Different martial arts can complement each other while others may conflict. Practicing indiscriminately can lead to stagnation at best, or at worst, result in losing oneself and becoming inhuman. Wang Yuyin provided Lu Ren with a suggestion. Defense can be divided into many types: pure physical honing techniques, martial arts that combine internal and external practices, and defensive energy formed through purely internal cultivation. Additionally, there are even techniques that can transform oneself and various enhancement types that can also be part of defense. Wang Yuyin did not specify any martial arts, but informed Lu Ren of these categories. Among them, purely external techniques can be practiced freely. However, martial arts that combine internal and external practices may produce foreign true energy that interferes with one's own cultivation. If one practices, they need to find a technique that does not conflict with their own, preferably one that complements it. For example, if Lu Ren practiced a masculine technique and then practiced the Golden Bell Shield, the internal power generated from the Golden Bell Shield could combine with his masculine technique, not only avoiding conflict, but also likely complementing each other, making it even more formidable. Finally, there are techniques that refine oneself from the inside out. Wang Yuyin indicated that if one encounters such techniques, they must be cautious in their practice. If the techniques conflict and no solution can be found, it is best to avoid touching them. Of course, if one's martial arts qualifications reach a certain level in the future, it would not be impossible to draw from various technique subtleties. After listening, Lu Ren spoke. "Miss Wang, it seems you have some hesitation in your words, but also some thoughts. Young Master Lu, I have read extensively about martial arts in childhood and have many theories about martial arts, but I have not been fond of practicing martial arts. So these theories are just theoretical and cannot guarantee success. Miss Wang, I heard my younger brother mention that your family has a connection with a certain martial art. And it was also mentioned that there is a hope for someone to review the martial arts of the Longhuan Blessed Land and eliminate the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. I am not someone who enjoys killing, and I believe there must be some misunderstanding. If there is an opportunity, I will certainly investigate the reasons behind that enmity. I have a great love for martial arts, and, if possible, I hope to borrow the martial arts classics from your family. If you agree, I can promise to do 3 things for the Wang family that do not violate righteousness in return for this favor. Furthermore, if anyone insults your Wang family, under any circumstances, as long as I am alive, I will not stand idly by." Lu Ren spoke, stating his demands and promises directly. He was straightforward, with no hint of beating around the bush. "Show me the martial arts, and I will protect the Wang family." Wang Yuyin felt a strong desire to agree to Lu Ren's promise. She and her mother were not particularly suited for martial practice, and leaving those martial arts sitting there would be a waste. If they could exchange borrowing for the protection of a master, she believed her mother's character would not refuse. However, this matter was not something she could decide on her own. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said to Lu Ren, "This matter, I cannot decide, but I need to consult my mother first. However, young Master Lu, please rest assured, I will do my best to persuade my mother." Chapter 32. The charming Lu Ren, "Then I shall thank Miss Wang," Lu Ren said. "However, if Madame Wang does not agree at that time, Miss Wang should not insist. I am merely obsessed with martial arts, which is why I said such things. Even if it does not come to fruition, if there is anything needed, I can still send a message to the Wuliang sword, and I will do my utmost to assist." Lu Ren spoke with just the right words, providing Wang Yuyin with a way out, ensuring she had no worries. Meanwhile, Duan Yu, who was beside them, was somewhat bewildered. At this moment, he finally realized that Lu Ren had been creating opportunities for him earlier. Unfortunately, he had missed that chance. Now, his elder brother was demonstrating it for him in person. In terms of eloquence, although Lu Ren's conversation with Wang Yuyin was only about martial arts, without any elements that displeased him, it still made Duan Yu envious. Because Miss Wang had never proactively spoken to him like that, nor had she ever shown such a serious demeanor in their conversations. He wanted all of it. He knew that to achieve this, he either needed to possess the martial arts knowledge of Miss Wang or the innate talent of his elder brother. Unfortunately, he had neither. Even his martial arts skills were gained by accident. Thinking of this, Duan Yu could not help but feel despondent. After that, under the guidance of a Zhu and a Bai, and with Wang Yin initiating conversation, the group did not head directly back to the Wang family, but first went to the Murong family. As soon as they arrived at the Murong family, they saw Murong Fu chatting with Jiao Emoji. The group quickly informed Murong Fu that Master Xianbei had died at the hands of Jiao Emoji. Upon hearing this, Murong Fu was furious. The reputation he had worked hard to build was tarnished by this man, who still had the face to accept his goodwill. With that thought, Murong Fu's anger surged, and he directly attacked Jiao Emoji. However, Jiao Emoji was not someone to be trifled with. He raised his hand to counterattack. Although Jiao Emoji had been humiliated repeatedly, it was due to his bad luck in encountering either seasoned veterans or powerful opponents. Murong Fu was clearly not in that category. After a few exchanges, Jiao Emoji began to understand Murong Fu's techniques and started to press him and his subordinates. Wang Yuyin, seeing this, was worried for her cousin and was about to offer advice. But before she could speak, a powerful finger force shot out. Sensing the danger, Jiao Emoji did not dare to take it head-on and immediately used his agility to evade. From the moment Wang Yuyin and the others entered, he had intended to leave, although he saw the young man Duan Yu, whom he had long wanted to take away. He also noticed the one who had injured him with a single finger at the Tianlong Temple, Lu Ren, the name that Duan Yu had mentioned. Jiao Emoji's attention had been on the silent Lu Ren standing behind everyone, and the facts proved that Jiao Emoji was right. A dog that bites never barks. Lu Ren was like a hungry wolf or a fierce tiger that could snap a person's neck in one bite. The power of his Yiyang finger, after passing by him, directly penetrated the pillar beside the door and window without any explosion, but flew out, not knowing where it went. Such penetration, if it hit someone, could not be defended against by mere internal energy. What's the use of bullying the weak? Today, this monk has matters to attend to and will come to seek advice another day. With that, Jiao Emoji leaped away. Lu Ren, upon seeing this, did not pursue. After Jiao Emoji left, Murong Fu turned to Lu Ren with a fervent smile and said, "Thank you, young hero, for your assistance." At this moment, Lu Ren waved his hand and said, "Ah, young Master Murong is too polite. Even if I hadn't intervened, I believe you would have ultimately triumphed. It was simply that Jiao Emoji had recently abducted a certain junior brother of mine, and now he has unjustly caused you to be implicated. I was just a bit angry and acted out of turn, disrupting your plans, which allowed Jiao Emoji to escape." Lu Ren spoke with a humble demeanor, but his words felt like a refreshing breeze on a hot summer day. Even the usually critical subordinates of Murong Fu softened their scrutinizing gazes under Lu Ren's eloquent remarks. This person is impressive. Beside them, Wang Yin also had some doubts, but seeing her cousin's gentle expression, she vaguely understood something. However, there were still some things she was unclear about, yet she did not voice them for now. Lu Ren's words made Murong Fu, who initially wanted to win Lu Ren over, even more eager to do so. At one moment, he thought about how wonderful it would be if all his subordinates were like Lu Ren, not to mention having Lu Ren's martial skills. But even his way of speaking would have saved him many tiring years. At that moment, Madame Wang also arrived. Because of Lu Ren's intervention, Murong Fu did not blame his cousin out of anger this time. But when Madame Wang took Wang Yuyin away, she still pointed out Murong Fu. Madame Wang had a clear understanding of Murong Fu. If he did not bear those inexplicable burdens, he might be a good match. Unfortunately, he had too many responsibilities, and his thoughts were too divided, leaving her uncertain about what he could bring to Wang Yuyin. It also reminded her of the man she met in her youth. Unfortunately, her daughter, like her, was infatuated with romance. How could this situation allow Madame Wang to feel ease? However, in front of outsiders, Madame Wang still gave face to Wang Yuyin and Murong Fu, refraining from saying anything further and simply had someone take Wang Yuyin away. Murong Fu, watching Madame Wang leave, felt somewhat embarrassed and could not help but look at Lu Ren. Lu Ren did not allow Murong Fu to feel awkward and spoke to ease the atmosphere. Madame Wang is concerned for her daughter. It must be because Miss Wang acted impulsively, and we should be understanding. Indeed, we shouldn't take a woman's words too seriously, Baobu Dong chimed in. Upon hearing this, the awkwardness on Murong Fu's face eased somewhat, but looking at Baobu Dong and Lu Ren, he sighed inwardly. The same sentiment, yet one would not anger his aunt even if she heard it, and would even feel that you were considerate, while the other was specifically aimed at provoking his aunt. Then, Murong Fu looked at Duan Yu, who was beside Lu Ren. At this moment, Duan Yu's gaze was still fixed on the direction in which Wang Yuyin had left. This guy was completely open about his feelings for his cousin and was quite a handful. However, considering that he was the son of the Dali royal family, Murong Fu felt he could draw him in. With this thought, Murong Fu smiled at Lu Ren and Duan Yu again, leading them into the Murong residence, setting up a banquet, toasting and chatting warmly. Chapter 33. Murong Fu's enthusiasm. Duan Yu's good feelings towards Murong Fu increased with his enthusiasm, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of shame and loss in his heart. It was obvious that this cousin mentioned by Wang Yuyin, whether in appearance, martial arts, or demeanor, made Duan Yu feel somewhat inferior. He thought that if Murong Gongzi seriously considered Wang Gunyang, perhaps he should wish him well. Of course, he thought this way, but he couldn't help but feel dejected. After consuming some alcohol, he began to sigh and reflect, completely unaware of the olive branch that Murong Fu had secretly extended. Even when Murong Fu hinted at his cousin, Duan Yu was in a daze, leaving Murong Fu helpless. Eventually, Murong Fu turned his attention to Lu Ren, who was completely unaffected by Murong Fu's grand ideals and was not as passive as the Sea King, neither taking the initiative nor refusing or being responsible. Lu Ren openly stated that he was obsessed with martial arts and only wanted to pursue the ultimate realm of martial arts in this life. During this process, Lu Ren also mentioned some promises regarding Wang Gunyang, but he did not elaborate further. However, Lu Ren believed that Murong Fu would soon learn about his commitments to the Wang family from Wang Yuyin. By then, it would depend on what Murong Fu was willing to offer. Submitting to Murong Fu was not an option, as he did not deserve it. However, Lu Ren was very interested in Murong Fu's family martial arts. Based on his understanding during this time, he found that such family martial arts, or martial arts from a sect, were mostly systematic. In simple terms, the ferocity of martial arts and the methods to resolve it could basically complement each other. For example, the One Yang Finger and the Six Meridians Divine Sword were the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect. Lu Ren believed that the martial arts of the once powerful Murong Longsheng were certainly not simple. However, Lu Ren did not force the issue. Even if he failed, befriending Murong Fu wouldn't be a bad thing. His feelings for Wang Yuyin were non-existent. He was only obsessed with martial arts. Perhaps he could use Murong Fu to achieve his goals and increase his chances of cultivating in the Longhuan Jade Cave. Thinking of this, Lu Ren couldn't help but sigh softly. His calculations were all due to his own inadequate martial arts cultivation. This was something that even talent in martial arts could not make up for. Lu Ren coveted the insights in Wang Yuyan's mind, but did not want to be an additional burden on the path of martial arts. So he could only endure a bit for his younger brother. If Murong Fu couldn't let go of the ambition for revival, he would eventually part ways with Wang Yuyan. During this process, how could he let go of the opportunity to extract benefits? The banquet came to an end with the three of them harboring their own thoughts. Lu Ren and Duan Yu were arranged to stay in the guest room of the Murong family. Not long after, in Lu Ren's room, a floor tile was slightly raised, revealing a face underneath. It was one of the four ministers of the Duan family. After coming here, Lu Ren secretly arranged for the four ministers to dig a secret passage. Well, thank you all for your hard work. Lu Ren temporarily had no intention of using the secret passage, but he entered it with the four ministers of the Duan family and observed the direction of the tunnel. He also learned from the four ministers that Wang Yuyan had been locked up by Madame Wang. They happened to overhear a conversation about the words Lu Ren had conveyed through Wang Yuyan. Unfortunately, Madame Wang had initially been fine, but upon hearing that Lu Ren knew the Wanyang finger and had connections with the Duan family, she became furious. This was also the reason why Wang Yuyan had been locked up. At the same time, the four ministers of the Duan family stated that they had found the location of the Longhuan Jade Cave and could help Lu Ren enter if he wished. However, Lu Ren firmly rejected this. What he needed was never just martial arts manuals, but insights into martial arts. Although the martial arts in the Longhuan Jade Cave were good, what was more important was Wang Yuyan's interpretation. Although he was obsessed with martial arts, he would not resort to stealing martial arts. Lu Ren's righteous words made the four ministers of the Duan family feel embarrassed while simultaneously enhancing their impression of Lu Ren. Such powerful strength, clearly obsessed with martial arts, yet able to uphold principles. Lu Ren's character was gradually becoming a form of charisma, fermenting in the hearts of those around him. A gentleman discusses actions, not thoughts. Maintaining his integrity, Lu Ren could be called hypocritical, but he could not be said to be a failure in character. After leaving the tunnel, Lu Ren stayed at the Murong family for the next few days. In the meantime, a senior monk from the Shaolin Temple came to invite Murong Fu to participate in the Shaolin Conference next September, to clarify that he was not the murderer of Xianbei. With Duan Yu as a witness that he was not the murderer, Murong Fu became resolute and stated that he would attend when the time came. After the Shaolin Temple members left, Duan Yu also expressed his intention to take his leave. Over the past few days, Murong Fu's attitude towards him was impeccable, but upon learning that Duan Yu could not be recruited, Murong Fu's family members, considering Duan Yu's covetousness towards Wang Yuyan, also made some sarcastic remarks in private. Duan Yu realized that continuing in this manner was inappropriate. Coupled with the advice from the four ministers of the Duan family, Duan Yu decided whether to leave early. At this moment, a fireworks signal suddenly appeared in the sky over the Wang family. Upon seeing this, Murong Fu stated that it was an emergency rescue signal fired by his aunt, indicating that something had happened. Before Lu Ren could speak, Duan Yu, hearing that Madame Wang was in trouble, immediately expressed his desire to go along. At this point, Murong Fu had no choice but to agree. Naturally, Lu Ren followed as well. The Murong family was not too far from the Wang family, and when Murong Fu arrived, he saw many people from the Wang family lying on the ground. As everyone searched for a route, they happened to run into Jamozi, who had just brought Wang Yuyan out of the Longhuan Jade Cave. Without waiting for anyone to say anything in a moment of urgency, Duan Yu unleashed the Six Meridians' divine sword, decisively forcing Jamozi back and freeing Wang Yuyan from his grasp. Murong Fu quickly joined the battle. Lu Ren then stepped forward to use the Wanyang finger to touch Wang Yuyan's acupoint, and upon Wang Yuyan's worried request, Lu Ren entered the Longhuan Jade Cave to free Madame Wang, who had been immobilized. Just as Lu Ren emerged from the Longhuan Jade Cave, Duan Yu came flying back. He had been sent flying by Jamozi after the Six Meridians' divine sword failed to activate and was controlled. Although he was protected by the Baiming divine skill and did not suffer injuries, the situation did not look good, even somewhat embarrassing. Without Duan Yu in the fray, Murong Fu and his subordinates were no match for Jamozi and gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, Wang Yin, anxious, was about to speak, But Lu Ren did not give her the chance and made another move. Chapter 34. Li Qingluo's request, Lu Ren casually summoned a long sword and, using the infinite sword technique combined with the Lingbo Weibu, launched an attack on Jiao Emoji. He did not act as the main attacker, but instead coordinated with Murong Fu to strike at Jiao Emoji together. Faced with the ethereal swordplay and the already formidable offensive from Murong Fu, Jiao Emoji quickly found himself overwhelmed and was forced to retreat decisively when the situation turned unfavorable. He leaped away swiftly, trying to escape. However, Lu Ren was not inclined to let Jiao Emoji leave so easily. He leaped forward with his sword, like a celestial being striking down, pursuing Jiao Emoji out of the Wang family stronghold. During the chase, Lu Ren inadvertently cut open Jiao Emoji's sleeve with his sword. A scroll slipped out from it. Seeing this, Jiao Emoji attempted to reach for it, but he was no match for Lu Ren's speed. With a swift motion, Lu Ren used the Biming absorption technique to seize the scroll and casually stowed it away, then unleashed a Shanyang sword strike at Jiao Emoji. Jiao Emoji dodged repeatedly, but after a few leaps, Lu Ren feigned ignorance, allowing him to disappear into the night. Afterward, Lu Ren sheathed his sword and found a secluded spot to examine the item Jiao Emoji had dropped. Soon, a smile appeared on Lu Ren's face. It was the little wuxiang skill. Without further ado, he communicated with the Naruto Lu Ren and directly copied the technique. In less than 3 breaths, Lu Ren closed the scroll and turned back towards the Wang family estate. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the terrain here, which allowed Jiao Emoji to escape. I only retrieved this. I don't know if it's an item of the Wang family, Lu Ren said, as he took out the scroll and handed it to the matriarch, Madame Wang, who was seated in the main position. Upon seeing the scroll, Madame Wang recognized it as a treasured technique and knew its significance. She believed that anyone who laid eyes on the techniques within the scroll would surely be tempted. Furthermore, Madame Wang suspected that Jiao Emoji had been lurking in the Longhuan Jade cave to practice this martial art and to gather the strengths of various schools to enhance himself. After all, the little wuxiang skill was precisely such a martial art. Lu Ren's swift return with this martial art led to 2 possible conclusions. The first possibility was that Lu Ren did not look at it. A person who could resist curiosity and not look at something they shouldn't is not only of sufficient character, but also possesses good morals. The second possibility was that Lu Ren did glance at it, but closed it after a brief look. This second option was even rarer, because Lu Ren could have easily kept this martial art for himself, as it was originally stolen by Jiao Emoji. If discovered later, he could claim he thought it belonged to Jiao Emoji. With this in mind, Madame Wang recalled Wang Yuyan's words, and her perspective on Lu Ren shifted slightly, even noticing a complex expression in her gaze toward Lu Ren. After a long silence, Madame Wang did not immediately reach out to take the scroll, but instead asked, "Where did you learn your sword technique?" "This is from our infinite sword master, inspired by the sword dance of the immortal from the infinite Jade Bai. Although it is not considered a supreme skill, it is a secret of the infinite sword," Lu Ren replied. "Ah, the infinite Jade Bai, I see." Madame Wang realized that the infinite sword technique was merely a sword dance created jointly by her parents. She had heard of the infinite sword when she returned to Longhuan Blessed Land and had even witnessed the technique. However, after her parents left, no one could replicate their style. Although Lu Ren's swordplay differed slightly from her parents, the feeling was the same. She saw the shadow of her father in Lu Ren, the same extraordinary talent and obsession with martial arts. Thus, Madame Wang's feelings toward Lu Ren were very complex, filled with resentment, recognition, and hesitation. Ultimately, Madame Wang glanced at Wang Yuyan and seemed to make a decision. "Lu Ren, about the promise you had my daughter convey to you, can it still be honored?" "Of course, as long as it does not go against chivalry and does not make me feel guilty about my conscience, I would not hesitate to risk my life," Lu Ren replied. "Well, in that case, I will trust you once. This manual shall be your reward. It has gathered dust for too long, and I hope you will take it seriously and not disgrace it. This is too generous a gift, and I cannot accept it without a request. You are indeed a clever person. I will be straightforward. My first request is that while you study at the Wang family, you must act as my daughter's bodyguard, protecting her safety. I do not wish for today's events to happen again. Isn't that request a bit excessive? You seem somewhat unwilling, Madame Wang misinterpreted. I have no problem with that. However, as a man, being a bodyguard means staying close to Miss Wang, which could affect her reputation, Lu Ren explained. You're quite considerate. So what do you mean? Madame Wang asked. I think, unless absolutely necessary, I can maintain a distance of about 3 zhang while guarding Miss Wang. What do you think, Madame Wang, Miss Wang, and young Master Murong? Lu Ren inquired. Wang Yuyan wanted to speak, but found herself silenced by a look from Madame Wang. Meanwhile, Murong Fu was preoccupied with how to win Lu Ren over and only remembered that Lu Ren was a man after hearing his proposal. Seeing Lu Ren actively wanting to keep his distance from Wang Yuyan and seeking his opinion made Murong Fu uneasy. Aunt, Lu brother's character and martial arts are reassuring. With him guarding my cousin, she can be at ease, Murong Fu said. Hearing this from Murong Fu, Madame Wang's hesitation dissipated. However, looking at Lu Ren and then at Wang Yuyan, she asked, Lu Ren, what do you think of my daughter's appearance? Miss Wang is beautiful, wise, and exceptionally talented. She is a rare gem, Lu Ren replied. Then why are you not moved? Madame Wang pressed. Beautiful things are sometimes best appreciated from a distance. The allure of Miss Wang for me lies in her insightful understanding of martial arts. She could be a confidant, a friend, or even half a mentor, but not in a romantic sense. Why not? Madame Wang asked. I prefer someone like you, Madame Wang, who is a bit more mature. For a moment, the entire Wang family courtyard fell into an unusual silence. Duan Yu, who loved to read, suddenly thought of 4 words, Wei Wu's legacy. Meanwhile, Murong Fu's previously gentle smile had grown somewhat stiff. Jin in spirit, he muttered. After a brief silence, Madame Wang initially thought Lu Ren was teasing her. But upon seeing the sincerity in his eyes, she realized he was expressing his preferences while complimenting her youth. With this in mind, Madame Wang's impression of Lu Ren improved slightly. Of course, it wasn't a significant change. She simply didn't detest him as much as other men. Chapter 35. Wang family's training. Thus, Lu Ren stayed at the Wang family in Gusu. Duan Yu originally wanted to remain as well due to his classmate situation with the North Ming divine skill, but the next day, Murong Fu, under someone's guidance, became close to his cousin Wang Yuyan. Duan Yu watched this and felt distressed, ultimately unable to bear the disappointment, and left. Before leaving, he expressed envy towards Lu Ren, wishing he could be like Lu Ren, calm and composed regarding Miss Wang, while still being able to stay by her side for a long time. Upon hearing Duan Yu's infatuated words, Lu Ren shook his head and retorted, If you don't like Miss Wang, would you still pay attention to her? Just like a Zhu and a Bai, do you know their daily preferences? Duan Yu was momentarily speechless, and with a sigh, he departed. Thus, Lu Ren settled in the Wang family and began to slowly comprehend the little no-form skill. This was a unique martial art. It could be considered both an inner strength technique and a martial skill. However, after attempting to cultivate it, Lu Ren discovered that the little no-form skill did not integrate freely with the North Ming divine skill like the Lingbo Weibu did. In fact, the true energy of the North Ming divine skill seemed to conflict somewhat with the inner strength cultivated from the little no-form skill. Nonetheless, Lu Ren also noticed that whenever he used the North Ming true energy to refine the inner strength of the little no-form skill, he felt a certain resonance with the North Ming divine skill. This feeling was similar to when the North Ming divine skill and Lingbo Weibu completed their integration. However, it seemed that there was still some barrier between the North Ming divine skill and the little no-form skill. Lu Ren did not guess randomly, but directly inquired Wang Yuyan from the martial arts treasury. Wang Yuyan did not disappoint Lu Ren. After interpreting the cultivation methods of the little no-form skill and the North Ming divine skill, she quickly provided her conclusion. The little no-form skill and the North Ming divine skill complemented each other as martial arts. However, the two were not overlapping, but rather like puzzle pieces, each making up for the other's shortcomings to merge into a more profound martial art. Because these two skills were almost completely complementary, without much intersection, cultivating them simultaneously would lead to conflict before they were fully perfected. This was why Lu Ren felt that way during his cultivation. After hearing Wang Yuyan's explanation, Lu Ren appeared contemplative, but many thoughts arose in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the legacy of the Xiaoyao school might not be so simple. Weiyazi practiced the North Ming divine skill. Tianshan Tonglao practiced the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies unique skill, and Li Qiushui practiced the little no form skill. These two might be other pieces of the North Ming divine skills puzzle. Or rather, the true inheritance of the Xiaoyao school might be the unity of all three. This could explain the sense of incompleteness he felt in his understanding. Ultimately, all the power of the 3 Xiaoyao elders was transferred to Suzhou. Lu Ren vaguely remembered that within the Xiaoyao school's inheritance, there was also the transformation skill. This was a forbidden martial art of the Xiaoyao school, later learned by the unscrupulous and ambitious Ding Chuanxiu. Now, thinking about it, Lu Ren felt that something was off regarding the transformation skill. The inheritance of the Xiaoyao school seemed somewhat akin to raising a poison insect. It appeared that everything about the Xiaoyao disciples was prepared for the head of the Xiaoyao school to ascend at a critical moment. With this thought, Lu Ren couldn't help but recall the words written beneath the statue of Weiyazi's wife, Yu, in the Longhuan Blessed Land, which stated to kill all Xiaoyao disciples. Was Wang's mother, Qi Yufeng, truly driven by pure love, turned to hatred? This thought arose in Lu Ren's mind because the accounts of Weiyazi, Qi Yufeng, and Wang's mother differed greatly. However, in the end, Lu Ren chose not to dwell on it further, as it was not his concern. The little no-form skill and the North Ming divine skill were in conflict. Then he would temporarily suppress the North Ming divine skill. While this might be difficult for others, it was not impossible for Lu Ren. His inner strength, in addition to its inherent power, also carried characteristics of dominance and chakra. These traits might not be sufficient to showcase the characteristics of dominance and chakra in the original world, but some abilities were still possible. For example, in the Naruto world, while he might not be able to seal others effectively, he could temporarily seal his own powers. As Lu Ren worked in the Umbu of the Naruto world, he had complete access to such matters. In the Naruto world, after Lu Ren received the request from the comprehensive Marshal Lu Ren, he did not say much else. He decisively used the ninja achievements he had accumulated during this time to exchange for a 5-element seal. This was a very conventional yet practical sealing technique. In the original work, Orochimaru used this sealing technique to seal Naruto's rampaging power in the Forest of Death. The next day, Lu Ren sat alone in a training room, his power surging in his hands, 5 different inner strength characteristics flowing at his fingertips as he pressed towards his abdomen. In the next moment, all the North Ming true energy coiled within his dantian was enveloped by a special inner strength and sealed in a corner of his chi-si. After severing the connection with the North Ming true energy, Lu Ren immediately felt a wave of weakness. However, perhaps due to his strong HP, even after sealing all the North Ming true energy, the meridians that had been broadened and strengthened showed no signs of shrinking. In fact, as long as Lu Ren wished, he could quickly restore the dissipated North Ming true energy while stepping on the Lingbo Weibu. However, at this moment, Lu Ren quickly adjusted himself and began to cultivate according to the method of the little no-form skill, with the support of his own foundation. Progress in the little no-form skill was very rapid. In a short time, a brand new inner strength characteristic emerged within Lu Ren, under his unique inner strength perception. This inner strength felt like a vivid life form. It was not any fixed life, but seemed capable of becoming any life. With a thought, Lu Ren reformed Lingbo Weibu. Soon, with the enhancement of the little no-form skill, he felt himself transform into a lively fish, then into a flying bird, and then into a fluttering butterfly, a fierce beast, and even an insect. The Lingbo Weibu gradually merged with the little no-form skill, transforming into a completely new variation. Lu Ren seemed to embody countless lives, freely swimming, running, jumping, flying, and gliding in their forms. His Lingbo Weibu transcended the original essence of the technique, akin to the carefree nature of the Xiaoyao Yu. Previously, the combination of the North Ming divine skill and Lingbo Weibu felt like the North Sea Kunpeng soaring through the skies, embodying a grand sense of elevation. Now, however, it was a feeling of becoming countless, carefree, and at ease. Chapter 36. The dignity of men needs to be maintained. 2 feelings, seemingly different, yet with the same core. Both express a sense of freedom. One is a grand and independent freedom, while the other is a freedom that blends with the world. With the support of the Lu Ren MP and HP, Lu Ren, in less than a day, has once again accumulated a remarkable inner strength in the Zhao Gong. What remains is to continuously refine and operate the Zhao Gong, cultivating it to perfection. Feeling the inner strength within him that seems to change at will, Lu Ren uses this inner strength to perform the One Yang finger, sensing that when the inner strength condenses at his fingertips, the originally formless inner strength gains a masculine aura. Where he points, unlike the past when the beaming divine art drove the One Yang finger with vastness. Now his finger technique resembles more the finger techniques practiced by the high monks of Tainglong Temple. Fiery, domineering, and purely masculine. Perhaps this simulated One Yang finger lacks some of the Zen essence found in pure Buddhist finger techniques. But in terms of attributes, they are completely the same, and the effects are similar. The Zhao Gong simulates all kinds of martial arts, yet has its own core. It truly deserves to be a martial art that complements the beaming divine art. Lu Ren feels the characteristics of the Zhao Gong, knowing that the worries he previously had about conflicts between various martial arts mentalities have essentially been resolved. Martial arts realm? He can simply follow the path of the carefree school. As for his own strength, he can use the variations of the Zhao Gong to learn from the strengths of 100 schools, thus strengthening himself. He has gained physical changes without being influenced by the mentality of the techniques. To some extent, the Zhao Gong enhances Lu Ren more powerfully than the beaming divine art. After this, Lu Ren exits his seclusion and remains not far from Wang Yuyan, ignoring the flirtation between Wang Yuyan and Murong Fu, quietly studying martial arts manuals. Only when Wang Yuyan guides Murong Fu does Lu Ren pause for a moment to bask in her light. During this process, Murong Fu has repeatedly mentioned wanting to spar with Lu Ren, but Lu Ren has always refused, citing his shallow martial arts foundation as the reason. Only Wang Yuyan knows how formidable Lu Ren has become. All of this would not have been realized by Wang Yuyan if it weren't for the incident a few days ago. A few days prior, Wang Yuyan had just engaged in martial arts discussions and suggestions with her cousin, who then returned to the Murong family for some business, leaving her waiting for his return. At this moment, the lurking Jamozi aimed to take her away, intending to use her martial arts insights for his own improvement. Wang Yuyan, not understanding martial arts, had no reaction and was captured by Jamozi. However, at that moment, Lu Ren, who had been guarding the area, appeared. Wang Yuyan did not see how Lu Ren arrived. It appeared as if he was using the Lingbo Weibu or a lightness technique recorded in the Longhuan Jade Cave, the Fian Gong. Then a force of attraction came, saving her from Jamozi's grasp. Wang Yuyan recalled that this technique was comparable to the Qinlong Gong, a control technique she had only partially reconstructed using her own insights. Unsure if it would work, but unexpectedly, Lu Ren had mastered it and saved her with it. Subsequently, Lu Ren exhibited martial arts techniques that were completely different from before. Nianhua finger, dog beating stick method, Taizu long fist, and so on. Each strike was nearly unique. Soon, Wang Yuyan realized what Lu Ren was practicing, the Zhao Gong. In such a short time, Lu Ren had completed the transition of his martial arts and reached such a level. Similarly, Jamozi also discovered this, as he was also practicing the same technique. However, Jamozi found that his own Zhao Gong seemed less proficient than Lu Ren's. At least, he could not replicate that effortless and free-flowing body technique. In the end, Jamozi was defeated, wounded by Lu Ren's continuous and dazzling techniques, and left in disgrace. All of this happened in a brief period, even after Murong Fu returned. Wang Yuyan had already calmed down from her panic, while Lu Ren returned to his previous state. From that day on, perhaps out of gratitude towards Lu Ren and due to her cousin's favorable relations with him, Wang Yuyan no longer avoided Lu Ren during her discussions on martial arts with her cousin. However, Lu Ren continued to refrain from sparring with Murong Fu. Wang Yuyan vaguely sensed this. After Jamozi's escape, to soothe her emotions, Lu Ren had a brief conversation with her. During this, Wang Yuyan asked why Lu Ren had twice stopped her from helping Murong Fu when he was fighting Jamozi. Lu Ren's answer was simply one sentence. A man's pride needs to be taken care of. This statement made Wang Yuyan reflect deeply and realize that Lu Ren was genuinely helping her. Although Lu Ren had ulterior motives, those motives were not off-putting. Perhaps this is why her mother, who usually does not show kindness to men, felt at ease letting Lu Ren be her bodyguard. Throughout all this, Lu Ren remained indifferent. He was like a worker, quietly doing his job and gradually accumulating his strength. It must be said that the Xiao Wuxian Gong is indeed quite overpowered, especially when paired with his physical attributes. It truly feels like cheating. The martial arts Lu Ren displayed against Jamozi were merely bits and pieces accumulated from daily practice. His reluctance to engage in combat with Murong Fu was not out of consideration for Murong Fu's pride, but rather a concern that he might accidentally kill him. Because when Lu Ren practiced the Xiao Wuxian Gong, he focused primarily on defense, as he had previously mentioned to Wang Yuyan. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ren finally completed the cultivation of the Xiao Wuxian Gong after continuously accumulating various martial arts. That night, he began to enter seclusion once again. Using the same method, he sealed the power of the Xiao Wuxian Gong with the 5 elements, and then unsealed his own Baiming True Qi. Finally, after the Baiming True Qi returned, he gradually absorbed the unsealed power of the Xiao Wuxian Gong with the Baiming Divine Art. This process occurred overnight. It was also on that day that Lu Ren felt a difference in the realm of the Baiming Divine Art. In the boundless and vast Baiming Xianhai, the Kunpeng became more agile. Moreover, the entire Baiming Sea was no longer just a single koan. It was filled with countless lives, all nourished and nurtured by the entire Baiming Sea. The vastness of Baiming is not about how large a life it can accommodate, but rather that no matter how big or how many lives there are, they can roam freely within it. Or rather, it is not just the Baiming Sea. It is the sea of Lu Ren's heart. The so-called Baiming Sea can be a sea, the earth, the sky, or an endless starry universe. Chapter 37. Establishing authority at the gathering of heroes. The core intention of the Northern Underworld divine skill lies in inclusiveness. The Lingbo Weibu, light wave steps, focuses on movement, and the Xiao Wuxian skill emphasizes change. These elements blend together, as if presenting a magnificent painting to Lu Ren. However, this painting is still incomplete and seems to require Lu Ren to continue discovering its beauty. It is time to leave. After completing the Xiao Wuxian skill, the thought of departure arose in Lu Ren's mind. His agreement with Madame Wang was originally to serve as a bodyguard for Wang Yuyan while studying at the Wang family. Now that he has finished his studies, his role as a bodyguard has also come to an end. Lu Ren is not someone who enjoys sentimentality, nor does he feel any strong emotional bond with Wang Yuyan or Murong Fu. Thus, after tidying up briefly, he went to bid farewell to Madame Wang and then left gracefully. When Wang Yuyan noticed that Lu Ren was not accompanying her as he usually did, she seemed to realize something and returned home to inquire with her mother. It was then that she learned Lu Ren had already departed. At that moment, Wang Yuyan was unsure of her feelings. It was not reluctance, nor was it disappointment. It was merely a faint sense of melancholy and an indescribable envy. Lu Ren always knew what he wanted and was not constrained by external factors. He acted according to his heart and thoughts. Wang Yuyan did not understand this mindset, for by the time she did, it would be decades later. By then, Lu Ren had become a legend, standing at a place that she could only look up to in awe. After leaving the Murong family in Gusu, Lu Ren returned to the Wuliang sword and learned 2 pieces of news. First, while he was away, the Wuliang sword had been incorporated by the Lingzhou Palace. There was no choice. The Wuliang sword could not compete with the forces under the Lingzhou Palace, so it was forced to join and became the leader of one of their caves. However, since Lu Ren was not there, only his master, Zhou, benefited from the power of the life and death talisman. The second piece of news was that the gathering of heroes, along with the renowned physician Shui, had invited various heroes to discuss how to resolve the issue of Xiaofeng. During this time, Xiaofeng's identity as a chitin had been exposed, and he faced death wherever he went while investigating his origins. All of this was attributed to Xiaofeng. Naturally, the Yu brothers from the Gathering of Heroes also wished to take this opportunity to make a name for themselves. They sent hero invitations not only to the Beggars sect, but also to Lu Ren, who was in Dali's Wuliang sword. However, the situation here was completely constrained by the Lingzhou Palace, which had no interest in this matter, resulting in a low response rate. As Lu Ren checked the time, he realized he might still make it. After some hesitation, he ultimately decided to take a look. Of course, before leaving the Wuliang Palace, Lu Ren attempted to resolve the life and death talisman for Zuazimu. Unfortunately, the methods used to plant the life and death talisman were different, and its inherent powers were very stubborn, firmly fixed on him. If Lu Ren were to forcibly remove the life and death talisman, it would require a foundation of his substantial power and would leave certain aftereffects on his body. Lu Ren did not want to engage in such thankless tasks. Instead, he used the true energy of the northern underworld divine skill and the sealing techniques of chakra to temporarily seal the life and death talisman. Although the talisman would still cause some discomfort when it acted up, it was bearable and not life-threatening. Lu Ren did not hide this ability, nor did he publicize it. However, he believed that once he returned from the Gathering of Heroes, someone would come to plead with him. He would only provide 3/10 of his effort for every 10 parts of help, and only under the flattery and pleas of others would he selectively offer another 2/10. This is the way of human relationships. If a truly solid relationship cannot be tied by benefits, then perhaps tying it by life and death is also an option. As for those who wish to hate someone, Lu Ren had no concern, as it would absolutely not be directed at him, because he stood at the highest moral point. Of course, to ensure that this situation could proceed smoothly, Lu Ren decided to check out the upcoming competition at Lega Mountain's Dumb Valley. He planned to help Su Zhu fulfill his wish to live a carefree life as a little monk in Shaolin Temple. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, Lu Ren, holding a long sword and riding the yellow horse he had borrowed from Mu Wanqing, which he had not yet returned, finally arrived at the Gathering of Heroes. Lu Ren reported his name and identity and was quickly welcomed inside. Initially, the Yu brothers were not particularly concerned about Lu Ren's arrival, as many Jianghu heroes were present, including the full support of the Beggars sect, the largest gang in the world. Though they were polite on the surface, they felt somewhat elevated internally. However, once Lu Ren entered, all the members of the Beggars sect bowed to him, expressing their gratitude for his past life-saving assistance. Many who were familiar with the Wuliang sword recounted Lu Ren's merging of the East and West sects, referring to him as a young hero, and noted his good relations with the Duan family of Dali. This series of events greatly enhanced Lu Ren's status in the eyes of the Yu brothers. Eventually, Lu Ren naturally became one of the main forces of the hero assembly. However, at this moment, the scheming master of the Beggars sect, Quan Guanqing, stepped forward to stir up trouble. Lu Zhongmin, I have heard that you once formed a brotherhood with Xiao Feng. Is this true? Quan Guanqing said. Shut up. Elder Lu came here to clearly delineate himself from Xiao Feng. If it weren't for Elder Lu's past brotherly affection, he wouldn't have saved us. Bai Shijing of the Beggars sect interjected. Although he had been momentarily bewitched by Madame Ma and made a mistake, he still held great respect for Xiao Feng in his heart. At the same time, he was also grateful to Lu Ren for saving the entire Beggars sect. At this moment, Quan Guanqing feigned realization and quickly apologized, saying with a hint of sarcasm, I see. Elder Lu is deeply principled and should be able to make a decision that satisfies us. Just as Quan Guanqing began to speak again to stir up more trouble, 2 streams of energy shot out, piercing through one of Quan Guanqing's hands and one of his legs. The members of the Beggars sect were taken aback by Lu Ren's sudden action and looked at him with unfriendly gazes. However, Lu Ren ignored them and calmly said, Elder Quan Guanqing, you used your own hand and leg to exchange for my past assistance to the Beggars sect. Truly, you understand the principles, don't you? Moral coercion. Lu Ren was most unafraid of moral coercion because his moral bottom line was very flexible. He could be a high-minded moralist or a despicable scoundrel without any bottom line. This was not Lu Ren acting on a whim. Rather, he would retaliate against anyone who made him uncomfortable. Chapter 38. Madame Ma, the members of the Beggars sect looked at each other, unable to believe that Lu Ren would use the entire sect's promise over a single sentence. This was too childish. However, it also reminded them that the other party had single-handedly defeated the Yixiantang of the Western Xia and saved them from peril, making them realize that, Regardless of any sense of gratitude, they could not threaten him. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. At this moment, Xiao Feng entered uninvited, accompanied by an injured girl named Zhu. Everything unfolded as if scripted during Lu Ren's time at the Swallow's Nest. Zhu had infiltrated the Shaolin Temple to steal martial arts secrets and was injured in the process, only to encounter Xiao Feng. Upon hearing that physician Shui had excellent medical skills and that he was holding a hero conference at the Jushin Villa with the Yu brothers to deal with him, Xiao Feng still came, his confidence and courage on full display. "Brother Lu, I was just invited to the hero conference to deal with you, and here you are, coming to me. It's difficult for me to show favoritism now." Lu Ren strolled out, speaking casually, not hiding his brotherhood with Xiao Feng nor his intention to go easy. However, the cold aura surrounding Lu Ren and the gradually spreading battle intent made all the martial artists present hesitant to criticize him. They spoke of human emotions and worldly affairs, but had no ambiguous thoughts about it. There were indeed human feelings and martial arts loyalties, or perhaps neither. But no one dared to ignore it because Lu Ren was very strong, and he acted first. Drawing his sword, Lu Ren unleashed the boundless Wuyang sword technique, momentarily stunning physician Shui among the crowd, who then looked at Lu Ren with a contemplative expression. He was a discarded disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, but always remembered the sect's kindness. Lu Ren's swordsmanship, especially that part, reminded him of a superior martial art from Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, as he thought of the Wuyang sword, physician Shui recalled that his ancestor had once resided on the mountain where the Wuyang sword was located, but many events later led him to leave there. However, he was soon brought back to reality by the battle between Lu Ren and Xiao Feng. Lu Ren's swordsmanship was not particularly strong, but combined with his elusive footwork, it was like a celestial shadow, difficult to predict. Only a genius like Xiao Feng, with his sharp battle instincts, could rely on his feelings to defend against Lu Ren's attacks. Otherwise, in just a moment, others might have already sustained numerous sword wounds. After a brief exchange of blows, Xiao Feng, relying on his years of combat experience, seized an opportunity to unleash the dragon's subduing palm against Lu Ren. Lu Ren countered with a finger strike, and a surge of energy collided with Xiao Feng's palm, causing both to retreat a few steps. "Good, it's been a while, Brother Lu. Your Yang finger has grown stronger, and your combat skills are extraordinary. Unfortunately, I came here only to save someone." Xiao Feng was aware of his unique identity and asked, "I wonder if my brother could help me," and asked physician Shui to save Mrs. Zhu. Though Xiao Feng appeared rough and bold, he was actually meticulous. During the battle with Lu Ren, he vaguely sensed Lu Ren's intentions, which is why he spoke up. At that moment, before Lu Ren could respond, physician Shui interjected. "If the person who brought this girl was not you, I would definitely save her. However, since it is you, Xiao Feng, I would rather die than save her. The one who harmed her is not me, but you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ren did not respond at all, nor did he show any intention of requesting physician Shui's help. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful suction force, pulling a Zhu from Xiao Feng's arms directly to him. Xiao Feng did not stop this. Instead, hope filled his eyes. After receiving a Zhu, Lu Ren said lightly, "A Zhu and I met in Jiangnan. We are old acquaintances. You all refused to save her for the sake of righteousness, but I cannot turn a blind eye." He then added, "Xiao Feng, once I save Mrs. Zhu, I will compete with you for superiority. But before that, you must first pass the test of the heroes here." After speaking, Lu Ren took a Zhu to a corner and sat down, using his Yang finger to heal her, even at the cost of his own internal energy. Seeing this, Xiao Feng felt relieved and turned his gaze to the many martial artists present, preparing to drink the oath of brotherhood and invite a life-and-death battle. Throughout the process, Lu Ren remained in a daze, watching Xiao Feng and the elders of the Beggars sect drink the oath wine, witnessing Xiao Feng challenge various martial artists, and seeing the battle shift from one-on-one to a multi-person conflict, with Xiao Feng becoming increasingly ferocious. The originally restrained fight gradually turned bloody. In this process, an elder of the Beggars sect was mistakenly killed by Xiao Feng. The Yu brothers' ambush was thwarted by Xiao Feng, leading to their suicide. And many martial artists who sought to use Xiao Feng to gain fame were severely injured or crippled when they revealed their murderous intent. At this moment, Madame Ma, hidden among the crowd, saw Xiao Feng's actions and hurriedly reminded everyone to attack Zhu to force Xiao Feng to submit. Some elders of the beggar's sect actually listened to Madame Ma and aimed to strike Zhu, while Xiao Feng was fighting in the crowd. He saw this scene and leaped to her aid. Although he managed to block the attack in time, his movements became chaotic, and he was struck by a palm and slashed several times. Seeing Xiao Feng in such a state, Zhu could not contain her emotions and broke free from Lu Ren's healing to rush towards Xiao Feng, seemingly wanting to die with him. This forced Lu Ren's internal energy to be interrupted, turning his face pale as he suffered backlash. Lu Ren suddenly turned to look at Madame Ma, who was still observing the battle from the crowd. He threw his sword, which contained extraordinary power, directly toward her. Bai Shijing, standing next to Madame Ma, quickly raised his palms to defend, but he overestimated himself. The flying sword ignored the strength of his palms and pierced through him effortlessly, impaling Madame Ma through her mouth and pinning her against a stone pillar. This woman nearly ruined my martial arts. This is personal enmity. No matter who she is, Lu Ren, will kill her today. If anyone wants to take revenge for her, come to the Wuliang sword and find me. After saying this, Lu Ren looked at one of the severely injured elders of the beggar's sect and pointed his finger, sending a surge of yang finger energy into him to help expel the stagnant blood. Although the elder's injuries were not healed, the reverse blood was expelled, and his life was saved. Chapter 39. Lu Ren's Fatal Strike. Thank you, young hero Lu. Although Lu Ren's actions were ruthless, they were rooted in righteousness. Regardless of how things would unfold between Lu Ren and the beggar gang in the future, at this moment, it was Lu Ren who saved him, and thus gratitude was necessary. However, Lu Ren paid no attention to this group of people. With the power of the one yang finger, he pointed at some of the severely injured individuals present, those who still had a chance of survival, pulling them back from the brink of death. After that, he slowly rose, looking at the heavily wounded Xiao Feng, and spoke. Second brother, since we have sworn brotherhood, I, Lu Ren, have no regrets. However, now you and I are at odds, each with our own unavoidable stance. You are gravely injured, and I have also lost energy in saving Miss Zhu, so I am not taking advantage of you. Next, I will fight with all my strength. If you live, we will drink and be merry in the future. If you die, I will offer you wine at your grave next year. As Lu Ren spoke, his aura surged, and in the next moment he decisively struck. Xiao Feng, seeing this, laughed heartily and shouted, just as I wish. His fighting spirit soared again, and he battled alongside Lu Ren once more. In this fight, Lu Ren did not use the Wuliang sword technique, but instead employed various martial arts he had learned at Yinzi Dock, including the beggar gang's dog-beating stick technique. Xiao Feng responded to each move, exchanging punches and palms, and even though his injuries worsened, he felt no weakness. Instead, he grew bolder. However, everyone knew that Xiao Feng was at the end of his strength. As soon as he paused his fierce attacks, that would be the moment of his defeat. At that moment, outside of Jushin Manor, a figure in black suddenly appeared, wielding extraordinary palm power and attacking Lu Ren from the side while he was engaged with Xiao Feng. Lu Ren was interrupted in his rhythm of battle by the sudden blow, and his already pale face turned even more as he spat a mouthful of blood. The figure in black did not linger, taking Xiao Feng and fleeing towards the outskirts of Jushin Manor. Whoever is hiding in the shadows, you will stay here with me, Lu Ren shouted, finally unleashing his ultimate skill, the Six Meridians Divine Sword, which shot out 6 extraordinary sword energies from different directions, cutting through stone and wood in its path. The figure in black, seeing this, quickly raised their palms to defend, but underestimated Lu Ren's sword energy, which pierced through their shoulder. Nevertheless, the figure did not care about this. Instead, they looked back at Xiao Feng in their grasp. As they defended against the sword energy, all 6 different sword energies struck Xiao Feng at once. He coughed up reverse blood and lost consciousness. Seeing this, the figure in black felt anxious, but did not stop their escape. Lu Ren, witnessing the retreating figure, wanted to pursue, but suddenly clutched his body, sitting cross-legged to adjust his breathing. After a moment, Lu Ren slowly exhaled, and his pale complexion improved slightly. Young hero Lu, let me check your injuries. Dr. Shui stepped forward anxiously. But Lu Ren waved his hand and said, No need, Dr. Shui. I can manage my own injuries. Please treat the others first. Those who were shocked by Lu Ren's astonishing martial arts, upon hearing his words, suddenly felt that he had a certain grandeur. Ruthless? No, that was decisiveness and wisdom. Fierce? No, that was clarity and grievances and kindness. Now, Lu Ren disregarded his own injuries to let the wounded be treated first, showing his compassion and loyalty. A decisive and wise person, clear about grievances and kindness, yet still somewhat young. Such a person, even if they acted a bit overly aggressive and impulsively, who would truly blame them? Of course, the main point is, who would dare blame them? If it were them, at such a young age with such a martial foundation, not to mention someone like Lu Ren, many would likely aspire to be emperors. Once a person feels they cannot win, they start to think about solving problems in a relatively peaceful manner. This battle made Lu Ren completely famous. From then on, a brand new name appeared on the list of powerful figures in the martial world. On the other side, after the figure in black rescued Xiao Feng, they initially intended to heal him. But unexpectedly, the severely injured Xiao Feng suddenly woke up and interrupted the black-clad figure's cultivation. You're okay? Thank you for your help. Senior, I am fine. Impossible. That Lu Ren, although young, is terrifyingly strong. I was already injured just from his sword energy. How could you survive after being hit by all six? That is my sworn brother, although I don't know how he did it. The 6 different sword energies entered my body and transformed into a pure one-yang power, not only healing my internal injuries, but also helping me stretch my tendons and activate my circulation. Once my external injuries heal, my martial arts should improve. After Lu Ren gained fame from this battle, he stepped on Xiao Feng to achieve high prestige in the martial world, which also brought some troubles to his doorstep. You are the leader of the Wuyang sword, Lu Ren? After Lu Ren returned to Wuyang's sword, a woman with graying hair but a face like a young girl appeared in Wuyang Palace. Around her, all the disciples of Wuyang's sword were bound, held captive by a group of women cloaked in black. Seeing this, Lu Ren vaguely recalled some situations. After a flicker in his eyes, he replied, That would be me. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the so-called Tian Shan Tong Lao, right? Whether or not that is true, I will let you know personally. Although Tian Shan Tong Lao was a woman, her character was quite aggressive, and her words were domineering and radical. After finishing her sentence, she attacked Lu Ren with astonishing speed, far surpassing any opponent Lu Ren had encountered before. Bang! Tian Shan Tong Lao's palm struck in front of Lu Ren, causing both to freeze. Lu Ren was stunned because he clearly dodged but still got hit by Tian Shan Tong Lao. Tian Shan Tong Lao was stunned because she realized the martial arts Lu Ren displayed. Lingbo Weibu? Who is your master? How come you also know the Shaolin temples, Jin's Hangzhou? Tian Shan Tong Lao asked, frowning. Tian Shan Tong Lao employed the Tian Shan Luyang palm, which, although perhaps not as ferocious and domineering as the dragon's subduing palm, was not inferior in its intricacy and might even surpass it in certain aspects. However, Lu Ren directly received the attack, and not only did he catch it, but at this moment, Tian Shan Tong Lao's right hand also felt a slight numbness. This kind of rebound force only occurs after mastering the Jin's Hangzhou to perfection. The smooth and seamless feeling was akin to a perfected level of Jin's Hangzhou. At such a young age, with such external cultivation, even if Bodhidharma were alive, he might not have encountered a youth as terrifying as this. If this young man were Shaolin monk, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Shaolin. If he were a disciple of the Shaoyao school, then his martial arts foundation would remind Tian Shan Tong Lao of something. Chapter 40. Return to the Longhuan Blessed Land. Little Wuxiang's skill. Aside from the missing junior sister, only that woman could master it. Damn it, I knew you were sent by that vile person. Suddenly, the Tian Shan Tong Lao roared in anger, her internal energy swirling with fierce and scorching power as she launched another ferocious attack on Lu Ren. Faced with Tian Shan Tong Lao's assault, although Lu Ren wanted to retaliate, his moves could be countered by her no matter what he used. The only somewhat effective technique was the fully leveled Yi-Yang finger combined with the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, which Tian Shan Tong Lao had to block and could not resolve with her usual methods. Besides that, Lu Ren had also practiced the fully leveled external skills while training the little wuxiang skill at the Wang family in Suzhou, relying on pure strength and defense to overpower her directly, forcing Tianshan Tonglao, despite her countless boundary-breaking techniques, to helplessly dodge against a punch that had no defense or technique at all. At this moment, Lu Ren was like a terrifying war machine. In close combat, he had unbeatable defense, standing undefeated. At range, he had the Yang finger and the Six Meridians divine sword. For speed and agility, he had the Lingbo Weibu technique. With months of hard training, fully replenished, he had also integrated the little wuxiang skill, making his internal energy even more vast and encompassing with the Baiming divine skill. After a moment of battle, Tianshan Tonglao, although unwilling to admit it, realized that she might not be Lu Ren's opponent. Unavoidably, the thought of retreating began to rise in her mind. While battling Lu Ren, she started to move toward the outside. Eventually, in their duel, they chased each other with their movements until they reached a cliff on Mount Wuliang. There, precisely where Duan Yu had fallen off the cliff. At this moment, Tianshan Tonglao, due to the continuous high-intensity battle, had severely depleted her internal energy, and her body, which was supported by her skills, felt a wave of lightheadedness. In an instant, her unsteady feet faltered, and her body swayed at the edge of the cliff, falling down. Seeing this, Lu Ren jumped down without hesitation as well. This time, Lu Ren jumped off the cliff in his own style. Ultimately, his body smashed through 3 trees of varying thickness but extraordinary hardness, and his head struck the very rock that had killed him the first time he jumped off the cliff, finally landing in a lake. After enduring nearly 10 seconds of asphyxiation, he finally leaped out. With his internal energy activated, a strong wind surged around him, and his clothes steamed with white vapor. In a moment, his wet clothes were completely dry. With agile movements, Lu Ren quickly located Tianshan Tonglao. At this moment, Tianshan Tonglao was not in great shape. Although she was not as unfortunate as Lu Ren, her legs seemed to be broken, and several places on her body appeared to be scratched from a fall, now seeping blood. Furthermore, perhaps due to the severe depletion of her internal energy, Tianshan Tonglao seemed to be prematurely reversing her aging. However, rather than returning to youth, it was more like regaining her youth. Her pale hair turned black, her wrinkled skin regained its luster, becoming smooth, and she looked like a girl of 8 or 9 years old. However, when Lu Ren examined her body, he discovered that Tianshan Tonglao was only superficially youthful. Internally, she remained withered. No, to be precise, the feeling of returning to youth for Tianshan Tonglao was a passive consumption of her own power leading to this transformation. This sensation reminded Lu Ren of the discussions he had with Master Kuro and Rome about the concept of decay and renewal. The cycle of decay and renewal in plants is akin to the cycle of life and death. If one could replace life and death with decay and renewal, then the body might be able to rejuvenate from aging. Unfortunately, mastering the delicate balance between life and death is too difficult, or rather, in this martial arts world, without some external assistance, even if the theory is feasible, it cannot be realized. Therefore, Master Kuro's path of decay and renewal adopted a state of half decay and half renewal, attempting to delve into a mysterious state of neither life nor death, or a continual cycle of life and death. Tianshan Tonglao, however, was of the former. The 8 desolates and 6 directions alone supreme skill, pure yang and tyrannical, brimming with vitality. Using the power of vitality, she attempted to reverse the cycle of life and death. Moreover, she had indeed taken the initial step. Unfortunately, this transformation required an immense amount of true energy, and Tianshan Tonglao had only transformed her appearance. Furthermore, due to the interruptions in her training during her early years, her appearance had remained at a very young age. And with her body in a state of loss, she lost the last chance to fully achieve the 8 desolates and 6 directions alone supreme skill. Where am I? When Tianshan Tonglao woke up, she found herself in a cave. The various structures of the cave felt incredibly familiar to her. However, her attention quickly shifted to herself, especially when she looked down at her hands, which had regained their youthful softness, and realized she had no internal energy left. Having experienced this situation before, Tianshan Tonglao quickly understood that she had entered that state. "You're awake, Tonglao." Just then, a voice came from behind her. Tianshan Tonglao turned around abruptly to see Lu Ren sitting not far away, looking at her with interest. Instinctively tense, she wanted to attack, but upon realizing her weakened state, she couldn't help but feel helpless. However, the loss of her power seemed to have mellowed Tianshan Tonglao's fiery temperament, and her mind was clearer. "You don't want to kill me. You must want something from me, right?" "That's right. I want a martial arts." "The life and death talisman?" "No. It's the kind of skill that can make you young again." "You have good insight, but what can I gain from this?" "What do you want?" "Help me get through this period of weakness, and I can pass my skills to you. If you can help me deal with an enemy, I might even tell you how to resolve the life and death talisman." "How about that?" "Oh, so you're easy to negotiate with?" "It's not that I'm easy to negotiate with. If I could, I would love to slap you to death, but unfortunately I can't. Since you have a request, I naturally know how to be pragmatic." "Deal. But I want the life and death talisman solution first." "No way. Who knows if you're just pretending?" "With the real intention of using the solution to help your subordinates break the life and death talisman. I can't go empty-handed, can I? I can teach you my skills first." "Fine. Why do I feel this is what you want the most?" "Yes, you chose this yourself. I allow you to reconsider once." "Oomph. Since I've made the decision, I won't go back on it. However, I must say first, my skill has a limitation. Before practicing, you must first abandon your previous skills. My skill cannot be imitated by the little wuxiang skill." "Oh, I practiced the little wuxiang skill? I only had some guesses when I saw you practicing the Lingbo Weibo before, but now that I'm here, I understand where your teachings come from." As Tianshan Tonglao spoke, she looked toward the most conspicuous statue not far away. Chapter 41. The Secrets of Freedom. "You are the disciple of my little junior sister, Qi Yufeng, right?" "In a way, yes, but I have never truly met her. I only obtained the manual she left behind here and learned the martial arts from this place." "Killing all the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect." "Killing all the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect?" "It seems my junior sister has gone through quite a lot over the years. I wonder which bastard made my gentle junior sister so angry." The Tianshan Tonglao spoke, her words filled with nostalgia and a hint of resentment. Of course, hidden within the nostalgia was hatred and a sense of defiance. As for whom it was directed at, Lu Ren could roughly guess. Lu Ren said little, waiting for Tianshan Tonglao to return from her memories before he learned some history of the Xiaoyao sect from her. Naturally, there were many embellishments and personal interpretations in her account, but Lu Ren didn't mind. He was only interested in the cultivation techniques they practiced and the secrets of the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts. Wu Yazi practiced the Biming Divine Art. Her senior sister practiced the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Supreme Technique, while Li Qiushui and little junior sister Qi Yufeng practiced the Lesser No-Form Technique. In addition, other martial arts techniques of the Xiaoyao sect could be selectively learned. For instance, the Biming Divine Art paired with the Lingbo Weibo, wave stepping, could make one appear ethereal, while the Lesser No-Form Technique combined with Lingbo Weibo could allow for unpredictable movements, unrestricted by land, water, or sky. Although the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Supreme Technique that Tianshan Tonglao practiced was not suitable for Lingbo Weibo, many martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect could be cultivated, and their power surpassed that of both the Lesser No-Form Technique and the Biming Divine Art. Actually, the Biming Divine Art Lesser No-Form Technique and the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Supreme Technique are essentially a triad created by the master. However, after its creation, it was found to be nearly impossible to cultivate successfully, which led to its division into 3 separate techniques. Why is it nearly impossible to cultivate successfully? Because it lacks purity. Lacks purity? I am not entirely clear on specifics. I only heard my master say that none of these 3 techniques can be shortcut, and it requires extraordinary talent and a significant opportunity to succeed. But that is too difficult. Can you elaborate? The Biming Divine Art allows one to rapidly accumulate extraordinary internal power by devouring the power of others. But if you wish to peak at the ultimate level, you cannot devour even a shred of others' power. You can only consume your own. Your own? Yes, after mastering the Biming Divine Art. one still needs to cultivate the lesser no-form technique and the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique to perfection, and then use the binding divine art to devour the internal power gained from these 2 arduous cultivations. Only then can the fusion and transformation of the 3 techniques be completed. So, can one person cultivate the binding divine art, while others cultivate the lesser no-form technique and the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique separately? Then that person can devour the lesser no-form technique and the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique? Yes, after my master created this technique, he tried various methods and ultimately discovered that because he had devoured too much power from others in his early years, the internal power became mixed, which prevented him from breaking through that limit. It was also for this reason that he left to seek a breakthrough opportunity and never returned. Is that so? I know what you're thinking. After the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were divided, it seems like everyone's cultivation achievements were merely to prepare for the master's binding divine art. However, each technique of the Xiaoyao sect, once mastered to a certain level, can reach a high tier sufficient for survival. To advance further may only make oneself stronger, but it does not allow for glimpsing higher levels. If the Xiaoyao sect truly encountered an unresolvable existence, the combined internal power of the 3 martial arts would provide a fighting chance. Tianshan, Tong Lao slowly recounted, while Lu Ren listened quietly. This explanation did make some sense, but Lu Ren was not entirely convinced. Because when he fused the binding divine art and the lesser no-form technique, he experienced no constraints whatsoever. The realms produced by the binding divine art and the lesser no-form technique, after fusion, also perfectly blended. This did not seem like a case of fusion failure at all. However, Lu Ren kept this thought to himself, as the past of the Xiaoyao sect had nothing to do with him. In the end, Lu Ren agreed to Tianshan Tong Lao's request. He began cultivating the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique. With the prior experience of practicing the lesser no-form technique, Lu Ren skillfully sealed the true essence of the binding divine art. Then, with a movement of his body, a vibrant force began to flow and circulate within him. This time of cultivation made Lu Ren frown involuntarily. It wasn't that there was a problem with the technique. On the contrary, it was that the cultivation was too rapid. Lu Ren had spent over 2 months reaching the brink of mastery with the binding divine art, achieving true perfection only on the eve of practicing the lesser no-form technique. Similarly, he spent almost the same amount of time on the lesser no-form technique. However, for the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique, Lu Ren not only entered the initial stage in an instant, but also achieved minor success in just half a day, reaching completion the next day. By the 3rd day, while Tianshan Tong Lao thought he was still contemplating the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique, he had already fully mastered it. This was something Lu Ren had not anticipated. He inquired Tianshan Tong Lao about what kind of physique was most suitable for cultivating this technique. Tianshan Tong Lao proudly stated that it must be someone with astonishing martial arts talent and an extraordinary physique. Among the Xiaoyao sect, she might lack a bit in comprehension compared to her little junior sister, but in terms of talent and roots, there was no doubt she was the strongest. Thus, she was able to cultivate the most domineering and difficult 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique of the Xiaoyao sect. After hearing this, Lu Ren nodded as if he understood. Good talent should indeed make the cultivation of martial arts smoother. Sufficient MP could compensate for this, and having a strong foundation should mean a good innate physique. Before the potential of HP is fully developed, it is constantly elevating one's roots. The reason Lu Ren could quickly master a technique was not that his talent was exceptionally impressive. Rather, he had an innate foundation that allowed him to reach the highest level of these martial arts. What he needed to do was merely to activate that foundation during cultivation, without needing to follow a gradual process or adapt and polish. He could go straight into it. Feeling the perfection of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique, Lu Ren did not hesitate. He sealed this technique as he had done before, then unsealed the previous true qi and used the binding divine art to devour and absorb it. With the transformative nature of the lesser no-form technique, he absorbed and converted the internal power of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme technique. In that moment, Lu Ren felt a sense of completeness in the realm he had comprehended. The beaming sea became even more expansive, and the fish, birds, and various creatures transformed from the lesser no-form technique seemed to be infused with vitality, all coming to life. Chapter 42. The Transformation of Life and Death. Withering and flourishing, a great tree, whose age is unknown, grows on an island in the North Sea, its swaying branches and leaves exuding endless vitality. It is a massive cedar tree. Around the cedar, many lives enact their own cycles of life and death. The small knows less than the great, and the small year cannot compare with the great year. How can one know this? The morning mushroom does not know the waxing and waning. The cicada does not know the spring and autumn. This is the small year. In the south of Chu, there are those who live for 500 years, considering 500 years as spring and 500 years as autumn. In ancient times, there was a great cedar that regarded 8,000 years as spring and 8,000 years as autumn. This is the great year. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies unique to me skill, also known as the eternal and ageless spring skill, when perfected by Lu Ren, finally revealed its marvelous use. It develops potential and accumulates vitality. Through thick accumulation and thin release, it realizes the transformation of life and death. The ultimate goal of this skill is, after cultivation, to accumulate transformative vitality within the body, and, when one's own vitality wanes, to reverse that decline with the accumulated vitality, allowing the body to rejuvenate from decay, completing a reversal between life and death. During Lu Ren's time at Tianlong Temple, he explored the path of withering and flourishing practiced by Master Ku Ron, which shares a similar essence with the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies unique to me skill. From withering to flourishing, from death to life, like trees that bloom anew in spring. However, pure cultivation of this skill alone cannot achieve complete transformation, because the transformation of life and death requires too many changes. It needs the full-level Zio Wuxiang skill as support, and also requires a vast amount of true energy, which relies on the beaming divine art as a foundation. Breaking away from life and death, reversing withering and flourishing, shattering the shackles of time, and achieving another level of freedom is the core of the Shaoyao sect's martial arts. It is not until this moment that Lu Ren, having gathered 3 books of Shaoyao sect martial arts, truly steps into the realm of transcending the ordinary in martial arts. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies unique to me skill has the ability to develop potential, completely unlocking Lu Ren's unactivated MP and HP, reaching the same level as Lu Ren in other worlds. After the fusion of the 3 martial arts, Lu Ren felt as if a brand new software had been installed in his body, constructing a completely new operational system. This system, while enhancing Lu Ren's strength, instinctively stores a vitality deep within his body. This vitality is like a core, akin to a seed, gradually absorbing a pure life force from the true energy. If it weren't for Lu Ren's high MP limit and his true energy being dozens or hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary people, he would hardly feel this change. This power should be the rumored energy that can rejuvenate a declining body. The continuous accumulation now is merely a preparation for a better rebirth in the future. This is a method for the transformation of life and death, allowing one to continuously live while reversing life and death. However, each cycle will wear one down. For instance, with Lu Ren currently accumulating vitality at around the age of 20, when he reverses life and death in the future, he may return to the age of 25 or 30, and when his body declines again, he might revert to 40. Thus, until one day, the body can no longer undergo another transformation, or cannot return to youth, and completely decays. This is the limitation of the eternal and ageless spring skill. Lu Ren cannot stop this decline, but he can try to prolong the arrival of this outcome as much as possible. For example, with each rotation, he tries to preserve his own vitality. Now, at 20, in the next rotation, he could return to 21, and in the following rotation to 22. Another example is the breakthrough in martial arts realm. In this world, the martial arts realm is divided into 5 levels: acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, and celestial being. A breakthrough in strength not only increases power, but also extends lifespan, especially when transitioning from acquired to innate, or when a grandmaster breaks through to celestial being. There's a leap in one's life level. If Lu Ren can live to 100 years, then he can have one life in death rotation at 100. If he can live to 200, then he can have one rotation at 200. In this comprehensive martial arts world, not only is there the Tianlong storyline, but there are also legends of the four great fierce beasts in Zhongzhou. If he could obtain one, his lifespan would surely increase significantly. Then, with this lifespan for rotation, living for 10,000 years is not impossible. Thinking of this, Lu Ren became increasingly invigorated. Indeed, the cultivation of martial arts, whether powerful or not, is just about reaching the limit of invincibility. Eternal life is the pursuit of everyone. Kid, what level have you reached in your cultivation? What's wrong? Nothing. Just that your aura reminds me of someone. Oh, who? My master, Zayayozi. Is that so? Does it resemble him that much? It's not about looks, it's about temperament. The aura you carry is very similar to his. Perhaps it's just your illusion. Is that so? I actually thought you could cultivate my Xiaoyao sex martial arts. Tianshan Tonglao spoke, somewhat self-deprecatingly. For a period thereafter, Lu Ren continued to cultivate while guarding Tianshan Tonglao, as agreed. Until one day, half a month later, a female voice came from afar, carrying sarcasm and mockery. Sister, you really made me search for quite a while. But in the end, I still found you. As the voice drifted, a figure appeared not far from the Sword Lake. Upon hearing this voice, Tianshan Tonglau's face instantly filled with anger, but soon a playful smile appeared, saying, "It's Li Qiushui, she's here. Kid, help me kill that little vixen, and I will teach you all the martial arts of Lingzhou Palace." Tianshan Tonglao said, her words betraying an uncontrollable madness when mentioning Li Qiushui. However, Lu Ren did not respond to Tianshan Tonglao. He slowly stood up, and with a lift of his foot, his figure vanished like an immortal, leaving only an afterimage that lingered for a long time. Seeing this scene, Tianshan Tonglao's originally mad expression suddenly froze. And then, as if she thought of something, her face showed an incredulous look. She was the first disciple accepted by Zayayozi and had spent the most time with him, so she had naturally seen her master's moves. The difference in her master's Lingbo Weibu was that, when Zayayozi performed it, there would be such afterimages. What kind of monster is this kid? Tianshan Tonglao thought to herself, feeling a complex mix of emotions, and soon her eyes were filled with a hint of anticipation. When she was young and began cultivating the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies unique to Mi's skill, she had tried to practice Lingbo Weibu, but found it difficult to use with the inner strength of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies unique to Mi's skill. Because of this, she envied her fellow disciples who could perform this footwork. Her master, seeing her disappointment, secretly told her something. Chapter 43. Misunderstanding if one day she could merge the 3 techniques together, not only could she perform the Lingbo Weibu, but she could also achieve what her master did. Her master once said that among all the disciples, she was the one most likely to merge the 3 techniques. And she did not disappoint, as she demonstrated exceptional talent early on. However, because of this, she became proud in her youth and was eventually envied by her junior sister, who interfered with her training and left her with lasting physical consequences. Every 30 years, she would enter a semi-disabled state due to passive rotation, and she could never fully attain the supreme power of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. At that time, Zayayozi had already left, and they had not seen him again even as they separated for various reasons. Now, many years have passed, and memories have long faded. Even the Tianshan Tonglao has forgotten this experience. However, Lu Ren's movement reminded her of this distant memory. Perhaps he could help me solve the problems in my body. The desire that had long been extinguished in Tianshan Tonglao began to rekindle. As Tianshan Tonglao contemplated, Lu Ren's figure reappeared. At this moment, he was holding someone she was very familiar with, someone she would recognize even if turned to ashes. A familiar enemy. Haha, my dear junior sister. I never expected a day would come when you fall into my hands. You bullied me when I was weaker, always launching sneak attacks. Now you still want to run? Ha ha ha. Tianshan Tonglao smirked at the disheveled Li Qiushui, Facing the arrogant and smug Tianshan Tonglao, Li Qiushui, however, did not show the disappointment of captive. Recovering from the shock of being subdued by Lu Ren moments ago, Li Qiushui directly pleaded with Lu Ren, "Master, I was wrong, but I refuse to accept it. Why do you always favor the eldest senior sister? I refuse to accept this, so I want to take everything from her." "What? Master, Li Qiushui? What are you talking about? What master? Ha, you still don't know? Master, look, your most valued eldest senior sister is unrecognizable even to you. Her judgment really is as poor as ever." "Huh?" Li Qiushui laughed heartily, causing Tianshan Tonglao, who was sure Lu Ren was not Zaiyozi, to suddenly feel uncertain. Lu Ren was her master. He was Zaiyozi. Suddenly, Tianshan Tonglao looked at Lu Ren and then abruptly used her yet-to-recover internal energy to strike at Lu Ren. Lu Ren raised his hand and directly received her palm, not dodging or evading, and simply dissipated it. This was the result of merging the three techniques. For martial artists whose internal energy purity is not higher than their own, their energy could be directly dissolved. Seeing this scene, Tianshan Tonglao immediately burst into tears. "Oh, master, it really is you. You deceived me, Wu Lu Ren." What did he do? The two old women, who originally held great animosity and would fight to the death upon meeting, suddenly began to cry like children in front of him. Moreover, how did he suddenly become Zaiyozi? I think you misunderstood. I really am not Zaiyozi. Impossible, apart from the master, no one else could have completely cultivated the three techniques. But I'm not even 20 years old. This just proves you're the master. Before you left, you said that if one day we meet again, returning means being young again. I really am not. Did you cultivate the Biming divine skill? Yes, I found it in this place, and not just me. Another guy also practiced it. How long did it take you to cultivate the Biming divine skill to perfection? About 3 months, well, almost 3 months. Do you think a normal person could do that? This. Did you cultivate the lesser wuxiang skill? I learned it from the Wang family in Gusu. How long did it take you? About 2 months. I've trained for a lifetime and still haven't reached complete perfection. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies you just started. Are you telling me it's perfected? This technique is remarkably in sync with me. It's understandable that I can cultivate it faster, right? Do you think anyone would believe that based on your own words? But I really am not Zaiyozi. I am only 16 years old, living in Lujiatan. My father had me late in life and later sent me to Wuyang's sword. You can investigate all of this. Now I understand, master. You must have been reborn through your training, starting a new chapter in life. That father of yours may not be your real father. There was no late-life childbearing. This. Master, although you've forgotten everything, your body still remembers. When you cultivated the Biming divine skill, your body could quickly adapt and reach perfection. You are not cultivating. You are reclaiming your past power, and the same applies to the lesser wuxiang skill and the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. At this moment, Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ren, as if discovering a brilliant insight, her eyes increasingly convinced that Lu Ren was indeed Zaiyozi. However, Lu Ren was not a transmigrator. He had memories from birth. If he did not have a system space, he would truly doubt whether he was Zaiyozi. Regarding whether I am Zaiyozi, I do not wish to continue arguing. I am who I am. I am Lu Ren. As for what you think, it is up to you. Lu Ren wanted to make a final defense. Welcome, Master Lu Ren. X2. All right. Lu Ren decided not to explain anymore. At this moment, Li Qiushui and Tianshan Tonglao had completely brainwashed themselves. Whatever he said no longer mattered. However, soon, Lu Ren also became at ease. It was just right to take advantage of this identity to learn about the past events of the Xiaoyao sect from the 2 elders. After Li Qiushui and Tianshan Tonglao believed Lu Ren to be the second life of their master, they became straightforward. Although they still did not get along, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of their master, and they answered all of Lu Ren's questions candidly. Thus, 2 days passed. Lu Ren not only learned what he wanted to know, but also gathered 2 segments of personal accounts regarding the Xiaoyao past from Li Qiushui and Tianshan Tonglao. Combining this with the original text, Lu Ren vaguely felt that it probably was not as they described. These matters would only reveal the truth if he directly asked Wuyazi. Lu Ren contemplated this and then focused on some private conversations Xiaozi had with Tianshan, Tong Lao, and Li Qiushui. To Tianshan Tong Lao, Xiaozi once said, if Tianshan Tong Lao could cultivate the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies to perfection, she could try sacrificing all her power to truly regain her youth when her body deteriorates. Chapter 44. Master, you have to make a decision for me. Then, using a brand new body, practice the small formless skill. After reaching perfection, when the body deteriorates again, it can still stimulate the body and passively undergo a rejuvenation. At that time, using the body rejuvenated for the second time, continue to practice the Northern Darkness divine skill. Ultimately, after reaching perfection, the internal energy within can flow endlessly. When the body reaches a withered state, rejuvenation can occur at any time, thus maintaining eternal youth and a long lifespan. As for Li Qiushui, it is quite similar. After reaching perfection with a small formless skill, her control over the body reaches a subtle extreme, allowing her to condense internal energy within the body. Then she can practice the Northern Darkness divine skill, and with her extraordinary control over the body, quickly master it. In this way, by unsealing the internal energy of the small formless skill and merging the 2 martial arts, she can control both techniques. Finally, using the small formless skill, she can master the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, ultimately achieving perfection, allowing for a transformative leap through accumulated internal energy. If Lu Ren is not mistaken, there should also be a set of rhetoric from Wiazi. However, he is not clear on the specifics. If he is correct, it should involve using Northern Darkness to absorb energy and transform it, converting the perfected power to practice the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, and then undergoing a cycle of withering and flourishing before practicing the small formless skill. Alternatively, she might practice the small formless skill first, then reach a subtle level before practicing the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. In short, Xiaozi likely wants his disciples to first focus on one aspect and then use other methods to complete the remaining techniques. Unfortunately, these are merely blueprints drawn by Xiaozi for his disciples. Perhaps he did not expect that he would never return, or he may not have realized that his disciples do not possess extraordinary talents like he does. Nor would he have thought that his disciples would directly turn against each other after his departure. Now, Lu Ren, through a twist of fate, has mastered Xiaozi's legacy, but is still mistaken by his disciples as Xiaozi reborn, having forgotten everything. Lu Ren feels helpless about this, but he does not mind playing the role of Xiaozi for a while. Master, you have to make a decision for me. Look at my face. It has been scratched up by my senior sister. Master, don't listen to this vixen slander. If it weren't for her ambushing me while I was cultivating, my body wouldn't be stunted like this, and my junior brother wouldn't have left me. My junior brother likes me. Even if you grow up, it won't matter. With you being so promiscuous, only a blind man would like you. Lu Ren looks at the 2 old men, who add up to nearly 200 years, behaving like children once again, and feels a headache coming on. So, Lu Ren decides to give them a little hint. Do you know who lives in this place? Master, there's a statue of my junior sister here. It must be hers. Master, it looks like 2 people lived here. And my junior sister wouldn't force herself to do the carving. It must have been done by someone else for her. Speaking of which, my junior brother also likes carving. Hey, you can't be saying that you went to live with my junior sister, right? Is that... Oh, I forgot to mention earlier, Wiazi. They also have a daughter who later married into the Gusu Wang family. I accidentally learned my small formless skill there. Impossible. How can my junior brother be with my junior sister? Doesn't he like Li Qiushui? Hearing this, Tianshan Tong Lao immediately lost her composure, unwilling to believe it. Meanwhile, Li Qiushui, after a moment of daze, suddenly bursts into laughter, even to the point of tears. Vixen, what are you laughing at? My junior brother likes me. Didn't you just say that? Humph. I believe my junior brother is only bewitched by you and will surely know who truly cares for him. Ha ha ha. Senior sister. Do you know? The person my junior brother likes is you. It's always been you. Ha ha. He secretly admires you every day and ignores me. Whatever you have, I must have. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Ha ha. Li Qiushui's state is a bit off. In terms of mentality, she can rival Madame Ma. Simply put, she's a green tea bitch. What she cares about is not Wuyazi, but the fact that Wuyazi likes her senior sister and not her. She wants to prove that she is not inferior to her senior sister at all. If she can't compare, then she will destroy her senior sister, dragging her down. Even if it means her own doom, she cannot let her senior sister have it easy. Seeing Li Qiushui like this, Tianshan Tonglao should have been very angry or extremely proud, but she is instead incredibly calm. Looking at the frenzied Li Qiushui, her eyes only show pity. She has entangled herself with such a woman for a lifetime. Vaguely, she recalls her own junior sister, who once followed her around, filled with admiration, saying she wanted to be like her. Junior sister, you. I am not your junior sister. I don't need your pity. I hate you. I want to destroy everything about you. Hey, can you two stop being so sentimental? Can't you just ask directly? Lu Ren looks at the two old babies, who together are nearly 200 years old, gradually developing from enemies into lovers, and quickly interrupts this tragic fate from continuing. At the very least, he cannot let this tragic fate happen in front of him. It hurts his eyes. Master Wei, don't call me master. I am not your master. However, if possible, I would like some help from you. In return, I can offer you some assistance. Lu Ren looks at the two and, in the next moment, extends his hands. A pure suction force immobilizes the two, and two streams of vibrant internal energy flow into their bodies, protecting their life force. Meanwhile, their internal energies also circulate and merge through Lu Ren as a medium. Tianshan Tonglau's 8 desolations and 6 harmonies is just a step away from complete perfection. But due to dark injuries left behind, she is forever stuck at this step. As for Li Qiushui, although her small formless skill is perfected, she has long avoided Tianshan Tonglao and cannot truly integrate her internal energy into her body, nor has she had the chance to learn the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. This is also one of the reasons why Li Qiushui has always wanted to catch Tianshan Tonglao. With Lu Ren's help, their internal energies merge. Tianshan Tonglao, who is hurt by Li Qiushui, finds that Li Qiushui's internal energy is the best antidote. Combined with the healing effects of Lu Ren's internal energy, it can gradually repair Tianshan Tonglau's dark injuries, helping her overcome the final step. When Tianshan Tonglao completes her cultivation, her internal energy will nourish Li Qiushui in return. Chapter 45. The unbounded sword master. The scarred wrinkles on Li Qiushui's face began to squirm under the stimulation of the vigorous life force from the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, which made him feel unique and supreme. In just a moment, the scar area formed a new scab and eventually fell off after a period of tingling. Moreover, although the two bodies remained old, a powerful vitality was born within them. This vitality was a true force generated from life towards death, rather than the superficial appearance of rejuvenation. As long as this force was continuously cultivated, they could not only achieve a transformation, but at the very least, both could maintain their youngest state until their deaths. This mutual cultivation lasted for a full 7 days. Lu Ren initially acted as a medium and eventually guided the two to cultivate together. The two who had originally been hostile towards each other gradually softened as they observed each other becoming better. Seeing this scene, Lu Ren knew that the outcome was set. After 7 days, the disciples expressed their gratitude to their master for the rebirth. At this moment, one of the two old women had transformed into a graceful young matron, while the other had become a beautiful young girl, both of whom were stunning and none was inferior to Wang Yuyan. However, Lu Ren felt no stirrings of desire for these two beauties. Having seen the appearance of beautiful women in their old age, any slight influence from their looks would inevitably remind him of the previous antics of the two old women. Instantly, his turbulent emotions calmed like still water. In the future, let us not have so many complications. After a while, I'll take you to meet Wu Yazi. By the way, about my identity, the same old line. I am Lu Ren, understand? Before leaving, Lu Ren asked this. Tianshan Tonglao and Li Qiushui both nodded, indicating that they understood. However, Lu Ren was somewhat uncertain whether they truly understood. Are you sure? Master, don't worry. Zaiyaozi is a thing of the past. You are just Lu Ren, the master of the unbounded cave among the 36 caves of Lingzhou Palace. When you fought Tianshan Tonglao, you ultimately defeated her, and she will not appear again. Master, Also, rest assured, you are still a focus of interest for the Western Xia Yipentang. However, if there are any actions from the Western Xia side, I will notify you at the first moment. Although Lu Ren did not mean that, the two understood him quite well. Therefore, Lu Ren didn't bother to explain further and nodded in agreement. Then, Lu Ren stepped lightly, more precisely described as carefree wandering, leaving behind a shadow at the original place and elegantly disappearing into the Longhuan blessed land. The next day, news of Lu Ren's return spread throughout the 36 caves and 72 islands. Meanwhile, news also came from Lingzhou Palace that Tian Shan Tong Lao had returned. Everyone originally thought that Tian Shan Tong Lao would settle scores with them, but unexpectedly, Lingzhou Palace directly severed the only bridge with the outside world, sealing the mountain and announcing to the outside that intruders would die. The people of the 36 caves and 72 islands were bewildered but dared not question Tian Shan Tong Lao, only sneaking to Wuyang Mountain to try to gather information from Lu Ren. As time passed, their life and death talismans were nearing their activation time. If they did not seek a way out, they would have to resort to self-harm to alleviate their suffering. When Lu Ren faced the inquiries from the various cave masters and island masters, he pretended to be in a situation where his severe injuries had just eased, and then recounted the battle with Tian Shan Tong Lao, the unexpected fall from the cliff, and how both sides suffered heavy injuries. Originally, he had the opportunity to kill Tian Shan Tong Lao, but thinking of the unresolved life and death talisman, he ultimately decided to spare her. However, as a price, he obtained a technique from her. Though it could not completely eradicate the life and death talisman, it could be sealed with that technique. Each person only needed to reinforce it once a year to ensure they wouldn't suffer within that year. Coincidentally, one person's life and death talisman activated, and Lu Ren stepped in to resolve the situation right before them. Lu Ren stated that he would try his best to voluntarily solve problems for everyone each year. Upon hearing this from Lu Ren, the people of the 36 caves and 72 islands let out a collective sigh of relief. Although their own issues remained unresolved, the life and death talisman was no longer a source of distress. As for whether Lu Ren held their life and death power and whether he truly would resolve the life and death talisman or was doing it intentionally, it did not matter. After all, they had already gotten used to being ruled and oppressed, rather than being endlessly exploited by the neurotic Tian Shan Tong Lao. Following a young hero who at least appeared to be a gentleman was not a bad thing. Moreover, to take a step back, merging all forces was not necessarily a bad thing. The strength of a single force was limited. However, if the 36 caves and 72 islands united, they would form a force that no power could ignore, even without top-tier combat strength. Everyone present, capable of becoming a leader of a force, was shrewd and did not need Lu Ren to say much to know what to do. The cave masters of the 36 caves and the island masters of the 72 islands all revered Lu Ren as their master, establishing their own territories and listening to Lu Ren's commands. And Lu Ren gained a brand new title, the Unbounded Sword Master. Of course, some initially wanted to call Lu Ren the Unbounded Immortal Sovereign, but Lu Ren felt that title was a bit too grand and feared attracting some unseen influences. So he chose the title of Unbounded Sword Master instead. The Unbounded Sword Master, the master of the unbounded sword, sounded quite imposing. With this, Lu Ren, who dominated the 36 caves and 72 islands, had finally built his own substantial force. Even the Dali royal family's Duan clan, which had the support of the Tianlong Temple, would now address Lu Ren as Sword Master instead of the previous young friend. The once overlooked unbounded sword had now become a massive entity comparable to the Beggar's Sect. Moreover, the leaders of the 72 islands and 36 caves each possessed exceptional skills, some even stronger than the elders of the Beggar's Sect. If it came to a battle among elites, the Beggar's Sect might not necessarily defeat those cave masters and island masters. However, the Beggar's Sect, under the leadership of Qiao Feng for so many years, even if now on a decline, still had a large number of disciples that could not be underestimated. Some suggested to Lu Ren that he should quietly take control of the Jianghu of the Great Song, perhaps by gradually consuming the Beggar's Sect, and then try to unify the Jianghu to subsequently advance to the position of martial arts alliance leader. However, Lu Ren did not directly adopt this advice, but also did not refuse. He simply told his subordinates that the time was not right yet. As for the reason, Lu Ren did not say. After all, he couldn't tell them that the beggar's sect was currently in a state of decline. If they confronted them now, the other side might band together, temporarily putting aside internal issues to unite against an external threat. Conversely, if they ignored the beggar's sect, it wouldn't be long before the internal conflicts would lead to its own destruction. Chapter 46. The attitude of the Dali Duan clan. Xiao Feng's departure from the beggar's sect, due to being a chitin, was merely a trigger. If things continued, allowing Murong Bo's conspiracy to persist and letting Xiao Yuan Shan, this son of a pitiful father, wreak havoc in the Song dynasty's martial arts world. The beggar's sect might drag many forces in the Song dynasty's martial arts world down with it. For instance, during the gathering at Jushin Villa, Xiao Feng killed many skilled martial artists, each of whom had a force behind them, whether large or small. Moreover, in recent times, Shaolin had been sending out letters and dispatching numerous high monks, which had led to many issues, resulting in injuries and deaths. By the time the Shaolin conference concluded next September, it was likely that there would be another wave of losses. At that time, the entire martial arts world, with Southern Murong and Northern Xiaofeng, would become a thing of the past, and it would be difficult for anyone to emerge and take charge in such a short time. If Lu Ren remembered correctly, the Song dynasty in the Tianlong world was historically the Northern Song, and the Southern Song should have been a continuation of the Northern Song, but in the Zhongwu world, it had become two separate nations. If Lu Ren was not mistaken, or rather, if the Song dynasty in the Tianlong world developed according to history, then after the Tianlong storyline concluded, at most within 10 years, the Northern Song would be breached, leading to one of the most humiliating chapters in Han history. That chapter has a name, the Jinkong Humiliation. What is a hero? Lu Ren was unclear. However, he could not sit idly by and watch this place, so similar to his homeland, go through such dark turmoil again. Even if it might ultimately change nothing, he would still try his best. One day, Lu Ren received an invitation from the Xiaoyao sect. Su Xinghe, representing the Xiaoyao sect, invited Lu Ren to go to Drum Mountain's Deaf and Dumb Valley to play chess. After receiving the letter, Lu Ren did not bring anyone with him. He simply rode his yellow horse, moving slowly and leisurely, arriving punctually at Deaf and Dumb Valley. As soon as he arrived, Lu Ren heard someone in the distance waving and shouting to him. Big brother, over here. Xiandi, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been several months. I hope you are well. All is well. Thank you for your concern, big brother. By the way, my father has been thinking of you and seems to want to discuss something with you, but I'm not sure of the specifics. Is that so? I understand. After this meeting, I will return with you to visit the prince. No need. My father said he would write a letter now, and he will personally go to Mount Wuliang to pay his respects. That's not appropriate. I'm not sure about the specifics, but my father said this is his sincerity, and it's not just his personal matter, but also involves the Dali royal family. I understand. Please inform your father that I will certainly welcome him. I'll write to my father now. Duan, you said, then ran aside to ask some disciples of the Xiaoyao sect for paper and pen to prepare a letter to send back to Dali. During this interval, Murong Fu also warmly approached Lu Ren to greet him, his expression even more enthusiastic than before, even tinged with a strong sense of envy. In the past, Lu Ren, known as the Wuliang Sword, had a reputation that could rival that of the Murong family from Suzhou, which was even more powerful. However, the title of Wuliang Swordmaster was no longer obscure, but a sovereign respected by the 36 caves and 72 islands. This was quite an impressive force. Whether in manpower, resources, or wealth, if he were to acquire them, they could give wings to his dreams and kickstart his great undertaking, unlike now, where he was running around but gaining nothing. As for Murong Fu's enthusiasm, Lu Ren responded with a smile, remaining as gentle as ever. He also smiled and nodded at the young lady beside Murong Fu, her eyes pure, and even though she was picky like Murong Fu, she could find no fault, only marveling at Lu Ren's exceptional fortune, while praising her young master as well. In response, Lu Ren also sweetened his words and praised Murong Fu, satisfying both his spirit and pride immensely. Besides that, several heroes from the martial arts world also came to greet Lu Ren. Most of them were people Lu Ren had saved at Jushin Villa, and there were also some who admired Lu Ren's fame and sought to befriend him. To this, Lu Ren, regardless of their strength, responded with a warm smile, but he did not engage in lengthy conversations with them, and the others did not dare show any dissatisfaction. Strength was the mainstream of everything. With Lu Ren's strength, being able to nod and smile at them was already giving them enough face. If they were to be ungrateful, they would not need Lu Ren to say much. Others would educate them on reality. At this moment, Su Xinghe looked at Lu Ren, smiling as he slowly exerted his internal power, pushing a stone bench towards himself, indicating for Lu Ren to sit down. However, Lu Ren did not sit immediately. Instead, he glanced at Murong Fu, seemingly preparing to let Murong Fu make the first move. Seeing this, Murong Fu was touched but showed a look of embarrassment as he said, "Brother Lu, I just tried it and almost lost control. You must be careful." "Thank you for the reminder, Murong brother. I will be cautious." After Lu Ren expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist, he no longer hesitated. He waved his hand, and the stone bench, weighing at least a couple of 100 pounds, was easily adjusted to a suitable position, and only then did Lu Ren sit down. This display of strength astonished the various martial artists present. Opposite him, Su Xinghe observed this scene with excitement in his eyes, for he saw more. Lifting weights, as if they were light, was the essence of the Tianshan 6 Yang Palm. Moreover, that thick and powerful wave of true energy, he had only felt it from one person before, his master, Weiyazi. After Lu Ren took his seat, Su Xinghe made a gesture of invitation. Lu Ren did not say much. He casually picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board. Su Xinghe looked at Lu Ren with confusion, seemingly not understanding why Lu Ren would place it there. However, when he saw the confident expression on Lu Ren's face, Su Xinghe began to feel uncertain. Perhaps this young hero with ties to the Xiaoyao sect had his own considerations, and he could not afford to be careless. Thus, Su Xinghe pondered for a long time before making his move on the board. Lu Ren did not say much. Immediately after Su Xinghe placed his piece, he dropped another piece near the first one. Seeing this, Su Xinghe was puzzled again, but after deep thought, he ultimately placed another piece. Then Lu Ren placed another piece, again close to the second one. Meanwhile, as Su Xinghe was still trying to figure things out, Lu Ren cupped his hands and said, "I concede." Su Xinghe fell silent, and all the martial artists present, who were eagerly anticipating what could be an astonishing showdown, also fell silent. After a long pause, Su Xinghe, who had pretended to be deaf and mute for decades, finally spoke slowly. "Sir, this is Go, not Connect 5. You haven't won. It doesn't matter. To me, I have already achieved victory in this game. As for the rules, I was playing Connect 5, and you're the one not adhering to the rules." Chapter 47. Master. I suffer. Su Xinghe fell into silence upon hearing Lu Ren's words. The Jinlong chess game was a deadlock, with both black and white pieces unable to determine a victor. Yet, holding a piece, Lu Ren disregarded the original state of the game and played according to his own rules. During this process, Su Xinghe's mind was still focused on the Jinlong chess game, while Lu Ren's was on Gamoku. Su Xinghe found the moves perplexing, but according to Lu Ren's rules, he indeed won. Although Lu Ren's skill in Go was immensely clumsy, even somewhat laughable, he exuded great strength and confidence, which was quite perplexing, especially as Su Xinghe recalled that his master was seeking a successor. Lu Ren might be a very good choice. Thinking of this, Su Xinghe suddenly smiled and said, "If one cannot surpass within the rules, then change the rules." It was unexpected that the Jinlong chess game could be resolved in such a simple manner. The Wuyang sword master is truly talented. I, Su, concede. Heroes of the Jianghu. What the hell? The Jinlong chess game can be broken like this. Had they known earlier, just as everyone was lost in thought about the Jinlong chess game, a boisterous laugh echoed from a distance. "Ha, Brother Su, you spoke." An elderly man with white hair and beard, his voice resonating around, rushed towards the deaf-mute valley. Before everyone could react, Lu Ren raised his hand, and a concentrated Yi-Yang finger force transformed into 6 different sword energies, piercing through the starry old monster in succession. Then everyone saw the starry old monster's body roll down into the deaf-mute valley, coming to rest before Lu Ren, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately uttering nothing before dying at Lu Ren's feet. Throughout this, Lu Ren never even cast a glance at the starry old monster. At that moment, many Jianghu heroes suddenly realized why Lu Ren dared to play chess that way. He truly had the strength to redefine the rules. If it were them, they might have been treated as mere clowns and even become a laughingstock in the Jianghu. But Lu Ren would not. After today, the story of the Wuliang sword master defeating the Xinlong chess game and subduing the starry old monster would quickly spread throughout the Jianghu. Nan Morong, Bei Qiaofeng, had already become a thing of the past. Many martial artists in this Jianghu felt that this would be a place where the Wuliang sword master would rise to prominence. Su Xinghe looked at his lifelong enemy, who was also his only junior disciple, being killed so effortlessly, and while he felt shock, he also felt a sense of relief. Looking at Lu Ren, he said, "Since you have won, as per our agreement, please follow me. I will take you to meet someone." "Lead the way," Lu Ren replied calmly, showing no excitement for what could potentially be an opportunity, and all the Jianghu knights found this entirely reasonable. Only a being as powerful as him deserved such an opportunity. Otherwise, if it fell to someone insignificant, they would not be willing to accept it. After all, why should it be so? Just because of luck? Su Xinghe led the way, opening a stone wall to reveal a cave. After winding through, Lu Ren finally arrived at a place where a person sat. The individual appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, and that was with the added effect of his beard. Without it, he seemed to be just over 40. However, in his eyes, there was a depth of experience that did not resemble someone still retaining youthful vigor at that age. Before the other could speak, Lu Ren called out his name. "Weazi." "Ah, you recognize me?" Weazi was surprised. Lu Ren did not say anything, but extended his hand, and a powerful absorbing force emanated from his palm. That terrifying, beaming, swallowing power left Weazi's years of hard-earned, beaming pure, true chi with no chance to resist, directly suppressing him. "Master, is it you?" Seeing Weazi drawn to him, ready for treatment, suddenly speaking like this, Lu Ren was astonished to find that he was not surprised at all. As expected, the same tactic had surely been used by Zaiyozi on Weazi as well. Lu Ren said nothing further. The yang force, mixed with the healing energy of chakra, began to open Weazi's meridians. A vibrant life force flowed through Weazi's body, and Lu Ren reconnected the broken spine with a domineering strength, completing the adjustment. "All right, in at most 100 days, you'll fully recover. During this time, I will seal your beaming divine skill. As for whether you practice the minor wuxiang skill or the 8 desolation and 6 directions unique skill, it will be up to your choice." After finishing this, Lu Ren clapped his hands, allowing Weazi to begin adjusting his breathing. Weazi, seeming to have found his anchor, no longer harbored the earlier thoughts of seeking death through passing on his skills, but instead focused on regulating his body. About a quarter of an hour later, Weazi felt sensations returning to his legs and was overcome with emotion. "Master, I suffer. I am Lu Ren, not your master." "Master, I understand. You once said, 'Returning is a new self.' This is the ring you gave me when you passed on the position of sect leader. Now it returns to its rightful owner." Weazi has seen the sect leader. Lu Ren looked at Weazi, who decisively stepped down, unsure of what to say. However, Lu Ren ultimately accepted the ring. He needed this power now and did not intend to decline it. Then, Lu Ren began to explain to him the matters concerning Tianshan, Tong Lao, and Li Qiushui, reiterating that he did not possess Zaiyozi's memories. Weazi expressed that this made sense, recalling that before his master left, he had secretly told him that if one day he could return, he would be reborn. Seeing this, Lu Ren stopped explaining and then heard another version of the story from Weazi. Weazi admired the senior sister, but she was too outstanding, leaving him feeling ashamed. He once wanted to muster the courage to confess and ask Li Qiushui to arrange a meeting, but ultimately received a rejection from her. Disheartened, the concern from the junior sister helped him out of his predicament. To avoid future awkwardness, he quietly left with the junior sister, and the two enjoyed a happy time together. However, no matter how beautiful the time was, it would inevitably lose its flavor under the passage of time. Especially after having children, Weyazi felt he was drifting away from the core ideals of the Xiaoyao sect, feeling constrained by the various frameworks of the secular world. Chapter 48. Yes, you're not Zayozi eventually. Weyazi left without saying goodbye, preparing to go out alone, and just happened to encounter Deng Chuanxiu becoming a traitor. Because of his soft heart, he was caught off guard and fell into Deng Chuanxiu's trap, which led to this situation. At this moment, Weyazi still felt that his junior sister was waiting for him, and thought that if he had found a successor earlier, he would have let the other person go to Longhuan Fudi to find a junior sister, allowing her to guide the successor in completing the cultivation of Xiaoyao martial arts. To this, Lu Ren could only remain silent, because from Madame Wang, Lu Ren learned that Madame Wang's mother, who was Weyazi's junior sister, thought that Weyazi had directly abandoned his wife and daughter. Therefore, Lu Ren could understand why that Xiaoyao sect junior sister eventually wrote about wanting to kill all Xiaoyao sect disciples in Longhuan Fudi. Isn't this just a typical behavior of Madame Wang? One could only say like mother, like daughter. Lu Ren remained silent for a long time before finally telling Weyazi everything. After hearing this, Weyazi did not show the emotional fluctuations that Lu Ren imagined. Instead, he was surprisingly silent. After a long while, Weyazi sighed softly. In the end, I have wronged her. But it's fine. This way, she doesn't have to be bound by me anymore and can enjoy her freedom. Lu Ren watched as Weyazi quickly found peace and even regained his composure. He didn't know what to say. Is it really that fast for a strong person to reshape their state of mind? His melon was still unfinished, and others already had new melons. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the things have been obtained. Lu Ren shook his head and stopped saying more. Then, Lu Ren asked Weyazi for the ultimate skills of the Xiaoyao sect. Weyazi told Lu Ren that the sect leader's ring was the key, and then instructed Su Xinghe to take Lu Ren to the Xiaoyao sect's residence. In a secret place, Lu Ren followed the instructions to open the Xiaoyao sect's inheritance. There, it was a secret chamber, or more like a study. However, the books placed in the study were all martial arts manuals. Each book placed outside could create a powerful figure known throughout the martial world. In the core area, the core martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were displayed. Besides the 3 skills of Xiaoyao, there were also the Tian Shanjime hand, Baihong Palm technique, and Huagong Daofa, among others. There were even some notes left by Zayayozi when he created the methods. Except for eating, drinking, and other necessities, Lu Ren spent all his time there. It took a full month, and with the joint efforts of 3 Lu Rens, they barely managed to digest these martial arts. Various skills associated with the Xiaoyao sect, such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, astrology, and feng shui, also emerged. Upon seeing Lu Ren, there was no longer any doubt in their hearts about Lu Ren being Zayayozi. It was just too similar. Although the appearance was completely different, the aura was exactly the same as that of the former master. Moreover, Lu Ren's aura was even richer and more profound than that of his master back then, clearly showing progress beyond the original foundation. Congratulations, sect leader, for coming out of seclusion. Weyazi clasped his hands in congratulations to Lu Ren. At this moment, he had already adjusted his mindset. Regardless of whether Lu Ren was Weyazi or not, Lu Ren at this moment was a completely new existence and the strongest and most talented individual in the Xiaoyao sect besides the former Zayayozi. Therefore, making Lu Ren the sect leader was undoubtedly the best choice, especially during this time. Even if Lu Ren focused on quiet cultivation, he would still inquire about the surrounding situation through various channels. He was also secretly collecting resources and nurturing some strong individuals, seemingly preparing for something. Although Weyazi did not know what Lu Ren wanted to do, he did not care. There were only a few real core disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, so even if they rebelled, they could retreat safely if they failed. The worst outcome would simply be to hide away again. Moreover, experiencing the ups and downs of life might actually help with future cultivation. Therefore, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect was very proactive about any matters concerning Lu Ren and did not ask for reasons. Meanwhile, Lu Ren's influence gradually transformed under the rapid integration of the Xiaoyao sect's foundation, no longer being merely a loose group controlled by life and death symbols, but rather a community of interests, a vision for the future, and a platform for ambition to flourish. Although they did not understand what their leader was doing, Many of the leader's actions made them realize that after that incident occurred, it would definitely be earth-shattering. And at that time, the earliest followers would benefit the most. On this day, while Lu Ren was diligently cultivating and honing himself, Duan Yu hurried over, stepping lightly but looking somewhat fatigued. Big brother, hurry, hurry. Ed, what's making you so anxious? Ah, they said on the way that if we come a little later, it might be too late. As Duan Yu spoke, he tried to pull Lu Ren to use the lightness skill, but when he pulled Lu Ren to run, his foot slipped. To be precise, Duan Yu couldn't move Lu Ren, and his body was stuck in place. Duan Yu looked anxious and opened his mouth to explain to Lu Ren, but he saw Lu Ren directly grab him and ask, "Point me in the direction." Huh? I mean, if you want me to take you to save someone, you have to give me directions. That way. Duan Yu reacted, raised his hand, and pointed in the direction they had come from. The next moment, Duan Yu felt the scenery around him rapidly retreating, even becoming a bit blurry. Once Duan Yu adjusted, he discovered that his big brother was pulling him forward with large strides. His big brother was also using the lightness skill, but with each step, he directly crossed over 100 meters. In just a breath's time, they were already several miles away. Once Duan Yu realized, he quickly said, "Big brother, we passed it. We passed it, turn left, then go right." Lu Ren said nothing and quickly moved according to Duan Yu's directions. Along the way, Duan Yu pointed out the route while explaining the situation. Simply put, it was that Xiao Feng and Zhu had gotten back together, and while Xiao Feng was looking for the whereabouts of the leader, he discovered that Kong Min had left a letter before her death, which made Xiao Feng suspect that the leader was Duan Zhongshan. Coincidentally, Zhu encountered her own background during this process and learned that her father was indeed Duan Zhongshan. Then, things happened just like in the original story. The difference was that Xiao Feng himself had some doubts about that letter, so when he struck, he held back some strength. When he discovered that Duan Zhongshan had the intention to die, he quietly retracted his power. If it was really Duan Zhongshan, then Xiao Feng's strike would at most injure him. However, it was Zhu who had average strength and was not resisting. Therefore, even if that strike did not truly seek her life, it was not something a woman could bear. By the time Xiao Feng realized, Zhu was already severely injured and on the verge of death. Fortunately, Duan Zhongshan appeared in time and used the one yang finger to protect Zhu's heart pulse, temporarily prolonging her life. Chapter 49. Saving Zhu. Unfortunately, Zhu's injuries this time affected her heart and lungs, and with the hidden force of the dragon subduing palm, it was difficult to treat with medicine or stones. The only way to save her was to use the power of the one yang finger to eliminate the dragon subduing force from within, and then use the healing capabilities of the one yang finger to regulate her heart veins. Only then could she be saved. However, achieving this was very difficult. Perhaps only Master Ku Rong's one yang finger had that level of mastery. However, Fang Zhulin was quite a distance from Dali, and Master Ku Rong had long been in seclusion at Tianlong Temple. Moreover, Zhu, due to her injuries, could not travel, leaving them in a dilemma. At that moment, Duan Zhongshan thought of Lu Ren. He had heard his elder brother Duan Zhengming say that Lu Ren's one yang finger was not inferior to Master Ku Rong's, and might even surpass it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng decided to go to Wu Yang's sword to find Lu Ren. At this time, the lovesick Duan Yu returned, feeling disheartened as he saw Murong Fu and Wang Yuyan together. After hearing about Zhu's situation, he immediately shared his encounter with Lu Ren and took the initiative to find Lu Ren. Thus, the earlier events unfolded. After Duan Yu finished explaining the situation, he realized he had returned. He stood dazed at the northwest of Xinyang, outside Fangzhulin by Little Mirror Lake, feeling somewhat unreal. He had exhausted a horse running from Xinyang to Lu Ren's location, and used the Lingbo Weibu to cover dozens of miles, taking half a day to barely reach his elder brother's residence. However, his elder brother had arrived in just a quarter of an hour. Moreover, this included the time wasted due to his own failure to prompt timely turns, leading him to take many unnecessary routes. Hey, isn't it about saving people? Why aren't you leading the way? Oh, big brother, follow me. Inside Fangzhulin by Little Mirror Lake, when Lu Ren entered with Duan Yu's anxious guidance and saw Xiao Feng again, he found that Xiao Feng had lost the grandeur of his past and was quietly watching over a woman lying on the bed, her breath faint. "Big brother, help me save Zhu, I beg you." The iron-boned Xiao Feng, upon seeing Lu Ren's arrival, seemed to have exhausted all his strength to say this. Xiao Feng never asked others for help, but for the love in his heart. He lowered his head this time, and even called Lu Ren big brother for the first time, sounding somewhat humble. Lu Ren said nothing else, raising his index finger, and a pure one-yang finger force entered Zhu's body, delicately yet dominantly checking her injuries. After spending time studying medicine with physician Shui, and combined with the wonderful use of the one-yang finger, he was no longer the novice he once was. Within 2 breaths, Lu Ren's true energy accurately located Zhu's damaged areas. There, remnants of the dragon subduing force continued to damage Zhu's heart veins, constantly weakening the one-yang finger's protective power over her heart veins, as if it could end her young life at any moment. Seeing this, Lu Ren did not hesitate at all. His pure and powerful one-yang finger force directly replaced the original inner force of the one-yang finger, firmly protecting Zhu's heart veins. The residual dragon subduing force within Zhu, each time it attempted to impact and damage her heart veins, would be diminished when it came into contact with the one-yang finger force that Lu Ren was guarding over Zhu's heart veins. After several dozen attempts, the dragon's subduing palm strength was almost completely worn down. At this moment, the one-yang finger's force revealed its fangs, increasing its output, and began to transition from defense to offense, transforming into the power of Bei Ming to absorb and sweep through Zhu's internal meridians, taking in the last remnants of the dragon, subduing palm strength, finally guiding the energy back to emptiness with a breath. Lu Ren expelled the force carrying the remnants of the dragon, subduing palm strength. As a mouthful of turbid energy was expelled, Zhu's pale complexion visibly regained some color, and her previously faint breath gradually became more even. However, this was just the beginning, not the end. Following this, Lu Ren's true energy transformed again. The one-yang finger energy became a faint green true energy, continuously injected into Zhu's body. This power felt full of vibrant life, swirling and circulating within Zhu's body. Her entire state began to recover at an unbelievable speed under the infusion of the green true energy, the recovery speed astonishingly quick. Duan Zhengshun, who had spent his life immersed in the one-yang finger aside from chasing girls, was completely stunned upon witnessing this scene. Is this really the one-yang finger? A perfected one-yang finger can have such incredible healing abilities? Although Zhu's life was barely sustained by his one-yang finger, Duan Zhengshun understood that even if Master Ku Rong and the high monks of Tianlong Temple all came to help treat Zhu's internal injuries, her other external injuries would still require time to heal. However, as Lu Ren slowly withdrew the one-yang finger he used for treatment, his daughter Zhu's complexion was rosy, her breathing even, and even her external injuries were visibly healing. Finally, Zhu slowly opened her eyes. "Zhu, didn't I die? Why can I still see you?" Xiao Feng looked at the confused Zhu, and the joy of having her back made him immediately embrace her, reluctant to let go. After a moment, when Xiao Feng and Zhu's emotions calmed down, Duan Zhengshun stepped forward to check Zhu, revealing an incredibly incredulous expression. "This is unbelievable. What is wrong, Dad? Does Zhu still have issues?" "No, she is completely fine. Aside from some excessive consumption of her vitality, Zhu is perfectly healthy. Not even a scratch left. Really, Big Brother is amazing." Duan Yu was exhilarated, then showed a self-satisfied expression, saying, "Dad, I told you, Big Brother is very impressive. Not just impressive. This single skill alone is enough to rival the renowned physician Shui in the martial world." Duan Zhengshun looked at Lu Ren, praising him while bowing in gratitude. This bow was not avoided by Lu Ren, as it was Duan Zhengshun's way of thanking him for saving his daughter's life. Time flew by, and several days passed. During this time, Duan Zhengshun checked Zhu's health a few more times, while Ruan Xingzhu focused on preparing food to replenish her daughter's depleted vitality. Xiao Feng stayed with Zhu the entire time, showing no signs of being the carefree man he usually was, his boyfriend energy fully on display. Throughout this process, Z developed an interest in Lu Ren, wanting to use her beauty to entice him. However, upon discovering that Lu Ren was not swayed by such tactics, She then sought to use her relationship with Xiao Feng to become Lu Ren's disciple. The reason was simple. It was not that she liked Lu Ren, but rather that she admired strength. Chapter 50. Determining the brother ranking. AZ is a disciple of the Star Eye sect, and not long ago, she heard that her powerful master, Ding Chuanxiu, who was strong enough to instill despair, was actually killed with a single finger by the opponent. The disciples of the Star Eye sect were ultimately absorbed and integrated by Lu Ren's subordinates. The entire territory of the Star Eye sect has now been eroded and annexed by Lu Ren's power. Such a strong person, if they could be won over or controlled, will be simply wonderful. Although Xiao Feng appears to be a rugged man, he is not foolish. In fact, he is quite wise. He introduced a Z to Lu Ren, but whether Lu Ren agreed or not was something he would not interfere with. As for the outcome, once again, Lu Ren ruthlessly rejected the proposal. The reason was very simple. There was nothing beneficial about a Z to him, and he had no intention of accepting disciples for the time being. In a nutshell, it was straightforward and even carried a stark sense of reality, giving off a feeling of being somewhat unworldly. However, this direct approach completely blocked all of a Z's cunning thoughts. Moreover, before a Z could come up with any plans, Lu Ren had already left Little Mirror Lake, taking with him the 1,000 taels of gold gifted by Duan Zhengshan. As the elder brother of Duan Yu, it was only right to assist Duan Yu's sister. However, as Duan Yu's elder brother, it was also appropriate to accept gifts from his adoptive brother's father. Of course, this was just on the surface. The gains from this trip were far more than that. First, his identity as the elder brother was finally established, and Duan Yu had once again sworn brotherhood with Xiao Feng. Lu Ren as the elder brother, Xiao Feng as the second brother, and Duan Yu as the third brother, clearly defining their hierarchy. Second, Duan Zhengshan represented the goodwill and cooperation of the Dali Duan clan. After Lu Ren took over the influence of the 36 caves and 72 islands beneath Lingzhou Palace, he had already become an existence that the Dali royal family could not ignore. Coupled with his rising fame at Jushin Villa, killing Ding Chuanxiu with a single finger, spreading his influence to the western regions, and becoming the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. All these events made the Dali royal family realize that a once obscure figure had now become a prominent powerhouse. Moreover, this powerhouse had ties to the Dali royal family. It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Naturally, the Dali Duan clan would not miss this opportunity, so when they were at Lega Mountain, they sought to establish a stable relationship between Duan Yu and Lu Ren. Duan Yu's presence at Little Mirror Lake was partly to personally deliver the news. This meeting solidified the friendly cooperative relationship between Lu Ren and Dali. At the very least, they had formed an ally. If Lu Ren could demonstrate more value in the future, they could even collaborate further. Of course, Lu Ren did not mind. He understood that the Dali royal family merely wanted to use their relationship with Duan Yu to buy a sense of security. In addition to the above two gains, Lu Ren had another unexpected benefit. That was, Xiao Feng imparted the dragon subduing palm and the dragon seizing skill to Lu Ren. As for the reason, he did not elaborate, and he didn't even mention that Lu Ren should find an opportunity to pass on the techniques to the beggar's sect. He only said one thing: if they met in the future, do not hold back. Lu Ren understood Xiao Feng's meaning, or rather, he should understand Xiao Feng's meaning. Xiao Feng had completely realized his true identity. Not Xiao Feng, but Xiao Feng, a chitin. Whether he was wronged or not, he could not go back. And during his time in the desert, he had also witnessed the humiliation of chitins by Han people. Lu Ren's series of actions, in some ways, mirrored what Xiao Feng had done before. Moreover, Xiao Feng saw greater ambition in Lu Ren. In the past, Xiao Feng would have joyfully shared drinks with Lu Ren, discussing national affairs and the righteousness of home and country together. However, now he felt he was no longer qualified and might even have to stand on the opposing side of his former ideals. Although he did not wish for that day to come, he had a premonition. Therefore, he taught Lu Ren the dragon subduing palm, the dragon seizing skill, and even the beggar's sex dog beat stick technique. This was a delegation of his dreams and a final farewell to his former self. From then on, he was no longer the benevolent Xiao gang leader, but just an ordinary man who wanted to ride horses in the frontier with someone he cared for. When Lu Ren returned to the Xiaoyao sect, he did not use the super-fast traveling technique, but walked slowly as if he were sightseeing, taking the time to study the martial arts he had acquired. The dog beat stick technique was documented in the Longhuan Blessed Land, and Lu Ren had dabbled in it. With Xiao Feng's guidance, Lu Ren had already reached a proficient level. As for further advancement, it depended on Lu Ren's comprehension. However, for Lu Ren, being proficient in the dog beat stick technique was already sufficient. What mattered most to Lu Ren were the dragon subduing palm and the dragon seizing skill. The dragon subduing palm is a martial art that operates from the outside in and belongs to the category of dynamic techniques. It can be practiced in coordination with breathing techniques to cultivate the internal strength of the dragon subduing from the outside in. Lu Ren had comprehended the practice method and simulated it using the minor formless skill, but did not delve deeper. His core was the 3 skills of Xiaoyao, with all attacks merely being variations of the minor formless skill. However, in another world, the pirate world, the Navy Lu Ren was very compatible with this set of palm techniques, compared to relying on haki to refine the one-yang finger. Cultivating the outer 2 inner golden bell shield and the dragon subduing palm with haki would be the true path forward. The strongest defensive martial arts, the most domineering palm techniques, combined with the very nature of haki, were already enough for the Navy Lu Ren. Finally, there was the dragon seizing skill, which was the most useful for Lu Ren across various worlds, whether in the comprehensive martial arts world, the Naruto world, or the Navy world. The dragon seizing skill, in simple terms, is a technique for controlling internal energy. Using this skill, one can manipulate the force exerted, seize weapons from a distance using internal energy, protect and rescue others, and even control one's own body to enhance one's agility and movement. Even Xiao Feng's dragon, subduing 18 palms, can transform a single cohesive palm force into dozens of palm forces, all thanks to the dragon seizing skill. The dragon seizing skill is essentially a versatile technique. Furthermore, Lu Ren had learned a technique called crane controlling hand in the Longhuan Blessed Land. The combination of dragon seizing and crane controlling, along with the characteristics of the white rainbow palm power that allows internal energy to bend, provided Lu Ren in various worlds with a whole new level of control over energy. Your Excellency, you follow me all the way. If you don't make a move, I'm going back. Lu Ren spoke, raising his hand as a one-yang finger energy shot toward a certain direction. Since leaving Little Mirror Lake, he had been followed by a tail. Lu Ren walked slowly, partly waiting for the opponent to make a move. However, he did not expect the opponent to be so cautious and chose to strike first instead of continuing to circle around him. The hidden person did not anticipate Lu Ren's sudden attack and was immediately taken aback. Faced with this almost lethal finger strike, there was no time to hide their martial arts foundation, and they decisively unleashed their ultimate move, the Star's Shift. There was no choice. If they did not expose their martial arts, the figure in black felt that they would directly end years of planning right here. Chapter 51, Uncle Moron. Although the figure in black blocked Lu Ren's casual strike with the doubled stars, it did not completely divert Lu Ren's power. He was sent flying over 10 meters, his black face mask falling off, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Escape. At this moment, Moronbo had only one thought in his mind, which was to escape. This was simply not a match of the same level. However, before he could regain his composure to use his lightness skills, he felt a terrifying force of absorption coming toward him. His body involuntarily moved closer to the young man, and the true energy within him began to leak out uncontrollably. Transformation technique? He thought. Who exactly are you? What is your relation to the old immortal of the starry sky? If calculated, the methods we cultivate should have the same origin. However, his path seems to be somewhat skewed. Lu Ren spoke like this, but Moronbo did not believe him at all. He had faced the old immortal of the starry sky before. Although that person's transformation technique was very tricky, Dozhuan Xing, he was not impossible to divert. However, the martial arts of this young man in front of him not only made him lose control of his body, but also seemed to suppress his Dozhuan Xing. He could not even struggle, only watching helplessly as his power continued to leak out. Sir, we have no grievances or enmities. There's nothing we can't discuss. Oh, no grievances or enmities. Huh? That letter from Madame Ma was arranged by you, wasn't it? How did you know? Is it hard to guess? Once I understood your identity, everything became obvious. After all, Your son has often mentioned his ambition to revive the great Yin at Yanzhou, Elder Moro. Huh, so that's it. Yes, it's me. You can kill or chop me as you wish, but my son doesn't know about this matter. And I hope you involve him. Upon hearing Lu Ren expose his conspiracy, Murong Bo's expression darkened. But he decisively prepared to face death to buy some time for his son. However, seeing Murong Bo willing to die generously for his dream, Lu Ren waved his hand and said, "Hey, don't see me as so cold-blooded. I have a good relationship with young Master Murong. Speaking of which, I should call you uncle. What can you give me?" Murong Bo was momentarily stunned by Lu Ren's question. After regaining his composure, he felt a bit speechless. No, if you're playing the emotional card, then play it. If you're talking about benefits, then talk about benefits. With such social nuances in place, why the hell do you want to add money? It feels strange. However, at this moment, Murong Bo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, and quickly said, "I am well versed in the 72 ultimate techniques of Buddhism. I cultivate the ultimate techniques of Taoism. Buddhist martial arts are merely references to me, and I am not attached to them. I know of a treasure. I'm not interested in money and have never touched money. I don't know what money is. Sir, could you give me a hint? If I have it, I will definitely offer it. Compared to the 72 ultimate techniques, I am more interested in your Murong family's martial arts. Dao Zun, Wingyi, with your strength, even the minor skills of the Murong family can catch your eye. No, not just Zhuan Xingyi. There's also the Tsana finger and the Longqing sword technique." Faced with Lu Ren's requests, Murong Bo fell silent. However, soon the internal energy that continued to flow away made him break his silence. No, I will give it. But these are all family heirlooms of the Murong family, and I hope you teach them to outsiders. Are you teaching me how to do things? No, just begging. All right, but as the price for your plea, hand over the 72 ultimate techniques as well. Aren't you cultivating the ultimate techniques of Taoism? Buddhism is originally Tao. 2 hours later, Murong Bo, who had originally looked radiant, now seemed to have aged several years overnight. This was not only because more than half of his internal energy had been drained, but also because he had been tortured by Lu Ren while trying to play tricks. During the 72 ultimate techniques, he attempted to reverse the cultivation method, only to have 1/3 of his power devoured by Lu Ren. Dozhuan Xing, he was cut short, and after having a leg broken and then healed by Lu Ren, it was improperly set, resulting in a permanent deformity. The Tsana finger, which he spoke of vaguely, also resulted in 1/3 of his power being absorbed by Lu Ren. For the Longqing sword technique, he did not write less but got the order mixed up, leading to Lu Ren poking a hole in his body with the Yang finger, which he then healed, but the hole remained permanently. Faced with Lu Ren's incredible and unfathomable methods, Murong Bo could only feel fear. During this time, he even tried to use the colorless and odorless Besija Qing foam to take down Lu Ren. Lu Ren pretended to be hit, and in his glee, he unleashed the family's Longqing sword technique. Ultimately, when Murong Bo thought he could kill this demon, his sword could never pierce Lu Ren's body. Vaguely, Murong Bo saw a faint layer of golden aura flowing around Lu Ren. It seemed only a thin layer, but even with a powerful strike from the Longqing sword technique, it did not budge an inch. Finally, after Murong Bo's other leg was broken and healed, he ended up with a 180-degree outward bow-legged stance. Just like Charlie Chaplin. After several rounds of torment, Murong Bo became obedient and completely lost his temper. He even thought to himself that if he had not chosen to beg for mercy earlier, perhaps dying now would be quite good, so as not to tarnish the Murong family's reputation. Now that his martial arts were exposed and he was injured, if he were to die so aggrieved, he would not be willing. So at this moment, all Murong Bo could do was endure. Endure for a moment, and the wind will be calm. Take a step back, and the more you think, the angrier you get. Of course, when Lu Ren used the martial arts he had taught, demonstrating the Tsana finger, he fell silent. For a moment, Murong Bo felt that having his family's martial arts learned by this person seemed to be a kind of luck. He felt that even if his charming ancestor who created the Tsana finger returned, he might not be as adept as Lu Ren. Moreover, it wasn't just the Tsana finger. He also saw shadows of the Yang finger Nianhua finger, and Wuxiang Jie finger among them. But there was not the slightest sense of discord or contradiction. Each exquisite finger technique seemed to be at Lu Ren's fingertips, as if it were just a casual finger movement. Sir, I have a request. As long as you agree, even if you kill me right away, I will accept it. Moronk bo pleaded. Oh, let us hear it. If possible, I hope you can take my son as your disciple. Chapter 52, Is He Really Human? Unable to win and not wanting to die, Murong Bo chose to take as many advantages as possible. However, Lu Ren was not buying it. Murong Bo couldn't obtain the Murong family's ultimate skills here, but he still had Murong Fu, a backup friend, to rely on. The Jianghu is not just about fighting and killing. There are also human relationships and social etiquette. If I understand social etiquette and you don't, then that's unacceptable. Sorry, I refuse. So, if in the future the Murong family declines, and you happen to encounter the Murong family's descendants, could you pass this legacy back to the Murong family? If there are still descendants of the Murong family, and I find them agreeable, then yes. In that case, thank you, Senior. You seem to think I will definitely kill you. So, Senior, will you let me go? I could, but your little tricks are too many. I'm annoyed, so I won't. Isn't that great? However, if you can help me with a task, I wouldn't mind giving you some extra time. Upon hearing this, Murong Bo, who was originally waiting for death, revealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. For someone whose value has been drained and who poses a threat, Murong Bo did not believe the other party would let him live. However, if the other party still had ulterior motives regarding him, then his chances of survival would increase. Yet, when Murong Bo looked up to ask Lu Ren what he wanted him to do, he suddenly met Lu Ren's eyes and felt a wave of dizziness. Illusion. To be precise, it was a form of forced hypnosis using the chakra properties in his inner strength. Lu Ren felt uneasy letting Murong Bo leave just like that. However, directly killing him would be a bit of a waste. This mastermind behind the entire Tianlong plot might be able to exert some last efforts before dying. How should it be set up? Lu Ren looked at the dazed Murong Bo, stroking his chin in thought. After a moment, a smile appeared on Lu Ren's face. Perhaps it could be done that way. A moment later, Murong Bo came back to his senses from his daze. Looking at the already vanished Lu Ren, he remained silent for a long time, his expression changing several times, becoming serious and fearful. Fear, yes. At this moment, Murong Bo's face was filled with terror. Even though Lu Ren could have killed him easily before, and even though Lu Ren's martial arts had deformed his body, he had only felt apprehension and shock. Not genuine fear. But now, Murong Bo was truly afraid, because at this moment, there was a will in his mind that did not belong to him. That will told him he could only live for half a year. After half a year, he would have to commit suicide. This sounded somewhat absurd, even a bit funny. How could a person commit suicide for no reason? However, as the person involved, Murong Bo felt as if he saw the king of hell calling his name. He was horrified to discover he could not resist that will. When that day came, he would be unable to control his body and would commit suicide to atone. Besides this, that will seem to contain some other things. Some of them he had not encountered yet and was unclear about, but some he knew. Those were restrictions imposed by Lu Ren on him, limitations on what he could or could not do. As long as he attempted to act on them or even thought about them, he would face different degrees of self-punishment. This feeling was too strange, as if he were a puppet of the other party. And if he did not follow the other party's arrangements, he could be destroyed at any moment. If he could do this, Murong Bo thought of many things. If he mastered this skill, his so-called dream of restoring the country would be incredibly simple. He could just sneak into the palace, find the emperor, and directly use this method to take control of the throne. Is he really human? Murong Bo remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh, then dragging his deformed body and disappearing. The arrangements had already been made. During these 6 months, he needed to first recover from his injuries. It takes 100 days to heal broken bones. His leg now needed to be broken and reset. This would require some time for recovery. 2 flowers bloom, each expressing its own branch. While Lu Ren was quietly cultivating in the world of comprehensive martial arts, at the border area of the Fire Nation in the world of Naruto, a team of ninjas dressed in Konoha ninja uniforms was fleeing quickly. Behind this Konoha team, a group of more than a dozen rogue ninjas was divided into 3 small teams, pursuing blocking and ambushing the Konoha team. Damn it. Today we must deliver the message back to Konoha at all costs. Those guys from Cloud Ninja Village are secretly encroaching on the territory of the Fire Nation. The captain of the Konoha team, while fleeing, quickly tended to his injuries and issued his final orders. Captain, hang in there a little longer. Our mission is overdue. According to Konoha's regulations, if a ninja team fails to complete their mission on time, an Umbu will come to investigate the situation. Perhaps we still have hope. It's too late. Those people never intended to let us return. In fact, they might even consider the Umbu investigation team from Konoha as part of their plans. Damn it. How could it be like this? When has Konoha ever suffered such humiliation? There's no way out, Konoha today. Sigh. One person in the ninja team opened his mouth but hesitated, causing everyone to fall into silence. Konoha's sharpness. Due to the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and the return of the third Hokage, had fallen into a state of decline. Although they maintained friendly relations with all sides, they gradually lost their deterrent power. Moreover, the events of recent years had caused the ninjas of Konoha to lose faith. The humiliation of the Hyuga clan. The defection of Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, and the extermination of the Uchiha clan. These events weakened Konoha's overall combat power while eroding the confidence that originally belonged solely to Konoha ninjas. Is Konoha still the #1 ninja village it once was? Many new Konoha ninjas couldn't help but have such doubts. Even though the third Hokage's policies seemed flawless, and everything was aimed at minimizing Konoha's losses, many Konoha ninjas felt that they had seemingly lost something even more valuable in an invisible way. Found you. Stay back. Just as everyone was fleeing quickly, a voice came from ahead. The captain of the Konoha ninja team saw that figure and revealed a look of confusion and displeasure. Killer Bee, is it you? You Cloud ninjas want to provoke a battle with Konoha. Baka, you got the wrong person. I'm just a passing rogue ninja, nothing more. That ninja spoke in a quirky rap accent, looking a bit funny, but when he attacked, he was clean and decisive, holding multiple spike-like weapons and charging towards the Konoha ninjas. Chapter 53, he is the exception Killer Bee. This is the nickname given to this man in the ninja world. He has another name, Karabi, the partner of the fourth Raikage, the current Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and he is known as the most perfect Jinchuriki. Karabi is extremely fast, and his movements are peculiar and unpredictable. With weapons in hand, he swings them without being bound by any form, making him a melee killing machine. Although the Leaf Village ninjas are not weak, when faced with an opponent whose physique is like a tank, movements like an assassin, and who can unleash powerful jutsu and even transform, they find it impossible to showcase their skills. This is not a regular elite J-nin. They are simply not on the same level. Just as the Leaf ninjas were getting injured and were almost awaiting death, a light shout came from afar. Fire style, Fire Dragon Palm. When Killer Bee tried to react and retreat, it was already too late. A massive fire dragon, measuring 10 meters in length, came crashing through the distant jungle. Killer Bee didn't react in time, but the eight tails hidden within him helped him respond, allowing his body to dodge the fire dragon's attack in a strange posture. However, before Killer Bee could regain his composure, he suddenly felt a wave of intense heat above him. Looking up, he saw that the fire dragon had somehow coalesced in the sky into a gigantic hand, burning with fierce flames descending upon him. The speed wasn't particularly fast. An ordinary genin could dodge it. However, at that moment, Karabi and the Eight Tails found themselves unable to move an inch, no matter how hard they struggled. This was because within the palm of that massive fiery hand were 3 spinning tomo, each the size of a basin, emanating a sealing power. It was this force that temporarily restricted Karabi and the Eight Tails. Although this time wasn't very long, it was enough for the fiery palm to descend. With a deafening boom, the blazing hand slammed Killer Bee into the ground, leaving a massive black palm imprint on the surface. Just as the fiery hand fell from the heavens, lightning flashed through the jungle, and screams erupted. However, those screams were almost completely drowned out by the howling sealing force brought down by the fiery palm. When everything settled, all the wandering ninjas surrounding the Leaf ninjas had lost their lives. The cause of all this was 5 familiar and reassuring figures. There were 5 ninjas wearing cat face masks. They were the Umbu, bearing the Leaf Village symbol. The Umbu of the Leaf Village is where the most elite fighting force exists, and they're the most direct power under the Hokage. My lord, we have discovered. The Leaf Village team leader tried to report what he knew to the Umbu reinforcements, but was directly stopped by the leader of the Umbu with a raised hand, who said something that left him puzzled. You haven't discovered anything. Everything was done by the wandering ninjas. Understand? However, they will be expelled from the Leaf Village after today. As for whether they will go to the Cloud Village, we don't know. I understand. To become a ninja captain, aside from a few exceptional youth martial artists, most are quick to understand. However, understanding or not, the Umbu who came to support seemed a bit uncharacteristic of the Leaf. Hasn't the Leaf Village been like a punching bag all these years? Anyone who came could trample on it, and then the Hokage would have to smile and apologize? This doesn't seem right. Unfortunately, no one could answer him, and that team had already left. Before leaving, the Leaf Captain noticed that the leader of the Umbu took a glance at the place where the fiery palm had fallen, then ignored it. However, just that one glance made the Leaf Captain see a pair of crimson eyes. Those eyes he would never forget. To be precise, a few years ago, all Leaf ninjas with a bit of knowledge knew about them. The Sharingan. It is the standard feature of the Uchiha clan of the Leaf Village. Now, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, and aside from the rogue ninja, only Kakashi and 2 orphaned Uchiha remain. It is said that one of those orphans graduated some time ago and seems to have joined the Umbu. Is it him? However, the Umbu just now seem to be led by him. And that fire dragon and fiery palm, the Leaf Captain's thoughts were complicated as he unconsciously looked toward the place where the fiery palm pressed down, wanting to search for Killer Bee's corpse. However, there was no sign of Killer Bee left. All that remained was a burnt tail. That tail resembled the tentacle of a giant octopus, steaming with white vapor, and beneath the scorching heat, it faintly carried the smell of overcooked meat, making the exhausted and hungry Leaf Captain swallow unconsciously. However, this Leaf Captain was not reckless. Although it was a roasted tentacle, there was more than just the smell of meat. There was also a truly ominous power dissipating from it. That power was the power of a tailed beast, filled with corrosive properties. Once it came into contact with the body, it would corrode flesh like sulfuric acid. As for wanting to harness the power of a tailed beast, many have thought about it. But aside from those who establish life contracts with tailed beasts through specific sealing techniques, anyone else who comes into contact with tailed beast energy is bound to be eroded. Captain, what should we do? Let's go back. The rest of the matters are beyond our involvement. The Leaf Captain led his team back. However, just as they began their return journey half a day later, they encountered another team. That was also a Leaf Umbu squad. Captain Oki, who are you? We are the Umbu support team. How did you manage to shake off the pursuit? Huh, you were the support team. Then who were the ones earlier? Earlier? Did you encounter Hawk? Hawk, that is his code name in the Leaf Village, because your distress call was urgent, and he happened to be one of the ninjas on a mission outside. He was notified since he was relatively close to you. Is he not one of them? Them? We only notified him. Hey, what else with that expression? Nothing. I can only say he is an exception in the Leaf. The Leaf Captain spoke, a sigh of emotion and relief on his face, unconsciously letting out a light sigh again. The Umbu who came to support saw this scene, and, although they did not understand the meaning behind the leader's words, they realized that this guy definitely wasn't expressing anything positive. The Leaf is still the same Leaf. Only Hawk is the exception. Chapter 55. Rampaging in the land of thunder on the other side, the elite Umbu of Konoha was in pursuit, and the original 5-man team had been reduced to a single person. If there were any ninjas here, they would definitely notice that the 4 missing individuals were all shadow clones. The man with the cat-faced mask slowly removed his mask, revealing a face that was barely somewhat handsome. However, this face possessed an inexplicable allure that made it hard to forget after just one glance. This was a situation that all 3 versions of Lu Ren had discovered together. As Lu Ren's golden finger space increased, the appearance of each Lu Ren was adjusted to a certain extent, and their temperament became increasingly outstanding. Although he looked a bit handsome now, the previous Lu Ren had a completely ordinary face, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. Now, he could be considered a bit of a pretty boy. However, none of this concerned Lu Ren. He was now wearing a mask all day, and his social circle consisted only of Sasuke, Kakashi, Guy, and a few Umbu colleagues, with no girls to show off to at all. Moreover, he was currently focused on improving his strength and felt little interest in other matters. Lu Ren quickly changed into a wandering ninja's outfit from another ceiling scroll, with a katana strapped to his waist. Even to match the occasion, he put on wooden clogs that made a clattering sound. Although he disliked this outfit, it was suitable for what he had to do. The next moment, the muscles on Lu Ren's face began to twitch, and even his bones cracked and misaligned. In just a short while, Lu Ren's height of 181 meters transformed into 159 meters. His figure became smaller, and his face changed from a square shape to a round one, resembling a somewhat lewd appearance. This was the transformation technique. Lu Ren had learned it from a flower thief while wandering in the martial world. Initially, he thought it was just a makeup technique, but it turned out to be a method of changing body shape and appearance through muscle adjustment and bone misalignment. This technique requires learning from a young age, and because it involves changes to muscles and bones, the resulting appearance is limited in variety. However, Lu Ren's exceptional control over his inner strength, combined with his powerful life force, made him unafraid of the minor damage caused by muscle and bone changes, allowing him to master this technique in a very short time. The Naruto version of Lu Ren also learned it through mutual sharing and had the transformation technique as an embellishment, making it even more perfect and gentle. Yo! Lu Ren took out a mirror, looked at the version of himself in it who was living quite well, and then headed toward the direction of the village of Cloud Ninjas. What little day does has nothing to do with him, Lu Ren. One day later, in the village of Cloud Ninjas. Lord Raikage, urgent request for aid. What is it? There is a wandering ninja rampaging in the land of thunder, killing, burning, looting, and causing destruction everywhere. Wandering ninja? Has Killer Bee returned yet? Not yet. Damn it, come with me for support. Lord Raikage, don't be impulsive. I'm not impulsive. I'm just a bit angry. I need to go out and move around. After saying this, the fourth Raikage jumped directly out of the closed glass window, leaving behind a large hole where the glass shattered. Seeing this scene, the Raikage secretary helplessly covered his head, but then skillfully called for repairs. Clearly, this was not the first time. In the village of Cloud Ninjas, a blonde beauty leading the ninja team suddenly turned her gaze to a certain place. The next moment, the Raikage's figure appeared not far from her. Lord Raikage, use your heaven-sent technique to send me to a place. This is an order. Yes, Lord Raikage. The blonde beauty, seeing the Raikage's determined gaze, knew the location he was referring to, so she said no more, quickly moved her limbs, and began to form hand seals. After a flash of light, the Raikage completely vanished from the village of Cloud Ninjas. At the border of the Land of Thunder, on a hidden island, the Raikage's figure appeared amidst a swirl of light, then quickly headed toward a specific location. That was a stronghold agreed upon by the Raikage and Killer Bee. Although what Killer Bee was doing was for the Land of Thunder, it could not be placed directly in the open. The fourth Raikage had also planned an escape route for Killer Bee. If he encountered an opponent that was too difficult to match or other unexpected circumstances, he could come to this place to hide, and the Raikage would arrive at the first opportunity. However, just as the fourth Raikage was rushing in one direction, he saw Killer Bee maintaining his ox demon form. Killer Bee was unconscious and had not yet awoken. The ox demon, seeing the fourth Raikage, despite not having a good expression, knew that he was someone respected by Killer Bee and could communicate in a relatively calm manner. Who is it? The Umbu from Konoha. That person gives me a very dangerous aura. Dangerous? It's similar to the feeling I had when I faced your father, but even stronger. Where's that person? I don't know. We haven't even seen what he looks like, but he should be very young. Another genius? Konoha really is a cradle for producing geniuses. After the fourth Raikage said this, he turned to leave. Where are you going? To meet that person. He's very dangerous. Danger or not, only after fighting will I know. Besides, I will not allow anyone to act recklessly on my territory. After saying this, the Raikage's body flickered with lightning and directly vanished from the spot. Seeing this, the ox demon said no more and directly submerged into the water, following the fourth Raikage in a specific direction. Although it knew that returning to the village of Cloud Ninjas was the safest option given the current situation, it also understood that when Killer Bee woke up and learned everything, he would want to return again. Rather than that, it was better to go directly. In the Ox Demon state, Killer Bee's injuries could heal quickly. Under normal circumstances, as long as the injuries were not fatal, even if an arm was severed, the Ox Demon could restore Killer Bee. However, this time was different. The opponent had injected a hot chakra into Killer Bee's body, and that chakra carried a strong personal will, making it difficult for even their tailed beast chakra to clear it in a short time. That chakra was like sharp and blazing blades, piercing into Killer Bee's body in various forms, hindering the tailed beast chakra from restoring him. To completely heal him, the tailed beast chakra would have to expel that chakra to gradually repair Killer Bee. This was also why Killer Bee, as a perfect Jinchuriki, could manage it. If it were someone else, even if they expelled the chakra, their life force would likely be nearly depleted. Chapter 56. Battle against the AB combination at this moment. Nyogue only hoped that the premonition he had would not head in the worst direction. However, as Nyogue stealthily moved in that direction, he suddenly felt a shock wave of power transmitting from above the water surface down into the depths below. Nyogue slowly surfaced from the water and saw the fourth Reikage engaged in battle with someone. That person looked remarkably like Killer Bee. No, to be precise, he looked exactly like Killer Bee, even dressed similarly. The difference was that this person lacked Killer Bee's power, and his chakra was enveloped in a layer of a golden bell phantom, which emitted a series of booming sounds as the fourth Reikage relentlessly attacked him. Throughout the process, it appeared that the fourth Reikage was in a furious rage, relentlessly pounding on his opponent. However, Nyogue noticed that the fourth Reikage's aura was weakening. Moreover, even though the fourth Reikage's hands were wrapped in lightning as he attacked, they were now dripping with blood. In contrast, his opponent appeared to be struggling to resist the fourth Reikage's onslaught while maintaining a composed demeanor, occasionally flicking his fingers to launch penetrating chakra attacks. Some of those attacks were fire-based, others had lightning, but most were simply pure and domineering energy shocks. Almost every strike chipped away at the fourth Reikage's lightning armor defense. And as time passed, bruises began to appear on the fourth Reikage's body, although these injuries quickly healed under the activation of lightning. The increasingly dense and powerful onslaught meant that the fourth Reikage's recovery speed could not keep up with the rate of his injuries. If this continued, the fourth Reikage would be in danger. The fourth Reikage, clearly realized this, but he couldn't break free. His opponent clung to him like a stubborn plaster, continuously wearing him down. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Why are you disguised as Killer Bee to destroy the land of lightning? Stop talking. This is all your disguise. A mere mission, just that little money. How can it be as quick as robbing? Facing the provocation from Killer Bee, the fourth Reikage was filled with rage, his aura surging even more, to the point where he seemed ready to fight to the death. However, against the fourth Reikage, who was like a raging beast, Killer Bee did not flinch in fear. Instead, he charged forward to meet the fourth Reikage head-on. However, just as Killer Bee was about to determine the outcome with the fourth Reikage's furious aura suddenly shifted, and his body, activated by lightning, surged forward towards Killer Bee. The only difference this time was that the fourth Reikage's arm was raised, surrounded by a powerful chakra. Behind Killer Bee, the real Killer Bee had appeared at some point, also raising his arm in the same posture as the fourth Reikage, launching an attack from behind Killer Bee. Lightning Cleaver, using his arm as a blade and speed as power, the combined forces of the two evenly matched partners generated an extreme cutting force. Faced with such an onslaught, Killer Bee did not dare to underestimate it, but he did not dodge either. A powerful and condensed chakra surged from within, manifesting around Killer Bee, thick and stable. Boom! A resonating chime echoed as the true Killer Bee and the fourth Reikage's attacks collided. The Golden Bell Phantom, under the extreme power and speed, ultimately could not withstand it, and cracks began to form. Seeing this, both of them put forth all their strength to attack the person disguised as Killer Bee, almost exhausting their entire power. Under the mutual pressure, the Golden Bell continued to crack until it was entirely covered in dense fissures, ultimately letting out a sharp crack. Golden Bell shield broken. The person disguised as Killer Bee was revealed as the Golden Bell shattered, unveiling his true form. Dressed as a wandering ninja, he was short and had a lewd appearance, completely opposite to the image of a strong warrior they had imagined. However, None of that mattered anymore. As the lightning cleaver broke through the golden bell shield, it continued to charge towards the man, ready to eliminate this destroyer of a land of lightning in one go. But the next moment, something unbelievable happened. The powerful lightning cleaver actually failed to sever the man's neck and was instead blocked by him. Sorry, my body is actually quite strong. Despite being small and caught between the arms of two muscular giants, he showed no discomfort. In fact, as he spoke, the fourth Raikage could feel the man's Adam's apple rolling beneath his tightly gripped arm. It felt as if they were not attempting to execute him, but merely encircling him with their arms. How strong? Is this man made of steel? No, even if he were steel, the combined attack of him and Killer Bee should be able to break him. Yet, they could do nothing to this man. Thinking this, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The lewd man slowly raised his arm, and pure chakra, accompanied by an incredibly refined palm strength, transformed into two dragon-shaped energy blasts that pierced through both of their bodies. Two mouthfuls of blood flew out. The already exhausted fourth Raikage was severely injured and lost consciousness as he was sent flying. Killer Bee, on the other hand, displayed a more resilient will. Or perhaps his concern for the fourth Raikage exceeded his own life, allowing him to maintain a conscious mind. This will was strong, but unfortunately, no matter how strong the will, it would ultimately be suppressed by overwhelming power. 300 million Rio, 1 day's time. I will wait here for you for 1 day. You can come to redeem the fourth Raikage with 300 million Rio. If you don't come by this time tomorrow, just bring a coffin along. The lewd man spoke casually, lifting his leg to kick Killer Bee away again. At this moment, Killer Bee's body was injured, and parts of him uncontrollably began to undergo tailed beast transformation for healing. However, Killer Bee forced himself not to transform, looking at the man with a murderous gaze, but ultimately glanced at his elder brother at the man's feet and decisively turned to leave in a certain direction. That direction was not towards the Cloud Ninja Village, but towards the daimyo's mansion. With 1 day's time, given his current situation, it would be difficult to travel back and forth from the Cloud Ninja Village. The only possibility was to seek help from the daimyo. Chapter 57. Lantern Shonyo Gue, I'm counting on you this time. Bye. Do you believe that person? I just want to save my brother. Just in case, I only want to save my brother. All right, leave the rest to me. After Kurabi left, Lu Ren, disguised as a lewd man, looked at the unconscious fourth Raikage and revealed a smile. Next up is the harvest moment. Lu Ren muttered to himself, his eyes revealing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and in the next moment, the Tomo transformed, linking with the pupils to outline a different pattern. The pattern is left, I rotated rapidly, and a force of ocular power was directly imposed on the fourth Raikage. Ocular technique, lantern show. The unconscious fourth Raikage's thoughts involuntarily sank, and memories from the past began to flood in, recalling one by one in his mind. There were memories of childhood mischief, experiences of being taught ninjutsu by the third Raikage, training with Kurabi, seeing the third's corpse, and battles with the fourth Hokage, among others. His life seemed like a book being flipped through uncontrollably. As the fourth Raikage recalled his past, a large hand was also flipping through everything he had experienced. Ocular technique, lantern show. It allows one to fall into past life memories while being able to observe it all from a third-person perspective. Of course, it can also be referred to as life reading. Moments later, after recalling his entire life, the fourth Raikage felt mentally exhausted as if he had lived through his life again, falling into a deep coma. Meanwhile, Lu Ren blinked his eyes, relieving the dryness from having stared for so long, and began to recall the secret techniques of Cloud Ninja he had obtained from the fourth Raikage's lantern show, various lightning attribute ninjutsu, as well as the most famous lightning release body technique of the Cloud Village. Exceptional physicality, tenacious vitality, or perhaps storm release. The secret of body techniques was clearly unveiled to Lu Ren. Body techniques, in simple terms, are a process of activating the body using lightning attribute abilities and continuously refining it during that activation. The precious part lies in the experiences of countless ancestors from the Cloud Village, who summarized various failures in their attempts to develop lightning body refinement techniques. Importantly, It is not that those with extraordinary physicality cannot cultivate. Those without tenacious vitality cannot cultivate. The fourth Reikage is a being with a powerful physique and extraordinary vitality. However, you find it very difficult to reach the level of the third Reikage. The reason is simple. The lightning attribute body refinement requires increasingly greater lightning stimulation as one progresses. To advance further, one must control the lightning attribute with more profound techniques. Pure lightning attributes are hard to achieve. The only possibility lies in storm release. The fusion of lightning and water can allow the lightning attribute to reach a more subtle level. In the entire Cloud Village, aside from the deceased third Reikage, there is only one person, the fourth Reikage successor. However, this means nothing to Lu Ren. He does not possess storm release, but with the enhancement of internal energy, he believes his control over lightning will not be inferior to anyone. As for powerful physique and tenacious vitality, there is no need to mention. No one understands body refinement better than him, and, aside from that almost graduating slacker, no one has a more tenacious life than him. Sizzle. In his thoughts, a spark of lightning appeared on Lu Ren's body, stimulating his already strong physique for electrical activation therapy. Time quietly flowed by. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Lu Ren thought Karabi would not return and prepared to tear up the ransom note, a bloodied and exhausted figure sprang out from the jungle. It was Karabi. At this moment, his expression was extremely fatigued, and the sunglasses on his face were already shattered in half, but he paid no mind to it. Holding a blood-stained sack in his hand, he tossed it to Lu Ren. "Here, let my brother go." Lu Ren took the sack and looked inside, seeing bundles of cash, both new and old. Judging by the slightly disordered state, it seemed hastily gathered. Curiously, Lu Ren asked, "Did you go robbing?" "Let my brother go." Karabi did not answer, only staring intently at Lu Ren, repeating that one sentence. Seeing this, Lu Ren shrugged, then waved his hand, and the fourth Reikage lying on the ground was flung towards Karabi by a force. Karabi caught the fourth Reikage, his gaze intensely fixed on Lu Ren, seemingly puzzled. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just a wandering ninja, seeking wealth, not interest in women, and certainly not murder." Lu Ren waved his hand, not even counting the money in the sack, and turned to leave. Karabi stood there for a long time, ultimately confirming through Nyo Gui's help that the terrifying guy had indeed let them go, and without looking back, headed towards the Cloud Village. A few days later, news reached the Land of Fire. The fourth Reikage encountered a mysterious wandering ninja and remained unconscious for several days before waking up. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi. Due to the tailed beast's rampage, broke into the daimyo's mansion, causing some asset losses. This incident was classified as a crime of negligence. However, the Eight Tails Karabi would be entering seclusion again and would not leave the seclusion area unless necessary. This information was no longer a secret, and even some mid-level ninjas received the news. At this time, Lu Ren had already returned to Konoha and completed his outside mission. During this period, he admitted to assisting the Konoha team, but completely denied any involvement with the fourth Reikage, claiming to have no knowledge of such matters. He even presented solid evidence, stating that he was executing a mission at that time, with clear witnesses and materials. Under the Umbu investigation, it was indeed true. Lu Ren had only left to support Konoha, and everything else was dedicated to his mission. Of course, it was unclear how long he used shadow clones during the mission. Konoha had no evidence, and everything was still beneficial to Konoha, so the third Hokage did not pursue the matter further. Compared to Sasuke, who was always shouting for revenge in the ninja school, Uchiha Lu Ren, whose talent and skills were not inferior to Itachi, pleased the third Hokage greatly. Although this Lu Ren was not as easy to deceive as Itachi, he was a training fanatic. Aside from wanting to become stronger, he only sought wealth and enjoyment. As long as these two did not hinder him, Uchiha Lu Ren was very reliable. In fact, he was even better than Uchiha Itachi. At least, someone who only wants to become stronger would not have too many other thoughts. Someone who only wants to enjoy would definitely not go to extremes. These were the conclusions the third Hokage had drawn over the years. In a luxurious residence in Konoha, after a day of work, Lu Ren finished his hot shower, put on a bathrobe, and sat on the sofa in his room, taking out his ninja tool bag to count his spoils of war. Chapter 58. I want to choose the headquarters during this trip to the land of lightning, apart from the 300 million Rio brought by Karabi at the end. Yinrin also looted tens of millions of Rio from various places in the land of lightning, coupled with his frugal living and the inheritance from the Uchiha clan. He now possesses wealth equivalent to about 5 small goals. As long as he doesn't indulge in extravagant spending, life won't be a problem. It's time to start the next plan. With this money, Lu Ren doesn't intend to continue lingering in the Umbu. In this era, while money is a good thing, having just enough is sufficient. After all, no matter how much money one has, if there isn't enough power to support it, it is meaningless. As for mixing in the Umbu to gain experience and level up, it's just a thought. There's less than a month until Sasuke and Naruto graduate, and less than 3 years until the 4th Great Ninja War. In the late stages of the 4th War, it's a struggle for the survival of humanity. Even if he becomes Hokage through experience, he would still be better than cannon fodder. In the face of absolute power, in the face of the right to survival, the so-called money and power, the so-called fame and bonds are all empty. Surviving is the core. Now, after the MP function is activated and under the stimulation of internal energy and domineering aura, Lu Ren has quietly unlocked the Mangekyou Sharingan. Moreover, his speculation was correct. The increase in life value allows him to use the Mangekyou with almost no damage. However, the Mangekyou Sharingan is essentially his limit. Even if his life value experiences a massive surge, he could never reach the level of the Rinnegan. The reason is simple: in release. Lu Ren lacks sufficient in release to unlock higher abilities. To advance further, he must enhance his own in release power and then, on that basis, strengthen the increase in life value. As for the latter, Hokage Lu Ren doesn't need to worry, because Pirate Lu Ren has already made his own decision. For the former, he indeed has a method. That is the Transcendent 3 skills revised, or rather, the chakra version of the North Sea Divine skill, the small formless skill, and the 8 Desolates and 6 Harmonies Supremacy skill. Unlike the comprehensive martial arts Lu Ren, who first cultivates the North Sea Divine skill, then the small formless skill, and finally the 8 Desolates and 6 Harmonies Supremacy skill, he approaches it in reverse. First, he cultivates the 8 Desolates and 6 Harmonies Supremacy skill to purify and condense his chakra, then cultivates the small formless skill to transform chakra attributes, and finally cultivates the North Sea Divine skill. In this way, he can maximize the absorption and refining ability of the North Sea Divine skill. With a decision made, Hokage Lu Ren no longer hesitates. 2 days later, Lu Ren arrives at the Hokage office and requests to leave the Umbu. The 3rd Hokage inquires about the reason. Lu Ren expresses that he is tired of this lifestyle and wants to pursue greater power. The 3rd Hokage naturally refuses. However, he permits Lu Ren to temporarily not stay in the Umbu, granting him the identity of a Jonin to carry out daily missions. Lu Ren naturally does not refuse. This was his original intention. Saying he wanted to leave the village was merely a way to get the 3rd Hokage to compromise. Thus, Lu Ren begins his closed-door training. In the pirate world, Lu Ren, a latecomer to the Navy, graduates alongside a group of new recruits from the Navy headquarters. Except for a few who have connections and directly stay at the headquarters to work under some generals. The rest are basically dispatched to various locations across the seas to guard different areas. At the same time, this is also a form of tempering. Nowadays, it is the era of great pirates, and pirates are rampant. As long as one is willing to work hard, future promotions and salary increases are not a problem. On the eve of graduation, Lu Ren is called over by Zephyr. Lu Ren, you're the most outstanding among this graduating class. Whether it's physical strength, martial arts application, or even the use of haki, you surpass all other students in your class. In the history of students, perhaps only the current 3 admirals of the Navy can compare with you. Zephyr speaks, looking at Lu Ren without holding back his praise. In just a few short years, Lu Ren has transformed from an indigenous savage of a deserted island into a determined and valiant Navy recruit. Moreover, Lu Ren not only lived up to his expectations, but also brought him unexpected shock. This is an existence that does not lose to the 3 admirals of the Navy, and may even surpass them. However, Zephyr looks at the famous sword at Lu Ren's waist and feels that he is somewhat unfocused. Clearly, he has such mastery over the Navy's 6 styles and hockey, yet he doesn't concentrate on studying them and instead wastes effort on swordsmanship. Moreover, the reason is quite peculiar, because it's cool. Teacher Zephyr, what are you trying to express with all that you said? I want to give you a choice. As the top student of this class, do you choose to work at the headquarters or take charge of a branch? I choose the headquarters. Well, at the headquarters, you can only become an aide to some generals, and promotions are difficult. But if it's a branch, you can equip your own fleet, recruit your own Navy team, and as long as you catch enough pirates, you can be promoted quickly. I choose the headquarters. Didn't you understand what I said? I choose the headquarters. You still don't understand. I choose the headquarters. Why? Nothing, I just like the cafeteria at the headquarters. Be honest. I don't have grand ambitions. I just want to be a part of the Navy and contribute my insignificant efforts to it. Nothing more. Are you trying to be lazy? Teacher Zephyr, calling you, that is out of respect, but please don't use my respect to maliciously speculate about a Navy recruit's execution of Navy justice. Oh, what is your Navy justice? If you don't let me stay at the headquarters, I want to be a Navy and will become a pirate hunter. Zephyr finally understands. This is a slacker. If it weren't for the fact that he accidentally discovered him and brought him back to the Navy headquarters, he would most likely have become a pirate, at best a pirate hunter. Of course, Zephyr knows that even if Lu Ren became a pirate, he wouldn't cause any major disturbances. At most, he would just eat a free meal or rob some pirates, or simply loaf around on some island waiting to die. Can't you have some ambition? Can hard work make me one of the elders? Can it make me a celestial dragon? Is it not possible to first work hard to become an admiral and then become the fleet admiral? I want to work hard in a direction I can't reach the peak. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll arrange it for you. Well, I hope it can be leisurely. I'm a bit afraid of trouble. All right, I will definitely find you a non-troublesome superior. Zephyr appears to agree on the surface, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl into a slight smile. A non-troublesome superior does not mean that the work will be without danger. Chapter 59, Mastering Swordsmanship, Slightly Understanding Martial Arts 3 days later. Lu Ren stood on a dog-headed battleship, looking at a burly old man wearing a dog-head hat who was munching on a fairy cake. After a moment of silence, he spoke. New recruit Lu Ren reporting for duty. Haha, I heard from Zifa that you were the rising star among this batch of new recruits. That's Zifa-sensei's favoritism. Smoker and Tina have always been my learning goals. Oh, what are you particularly good at? Mastering swordsmanship with a slight understanding of martial arts, Lu Ren confidently replied, holding a long sword in his hand. Wait a minute, didn't Zifa say you mastered the 6 forms? That's a misunderstanding from Zifa-sensei. He hasn't witnessed the sharpness of my swordsmanship. Is that so? Indeed. All right, feel free to find something to do on the ship. Always be ready to listen to the Vice Admiral's orders. After giving a naval salute to Carp, Lu Ren found a spot in a corner of the Navy fleet to sit down, and Carp didn't say much about it. Just as Zifa said, he had assigned Lu Ren to an officer who disliked trouble. Because of some trouble, Carp either solved it directly or passed it on to others. This suited Lu Ren's taste perfectly. Moreover, this naval hero had a very stable lifestyle. When staying at the Navy headquarters, they could move freely as long as they didn't actively cause trouble. They could basically do whatever they wanted. When they went out, this naval hero preferred to take the lead, so they didn't need to intervene. Usually, they were only responsible for assisting and cleaning up the aftermath. Of course, there were some special cases. For example, if this vice admiral suddenly wanted to go home to see his grandson, he would have a Navy ship brought near Windmill Town, then leave alone using moonwalk, assigning them tasks to combat pirates or patrol the area. On this day, missing his grandson, Carp left the battleship, and the ship's first officer, a naval officer and navigator, directly took command of the ship. Lu Ren had no strong biases or opinions about this commander. After all, he was undoubtedly the second in command on Carp's ship in terms of talent, qualifications, and background. However, while Lu Ren had no biases, the other party did. So what if a new recruit is a rising star? Can he just laze around all day, doing nothing and learning nothing? Being as active as Vice Admiral Carp when mealtime comes? Carp might be excused, but who is he? He's a naval hero. As long as he isn't betraying the Navy, even if he takes them to bombard Mariewa, he would still think it's just. But Lu Ren, what are you? This was the vice admiral's thought. However, as a veteran in the Navy, although he had opinions about the new recruits, he had been around someone like Vice Admiral Karp for a long time and didn't like to use his authority to oppress others. Now that Karp had left, he needed to prepare some tasks for this naval star to show him that this era wasn't so easy to navigate. Thus, under the leadership of this vice admiral and Navy colonel, the battleship slowly sailed in a certain direction. According to the naval intelligence delivered via a transponder snail, there was a pirate crew not far from them. Lu Ren was unaware of this, although he felt some confusion about the vice admiral's unnecessary actions. He thought that, as a Navy member, going after pirates seemed normal. Therefore, Lu Ren set off with the battleship. Sailing at sea was always monotonous. The endless ocean scenery was beautiful, but if one stared at it for half a day, it became very dull. Out of boredom, Lu Ren could only sit cross-legged again in his corner, meditating and cultivating. The appearance of comprehensive martial arts, Lu Ren activated the MP function. Meanwhile, the cultivation of hockey by Navy Lu Ren was like a novice awakening the Azure Dragon bloodline, soaring rapidly. Through this period of study, Navy Lu Ren temporarily summarized two prominent advantages. Advantage 1. MP. An ordinary person's 10,000 HP might not yield even 1 point of hockey. At least when Lu Ren reached 10,000 HP, he had an awaken hockey. Before MP appeared, even when he reached 27,000 HP, he only had a little over 100 points of hockey. Now he had 33,000 HP and 33,000 MP. This increase was not a simple enhancement, but a hundreds of times leap, and as HP increased, MP would also increase proportionally. A massive amount of hockey as a base meant that he would become a durable fighting machine once he grew up, just like Naruto from the pirate world. Advantage 2. Martial arts from the comprehensive martial arts world. Hockey itself gains some attributes of internal energy and chakra due to MP theoretically. Lu Ren could completely cultivate hockey through internal energy or chakra training. However, the difficulty levels were different. Among them, Lu Ren gave up on chakra cultivation. Extracting hockey using chakra refining techniques was no different from seeking death. The domineering power could extract even Lu Ren's cellular nucleus. Although the methods of cultivating internal energy were milder, hockey was too violent and difficult to channel through the meridians from the inside out. However, using hockey to train purely external skills and then gradually strengthening the body before cultivating internal techniques from the outside in had miraculous effects. The pirate world itself was a place rich in nutrients, where anyone could have the vitality of a cockroach with just a little exercise. Such a place was a natural external technique holy land. Navy Lu Ren didn't need any so-called medicinal baths, nor did he require too many techniques. The life return effect generated after completing the 6 forms of the Navy was the best medicinal bath. Continuously eating, then quickly absorbing, and finally refining the body with hockey was the best way. At this moment, Lu Ren's hockey strength indeed hadn't increased, and when unleashed, the enhancement of hockey to attacks wasn't very high. However, even though the enhancement wasn't high, Lu Ren's hockey was condensed, and his physique was strong. Name: Lu Ren, experience 3, HP, 34,000 MP, 34,000. Just recently awakening hockey, Lu Ren's life value had experienced a surge. Moreover, this was still growing. In the martial arts internal energy, Lu Ren learned clumsily, like a natural martial arts failure. However, in external skills, Lu Ren's breathing was growing. To give a simple example, in the comprehensive martial arts world, the most popular iron cloth shirt martial arts required some people to practice for years or even decades to achieve results, while some dedicated practitioners practiced for half their lives. However, Lu Ren reached the peak in just 7 days and integrated it into the Navy's 6 forms, turning it into a passive body technique along with the iron block. For instance, after practicing the 13 Guardians horizontal training based on the iron cloth shirt in another 7 days, he practiced to the limit and couldn't practice anymore. Chapter 60 Encounter with the Red-Haired Pirates now. Lu Ren was training in the most difficult external martial arts of the Jianghu, the Golden Bell Shield. He was almost at the stage of great perfection. After that, Lu Ren planned to practice the 18 dragon-subduing palms, combining the masculine inner strength of the Golden Bell shield with the rigidity of the dragon-subduing palm and unleashing it with overwhelming power. He was curious about the effects it would produce. Body tempering was an addictive practice. You wouldn't understand it if you didn't try it. At first, it would be a bit painful, but the comfort that followed and the visibly enhanced speed were truly wonderful. The most important point was that with the strengthening of his physique, the sense of security that came from the continuous increase in defense and strength was incredibly captivating. At this moment, Lu Ren cherished every instance of body tempering using overwhelming power because the techniques available to him for body tempering were limited. Just as Lu Ren was immersed in the silent improvement of his body, the naval captain suddenly shouted, "All hands, assemble. A pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Prepare for pursuit and combat." After the captain's order, as members of Captain Carp's fleet, none of them were cowards. They all showed eager expressions, quickly taking action and following the navigator's guidance to pursue the pirate ship. On the other side, aboard the pirate ship, the pirate navigator also discovered that the Navy was approaching them. "Captain, it seems the Navy is coming. What should we do? What can we do?" "Of course we run. We're pirates. It's perfectly normal to be chased by the Navy." "Ha!" The pirate captain replied, sounding like a coward, but his tone and demeanor showed no signs of fear. As if he was joking. Hearing their captain's words, the crew smiled and teased him for being a coward, but they acted without hesitation, strictly following the captain's orders. The captain, with a long knife at his waist and a straw hat on his head, still couldn't hide his red hair. 1 hour later, with the mutual pursuit, the pirate ship and the naval vessel engaged in a competition between navigators, chasing each other while firing numerous cannonballs, both sides evenly matched. However, the Navy ultimately held a technical advantage and gradually closed the distance during the continuous chase. "Boss, the enemy's navigator is skilled. We might not escape," the pirate navigator said, somewhat frustrated with his own command. "Don't blame yourself. The Navy ships are all excellently built military vessels. Our ship is still somewhat lacking. Once we finish this journey in the East Sea, we'll go to Water 7 to get a better ship for the Grand Line." "But Captain, what should we do now? Since we can't escape and don't want to be caught by the Navy, we can only fight, ha," the red-haired captain said, laughing heartily, but his expression gradually became more serious, with a faint aura of dominance surrounding him, making his cape flutter. The Navy warship and the pirate ship drew closer, and finally, at a certain distance, it was unclear whether the Navy or the pirates struck first or if both sides attacked simultaneously. The battle erupted in that instant. As soon as they engaged, both sides felt the extraordinary nature of each other. On one side was the future Yonko crew. On the other side was the subordinate team of the Navy hero. The battle was intense. However, this Navy ship was merely a subordinate vessel of Carp, not a fully combat-ready warship, and lacked the presence of Carp himself. Otherwise, even if Carp were the only one on board, the current red-haired captain would have no choice but to flee. Fortunately for the red-haired captain, luck was on his side. Soldiers against soldiers, commanders against commanders. The Navy had fewer but stronger soldiers, while the pirates had capable commanders and soldiers who were not weak. The highest-ranking naval officer present, a captain, was not enough to make the red-haired captain take him seriously. Although he was still young and hadn't yet reached the latter part of the Grand Line, he had sailed with the pirate King Roger and was a master of the 3 types of hockey. His current strength might not have reached its peak, but he could easily escape even from a fleet of naval vice-admirals, let alone a squad without one. Facing the Navy captain, the red-haired captain did not go for a lethal strike, but instead responded while speaking. "This naval officer, we are merely passing pirates and mean no harm. Why not let us go? A pirate is still a pirate. As long as you are pirates, whatever you do, we must capture you to prevent you from disrupting the world order." "Well, since that's the case, I can only take you down." The red-haired captain, aware that he couldn't take it lightly against the resolute Navy soldiers, sighed softly, and in the next moment, he exuded a terrifying aura. In an instant, many naval soldiers with lower strength felt dizzy, and soon a large number lost consciousness. Conqueror's hockey, the rare quality of a king, 1 in a million. Even the Navy colonel facing the red-haired captain trembled slightly under such overwhelming pressure. Though it was just a fleeting moment, it was enough to determine the outcome. With a backhanded slash, the red-haired captain directly injured the Navy captain, and the accompanying haki caused the Navy captain to fall to the ground, unable to fight again. However, at that moment, the red-haired captain's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure. What was initially just a slightly serious look now focused like a needle. Boom! A sound filled with tremors echoed as one of his crew members fell to the ground, blood flowing from their ears and nose, clearly injured from the shockwave. In the center of the fallen crew members, a young man of similar age held a long knife, his aura materializing into a tangible form, creating a bell-shaped illusion around him that emitted shockwaves. Conqueror's haki on display. May I ask how to address you? Naive rookie, Lu Ren. Oh, such strength. You're just a rookie? That's a bit of a waste of talent. Why not join my pirate crew and sail freely at sea, seeking great treasures? Then let's see if your pirate ship can accommodate me. Lu Ren stretched his limbs and slowly drew the long knife he had been holding. The moment the long knife was unsheathed, it was enveloped in layers of haki, transforming the originally sharp blade into a black sword. Moreover, it not only became a black sword but also doubled in length and grew thicker. Lu Ren did not say anything further and launched an attack with a strike. Shouting, "Sweep the armies." Chapter 61. Lu Ren versus Red-Haired. There were no flashy techniques, no martial arts skills, and not even the sense of cutting through steel from the pirate world. What remained was pure brute force and sheer dominance. However, it was this pure dominance that made the red-haired Shanks change color and dare not let down his guard for a moment. He urged his haki fiercely, wrapping it around his long sword, and clashed against Lu Ren's pure haki with his swordsmanship. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, dark clouds gathered, and above the collision of their blades, a gap appeared that seemed to cut through the heavens. This phenomenon lasted only a few breaths before it shattered with a loud bang. The surrounding sea waves exploded, and, as the seawater danced, it felt as if a heavy rain was falling from the sky. However, at this moment, apart from the colorful light brought by the dancing rain, there were no clouds within a radius of several kilometers, all scattered by the previous blow. After the strike, Lu Ren took 3 steps back, shaken backward by Red-Haired's overwhelming haki, while Red-Haired took 2 steps back, pushed back by Lu Ren's pure brute force. Lu Ren suffered no injuries, while Red-Haired felt numbness in the corner of his palm, with blood trickling out without him realizing it. Lu Ren said nothing and continued his assault. With a sweeping move, he shouted, "God of Death's blade slash." He focused on being free-spirited and nonsensical. Red-Haired leaped to avoid this strike, no longer wanting to clash with Lu Ren head-on. Instead, he unleashed a slashing attack from a distance while in midair. However, Lu Ren's response made Red-Haired's expression darken, because Lu Ren did not dodge at all. He directly withstood Red-Haired's slashing wave, while simultaneously launching his own strike. The feeling of that slash was familiar to Red-Haired. He had seen it before when he fought with a Navy officer. It was a kick technique. No, this should be called a blade technique. This feeling made Red-Haired feel as if he were facing a cannon's muzzle, then seeing his opponent wielding the cannon towards him. Though it seemed absurd, it was indeed so. Bang! Red-Haired's slashing wave hit Lu Ren, shredding his military uniform. But the strike that could cut through steel and cleave a small mountain only sent Lu Ren flying a dozen meters, leaving a faint white mark on him. Almost in the blink of an eye, that white mark also dissipated. In contrast, Lu Ren's attack, a powerful upward slash infused with brute force, though lacking any technique, was accompanied by immense power and unreserved haki, forcing Red-Haired to quickly draw his sword to block. But without haki charging, this strike made Red-Haired feel as if he were defenseless against the tail of a sea king, getting knocked back. He was sent flying over 1,000 meters before landing in the sea. Yet Lu Ren showed no signs of giving up. He jumped and landed directly on the water's surface, pushing off the sea with his foot, creating a white wave that propelled him hundreds of meters into the air. In just a breath, he caught up with Red-Haired, who had just emerged from the water. Here he comes again. Red-Haired leaped off the surface of the water. Although he didn't understand the Navy's 6 styles, he used the motion of his long sword to leverage the water surface, narrowly dodging Lu Ren's powerful strike while momentarily hanging in the air. Looking back, Red-haired saw that the sea where he had previously stood was carved open with a massive gap extending over 1,000 meters, subtly surrounded by hockey, preventing the surface from settling. Does this guy's hockey cost nothing? At that moment, seeing Lu Ren still calm and composed, with no signs of fatigue and fully covered in hockey, Red-haired felt somewhat uneasy. However, as a user of Conqueror's hockey, Red-haired was never one to easily admit defeat. He moved, maintaining stability while using the slashing wave to continuously attack Lu Ren. Yet, realizing Lu Ren's abnormality, Red-haired no longer engaged him in direct confrontation. Instead, he utilized his combat skills, swordsmanship, and the exquisite application of hockey to maneuver around Lu Ren. Every time Lu Ren attacked, he would dodge using observation hockey and capitalize on Lu Ren's openings to strike, attempting to find Lu Ren's weaknesses, throat, eyes, heart, even the lower regions. As long as it was a weak point of the human body, Red-haired would attempt to attack. Yet Lu Ren showed no intention of dodging at all. Of course, except for the lower regions. Although Lu Ren was confident, he did not want to take risks. Seeing Red-haired act so unscrupulously, Lu Ren decided to abandon any pretense of swordsmanship. To hell with swordsmanship. He activated his hockey and raised his hand in a gun gesture. In the next moment, a brilliant light gathered at Lu Ren's fingertips, transforming into an energy beam that shot towards Red-haired. Red-haired narrowly dodged, but a blood mark was left on his face. Before Red-haired could react, a wave of air descended from the sky like a hand, accompanied by a commanding roar and a thunderous sound. With one palm, it struck Red-haired into the sea, causing the surrounding waves to explode once more, turning a 1-kilometer radius into a temporary misty area. Lu Ren originally wanted to continue searching for Red-haired's whereabouts, but noticed the pirate ship and Navy warship not far away in distress. Navy soldiers were crying for help, having been thrown off the warship due to their defeat. The warship was being occupied by pirates, who were now fleeing in the opposite direction. Pirates were escaping in 2 directions while the Navy struggled in the sea, wounded. This presented Lu Ren with a choice: save the Navy by choosing a ship or pursue the pirates for a deadly confrontation. No, rather than a choice. It was clear that the other side had already made a choice for Lu Ren. He leaped towards the pirate ship, since it was slower than the Navy's warship and was heading closer to him. With a few leaps enhanced by moonwalk, Lu Ren landed on the pirate ship. As expected, apart from the raised sails, the ship was empty. In the distance, Lu Ren heard the sound of a fuse being lit from the cabin. With his hockey fully activated, Lu Ren quickly entered the cabin, only to see the pirates had set up a trigger ignition device using the buoyancy of the water. The moment Lu Ren landed on the pirates' gangway, the fuse hidden in the gangway was ignited. However, Lu Ren was faster. He couldn't stop the fuse from triggering, but he directly severed the connection between the ignited fuse and the explosive powder behind it. Moving swiftly, Lu Ren exited the cabin, casually tossing the removed explosives into the sea, and then leaped towards the area where the Navy crew had fallen into the water to rescue them. Chapter 62 Post-War Summary. A quarter of an hour later, the red-haired pirate ship sailed on, while a group of Navy personnel utilized the medicine bottles that the pirates had hurriedly left behind in the ship's cabin to treat their injuries. Some were familiarizing themselves with the operation of the pirate ship, slowly heading towards Windmill Town. In the cabin, Lu Ren still chose to sit in a corner. And at this moment, all the Navy crew members, including the colonel who had regained his mobility, looked at Lu Ren with changed expressions. Although Lu Ren remained seated in a corner, appearing lazy and not saying much, they couldn't help but feel that it was quite reasonable. Especially the naval colonel. He had initially thought to give a newcomer a lesson, to let him know that there are people stronger than him. But he never expected that he was the one who didn't understand this truth. Sigh, this time it's my responsibility. If it weren't for my burden, perhaps we would have already captured that group. I have a feeling that the red-haired man has escaped this time, and in the future, he will definitely be a big trouble for the Navy. The naval colonel spoke with regret, directly taking the responsibility upon himself. The other Navy personnel fell silent. But Lu Ren waved his hand and said, "The person has run away. We can go after him again, but if you are gone, I won't be able to report back to Vice Admiral Garp. However, we should still think about how to explain this to Vice Admiral Garp. We suffered a major defeat this time, and even our warship was hijacked. Lu Ren waved his hand, not allowing the naval colonel to continue his pointless talk. He wasn't good at emotional appeals. As for the red-haired man, he just wanted to experience a bit of combat and see how far he had come. As for capturing the red-haired man, Lu Ren had genuinely tried, and although he could capture him, it wasn't worth disrupting his comfortable life for that insignificant promotion. That said, Lu Ren did have some admiration for the red-haired pirates. After sensing his strength, the red-haired man deliberately lured him back to the original spot, and the crew of the red-haired pirates devised a strategy to rescue Zhao by attacking Wei. One had to admit that their cooperation was truly impressive. If it weren't for Lu Ren not having activated his golden finger, he might have been in the small garden preparing a ship, ready to set sail and recruit a crew like that for a grand adventure on the high seas. Unfortunately, he no longer needed that. Partners and teammates, in the face of absolute strength, were merely burdens, especially as Lu Ren's haki reserves increased and the water's surface beneath his feet felt as solid as the ground. The threat of the vast ocean became increasingly insignificant to him. The role of crew members became increasingly optional. However, this battle also made Lu Ren aware of his shortcomings. Insufficient attack power. He didn't need to worry about the durability of his haki, nor about his defense, which was bolstered by martial arts. But his attack power was lacking, and the intensity of his haki was also insufficient. Drawing his long knife, a wave of haki gradually infused it, transforming the great knife back into its black blade form. After this battle, my fighting spirit has been ignited, which has increased the intensity of my haki a bit, something I anticipated. However, the intensity of the haki on my blade has increased even more. Lu Ren felt the change in haki and, combining it with his research on the properties of haki, vaguely thought of a possibility. Could be that. Lu Ren suddenly thought of a potential connection. Martial arts have both mental methods and combat techniques. The mental method is cultivated through continuous accumulation over time, while combat techniques are used for fighting. In other words, most combat techniques are lethal techniques. Therefore, when these combat techniques are used, they inevitably increase their killing intent. Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, when they secretly learned the Shaolin ultimate techniques at Shaolin Temple, almost fell into a demonic state due to the excessive accumulation of malevolent energy from practicing too many combat techniques. However, haki is different from internal energy. This is a product of the condensation of aura, will, temperament, and emotions. In theory, whether good or bad, both can be incorporated without being affected. Instead, it can increase the intensity of haki. In the future, Zoro's haki will not only integrate his killing intent, but also the ghostly aura from his sword, emphasizing a fierce approach. Thinking of this, Lu Ren suddenly recalled the Longcheng sword technique he obtained from Murong Bo in the comprehensive martial arts. The Star Shift, Mixed Finger, and Longcheng sword technique are the Murong family's ultimate skills, created by Murong Longcheng. Among them, Star Shift is the most widely spread, while the finger technique of Mixed Finger is not inferior to any finger technique among the 72 ultimate techniques. Only the Longcheng sword technique is rarely seen being utilized by the Murong family. When Lu Ren acquired it, he realized that it wasn't that the Longcheng sword technique wasn't strong, but rather that it wasn't suitable for the martial world. It is a killing sword technique for the battlefield, emphasizing killing intent. The more one kills, the more terrifying it becomes. However, this killing intent is fine on the battlefield, but once removed from it, it becomes hard for people to accept. After all, in the martial world, competitions and sparring aren't about life and death struggles. The path of martial arts is about stability and peace, while a killing mindset is completely a form of falling into demonic practices. While internal energy can lead to a demonic trend, haki seems to only get stronger. At this moment, Lu Ren seemed to have discovered a crucial point. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. After Garp and his grandson had a good time together, he returned but found that the original dog-headed warship had been transformed into a pirate ship. Originally, he wanted to stretch his legs, but he didn't expect to see familiar faces on the gangplank. What's going on here? I just left for 3 days, and you turned my warship into a pirate ship? Are you planning to become pirates? Garp spoke, prompting the crew to deny in unison. There was no choice. Garp had already shown his fists. Although they knew Garp wouldn't do anything to them, if he did strike, it would truly hurt. Then, under the explanation of the naval colonel, they recounted the situation they encountered 3 days ago. Upon hearing it, Garp showed a look of understanding. Red-haired? Could it be that little brat? If it's him, you didn't lose unjustly. Garp spoke, recalling the recent movements of the red-haired man. And he also knew that the red-haired man was that little brat from the Roger Pirates. However, Garp then looked at Lu Ren and burst into laughter, saying, "Ha, good job, Lu Ren. Fortunately, you were here this time. Next time, I'll take you to beat that red-haired kid. Hold on, his swordsmanship is quite impressive. I almost fell. Let me train for a few more years before that," Lu Ren said, humbly praising the red-haired man's swordsmanship and deeply reflecting on his own shortcomings. Chapter 63. Hello. Monkey D. Luffy, his words weren't insincere. Compared to the swordsmanship of the pirate world, he indeed lagged behind Shanks by quite a bit. At least he hadn't yet grasped the so-called iron-cutting realm. Of course, he now believed that once he infused the killing intent from martial arts into his haki, even if he didn't understand the iron-cutting intent, no one would dare say his swordsmanship was impure. Days later, Lu Ren and his crew finally returned to the Navy headquarters aboard their pirate ship. On a certain day, half a month later, Garp stormed out of the admiral's office, cursing as he boarded his warship, declaring his intent to pursue the red-haired pirates. However, this was merely bluster. Nowadays, the seas were rife with pirates. While the Roger Pirates remained dormant, some of their crew still roamed the seas, and there were many formidable pirates lurking. Compared to the still maturing red-haired Shanks and the Whitebeard who was barely clinging to life, the latter was undeniably the world's strongest. The strongest creature on the surface, Kaido, had also reached his peak, and Big Mom, despite her corpulence, still exuded a terrifying strength that sent shivers down spines. At this moment, Garp's desire to abandon these threats to chase after a small-time pirate was something Admiral Sengoku would never agree to. As for why Garp was so furious, the reason was simple. Red-haired Shanks had been beaten by Lu Ren, and instead of leaving the East Sea directly with the help of his crew, he had quietly returned to Fusha Village, where he inevitably encountered Luffy for a fateful meeting. Then, Shanks had blocked one of his hands there, laying the foundation for the next Pirate King. It was only after Shanks and his crew had left that Dayton informed Garp of the incident via a transponder snail, causing Garp to explode with rage and shout that he would make Shanks pay. However, despite the commotion, Garp did not actually head to the Grand Line to pursue Shanks. Instead, he took his crew back to Fusha Village on a brand new warship. This time, Garp ordered the warship to anchor near Fusha Village, not allowing them to continue wandering. However, Garp didn't go alone this time. He called for Lu Ren. "Me? What for?" Faced with Garp's invitation. Although Lu Ren was very curious to see what the future Pirate King Luffy looked like in reality, that was all it was. Garp's answer to Lu Ren was equally straightforward. "I want Luffy to know that the one who defeated Red-Haired is a Marine." Upon hearing this, Lu Ren understood Garp's intention, shrugged his shoulders, and said nothing more, following Garp directly to Fusha Village. This time, Garp was specifically there to see his grandson, so he didn't go back to greet everyone in Fusha Village, but went straight to the mountain bandit Dayton's home. Only Garp could think of leaving his grandson to be raised by bandits. However, it must be admitted that Luffy, growing up in such an environment, naturally bore a bit of rebellious spirit. He wouldn't behave like an ordinary child, following rules and being timid. Perhaps Garp didn't want his grandson to be bound by rules in the future, or he didn't want Luffy to follow in his father's footsteps, walking a deviant path after realizing the world's decay. However, Garp forgot that the yearning for freedom in a person never ceases, even without Shanks. Even if Luffy becomes a Marine in the future, a Luffy without internal constraints will either become a rogue Marine or a Marine trader. He might even follow in his father's footsteps. Such a Luffy might be even less happy. However, none of this concerned Lu Ren. The world had decayed under the world government's 800-year rule. It needed a fire to completely ignite it. Luffy might not be that fire, but he would undoubtedly be the spark. With a temperament similar to Roger's, the fruit inherited by chance, the will of D, a heroic Marine grandfather, and a revolutionary father, all of this perhaps made Shanks feel that Luffy might have come with some special mission. Thus, Shanks became the push that engraved his mark in Luffy's heart. Just as Lu Ren was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Carp's loud shout ahead. Luffy, what did you just say? Grandpa, I want to become the Pirate King. To be a pirate like Shanks. No, you will be a Marine in the future. I want to be a pirate. Marine. Pirate. Bang. When Lu Ren arrived, he happened to see an enraged Carp swinging his fist of love to deliver a direct hit to a child wearing a straw hat. This punch directly left a large bump on the child's head, causing him to squat there in tears, crying in pain. Although Lu Ren could tell that Carp hadn't used much strength, it was still a punch with hockey wrapped around it. Lu Ren hadn't planned to step forward. But when Carp saw Lu Ren arrive, he immediately crossed his arms and turned to the stubborn-looking Luffy, saying, Luffy, do you know why Shanks came to Fusha Village? He naturally came here while sailing. No. Didn't you notice that he and his crew were injured? They were fleeing from my crew. If it weren't for my carelessness, I would have already locked him up and impelled down. That's nonsense. Shanks and his crew are strong. How could they be chased by your crew? I know you don't believe me, so I brought him along. Carp said, waving to Lu Ren, let me introduce you, my grandson Luffy. You tell him about how you defeated Red-Haired. When Luffy heard Carp's proud tone, although he didn't admit it verbally, his gaze towards Lu Ren was filled with hesitation. This was because he indeed learned from Shanks that they had been pursued by the Marines, and Shanks had even indicated that the Marine was very tough to deal with. Lu Ren looked at Luffy, and Luffy looked back at Lu Ren. The two stared at each other for a long time. Finally, to appease Carp's eager anticipation, Lu Ren slowly said, Red-Haired is a very strong opponent. Oh, you have a good eye, but you're far from him. What? When Luffy heard Lu Ren speak well of Shanks, he beamed with joy, but upon hearing that he was far from his idol, he instantly jumped in anger. However, Luffy quickly adjusted his mindset, waved his hand, and said, forget it. I'm still small now. When I grow up, I will definitely be like Shanks. No, I will definitely be even stronger than Shanks. Chapter 64. Carp's lie at this moment. Monkey D. Luffy was displaying an extraordinary confidence, a kind of confidence that stemmed from deep within, subtly influencing those around him. This aura is known as the leader's charisma. Those who possess this charisma do not necessarily have the qualities of a king. However, those who have the qualities of a king definitely possess this charisma. Moreover, as one's experiences and determination increase, this charisma becomes even more pronounced, affecting those nearby. Such individuals are like born protagonists, evoking envy and a sense of helplessness in others. When Lu Ren saw someone like this, he wanted to suppress them a bit, to make them understand the hardships and sufferings of society. I heard you want to become a pirate? Of course, not only do I want to become a pirate, but I also want to find the great treasure and become the Pirate King. Oh, one interesting idea. Really? You agree? Of course, but I'm a Navy officer. If you want to become a pirate, I will pursue you and lock you up. Then come on. Once I set sail, I want to be afraid of you. But as a Navy officer, how can I just stand by when I see a future Pirate King in the making? What do you want to do? I want to capture you and lock you up in advance so you can't set sail. Grandpa, this matter has nothing to do with you. You are a Navy officer. Right now, I am just your grandfather. Carp said as he pulled his Navy cloak, indicating that he wouldn't get involved, crossing his arms and turning his head away as if he saw nothing. Seeing this, Luffy, feeling abandoned, immediately wanted to run away. Unfortunately, Lu Ren was faster than him. With a lift of his hand, several items flew toward Luffy, directly binding his hands and feet. After being caught, Luffy felt a wave of weakness wash over him, making it hard for him to even walk, and he fell face first to the ground. Moreover, the rubber fruit he had just obtained also lost its effect at this moment. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I've clearly become a rubber man. Why do I still feel pain? Luffy covered his face, feeling pain mixed with disbelief, and most importantly, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't muster any strength. Hey, you little brat, are you trying to Captain Carp? Since your grandson wants to become a pirate, as a Navy officer, I can't just stand by. I can only strip him of his strength so that he has no power to set sail, unless he can train his strength back. Otherwise, even walking will be difficult for him. Lu Ren said coldly, looking at the struggling Luffy, then turned and left. Hearing this, Carp, seeing Luffy struggling on the ground, seemed to realize Lu Ren's intention and helplessly said to Luffy, who was shouting, Grandpa, save me. Luffy, I'm sorry. but only he can unlock this. And even if you do get it unlocked, he will just put another one on you. Unless you can ignore these shackles, you will never be able to become a pirate, Carp said earnestly. Indeed, he decided to tell a lie. After hearing this, Luffy fell silent. Carp hoped his grandson would reconsider, but Luffy ultimately let him down. However, Carp was somewhat comforted by his response. I will regain my strength. I am definitely going to become the Pirate King. Although Luffy was small, his stubborn genes were deeply rooted. The more he was obstructed, the more he was determined. Ultimately, Carp sent Luffy back to Dayton's house. What Lu Ren had bound Luffy with was undoubtedly Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, just split into individual shackles by Lu Ren. Once bound by Sea Prism Stone, Luffy's Devil Fruit abilities would be greatly suppressed. As the host of the Devil Fruit, the Sea Prism Stone would proportionately suppress the user's strength based on how much it suppressed the Devil Fruit's powers. For instance, if the Devil Fruit's powers were suppressed by 99 under the Sea Prism Stone, one could only exert one of their normal strength. Therefore, the power of the Sea Prism Stone almost completely counteracts Devil Fruit users in the first half of the Grand Line. However, in the latter half, some strong individuals still retain a certain degree of mobility and even combat capability despite being bound by Sea Prism Stone. When a person's strength gradually returns under the suppression of Sea Prism Stone, the counteracting effect of the Sea Prism Stone will also weaken. Even if one cannot use their Devil Fruit, they will not be completely weakened. Lu Ren's lie aimed to allow Luffy to train under the influence of the Sea Prism Stone, not only to strengthen Luffy's body, but also his will. Carp realized this as well and helped Lu Ren to fulfill that lie. As for what would happen when Luffy eventually found out, that was a matter for the future. Moreover, according to Luffy's stubborn mentality, as long as he truly accepted the suppression of these handcuffs, he might even wear them willingly in the future, knowing what they were. After all, he was a man destined to become the Pirate King. If he couldn't overcome mere Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, how could he become a free pirate? At Dayton's house, Lu Ren also encountered Ace afterward. Seeing Luffy's suffering, Ace angrily wanted to challenge Lu Ren. One must admit that Ace truly was the child of the Pirate King. Not only did he possess royal qualities, but his talent was also extraordinary. However, they were ultimately too young, and Lu Ren easily suppressed them with a wave of his hand. As for Ace's identity, Lu Ren understood, but didn't pay much attention to it, nor did he intend to inquire further. The next morning, Lu Ren left Windmill Village under Carp's guidance. Originally, Lu Ren thought this matter was over. But little did he know that more than 2 months later, Carp, missing his grandson, returned to Windmill Village. This time, Lu Ren did not accompany him, instead spending his days slacking off and training at the Navy headquarters. However, when Carp returned, he brought back someone unexpected. Ace, what are you doing here? Did your grandpa catch you? Lu Ren looked at Ace in confusion, then curiously glanced at Carp. At this moment, Carp had a smile on his face, pinching his nose and waving his hand, saying, I didn't force him. He came to find you on his own. Lu Ren looked at Ace, somewhat puzzled. I heard your sword can cut through Sea Prism Stone. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren glanced at Carp. He knew that this guy had definitely lied to the child again. I haven't tried, but it should be about right. Lu Ren was uncertain if his swordsmanship could cut through Sea Prism Stone, but he had tried using Haki to break Sea Prism Stone with a concentrated force. Currently, his swordsmanship emphasized great skill over complexity, so theoretically, it could also cut through Sea Prism Stone. As for how to cut it, that probably wasn't important. Chapter 65. Ace joins the Navy. You teach me how to sever sea stone with swordsmanship, and I promise to become a Navy member. What does your becoming a Navy member have to do with me? My grandfather promised me, and you're my grandfather's subordinate, so you should listen to him, right? Sorry, although I am your grandfather's subordinate, I only serve within my authority. In fact, I can leave your grandfather's group and even become a pirate. Huh, you also want to be a pirate? No, not really. Why? The treatment is bad. What do you mean? As long as I am in the Navy, I don't have to worry about food and drink. Whatever I want, I can legitimately obtain it by catching a few pirates. But if I become a pirate, I have to run around and hide, which is troublesome and not free. As long as you are strong enough, no one can mess with you. How is that not free? But in the Navy, as long as I'm strong enough, I can not only be free, but also gain more benefits. Then you still have to listen to your superiors. That just proves you are not strong enough. Lu Ren's words left Ace silent, but they also plunged him into deep thought. What can I do to achieve true freedom? In this world, there has never been true freedom. However, when you are strong enough, you can act without being influenced by anyone and do whatever you want. Can you teach me? I can't. Why? I'm still lacking. How much? I promised someone that while he is alive, my goal can only be to become an admiral. What if he dies? Who knows? I beg you to take me as your subordinate. Not interested. Grandpa, Lu Ren, I'm asking you this time. This little guy rarely changes his mind. It's too troublesome. I don't have time. It's okay, as long as you have time to teach a little. The rest, I will let Zephyr instruct. Carp spoke, appearing not to want to trouble Lu Ren. The son of the Pirate King becoming a Navy member seems quite interesting. Compared to Ace becoming Whitebeard's son, Lu Ren was more interested in Ace's future as a Navy member. Just thinking about it felt very interesting. With this little expectation, Lu Ren ultimately accepted Ace at Carp's request. However, Lu Ren did not teach Ace anything and directly handed him over to Carp. The reason was very simple. He stated that his swordsmanship was called Dominance Blade, which was different from ordinary swordsmanship. Only those with extraordinary haki were qualified to learn it. To make Ace believe, Lu Ren even demonstrated the difference between a normal slash and a haki-infused slash. One simply split a tree, the other created a crack in an island. After witnessing the true swordsmanship, the Navy headquarters gained another new recruit, Carp's grandson, Lu Ren's disciple. With these two identities, Ace was understandably given special attention by Zephyr. However, it must be said that Ace truly had great potential. Zephyr vaguely saw the shadow of a new admiral in Ace and became even more dedicated to guiding him. Of course, the only thing that made Zephyr somewhat dissatisfied was that every month, Ace had to be taken back by Carp for a half-month vacation. This meant 2 months of rest each year. Over 10 years, that would be 2 years gone. Isn't this just delaying Ace's time to become an admiral? Zephyr tried multiple times to shorten this time, but unfortunately, Carp refused and Ace strongly opposed it as well. In the end, Zephyr found he couldn't persuade these two and secretly sought out Lu Ren, who had already become a major in the headquarters and owned his own small warship. Lu Ren naturally had no intention of helping Zephyr persuade them. He only stated that Ace worked hard precisely because of his half-month of rest. Without this half-month, he would not train as diligently. Although Zephyr did not learn the specific reasons from Lu Ren, based on Ace's daily performance, he chose not to inquire further about it. Time passed quickly like flowing water. The 3 worlds Lu Ren began their respective efforts. In the Navy, Lu Ren's physical training quietly filled his golden bell shield, and after maxing out the strength of the 18 dragon subduing palms, he began to sweep through various martial arts. He abandoned purely internal techniques and left no external techniques unpracticed, cultivating both internal and external skills depending on the situation. As for swordsmanship, Lu Ren temporarily practiced the Longsheng sword technique and the breaking precepts sword technique from the Shaolin 72 ultimate skills. At first, when Lu Ren was tempering his body shimmered due to the golden bell shield. However, as the training increased, Lu Ren's once radiant body gradually took on a sinister red-black aura. Yet, Lu Ren did not feel it was inappropriate. Although this malevolence initially affected his temperament, as long as he endured it, his willpower would be well-tempered. The intensity of haki tempered the body, while the intensity of malevolence seemed to refine the mind. Body tempering, you don't know until you try. The final conclusion can only be attributed to the advantages of the haki cultivation system. In the world of Naruto, Sasuke graduated. As a member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, Lu Ren invited Sasuke to feast at a barbecue restaurant. During the meal, Sasuke looked at Lu Ren and asked, "Lu Ren, after becoming a ninja, what should I pay attention to?" "Well, there should be a test during the class division." "Test?" "Yes. Your guiding teacher will assess your overall qualities, such as personal combat ability, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, etc., as well as your teamwork abilities, etc." Lu Ren shared what he could disclose with Sasuke to help him prepare in advance. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully, but did not continue to ask more about that. Instead, asking a question he was very concerned about. "So, what do you think is the best place to grow?" "Sasuke, do you have something in mind?" "Well, I want to become an Umbu like you. I heard that they're all elite in Konoha. You are too anxious, Sasuke. I understand your feelings. I even have similar thoughts. But Uchiha only has the two of us left. Besides us, no one can revitalize Uchiha. That's why I want to. The more this happens, the more you can't rush. The stage of rapid growth for ninjas is between the ages of 15 to 25, while 25 to 35 is when ninjas are at their strongest. During these two time periods, whether you achieve a brief victory or suffer a huge setback, it does not represent anything. Chapter 66. The new leader of the Beggar's Sect, but your anxiety actually represents your fear. You've heard about his talent, and deep down, you have no confidence at all. Nonsense, Sai. If you really had confidence, the anxious one wouldn't be you, but that person. Think about it, Sasuke. Sometimes properly loosening your tightly clenched fists isn't about being slack or weak, but about allowing yourself to gather stronger power for your next strike. Lu Ren patiently guided him, like a life mentor. As for whether Sasuke would listen, that was no longer his concern. He said so much simply because he felt Sasuke wanted his guidance. And he didn't have the time for that. The supreme skill of the 8 desolations had already been mastered, and at this moment, he was transitioning to the small no-form skill. In the Naruto version of the small no-form skill, the imitation function was of little use to Lu Ren, who possessed the Sharingan. However, the characteristic of the small no-form skill allowed Lu Ren's chakra to be hidden, placing the chakra within his body in a dormant state. This change made it difficult for anyone to see through it, even the Byakugan. At this moment, unless Lu Ren wished it. Even if he used ninjutsu while a Byakugan user was observing nearby, they would not be able to detect the precise depth of his chakra. He could easily disguise himself as if he had exhausted all his chakra or pretend to be in a state of overdrawn eruption. In any case, he simply did not possess the strength to deal with the fourth Raikage again, nor would he admit that it was his doing. In the world of martial arts, Lu Ren chose to retreat for half a year, but the Jianghu continued to experience various events. First of all, the Beggar's Sect had a new leader. It was said that this was a young man who had passed his 20s and possessed martial arts skills not inferior to those of Bei Qiaofeng. His identity was mysterious, and very few within the Beggar's Sect knew his true identity. However, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Beggar's Sect had great faith in this new leader. This new leader had directly saved the members of the Beggar's Sect from the encirclement of the Western Xia's first-class hall and had killed the main orchestrator of the Western Xia's invasion of the Song dynasty, forcing Western Xia to temporarily withdraw its troops. Moreover, this new leader had a keen eye and discovered the true murderer of the deputy leader Ma Dian. It turned out that it was the wife of Ma, who had coerced an elder of the Beggar's Sect. This indirectly vindicated Xiao Feng. Of course, Xiao Feng's identity as a chitin made everything else irrelevant. No matter how many achievements Xiao Feng had, this one fact rendered all his efforts useless. Xiao Feng himself no longer cared. As he had taken the girl, he liked to graze cattle in the borderlands. It was said that the new leader had also visited the borderlands, found Xiao Feng, and retrieved the Beggar's Sect's ultimate skills, the dragon-subduing palm and the dog-whacking stick. At first, some elders of the Beggar's Sect did not believe that the new leader had the capability. After all, Xiao Feng's strength was well known. However, when this new leader demonstrated a dragon-subduing palm that was no less impressive than Xiao Feng's, all members of the Beggar's Sect no longer doubted him. Due to Xiao Feng's situation, the Beggar's Sect was concerned about the new leader's identity, especially since this new leader often wore a mask and did not reveal his true face. Some sects suspected that the Beggar's Sect had brought Xiao Feng back to conceal their actions. Therefore, many sects hoped that the new leader of the Beggar's Sect could come forward to clarify the situation. As a result, the Beggar's Sect graciously gave everyone seeking clarification a chance. The new leader took the initiative to have a good talk with one sect, and in the end, the sect leader not only proactively clarified matters for the Beggar's Sect, but also joined the Beggar's Sect without compensation thereafter. As for those who still harbored doubts after the fact, they, like the first one, were also clarified and joined. In a short time, the entire Jianghu of the northern Song had been dominated by the Beggar's Sect due to this incident. Many complained and even spread rumors. However, when it came to the news network, who was more informed than the Beggar's Sect? Almost as soon as rumors were spread here, they were quelled before they could even stir up trouble on the other side. Of course, there were some who acted more discreetly, But it didn't matter. As long as the scope was determined within that range, no one pointed out who spread the rumors, then they would have a heart-to-heart talk with them all. As for whether the beggar's sex domineering style would provoke dissatisfaction from others or condemnation from the Jianghu, of course, it would. However, when your martial strength reaches a certain level, and the number of people under your command reaches a certain extent, you will find that the so-called Jianghu rumors do not require you to speak. There will be people who help you quell them. Even Shaolin Temple, under the combined efforts of many beggars' sect members and those who had benefited from the beggars' sect's benevolence, restored a rare period of tranquility to the once chaotic Jianghu. However, behind this period of tranquility, it always felt like the calm before a storm. After all, the beggars' sect's power network had already brushed against the influence of the limitless sword. The two sides had experienced multiple frictions due to certain interests. However, because neither the leader of the beggars' sect nor the master of the limitless sword had made clear statements about whether they were enemies or friends, the conflict had never escalated. Aside from the affairs of the beggars' sect, many fleeting yet unusual events occurred in the Jianghu. Perhaps the most significant event was the demise of the four evil ones. First was the death of Yin Zhonghe. When he was discovered, he was hanging upside down from a branch. Notably, he was not hanging by his legs. An examination of his cause of death revealed that he had been painfully tortured to death. According to the first eyewitness, when he saw Yuan Zhonghe, ants and bees were crawling on the painful spot, which seemed to have been smeared with honey and sugar water. As for the other three of the four evil ones, various issues arose while investigating the true culprit. The South Sea Evil One directly returned to the South Sea sect and became reclusive under a tree in Dali. The notoriously evil Dawn Yanking sat with his hands clasped, his face peaceful, and he severed his own heart vein to die. As for Yi Ernyang, it was rumored that she also set out from Dali, bowing 3 times and knocking her head 9 times as she moved in a certain direction. That place seemed to be Shaolin Temple. No one knew why Yi Ernyang did this, only that her eyes carried obsession and deathly silence, as if she were a sinner seeking redemption. Some families that had been persecuted by Yi Ernyang gathered together to try to surround and kill her, but in the end, they were stopped by a high monk from Shaolin Temple, who stated that he would provide an explanation at the upcoming Shaolin Conference. Chapter 67. The Beggar Clan. As for the matter of the 4 notorious villains, everyone speculated about who was behind it. Some guessed it was the Wuyang Sword Palace. Others speculated it was Shaolin Temple. Of course, some disciples of the Beggar Clan suggested that it could also be their new leader, who liked to travel around the world and was elusive. The martial arts community, however, chose not to comment. Although the Beggar Clan had grown increasingly powerful, they could not afford to offend anyone by remaining silent, but that didn't mean they had to pretend to be ignorant and go along with it. The Beggar Clan also did not provide any explanations or emphasize anything. Today, although the Beggar Clan bore the name of Beggar, its meaning had long since changed. In the past, the Beggar Clan was formed by beggars from all over the world, divided into the so-called Dirty Clothes Sect and Clean Clothes Sect. However, now the Beggar Clan was a group that helped beggars across the land to escape their identity as beggars, work hard to become wealthy, and create a better life together. Moreover, the Beggar Clan indeed had the strength to do so. In a short period, the Beggar Clan had ventured into many industries, such as alcohol, salt, and even some rare items like soap, perfume, and glassware. In no time, the Beggar Clan transformed from the poorest faction composed of a group of beggars in the martial world into a massive collective that drove the economy of the entire Song dynasty. Those who were unaware thought the Beggar Clan was still the same, but those who knew referred to it as the Gai Clan. Under the leadership of this mysterious new leader, the clan seemed to be subtly overshadowing the world. A year ago, Shaolin Temple had invited heroes from all over the world to gather and discuss various issues in the martial arts community. A year later, few mentioned the matter of Qiao Feng, and the elder brother Shaolin still had many issues to address. According to rumors, Shaolin intended to elect a leader of the martial arts world to unite it and prevent the evil forces from oppressing the Jianghu. As for who the evil forces were, discerning people understood clearly. The rapid development of the Beggar Clan had threatened Shaolin's position. Martial arts heroes who had long suffered under the oppression of the Beggar Clan saw that Shaolin Temple had finally spoken up, and naturally, they rushed to invite them. hoping that the elder brother Shaolin would take charge for them. Some forces that claimed to be powerful or were on good terms with Shaolin also came. Among them, the most notable were Duan Zhengchun, representing the Dali Duan family, Mu Rongfu from Suzhou, and the recent Dark Horse, Zhuan Jiuxian, a mimic of the beggar clan's leader. It was said that he was once the young master of Zhuxianzhuang, and, for some unknown reason, accidentally acquired extraordinary martial arts, reopened Zhuxianzhuang, recruited some talented fighters from the Jianghu, and amassed considerable power. In addition, invitations were sent to Wuyang Swordmaster, the Xiaoyao sect, and Jiao Ji, among others. Moreover, there was still Qiao Feng, who had become the king of the South Court. However, he was not there to attend the Shaolin conference, but to search for a Z, who couldn't stand the affectionate display between Qiao Feng and a Zhu, and had run away, ultimately getting herself into trouble. These martial arts experts all came with the idea of becoming the leader of the martial arts world, appearing friendly on the surface while secretly being in opposition to each other. Among them, the rhythm master Quan Guqing from the Beggar clan arrived with a group of disciples to show support. This time, although he was unclear why the leader was absent and had entrusted such an important task to him, even indicating that he could perform freely, Quan Guqing, feeling his recovered leg, was determined. This task not only had to be done well, but also had to be done beautifully. Only a few elders in the Beggar clan knew who the current leader was, and he happened to be one of them. If he accomplished this task, he could not only heal the leg he injured at Zhuxianzhuang, but also receive rewards from the leader. Thinking of that man who could point the way with a wave of his hand, Quan Guqing felt no anger at all. He used to like creating trouble to showcase his talents, to tell others that he, the 10 full scholar, was not inferior to anyone. However, since the leader's appearance, he had completely submitted. While his title as 10 full scholar might even rise in the future, on the downside, he might die in some desolate mountains while walking. Today, many coveted his position within the Beggar clan, yet the leader was still willing to give him this opportunity and even regarded him as a talent. Such kindness was something Quan Guqing had to strive for wholeheartedly. With that thought, Quan Guqing's gaze unconsciously swept towards Lu Ren, who was sitting at the center of the Wuyang sword sect, not far away. Seeing this, Lu Ren looked over in response, but Quan Guqing quickly turned away. The good show was about to begin. Lu Ren sat alone in a corner, not engaging with anyone. He had come today just to see how this Shaolin conference would lead the entire Song dynasty's martial arts into a deep pit. The Jianghu of the Song dynasty had been on a downward spiral since it was revealed that Qiao Feng was a chitin person in Xingzi Forest. Various disputes in the martial arts world had since arisen endlessly, making it increasingly difficult to focus on protecting the weakened Song dynasty. And it was no longer feasible to carry out Xiao Feng's plans of sending the Beggar clan to assassinate foreign generals, coupled with various internal issues and entanglements. Especially with Mu Rongbua, who thrived on chaos, the entire Song Jianghu was essentially left in a state of disarray after the Shaolin conference. Even those remaining in the Jianghu could only clear their own front steps and were unlikely to pay attention to the world's affairs in the short term. Today, Lu Ren was there to watch the chaos unfold. Indeed, before the Shaolin conference even began, the entire Jianghu started to descend into chaos. Ding Chunxiu was dead, and although he had not clashed with Mu Rongfu soon found himself in conflict with Jiao Ji. During this time, Mu Rongfu had also undergone some psychological counseling and no longer rejected Wang Yuyan's guidance for the sake of pride. With Wang Yuyan's support, he fought evenly with Jiao Ji, even seeming to have the upper hand. This made Jiao Ji's gaze towards Wang Yuyan more fervent, wishing he could take her back and have her guide him in martial arts every day. However, in the end, Jiao Ji temporarily abandoned this tempting idea. Then, Mu Rongfu directly approached Duan Zhengchun, Duan Yu's father, without asking for reasons, intending to teach Duan Zhengchun a lesson. This was a request from Wang Yuyan's mother, Li Qingluo. Duan Zhengchun, known for his romantic escapades, was also skilled in martial arts, but in front of first-class experts. He was not much of a match and was injured by Mu Rongfu in just a few exchanges. Duan Yu happened to arrive and saw this scene, instantly going berserk and wanted to take down Mu Rongfu. And in fact, he did. The Six Meridians Divine Sword was sometimes effective against others, but hit Mu Rongfu, with pinpoint accuracy, even making Lu Ren suspect that Duan Yu harbored some thoughts of leaving Wang Yuyan widowed. However, in the end, Duan Yu still held back. Not for any other reason, but because she was also Wang's girl. Seeing this scene, especially when he spotted Wang Yuyan, Duan Zhengchun vaguely guessed something and advised Duan Yu, not allowing the matter to escalate. Chapter 68. Duan Yu. You really have good fortune originally. Duan Yu, this foolish boy, might have taken some time to realize that his fairy sister was actually his younger sister. However, an elder with an ethereal aura suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, he knocked down Duan Zhengchun, who had just gotten up, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This scene looked somewhat frightening, but in reality, it helped to clear the internal injuries that Duan Zhengchun had sustained from Morong Fu. Seeing this, Duan Yu wanted to erupt again, but was directly subdued by Wu Yazi. However, Wu Yazi felt the peculiar North Ming absorption power within Duan Yu's body, and his brow couldn't help but furrow. You brat, why is your North Ming true energy so mixed? How do you know what martial arts I practice? You're called Duan Yu, right? How do you know? Back when you and your elder brother fell from the cliff, that blessed place was opened by me, and it was also my former residence. What? So that's how it is. Hey, what about that fairy sister? Fairy sister? What fairy sister? The jade statue. That jade statue is. That is my wife Qi Yufeng. I specifically carved that jade statue for her. What's wrong? What? The fairy sister is actually your wife? You really have good fortune. Unlike me. As Duan Yu spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Wang Yuyan. Wu Yazi saw Duan Yu like this, looked at Duan Zhengchun, and then swept his gaze back and forth between Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan. After seemingly clarifying the relationships, his expression suddenly darkened. With a slap, he struck Duan Yu on the head. You brat, stop thinking nonsense. She is my granddaughter, so keep those thoughts to yourself. Oh, I will focus on cultivating my martial arts and stop absorbing others' energy. If it weren't for your unintentional fortune, granting you an invulnerable body, you would already be dead by now. What? How is that possible? I want to explain further. Just take care of yourself. Even though you can't compare to your elder brother, you should at least study seriously. It would be a waste of your good talent. Wu Yazi looked at this little brat, feeling compelled to say a few more words. If it weren't for Duan Yu being the son of the guy who harmed his daughter, Wu Yazi would genuinely consider taking Duan Yu as his apprentice. He looked decent, had a good foundation, and his temperament seemed quite similar to his own. Most importantly, that kind of obsession, if used in the right places, would surely make him an excellent successor. Looking at Duan Yu, Wu Yazi secretly felt it was a pity. Then, Wu Yazi turned his gaze to the recovering Duan Zhengchun and said, Duan Zhengchun, she asked me to tell you that she is waiting for you at the Wang family in Suzhou for a month. If you don't go to find her after a month, I will help her wipe out the entire Duan family in Dali. After Wu Yazi finished speaking, he looked at Wang Yuyan, who was anxiously watching her cousin, then sighed softly and left gracefully. Many people's gazes turned to Duan Zhengchun, filled with curiosity. Everyone knew that Lord Duan had caused quite a few romantic debts in his youth and was rumored to be searching for his daughter everywhere. Now, it seemed this might be another scandal. However, given Lord Duan's previous situation, this scandal might just allow them to soar again in Dali. Meanwhile, Lord Duan's romantic escapades were almost continued, because Yi Ernyang had also arrived at Shaolin Temple after half a year of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Over the past 6 months, many people had learned about Yi Ernyang's situation, and many families in the martial world had suffered because of her persecution of children. However, because Shaolin Temple intervened, they had not taken action. Now that Yi Ernyang had come to Shaolin Temple, they also wanted to wait for a statement from Shaolin Temple. When Yi Ernyang finished her 3 bows and 9 kowtows and entered the main hall of Shaolin Temple, it seemed that something suddenly clicked in her mind, and she realized something. Looking around, her gaze fell on a not-so-good-looking monk in the distance, and a trace of reluctance and nostalgia appeared in her eyes. She then raised her hand as if to end her own life. At a critical moment, a figure appeared, waving his hand and using a finger technique to subdue Yi Ernyang. You can't die until I understand the truth of the matter. The newcomer was a masked man, with formidable strength. The crowd was puzzled as he removed his mask. This person looked very similar to Qiao Feng, the only difference being that he appeared older. Father? Qiao Feng, seeing this person, quickly guessed his identity. Soon, there was a process of father-son recognition, followed by inquiries about the truth of the past. Yi Ernyang, quickly tell us who the leader is. I know who your child is. You killed so many children. As a chitin, I actually wouldn't mind avenging them. Xiao Yuanshan spoke, directly targeting Yi Ernyang's lifeline. At this moment, Yi Ernyang only wished to die to protect Xuanzi and Xuzhu. The onlookers at this moment were also speculating. Many people turned their gaze to Duan Zhengchun. Even Duan Zhengchun was evaluating Yi Ernyang. Try to remember if there was such a person among his many ex-girlfriends. In fact, he had already stood up, ready to acknowledge her first. After all, he couldn't even recall his romantic debts from his youth. If it really was his doing, he was willing to bear the consequences. However, Xuanzi had no intention of letting Duan Zhengchun take the blame. Seeing how things were, he also stopped being silent. Slowly, he spoke up, admitting that he was the leader. Xiao Yuanshan wanted revenge, but Xiao Feng, being detail-oriented, asked who was behind the false news. Xuanzi originally did not wish to speak, thinking it would be too humiliating for someone's reputation. However, Xiao Feng stated that since the other party had already plotted, then the so-called death news was not necessarily credible. At this moment, Duan Yu spoke up, stating that Murong Fu's father, Murong Bo, was the one who died at that time, and the Duan family's vassals had inadvertently broken into the Murong family's tomb, discovering that there was no corpse of Murong Bo inside. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi seemed to realize something. Suddenly, he struck out, launching a surprise attack on Murong Fu in the arena. Murong Fu, facing this sudden attack from the Shaolin abbot, had no time to dodge. If hit, he would either die or be severely injured. In that instant, another figure in black appeared. Knowing that his identity no longer needed to be concealed, he simply removed his mask, revealing his true appearance. It was none other than the mastermind behind everything, Murong Bo. At this moment, Murong Bo no longer concealed anything and revealed the truth of his plans over the years. Everything was to incite the conflict between the Liao and Song dynasties, ultimately preparing to raise an army in the face of internal and external troubles, to grow stronger and create brilliance once again. Chapter 69. Encounter at the Grandmaster level. At this moment, Qian Guoqing of the Beggar's Sect played the role of a rhythm master. In the midst of stirring the pot, he incited the people's hearts, painting Murong Bo as a traitor who would ruin the country for an unrealistic fantasy. Even if Murong Bo was of Xinbei descent, he was now living in Song territory, nurtured by the Song people. If Dian was their biological parent, then De Song was their foster parent. To revive their biological parents' glory, they dared to harm their nurturing foster parents. Such a person was simply a scoundrel who forgot loyalty for the sake of wealth and honor. Despicable and shameless, yet still hoped for others to pledge allegiance to him. It was nothing short of daydreaming. One must admit, although Qian Guoqing's strength was lacking, his words could stir people's emotions. Even the long-suffering Murong Bo felt a surge of killing intent, wishing he could chop Qian Guoqing to pieces. Murong Bo realized that after Qian Guoqing finished speaking, the eyes of everyone in the Jianghu turned towards him, and his son had completely changed. If today's matter could be completed smoothly, that would be good. If not, both he and his son would find it difficult to survive in the Jianghu of Desong. Xiao Yuanshan was also provoked by Qian Guoqing and directly engaged in battle, racing towards the vicinity of the Shaolin Temple's sutra repository with sparks flying. Xiao Yuanshan faced Murong Bo, while Xiao Feng faced Murong Fu. Originally, the Xiao family should have had the advantage, but at that moment, Jiao Emoji intervened, firmly standing by the Murong father and son under the pretext of past favors. The situation, which had leaned towards the Xiao family, began to shift in favor of the Murong family. At this time, Murong Bo began negotiations, revealing that he was a royal prince from hundreds of years ago, stating that everything was for the sake of restoring the country. He expressed his willingness to surrender and let Xiao Yuanshan decide his fate, hoping instead to ally with the Liao to deal with the Song. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan, who had intentions of helping Xiao Feng recognize his ancestry, felt somewhat tempted. However, the highly principled Xiao Feng directly refused. At that moment, an old monk slowly appeared. He seemed unremarkable, but with a slight sweep of his broom, he neatly organized the scattered sutras around him. With a casual movement, He appeared next to the crowd before they could react. Upon seeing this scene, everyone revealed expressions of apprehension. Only true martial practitioners understood the power of the old monk's earlier move. That level of control over true energy was not the same as Xiao Feng's dragon-catching skill, but rather a pure manipulation of one's own true energy. The silent and unseen technique made everyone realize that this old monk was definitely not an ordinary strongman. The term Grandmaster emerged in everyone's minds. In the world of martial arts, there are indeed levels of division: postnatal, innate, master, grandmaster, and celestial. A higher level does not necessarily equate to stronger combat power, but an innate expert, unless they are a pure novice, is difficult for a typical postnatal martial artist to handle. At this moment, Xiao Feng had reached the peak of the master level, but felt there was still a long way to go to touch the threshold of grandmaster. Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo were at the late master stage, but thanks to Shaolin's skills, they could temporarily reach the peak of the master level. As for Murong Fu, he was at the early master stage. Jiuemo Ji was at the mid-master stage, soon to enter the late stage. Being able to accomplish these things effortlessly among these individuals led them to think only of the grandmaster level, with no thoughts of celestial. As the sweeping monk was about to show off in front of everyone, trying to harvest the two he had cultivated for so long, Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan, he suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction. "Since you are here, why not show yourself?" The sweeping monk spoke. His voice mixed with the sound waves of the Buddhist lion's roar, creating a wave of power that attempted to force out the hidden person in the distance. However, this person seemed to use exquisite inner strength without affecting the surroundings at all. Even the dust was untouched, and the leaves blown by the wind remained unchanged. Even a withered leaf, as it fell, was swept by the lion's roar technique, but remained entirely unaffected. The sound wave energy of the lion's roar, aside from being seen and heard by everyone, seemed to have no impact on the surrounding environment. Everyone marveled at the sweeping monk's control over martial arts. But the monk's originally calm demeanor could no longer be maintained. Only he knew that he had done nothing at all. He merely wished to use the lion's roar to draw out the person in the shadows. Yet the way the other party responded made him realize that the newcomer was extraordinary. At the very least, in terms of true energy control, they were definitely above him. In that brief moment, the other party enveloped the area affected by the lion's roar with their own true energy, without hindering the monk's technique. This operation was even more subtle than when he was organizing the sutras earlier. A grandmaster had arrived, and the newcomer was at least a late-stage grandmaster. Perhaps even a peak-level powerhouse. Just as everyone was puzzled, a figure appeared, strolling from the distance. In the blink of an eye, the person had swiftly arrived before everyone. It was clearly illogical, yet it also carried an inexplicable sense of naturalness. The crowd couldn't help but turn their gaze towards the youthful figure before them, whose appearance varied in impression. "Master, I hope you will forgive my intrusion," the newcomer said. He was a young man with above-average looks, yet an extraordinary aura. His voice was leisurely, soft, and slow, with a casual smile at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of the warmth of the sun in early spring, quickly dissolving any fighting spirit within them, making them want to cast aside all trivial matters and enjoy the tranquility before them. However, only the sweeping monk sensed the terrifying nature of the person before him. The path of martial arts is divided into postnatal, innate, master, grandmaster, and celestial. Among them, the inner strength of the postnatal stage, whether it is third-rate, second-rate, or first-rate, is essentially a form of inner energy, a driving force that can trigger and unleash power but cannot attack through energy. Only upon reaching the innate level does one's inner strength transform into true energy, allowing the force within to break through the body. In this worldview of the martial arts world, from a Taoist perspective, this level is akin to refining essence into energy. The postnatal realm is essentially part of the refining essence stage, while the innate realm is considered the true refinement of essence into energy. Chapter 70. The path of seeking when one reaches the master level. The focus shifts to enhancing the control over true energy, allowing martial arts to attain an extraordinary level, enabling one to become a master of a generation, capable of establishing a school. From the perspective of chakra, This level is essentially a continuous process of refining one's mental will and integrating it with one's internal power. When an individual's spirit and will are strong enough, the effect produced by their true energy will also be significantly stronger. Some attribute-based martial techniques can achieve damage akin to ninjutsu, with destructive power even greater than that of ninjutsu. However, the master is merely a transitional realm. Only the grandmaster is truly powerful. At this level, when the spiritual will within one's true energy is abundant, certain mysterious transformations will occur within oneself. For instance, an increase in lifespan, extraordinary enhancement of the five senses, an incredible level of control, and even some bodily functions reaching a level comparable to supernatural abilities. The most crucial aspect is that martial artists at this level can not only use their spirit to control their physical body, but can also perceive certain rules of heaven and earth with their spirit, forming martial arts with specific artistic realms, and can influence others with their will. This step can also be explained through Taoist philosophy as the transformation of qi into spirit. However, becoming a master is relatively easy, while becoming a grandmaster is exceedingly difficult. This may seem like merely a difference in realm, but regardless of how talented one is in martial arts, breaking through from master to grandmaster without sufficient honing and comprehension is likewise challenging. Many exceptionally talented martial artists find themselves stuck at this stage, unable to make any progress throughout their lives. They are accustomed to their own talents and the ease of their path, but when faced with genuine challenges, they lack the ability to break through. In contrast, those who achieve greatness later in life take one step at a time, facing difficulties at every stage, and ultimately manage to break through to levels unattainable by those with extraordinary talent. The sweeping monk is one such person. His talent is neither good nor bad, not comparable to his contemporaries, yet he remains very calm, not wanting to compare himself, simply focusing on his own path, step by step. In the end, many people initially rushed ahead of him, only to be caught up one by one. When he finally reached the front of everyone, no one could catch up to him. This is the life experience of the sweeping monk, and it is also the proudest aspect of his life. He even has the confidence that as long as he continues to follow this methodical approach, studying Buddhist teachings and comprehending martial arts, one day he might touch upon the heights achieved by Patriarch Bodhidharma back in the day. However, he realizes today that his seemingly peaceful life is not truly devoid of desires. For instance, the young man before him evokes a sense of envy, even jealousy, within him. A genius. No, this is a true prodigy. At such a young age, he has reached the same level as him, and seems to be even stronger. Furthermore, judging by his aura, he does not appear to be someone who has forcibly broken through with an unstable foundation, nor does he seem like someone who has rapidly gained skills through external assistance. This person can only be explained by one factor: pure talent. He has spent over 100 years achieving his current status, enduring countless solitary days and nights, and comprehending Buddhist teachings. Only he knows the extent of his struggles. In contrast, the other party has relied on talent alone to shorten that time by at least tenfold. The sweeping monk, upon thinking of this, felt his long-established Buddhist heart waver. "Master, are you well?" Lu Ren noticed the sweeping monk staring at him with changing expressions, which made him somewhat curious. Indeed, this young man is Lu Ren. The sweeping monk, brought back to reality by Lu Ren's words, took a deep breath, recited Ba, and calmed his fluctuating mind. "Old monk has seen your appearance. I am ashamed. I am ashamed. May I ask why you have come to Shaolin?" "I am Lu Ren, wholeheartedly pursuing the path of martial arts. This time, I was invited to the Shaolin conference, but I did not expect to encounter such a high-level master as you. I wish to engage in conversation, drawing upon various references to seek my future path." Seeking a path? Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, the sweeping monk's eyes brightened, and his heart settled. "I was wondering how such a young man could break through to Grandmaster without any side effects. It seems that although this young genius possesses extraordinary talent, unmatched in centuries, he is ultimately still too young. Although I do not know what method he used to break through to Grandmaster, his state of mind still seems somewhat lacking. Now he has come to seek a solution from me." Thinking this, the sweeping monk disregarded the fighting between the Shao and Murong families, placed his broom aside, clasped his hands together, bowed to Lu Ren, and gestured for him to proceed. Benefactor, please, please. Lu Ren returned the gesture, and then together with the sweeping monk, they headed towards the back mountain of Shaolin Temple. The two walked casually, yet each step covered several meters. The excellent student Zhou Moji was the first to react, quickly following, not wanting to miss the discussion between the two high-level figures. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng also spoke up. Father, let us go see together with our brother-in-law. Xiao Yuanshan remained silent. He had known about Xiao Feng and Lu Ren's relationship even before revealing his identity at Juxianzhuang. Previously, he had thought about how to eliminate Lu Ren to avenge his past grievances. However, now he felt somewhat fortunate to be in his son's light. Otherwise, he might have died long ago. On the other side, Bo took a half-step back upon Lu Ren's appearance, his expression filled with caution and fear. Fu keenly noticed his father's reaction and curiously asked, Father, do you know Lu Ren? Know him? Of course. He's a friend of my child. Although he seems very strong now, according to what I know, just a year ago, he was merely a disciple of the Dali Wuyang sword who had just cultivated internal energy. I have always wanted to recruit him under my wing, but unfortunately, I could never find a suitable opportunity. Fuer, the great yin has been destroyed for so long. Although we take it upon ourselves to revive the yin kingdom, we need not take such large strides. Father, I don't quite understand your meaning. Fuer, remember, do not provoke that person. He is very dangerous. Dangerous? No. Lu Ge has always been modest and courteous, and his words are pleasant. He is a rare confidant of mine. Bo looked at his son, who seemed to take it for granted. He originally raised his hand to slap Fu a few times to wake him up and see reality clearly. However, in the end, he placed his hand on Fu's shoulder. Fuer, today your father will teach you one last lesson. Father, please speak. I am listening. Even if we resort to any means for the restoration of the great yin, if life can have a confidant, one can also trust him wholeheartedly. Chapter 71. On the Tao Father, what do you mean? Since you regard him as a confidant, then always believe in him, even if there are misunderstandings between you. Supporting each other unconditionally is important. It's not easy to find such a confidant in one's lifetime, so don't miss out because of some issues. However, the child actually wants to say, Fuer, what matters is sincerity in relationships. Sometimes, giving doesn't necessarily require a return. You can live for yourself in certain matters. Father, Fuer, you've grown up. Your father hopes that in his lifetime, he can see you marry and have children and live well. Bo said, patting Fu's shoulder. At this moment, Bo truly resembled an ordinary father, wanting nothing more than for his son to live healthily and happily. Of course, Bo felt very helpless inside. At this moment, he had lost hope in Fu. His son had already been brainwashed. What ability do you have to recruit a grandmaster-level figure? Even the ancestor Longsheng would have to show respect when encountering such a martial artist. If postnatal are minions and innate are elites, then a grandmaster is a general. While a grandmaster of grandmasters is a powerful weapon that can sway the outcome of a battle. You want to subdue someone like that? Damn, you don't know how your humble and polite brother Lu treated your father. You don't know how greedy they are for the Murong family's possessions. You don't even know that your father has a time death device inside him, secretly installed by the opponent. His son is hopeless. It's better to quickly have him produce an heir and live a muddled life. At least this way, the Murong family won't be cut off here. Murong both thought to himself, feeling his spirit greatly diminished. At this moment, he wanted to tell Fu everything, but a force held him back from speaking. Whenever he thought about the bad side of Lu Ren, it felt as if he were cursed, unable to express anything. Conversely, when he spoke well of Lu Ren, he felt completely fine. Yet at this moment, the time for the final self-destruction was drawing closer. He could only feel the strange and powerless fear as death approached. Then, Father, should we wait for Brother Lu to come out, or? A Grandmaster-level discussion is rare and precious, and besides, Jamozi has already gone with him. We cannot abandon this friend. Bo spoke, and having lost hope in Fu, his tone became much kinder. Of course, inside, he felt completely dead. Is this really something to ask? Didn't you see that Xiao Feng and his son have gone? Do we still need to think about whether to go or not? Bo had originally been quite proud of his son, but now it seemed that this son's character had followed his mother. Patience is commendable, but their essay lack of adaptability. Furthermore, he places too much importance on superficial facades and dignity, lacking the spirit of a hero. With mixed feelings, Bo and Fu headed toward the back mountain of Shaolin Temple. Eventually, after some searching, everyone found the residence of the sweeping monk one after another. At this moment, Lu Ren was sitting opposite the sweeping monk, exchanging words as if they were old friends who had not met for years, and also like dialectical opponents, engaging in conversation. Among them, Jamozi was the first to arrive, listening carefully from the side, although his expression was filled with confusion and misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan appear to be just getting into the state, with their expressions of doubt not too deep. After Bo and Fu listened for a while, they couldn't help but feel puzzled, because the exchanges between Lu Ren and the sweeping monk were not about martial arts, but rather about the principles of human interactions and some attitudes and thoughts towards certain matters. The sweeping monk spoke of Buddhist teachings, with every sentence containing Zen insights which, although not necessarily accepted by listeners, still offered some enlightenment. On the other hand, Lu Ren was more direct and blunt, decisive and straightforward, seeming somewhat shallow, yet very uplifting. Gradually, they understood what the two were elucidating. The sweeping monk was expounding on maintaining a calm heart, undisturbed by external matters, while Lu Ren was practicing true feelings. Right and wrong didn't matter. The key was that regardless of right or wrong, my thoughts must be clear. I can accept external ideological baptism and can be persuaded by your viewpoint, but it must be something I can accept smoothly, no matter how good the outcome. If it doesn't make me happy, I won't do it. No matter how right the thing is, if it harms me, then it is also wrong. In any case, regardless of good or bad, right or wrong, I am absolutely good, and the wrong can never be me. The two engaged in mutual debate and corroboration, initially able to continue the conversation and bicker a bit. However, gradually, Lu Ren and the sweeping monk's thoughts were no longer on the same level. The sweeping monk attempted to provide examples or use thought-provoking matters to enlighten Lu Ren, hoping he would understand and accept, while Lu Ren remained in a state of listening but not listening, still expressing his unique viewpoint, shallow, uplifting, and yet confident and resolute. The surrounding people felt increasingly uncomfortable as they listened. Because these two kinds of thoughts seemed to challenge their nerves, they wanted to escape, but realized it was too late. They were horrified to find they could not move, and the conversations in their ears were like demonic sounds, constantly challenging their nerve limits. Gradually, everyone's faces turned paler as their internal energy flowed within their bodies, their mental strength being forcibly consumed in the process. Among them, Jamozi, Xiao Yuanshan, and Bo felt the most uncomfortable, while Fu's face turned red from holding back, and Xiao Feng felt somewhat better, not feeling too uncomfortable, but instead falling into contemplation, as if he had gained some insight. This insight, Xiao Feng didn't know what it represented, but he had a feeling that his future path seemed to be smoother because of this realization. However, just as Xiao Feng was contemplating, a series of coughing up blood brought him back from his thoughts. Turning around, he saw his father Xiao Yuanshan, Bo, and Jamozi, all of whom were now spitting blood one after another, their breaths weak. Although Fu was somewhat better, he also looked listless, with a dazed expression, as if he were becoming possessed. Father! Xiao Feng immediately stepped forward, preparing to heal his father and circulate energy. However, after checking his father's condition and recalling the earlier situation, he suddenly realized something and quickly took his father away from the vicinity of the small courtyard. Before leaving, Xiao Feng glanced at the waning Fu, Bo, and Jamozi, and ultimately, he clearly moved them all to a different location, separating grievances from kindness. Chapter 72. As long as one practices quickly, there will be no malice. Everyone left that area, and their conditions quickly improved. Among them, Fu recovered the fastest, while Jamozi forcefully suppressed his injuries. However, Bo and Xiao Yuanshan seemed to have suddenly succumbed to illness after long-term exhaustion, their breaths weak and even their vitality beginning to fade. Father, father, Xiao Feng and Murong Fu, seeing their respective fathers in such a state, were very anxious and used their internal energy to protect their heart veins. Xiao Feng's gaze turned towards the courtyard, wanting to seek help from Lu Ren. But he remembered that Lu Ren and the sweeping monk were in the critical moment of their discussion. Coupled with the things his father had done in the Song dynasty's martial world, Xiao Feng ultimately opened his mouth but did not speak, only trying his best to use his internal energy to protect his father. At that moment, in the courtyard of the sweeping monk, the debate ended with Lu Ren's voice. Master, this debate ends here. No, I must make you understand. You cannot continue to be superficial. You are wasting your talent. But I have already reached the peak of Grandmaster. I even feel I can rely solely on my talent to reach another level. Why can't I live the way I wanna instead of strictly adhering to the rules set by the ancients? Don't think that having good talent means you can do as you please. Bodhidharma was very powerful, yet he practiced humbly and diligently. If I surpass Bodhidharma, does that prove I can do as I wish? I'll kill you. The sweeping monk's voice lost its previous compassion and calmness, and his true energy circulated, creating a 3-foot barrier around him, raising his hand to prepare to launch a powerful attack at Lu Ren. The master became agitated, facing the enraged, sweeping monk. Lu Ren spoke while raising his hand to stop the monk's offensive. First, he used the indestructible body from the 72 unique skills. Then his body was covered with a perfected iron cloth shirt, and finally, an energy shield that was almost tangible formed around him. Outside the energy shield, there was also a thick barrier of energy, causing the surrounding atmosphere to shift visibly. At this moment, Lu Ren, who seemed like a Taoist immortal, transformed into an angry Vajra of the Buddhist sect. Is this the free and unfettered 3 arts? This is purely the 72 unique skills of Shaolin. You don't practice Buddhism at all, and have no compassion. How do you resolve the malice in your heart? Is it that difficult? The Bodhi tree is not a tree, and the bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where can dust settle? Speak human language. My talent is decent. I practice quickly, and I didn't feel any malice emerging, so I pushed my skills to the limit. The sweeping monk, hearing Lu Ren's shameless words, nearly exploded with rage. Damn it, why are there such people in this world? Heaven is really unfair. Lu Ren shook his head at the monk, who was losing his temper and did not explain further. When Lu Ren left the room and approached Xiao Feng and the others, he spoke. These two have forcefully practiced Shaolin skills over the years, damaging their foundations and are in danger of losing their lives. Brother, please save my father. Although he has done many wrong things, debts must be repaid. His mistakes, Xiao Feng is willing to bear alone. Brother Lu, Murong Fu feels the same. As long as you can save my father, if there is anything in the future, Murong Fu will definitely go through fire and water. Hearing the words of Xiao Feng and Murong Fu, Lu Ren couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, the difference between southern Murong and northern Xiao Feng was immediately evident. Xiao Feng's words were pleasant to hear and did not make one dislike him, while Murong Fu's words, although expressing a similar sentiment, gave the impression that rescuing Murong Bo was an opportunity for him, making Murong Fu owe a favor, which felt like a big gain. Though Murong Fu might not have thought this way, his tone conveyed a sense of displeasure. I can help transform the mixed internal energy within them, but afterward, they can practice martial arts to cultivate themselves, but they cannot use their skills to harm others. Otherwise, they will surely suffer backlash and die immediately. If you agree, I will take action. Lu Ren's words seemed to offer them a choice, but in reality, there was no choice. Eventually, with the agreement of Xiao Feng and Murong Fu, 2 streams of finger energy shot into Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo's bodies, swirling and quickly consuming the years of Buddhist true energy they had cultivated, transforming it into pure northern underworld energy. As the northern underworld true energy transformed, it changed back into a kind of pure Buddhist true energy. Originally on the verge of being extinguished and lifeless, the two now quickly regained their vitality, their breathing becoming even and visible to the naked eye, and they gradually awakened. Throughout the process, the sweeping monk watched this scene, but his expression changed instantly. With his level of martial arts, although he did not fully understand the specific operation. He knew the reasoning behind Lu Ren's techniques. For nothing comes something. Lu Ren indeed practiced the free and unfettered three arts, but it was mixed with other elements. To be precise, it was an advanced version that fused the free and unfettered three arts. Lu Ren transformed his internal energy into nothing and then created something from nothing, allowing the newly formed internal energy to travel along a new path. This process was equivalent to Lu Ren possessing the ability to instantly dissolve his hard-earned internal energy into the most primitive internal energy, and then rapidly cultivate that primitive energy along certain techniques. In this state, whatever skill he wanted to perform, he could instantly adjust himself to the most suitable condition for that skill, without any buffering, smoothly and effortlessly. This ability may not seem to significantly enhance one's power, but its implications were profound. On the path of martial arts, as one progresses, improvement becomes slower. While drawing on various sources and accumulating knowledge may seem like a clumsy way to improve in the early stages, it is a path every strong practitioner must take in the later stages. What can allow one to try every path and then summarize a unique path from it in a deep and stable manner? At this level, in the martial arts of Taoist sects, there is another saying, refining the spirit returns to the void. Refining essence into energy is the process by which martial artists temper their bodies to obtain internal energy. Refining energy into spirit is when martial artists continuously hone their internal power, ultimately strengthening the spiritual force within the internal energy in conjunction with the artistic conception, gradually reaching a state of divinity. Theoretically, the step from an acquired martial artist to grandmaster, and even further to the celestial being, is essentially the step of refining energy into spirit. As for how to reach the level of refining the spirit and returning to the void, the sweeping monk did not know. He only knew that if one day he could break through to become a celestial being and cultivate a golden body of an arhat, he might glimpse similar mysteries. Chapter 73. The bewildered sweeping monk, however. This path was something the sweeping monk had never considered. It was too difficult, not something someone like him, who had lived cautiously, could ponder in a short time. Lu Ren left, gracefully departing without taking a single cloud with him. Although Xiao Feng and Murong Fu were unclear about the level Lu Ren had reached, upon seeing the enigmatic sweeping monk, they both felt a sense of inferiority. At that moment, they vaguely realized that the person they once knew might no longer be a target they could pursue. Fuer, live well for yourself. Fenger, your father has gone. Murong both spoke, and then took hands with Xiao Yuanshan, following the sweeping monk away. When Lu Ren transformed their inner energy into true Buddhist energy, they understood the outcome. This was also what the sweeping monk had originally wanted. Xiao Feng left, once again embarking on the journey to find a Z. The matter concerning Xiao Yuanshan left Xiao Feng with no possibility of returning to the Jianghu of the Song dynasty, and in the future, he would inevitably stand on the opposing side. Although Xiao Feng had anticipated all of this, he still felt very disheartened when it actually arrived. As for Murong Fu, he felt somewhat bewildered. His father, who had been dead for many years, suddenly came back to life, spoke extensively, and expressed a desire to lead him to do great things. Then he suddenly had health issues, retreated to Shaolin Temple, and kindly told him to live well for himself. Damn it, Murong Fu felt increasingly confused. Constantly having hope, only to be disappointed again and again, was something Murong Fu had experienced far too often. Each time, it wore away at his spirit, and now he felt almost empty. The Shaolin assembly had come to an end. Lu Ren left with the power of the Wuliang sword, showing no signs throughout the process. As for the beggar clan, the leader did not attend, but Quan Guoqing alone was enough to stand against 1,000 troops. Amid the endless entanglements of grievances, Quan Guoqing unleashed his full might, ultimately leading to a significant loss of face for Shaolin, which had originally intended to put an end to the Jianghu disputes. The plan to unite various factions of the Jianghu to suppress the rise of the beggar clan also naturally fell through. As for the greatest boss of Tianlong, the sweeping monk, he was still immersed in the talent impact brought by Lu Ren. However, It wasn't long before a situation made him begin to doubt himself again. One day, during a sermon, Bo, who had been listening to him, suddenly severed his own heart vein and died. No one knew why. He just suddenly died. The whole feeling was as if he had been spoken to death. The sweeping monk sensed something was wrong and instinctively thought it might have been Lu Ren's doing. After all, he had treated Bo and Xiao Yuanshan before. But therein lay the problem. Bo was dead, but Xiao Yuanshan was unharmed. As he faced the Shaolin monks who had come to seek his teachings together, he didn't know how to explain, and he couldn't find a reasonable justification. What the sweeping monk did not expect was that the tragedy had only just begun. Shaolin held the sweeping monk's martial arts cultivation in high regard. And even though Bo had died inexplicably, it did not change their faith in the sweeping monk's strength. To prevent the sweeping monk from being entangled in the mundane world, they secretly discussed and decided to conceal the matter. Previously, they had concealed things for Xuanzi, and now it was merely a change of person. Shaolin could no longer afford to be stained with infamy. The monks of Shaolin secretly negotiated with Xiao Yuanshan, as he was the only one who was not on the same page with them. After hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan fell silent. In that silence, he chose to refuse. He wanted to leave, to depart from Shaolin, this place that harbored filth. However, he was stopped by a group of Shaolin monks. Xiao Yuanshan clashed with them. But with his powers transformed by Lu Ren, he could not forcibly use his strength. In the end, he still acted. In fact, he did so with intent. By the time the sweeping monk discovered this matter and hurried over, Xiao Yuanshan's life force had already been extinguished. Knowing the ins and outs, the sweeping monk even staggered back. Ba, it seems I was wrong after all. Looking at the concerned monks who tried to comfort him, he didn't know how to speak, because this group of people was protecting him. However, their protection inadvertently led to a killing karma. This killing karma was inextricably linked to him. He was a person who walked a cautious path, progressing slowly, cultivating inner peace. Yet, he had originally intended to test his Buddhist heart cultivation with invincible skills, but did not expect that the moment he appeared, he would be stained by the mundane world. Even a previously peaceful heart was now difficult to calm. Only by truly resolving this matter could he attain genuine peace. Ba, my heart has ultimately been disturbed. It seems that the Buddha wants me to go out and see the myriad phenomena of the mundane world step by step. In his self-talk, the sweeping monk suddenly vanished, leaving behind the words, "Go repay the karmic debt and return to oneself." Many high monks wanted to dissuade him, but had no opportunity to do so. These high monks actually wanted to tell the sweeping monk one thing. The disturbances of the Jianghu can never be fully repaid. The more one tries to escape, the more one becomes entangled. However, this no longer had anything to do with Lu Ren. He didn't even pay attention to the deaths of Yi Ernyang and Xuanzi. He simply had a brotherly drink with Duan Yu and Xiao Feng before gracefully leaving the next day. He needed to prepare for the goals in his heart. Lu Ren quietly returned to the beggar clan's headquarters. He stealthily concealed his form, and when he was near the headquarters, he performed a hand seal. A figure within the headquarters seemed to sense something, found an empty place, made the same seal, and then transformed into a puff of smoke and disappeared. If this were in the world of Naruto, a ninja would surely recognize it as the shadow clone technique. Unfortunately, such a method was almost impossible to appear in the world of comprehensive martial arts. It wasn't that this technique was difficult, but the cultivation systems were different. True energy struggled to express certain characteristics of chakra, just as chakra possessed some effects of true energy. However, in the comprehensive martial arts world, Lu Ren's true energy had the characteristics of chakra. Having reached the current level of martial arts, aside from bloodline limits, many conventional ninjutsu, although not as easy to execute as pure chakra in the ninja world, could at least be cast. He even tried to incorporate ninjutsu into martial arts, transforming it into some special forms of martial arts or secret techniques, making it more convenient to use. At this moment, Lu Ren accepted the memories of this shadow clone, understood the developments of the beggar clan, and then once again split off a clone, having it continue to disguise itself with transformation techniques. Knowing what was to come, Lu Ren no longer needed to scheme in the dark like Bo. What he needed to do was to sharpen his sword and make thorough preparations before that day arrived. Chapter 74. Wandering in Southern Song. Newcomers arrive. There are about 30 years left until the fall of Northern Song. Lu Ren needs to make long-term plans for that day. If he encounters another Lu Ren from a different world and unlocks new functions, he might be able to achieve his goals more quickly. However, these are all part of a broader strategy. With the foundation of the beggar's sect that he has secretly cultivated, there is no need for him to stay long-term at the beggar's sect headquarters. As for the marriage proposal from the princess of Western Xia, Lu Ren no longer needs to participate. This is because the Empress of Western Xia is already under his command, and many disciples of the beggar's sect have infiltrated Western Xia as per Lu Ren's instructions, integrating into that circle in various ways. Even in the Liao dynasty and the Jurchen Wanyin tribe, Lu Ren has his people or shadow clones penetrating those areas. Furthermore, within the court of the Great Song, Lu Ren is also continuously carrying out infiltration. The existence of shadow clones in this martial arts world is truly an extraordinary phenomenon. Meanwhile, Lu Ren himself has found some free time and decided to go out and explore. His martial arts have reached a bottleneck. Perhaps traveling to other countries and witnessing the martial arts and chivalry there would benefit his growth. The first destination is Southern Song. This kingdom, which historically was established after the fall of Northern Song, intrigues him as he wants to see how it differs from history. Time quietly passes at this moment. Southern Song has a smaller territory than Northern Song, but its economic situation is much better. Of course, this does not change its weakness. Not only does it face the looming threat from the Jin dynasty, but it also contends with the rapid rise of the Mongol Empire. A young man in a blue robe has traveled 3,000 miles and finally set foot on this land. Southern Song, I have arrived. Lu Ren looked at the more prosperous Southern Song compared to Northern Song and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a voice came from beside him. "Excuse me, may I ask?" Turning back, Lu Ren felt an inexplicable sense of DJVU. Second brother? Second brother? Sorry, I mistook you for my sworn brother. You look too much like him, he blurted out. Oh, I see. No weddies, no weddies. I'm honored to resemble your brother, the stranger replied. May I ask why you called me just now? Well, I'm not from here. I accidentally got lost while walking, so I wanted to ask for directions. Do I look like a local? Not really? Sorry, Let us go, I'll help you ask around. Besides, I have nowhere else to go. Really? That's great, thank you. May I know your name? Lu Ren. So it's Brother Lu. Guo Ujin. I grew up in Mongolia, but I'm Han. Upon hearing the self-introduction of the young man before him, who resembled Xiao Feng but was younger and more naive, Lu Ren suddenly realized. I see. What? Nothing. Just unexpectedly unsurprised. Brother Lu's words are a bit profound. I don't quite understand. It's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Thus, Lu Ren began his journey in Southern Song. Through his observations, he found that aside from being relatively more prosperous, Southern Song was truly weak in other aspects, especially the martial world. The five greats of Huashan were actually all at the innate level. The strongest among them, Zhang Shentong, was at most at the threshold of the early master level, and it was highly likely he used some kind of overdrawn technique. Now, so many years later, with Zhang Shentong gone, it was hard to say whether the other four had even reached the master level. Such a place had not been destroyed, likely because it occupied a geographically favorable position. The entire Southern Song bordered Mongolia on one side and was close to the Jin dynasty on the other, with both relationships not being very good, often leading to friction. Behind Southern Song lay a sea area. Although economically developed and with good maritime trade, it blocked their paths to external communication. Therefore, Southern Song was like a child being bullied. Although it was oppressed by Mongolia and the Jin dynasty, it thus avoided the harsh realities of society, making it hard to say whether that was good or bad. However, Lu Ren was not entirely disappointed. He discovered that the martial arts here leaned more towards martial techniques. The Heavenly Dragon emphasized inner strength. With strong inner strength, many martial arts could exhibit extraordinary abilities. While in the Southern Song world of the Divine Eagle, martial arts seemed to focus more on skills, allowing for stronger techniques to be executed even when inner strength was not very powerful. This development, while feeling somewhat counterintuitive, led Lu Ren to realize that this path might not be a dead end. Studying the techniques of martial arts often requires a deeper understanding of martial arts itself. In the early stages, one might overlook the enhancement of realms, but once someone rises along this path and breaks through to the master level, achieving the grandmaster level would be easier for them than those from the heavenly dragon side. Indeed, there are no absolute good or bad paths. One cannot judge solely by the present. Lu Ren sighed, pondering whether to part ways with the little brother Gujing he had just met when he suddenly felt a wave of weakness in his body. This sensation, from his shared experiences, vaguely hinted at something. Without further ado, Lu Ren seized an opportunity and directly entered the system space with his consciousness. Upon entering the system space, he saw the Naruto Lu Ren and the pirate Lu Ren, who had already arrived. In addition, there was a shadowy figure that was solidifying. Name, Lu Ren, experience 4, HP, 39,000 MP, 39,000 talent. Heaven rewards the diligent. Experience 4. My name is Lu Ren. When I regained consciousness, I felt a cacophony around me. Once I understood the situation of my environment, I realized that I had probably crossed over. Moreover, I had crossed over as an orphan, a Misty City orphan of Eastern descent. Unlike others, it seemed that my orphanhood was not by choice. According to the words of the orphanage director, I was left at the door of the orphanage, accompanied by a letter detailing some of my identity information. I am Lu Ren. My father is an Eastern man who accidentally ended up in the Misty City, while my mother is a pure Misty City native. However, they had something important to attend to and could not take me with them. So, they temporarily left me in the orphanage. If they could return in a month, they would come and pick me up. If they did not return in a month, it meant they would never come back. In addition, they left something for me, a uniquely shaped key. The key had merely been a decoration over the years, hanging around my neck, and I had not studied it, because all my thoughts were focused on another matter. Chapter 75 Talent. Hard work is rewarded with the ability to traverse dimensions. He seemed to have a similar advantage. Ever since he crossed over, he felt that his body was somewhat different, as if there was a latent power within him. As he grew older, this power increased. Initially, Lu Ren was unable to tap into this power, but with repeated attempts to sense it, he found that although each attempt to control it ended in failure, he made a little progress each time. At first, Lu Ren thought this situation only applied to that power. Later, he realized that not only that power, but also his body and memory were continuously growing through this habitual repetition. Thanks to this talent, he learned to walk earlier than other orphans, spoke sooner, and understood the importance of exercise, making him stronger than his peers. Eventually, he even tried to recall memories from his past life. Over time, he could reproduce anything he had previously seen. The knowledge he learned in school, various literary works from both China and abroad, and numerous international events, all could be recalled clearly. With the memories in his mind that were decades ahead of his time, he published his first work at the age of 6 under the name of the trustworthy orphanage director, earning his first pot of gold, and in the following years, he published 1 or 2 works annually, with the amount of money increasing exponentially. By the time he was not yet 11, he had accumulated a fortune of 1 million pounds. This was no small sum in this era. Originally, Lu Ren thought he would continue to live a simple and unadorned life, and when he grew a little older, he could travel to other countries to escape the dark cuisine of his own nation. However, everything came to an abrupt end due to an accident. One day, while taking a walk, Lu Ren encountered a man in a cloak. The man gave him an indescribable, uncomfortable feeling, making him instinctively sense danger. Lu Ren thought that someone had discovered his wealth and wanted to do something unscrupulous, so he decisively used his well-trained physique to run in one direction. To his surprise, the mysterious power he had cultivated allowed him to run fast enough that the man in the black robe could not catch him despite pursuing him for a long time. Just as Lu Ren was nearing the orphanage, the man pulled out a wooden stick thicker than a chopstick from his sleeve and waved it at him while chanting incantations. A flame shot out directly from the stick. The fire burned fiercely, and Lu Ren only got a little of it on him. Yet his coat was burned through with a large hole. That scene suddenly reminded Lu Ren of a novel he had read in his past life. He had planned to rely on this knowledge for the next few years, and even at that moment, he had a portion of freshly copied manuscripts in his independent study. Harry Potter. Damn, this is the world of Harry Potter. Realizing this, Lu Ren defined the man in front of him in his heart. A dark wizard, or rather, an evil wizard. Although he didn't know why the man was targeting him, Lu Ren could clearly feel that he wanted him dead. In a narrow escape, the brave prevail, and since he couldn't flee, the only option was to fight back. After narrowly dodging a few attacks from the wizard, Lu Ren found an opportunity to get close and pulled out a small dagger for self-defense to finish him off. However, Lu Ren was somewhat careless. After slitting the man's throat, he did not expect that the man still had the strength to resist and was struck by a green light emitted from the wizard's wand. Then, Lu Ren disappeared. Just before he did, he felt that peculiar power in his body instinctively resisting the green light. Lu Ren's consciousness entered a space where he saw three beings that looked somewhat similar to him, but were older. From them, he learned about their experiences and gradually understood everything. Talent. Hard work is rewarded, so that is how it is. System space functions. Take off. Naruto Lu Ren. Hard work is rewarded. Will effort truly yield results? It seems useless, but it turns out to be quite useful. With it, I will have more confidence in my chakra transformation technique. Wuxia Lu Ren. Daily progress. Every day, I can learn things that talent cannot compensate for, feeling quite satisfied. One Piece Lu Ren. Swordsmanship practice can become a daily routine now. And I can also improve my haki a little bit every day, which suits my kind of physique. Wizard Lu Ren. Sayugai Sai. When the orphan Lu Ren resurrected from death and looked at the dead wizard not far away, he found that no one appeared around him. So he went up to try to loot. After searching around, he found only the black cloak on him, a wallet, and the wand in his hand. However, when Lu Ren opened the wallet, he discovered it was not an ordinary wallet. It was a wallet that had been enchanted with a spell for seamless expansion. It had a space roughly the size of a house, filled with many strange items. Lu Ren directly tried to put the corpse into the wallet and was surprised to find that it actually worked. Then, seeing no one around, he tucked the wallet away, dusted off the dirt on his body, and returned to the orphanage. After leaving that area, Lu Ren felt some people's gazes upon him, and he had a realization. It seemed that the area had been enchanted by that wizard with a confusion spell or something similar to keep ordinary people from noticing it, which was why he hadn't seen anyone when he fled earlier. However, none of this mattered anymore. This day had been too thrilling, having returned from death. He just wanted to rest well and deal with other matters later. When Lu Ren woke up from his sleep and stretched his body, he discovered a miraculous scene. A power instinctively surged out from within him, causing the surrounding objects to float unconsciously. Some wooden materials visibly rejuvenated, with branches and green leaves and small flowers beginning to appear in some areas. When Lu Ren noticed and wanted to react, that power returned to his body. But the changes around him showed him that it was not an illusion. He could still feel the existence of that power, but it was temporarily hard to control. At that moment, an owl swooped down outside his window and delivered a letter to him. Lu Ren looked at this familiar scene, got up to take the letter, and found that it was a Hogwarts admission notice. He fell into a long silence. Chapter 76, The Truth of the Key. At this moment, Lu Ren no longer doubted the world he was in. The power within me, even if enhanced by MP, shouldn't manifest such a phenomenon of universal growth. Moreover, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel this power is growing automatically. While Lu Ren murmured to himself, he couldn't figure out what was going on. However, he wasn't someone who liked to dwell on things. With the principle of hard work rewarded by heaven, he was confident that he could master this increasingly powerful force within him through continuous adaptation. Then, Lu Ren took out a wallet from his pocket and began to check the items inside one by one. Coincidentally, during this period of adapting to his powers, his brain shouldn't be idle. The chakra of Naruto Lu Ren, the haki of pirate Lu Ren, the inner strength of martial arts Lu Ren, and for me, that would be magic power. Perhaps it could help everyone open up a new path. However, this power seemed a bit special. It was unclear whether it would enhance other versions of Lu Ren from different worlds. A few days later, a hat-wearing witch arrived near Lu Ren's residence, looking somewhat dejected. Professor McGonagall. She had just come from number 4 Privet Drive, and although little Harry showed great interest in wizards, the family was difficult to deal with. This wasn't McGonagall's area of expertise. Therefore, she planned to leave it to Dumbledore to handle while she took a look at this unexpectedly awakened little wizard. Are you Lu Ren? Yes. Aren't you an orphan? McGonagall looked around Lu Ren's well-furnished room, which showed no signs of an orphan's poverty, and was somewhat unconvinced. In response to McGonagall's doubts, Lu Ren shrugged and said, "Because I am an orphan, I learned the importance of making money early on, and I happen to have a bit of knack for it." It seemed this was indeed the case. I'll take that as a compliment. Why do I sense the power of a curse in your body? A curse? I was indeed attacked not long ago. I wonder if you could check it for me. Of course, McGonagall said as she stepped forward to examine Lu Ren. A moment later, McGonagall's expression changed drastically. "Oh my God, you surviving is truly using up a lifetime's worth of luck. That joke isn't funny. Please tell me the situation." You have been hit with a very vicious curse from the wizarding world, and almost everyone cursed by it dies, except for that one who miraculously survives. And you seem to be the second one. What do you mean? You were hit with a curse of certain death, but the caster's magic seems to have been insufficient, not allowing you to die instantly. Instead, it activated the latent magical properties within you, which is why you unexpectedly survived. Will this affect me? Currently, it seems not at all. In fact, it may be beneficial. The magic within you is creating a counteracting force against that residual curse. Once the curse's power is completely worn down, the changes within you will disappear, so there is no need to worry, child. Thank you for your explanation. That puts my mind at ease. You must have been terrified, child. Don't worry. Not every wizard is bad, and Hogwarts is the safest place in the entire wizarding world. I'm very willing to explore this new world, but I just don't know how to get there. Don't worry. Child, I'm free right now, so let me be your guide. Thank you. Good child. I'll come and pick you up in 3 days. I believe you can arrange everything well. Of course. Professor McGonagall left, her emotions difficult to calm. Lu Ren then took out 2 keys from his pocket. One was the one he had carried since childhood. The other was the one he found in the evil wizard's wallet. Through some books left by the evil wizard, Lu Ren finally understood what the key he had always worn as a necklace was. It was the key to Gringotts. Inside the wallet, there was also a potion for transformation. If Lu Ren guessed correctly, the reason he was attacked by that guy was likely for that key. Perhaps. I should go take a look somewhere. 3 days later, Lu Ren arranged everything and followed the punctual Professor McGonagall as they made their way through the leaky cauldron to the legendary Diagon Alley. Along the way, Professor McGonagall shared some important knowledge about what wizards needed to pay attention to. The first stop was Gringotts. Since Lu Ren had money, he didn't need sponsorship from Hogwarts. So Professor McGonagall took him to Gringotts to exchange some pounds for galleons. During this process, Lu Ren kept his eyes on the people around him who were there to withdraw money. He pretended not to know and asked Professor McGonagall, were those keys in their hands? Those are the keys to the vaults at Gringotts. Every wizard, upon reaching a certain level of wealth, can open a vault at Gringotts to store their money. However, wizards must come personally to withdraw or deposit it with designated heirs. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren pondered but did not continue to inquire. Instead, he took the key he had always carried from around his neck. Seeing the key, McGonagall was momentarily stunned and then said, "Oh my God, where did you get this?" "The headmaster said it was with me when I was born. This is the key to Gringotts. It seems your parents were not ordinary muggles." "Oh my God, your appearance, could it be that they—" Professor McGonagall seemed to realize something, and her expression turned to one of possibility. However, in the end, she did not say it out loud, and her gaze toward Lu Ren carried a hint of hesitation. Seeing Professor McGonagall like this, Lu Ren felt a sudden unease in his heart. Sure enough, under Lu Ren's puzzled expression, McGonagall remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Your parents once made a grave mistake following a terrible existence, but they ultimately repented in time and helped us win peace." With McGonagall saying this, Lu Ren had only one thought in his mind: Death Eaters. Moreover, it was highly likely that they were Death Eaters who had turned back in time. This instead made Lu Ren feel somewhat relieved. After all, there were quite a few such existences at Hogwarts, and he hadn't seen how they turned out. In the end, under McGonagall's guidance, Lu Ren entered Gringotts. He reported his name, then took out the key and passed the bloodline test and other physical examinations before successfully passing the Goblin's verification. Chapter 77, Parents' Legacy, finally. Under the guidance of a fairy, Lu Ren embarked on the way to Vault 999, which was left to him by his adoptive parents. After a series of encryption unlocks, the vault slowly opened. What came into view was a pile of gold galleons that made Lu Ren momentarily lose his motivation to strive. If this had been a few days ago, he would have been thrilled to see this gold. However, now that he knew he was in a wizarding world and had awakened his special abilities, these galleons had become mere numbers to him. What truly attracted Lu Ren were the several wooden boxes beside the galleons. There were 3 in total, and Lu Ren opened them one by one. Inside was a jade tablet, a notebook, and a letter. Lu Ren opened the letter first. It was written in English and, unsurprisingly, from his parents, whom he barely remembered. It stated that if he was reading this letter, it meant they were no longer around. After expressing their apologies, they conveyed their concern for him. The letter also introduced the 2 items. The jade tablet was a relic from his father from the East. It contained a legacy that could be unlocked with magical energy. However, understanding its content required a solid foundation in Eastern literature. The notebook, on the other hand, belonged to his mother and documented a particular skill, the creation of magical vials. Many magical materials could not be preserved through normal means, especially potions that could not be stored in regular glass or plastic bottles. This was where the magical vial came into play. It recorded dozens of alchemical methods for creating various types of vials. One method even allowed for the casting of a spell that could expand the internal space of a vial, enabling it to hold more contents. Of course, there is a note at the end of the manufacturing process stating that each similar magical vial required registration with the Ministry of Magic, unless one could cast the spell without using a wand, making it undetectable to the Ministry. After reading all this, Lu Ren did not immediately study the items, but instead stored them in his wallet. Eventually, at Lu Ren's request, the fairy closed Vault 999 again, and he left Gringotts with Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting outside for some time. Subsequently, with the galleons in hand and under Professor McGonagall's guidance, Lu Ren began his shopping. For example, he customized robes at Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions, and at the bookstore, he took advantage of his wealth to purchase not only all the books for the entire grade, but also some additional books that piqued his interest. Seeing Lu Ren's thirst for knowledge, McGonagall once advised him that some books were not necessary, as there were similar collections in the Hogwarts library. Lu Ren listened humbly and returned some duplicate books, but added a few more. Knowledge was something Lu Ren believed in diligently pursuing. He never thought it excessive. Since he had the conditions of a top student, he decided to let the joyful education of Hogwarts experience the power of a competitive spirit born from a rigorous education system. Later, Lu Ren also bought many essentials for classes, such as quills, ink, and cauldrons. He intended to buy a Nimbus 2000, but was stopped by McGonagall. This was because Hogwarts had a rule that first-year students were not allowed to bring flying brooms, as there were practice ones available at the school. Lu Ren respected McGonagall's wishes and did not purchase a broom, but he inquired with the broom shop owner about customizing brooms in different styles. To his surprise, it was indeed possible. However, flying brooms were so commonly known that no one thought to change their appearance, much like a regular wizard's electric scooter. Lu Ren sketched 2 designs for the owner, one resembling a flying sword and the other a sailing ship. As the saying goes, a wizard who doesn't aspire to immortality is not a qualified transmigrator. Lu Ren was quite looking forward to it. Then came their final destination. There, Professor McGonagall happened to run into a giant nearly 3 meters tall, accompanied by a frail-looking little boy. "Hagrid, I didn't expect to see you here. Is this child next to you?" "Oh my, could it be?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall. He is the one," Hagrid replied. "Oh, wonderful. You're finally back. Welcome to your world." Professor McGonagall's face lit up with joy and excitement, as if she had encountered a small celebrity. Lu Ren also vaguely guessed who this boy might be. "Professor McGonagall, is this child next to you also a first-year student?" "Yes, he is a poor child, but very talented," McGonagall said, then introduced Lu Ren. "This is Hagrid, our keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and next to him is Harry Potter, who, like you, is a new student about to enroll. Hello, my name is Lu Ren. Please take care of me." "Lu Ren. Oh, I remember you. You're the leader of the orphans from the orphanage on our block." "Huh, we knew each other before?" "Not really, but I saw you take on Dudley at the school gate, and it was quite satisfying." "At the school gate? You're talking about those chubby bullies who picked on the kids from our orphanage?" I did warn that group of disrespectful guys. Hearing Harry say that, Lu Ren recalled how he had indeed led his orphanage friends to stand up for someone who had been bullied at school. And one of the bullies was quite an annoying little chubby boy. Hello again. It's nice to meet you, Lu Ren. Please take care of me. I'm Harry Potter. Although I live with my aunt and uncle, I'm not on Dudley's side. I'm not one to enjoy fighting. I prefer to persuade others with reason rather than resort to violence. Oh, really? Harry looked at the friendly Lu Ren and recalled the time Dudley got a severe beating. That time, Dudley had been forcibly treated for a wisdom tooth and no longer had to worry about toothaches. Hey, you two little wizards, this is a shop, and it's quite impolite to chat here. Just then, an old man spoke up. It was Mr. Ollivander, the owner of the wand shop. This was an ancient store with a history of over 2,000 years, and their family had been in this business for generations. Truly a store that has survived through countless generations. Chapter 78. Choosing a wand. Ollivander first chose a wand for Harry, who arrived first. He began by mentioning the wand that Harry Potter's mother had chosen here, and then spoke about the nature of Harry's father's wand, before selecting one for Harry to try. However, as soon as Harry touched it, Ollivander took it back. Clearly, after a lifetime of making wands, he realized in that instant that Harry was not compatible with that wand. Ultimately, after some selection, he thought of something and handed Harry a wand made of Eastern green wood with a phoenix feather. The wand and Harry were perfectly matched. Ollivander then subtly suggested to Harry that he would surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments, just like the previous owner of this brother wand. Then it was Lu Ren's turn. Upon seeing Lu Ren, Ollivander suddenly remembered something and said, "Your father must be that Eastern traveler who sought cooperation with me over a decade ago. Oh, looking at your appearance, it reminds me of your mother. Walnut wood, heartstring of fire dragon, 9 inches of very handsome wand. Of course, I also remember your father asking me to customize a wand, saying he had obtained a special material, but unfortunately, try this one," Ollivander said, producing another wand and placing it in Lu Ren's hand for him to try. However, as soon as the wand touched Lu Ren's hand, before he could grip it, Ollivander took it back again. Another picky customer. With that, Ollivander selected another wand for Lu Ren. This time, Lu Ren managed to hold onto the wand. But before he could even swing it, the wand's body slowly sprouted branches and revealed tender leaves. Ollivander quickly took the wand back from Lu Ren's hand and conducted a test on it, then let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything inside was intact. Your magic is full of vibrant life and somewhat restless, which is quite different from your character. Perhaps you should try that one. As he spoke, Ollivander took out a longer box from a corner. He slowly opened it to reveal a wand measuring a full 15 inches, made from complete 1,000-year-old locust, wood heart, and unicorn hair. This wand would allow its user to be more stable and have a more even output of power. It is quiet like you, but it requires mutual understanding, Ollivander said, as if he were talking about a child rather than a wand. Each wand is his labor of love, and they are like his children. Nothing makes him happier than seeing his children shine in the hands of a wizard. Lu Ren picked up the wand and felt a warm, smooth sensation. There was no roughness of wood at all, but rather a nurturing feeling, as if it had been polished for a long time. In Eastern terms, locust wood is known for its soul-nurturing properties. Holding the 1,000-year-old locust wood heart in his hand gave Lu Ren a sense of calm and tranquility. We tried to infuse his magic into it. He found that no matter how much magic he poured in, it maintained a very stable cycle. If he were to cast a spell, it would surely be very smooth and fluid. This wand was indeed perfect for someone like him, who is constantly improving their magical abilities. Seeing Lu Ren so enamored with the wand, Ollivander knew he had chosen right this time, and couldn't help but smile. Of course, Lu Ren paid 7 galleons and 9 sickles for it. Thus, Lu Ren finished his shopping in Diagon Alley, putting everything into his foldable wallet. I'm glad to meet you, Harry Potter. If you have time in the future, feel free to come to the orphanage to see me. I plan to have the director renovate it. And if you want a private space, I can save one for you, Lu Ren said. Oh, really? Can I go? Harry asked. Of course. Please take care of me in the future. Take care. And so, Lu Ren and Harry Potter met for the first time, and their interaction was quite friendly. Finally, McGonagall took Lu Ren back to the orphanage, while Hagrid took Harry back to his aunt and uncle's house. Before McGonagall and Hagrid left, they each gave Lu Ren and Harry Potter a ticket. It was a ticket to the magical school located at Platform 9. After bidding farewell to McGonagall, Lu Ren did not immediately study the books he purchased in Diagon Alley. Instead, he visited the orphanage director to negotiate with the principal of a nearby secondary school. Ultimately, Lu Ren explained, with both emotion and reason, that due to health issues, he could not attend school regularly and could only come during some holidays for assessments. This situation made it difficult for the principal of the secondary school. However, after Lu Ren handed over a bottle of red wine and some pounds stacked underneath it to the principal finally found it manageable. Thus, Lu Ren was registered at the Muggle secondary school. All of this was to prepare for the future. Lu Ren did not intend to wander in the wizarding world indefinitely. After graduation, he aimed to return to the ordinary world. As for whether the Ministry of Magic would agree and whether he would be monitored at that time, Lu Ren believed they would be more understanding than the principal of the Muggle school. After completing all this, Lu Ren handed over some of his previous ghostwriter drafts to the orphanage director for publication. Of course, the collection of Harry Potter novels he planned to eat until adulthood was kept under wraps. However, Lu Ren did not destroy it. Perhaps one day in the future, he could let the Muggle world remember this legend, even if ordinary people do not believe it. Perhaps he could also make Harry Potter's name resonate throughout the Muggle world. Of course, by that time, Lu Ren would also profit greatly. In the month leading up to the start of school, Lu Ren, having arranged everything, completely immersed himself in his own world. He read wizarding books daily, exercised to develop his physical potential, and also studied the jade slip left by his cheap father. As for the magic bottle-making passed down from his mother's family, which belonged to the realm of alchemy, Lu Ren did not have the materials for now and did not understand the basics of alchemy, so he set it aside for the time being. In the orphanage, within a private residence, Lu Ren slowly infused his magic into the jade slip, and a series of uniquely shaped characters emerged. These were not just simple letters. They expressed some profound meanings. Lu Ren did not know what these characters were, but he found that he could understand the meanings conveyed by the words presented through his magic. Chapter 79. The concept of body refinement. Sorcerer Lu Ren was very curious about this, and, leveraging his martial arts knowledge from the comprehensive martial world, began to gradually interpret and study it, combining it with the advantage of diligence rewarded by the heavens. The characters expressed on it, although somewhat different from the martial arts system, were not entirely incomprehensible. This was a good start. As long as he wasn't completely clueless, he could rely on his diligence to interpret and analyze it bit by bit. Lu Ren continued this process every day, treating it as a special book on sorcery for research. 10 days later, after a preliminary complete interpretation, Lu Ren understood the content outlined in this jade slip, Qi refinement technique. From the perspective of Eastern sorcerers, this was essentially a scripture for entering the path. Only by entering the path could one grasp the means of the extraordinary world. Of course, besides this, there were also concepts like sudden enlightenment or awakening of spiritual roots. In any case, they were all similar situations regarding how sorcerers generated magical power. Unlike sorcerers, the Eastern Qi refinement technique advocated using this awakened power to plunder the attributes of nature, converting natural attributes into one's own attributes, or in other words, using magical power to assimilate natural power, then using the magical power with natural attributes to alter the physical state, thus bringing oneself infinitely closer to the level of nature. This practice was not like the kind of cultivation Lu Ren had imagined, which involved inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It resembled more closely the cultivation methods in the zombie world of Uncle Nine. Originally, Lu Ren was supposed to choose between the Qi refinement technique and meditation. However, as a sorcerer with experiences from several worlds, Lu Ren had long since ceased to be a novice. Combining the ninja qualities of Naruto Lu Ren with the martial arts cultivation from the comprehensive martial world, Lu Ren keenly discovered that the two cultivation methods could, to some extent, be completely fused. However, a choice lay before Lu Ren. He needed to have a direction. Should he strive towards the path of the sorcerer or towards the path of cultivation? Instinctively, Lu Ren wanted to choose cultivation, as the imprint on his soul made him feel closest to that. However, he thought of his current environment and the similar path he had already embarked upon in the comprehensive martial world. Moreover, Lu Ren also had the talent of diligence rewarded by the heavens. Compared to physical growth, the enhancement of his memory and knowledge would be even more powerful. It seemed that fate wanted him to carve out a new path. Since that was the case, he would focus on becoming a sorcerer. A body refinement sorcerer might be an interesting path. Lu Ren murmured to himself, determining his future direction. Yes, body refinement, not chi refinement. The possibility of practicing both chi refinement technique and meditation lay in altering the core of one of the cultivation systems and incorporating the remaining system into another framework. Chi refinement technique involves seizing the creation of heaven and earth to transform oneself. Meditation involves interpreting heaven and earth and analyzing the rules of the universe. Lu Ren abandoned the idea of plundering the effects of heaven and earth through chi refinement technique and instead sought inward exploration. The outside world is a vast universe, while the inside of the body is a small universe. Exploring the vast universe outside is endless, and inward exploration is equally limitless. Not refining heaven and earth, but refining oneself. On this path, he would no longer be constrained by his body. The only limitation was knowledge. Knowledge was his power. Time quietly passed. With the support of MP and HP, Lu Ren's cultivation progressed very quickly. The integration of chi refinement technique and meditation allowed Lu Ren to develop his body and magical power at a faster pace. Coupled with the advantage of diligence rewarded by the heavens, by the time Hogwarts started, Lu Ren had thoroughly researched all the first-year courses. After tidying everything up, Lu Ren looked at the messy room, which had become disordered due to his relentless studying. With a wave of his wand and without uttering a single word, in the next moment, all the books in the room began to automatically arrange themselves in order. Some trash fell into the bin, and even the dust on the floor was cleaned up by a wave of magical power. In just a breath, the once messy room transformed back into a clean and tidy place, feeling even cleaner than a neat freak Virgo's organized space. This was the magic Lu Ren had just used, but he had not recited any incantation. Silent casting seemed simple, but Lu Ren understood the trouble behind it. At this moment, he could only apply it to such simple household magic. For more complicated spells, he would need the support of his wand. However, Lu Ren was not worried. With the diligence rewarded by the heavens, he believed that he could not only cast spells silently, but also wandlessly over time. Lu Ren did not immediately head to Platform 9, but instead used an owl he had purchased in Diagon Alley to send a letter to Harry. Over the past month, they had exchanged letters through owls and agreed to meet at the station together. Soon, Lu Ren received a response from Harry. Lu Ren was unclear about how Harry managed to leave his uncle's house, but they agreed to meet at the corner of Privet Drive and then push their respective trolleys to the station. Lu Ren did not bring a wallet, as Hogwarts prohibited students from carrying anything other than their luggage that could expand without a trace. Lu Ren did not know how this rule came about, but he understood that every seemingly unreasonable rule had a ridiculous backstory. Lu Ren and Harry arrived at Platform 9. Although Hagrid on Harry's side forgot to tell him how to enter the magical station, McGonagall did not forget when she left. Therefore, they did not need to ask again and enter Platform 9 by running into the wall. Then, carrying their luggage, the two found their respective seats. Unfortunately, Lu Ren and Harry did not sit in the same carriage. In the magical train, within one of the carriages, Lu Ren looked at a pale-faced boy with blonde hair, who was also looking at him with an air of aristocracy. "Are you from a pureblood family?" The specifics were unclear, but I think I should be a half-blood wizard. Half-blood wizard? You mean a mixed blood sorcerer, right? No, just a wizard of mixed blood. What's the difference? My mother is from a pure blood family. My father should be too. However, my father is not from the wizarding world. He comes from a distant eastern country, and he is a pure blood sorcerer there, said to have at least 73 generations of wizards in his ancestry. Oh my, that's very pure. Hello, I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Lu Ren. Lu Ren. I don't recall that name. I have a name based on Easter tradition, following my father's surname. My mother is from a potion-making family. You should know a bit about it. Oh, potion-making, I know. My father used to say that family was once very glorious, but unfortunately, it later fell because of you-know-who. Malfoy did not say anything more. Chapter 80. The young master's unexpected belonging. His father had told him that the last maker of the magical bottles seemed to be one of their own. To be exact, they had all once been loyal to that existence, but due to the situation, they considered turning against it. Thinking of this, Malfoy's attitude towards Lu Ren improved significantly. This was a being who was very similar to him both in family lineage and stance. At this moment, Malfoy gradually recognized Lu Ren, viewing him as a potential partner. Therefore, Malfoy's demeanor towards Lu Ren became increasingly friendly, and his previous disdainful expression disappeared. It was evident that young Malfoy's attitude was likely learned from his father. Or rather, his father only allowed him to associate with those of noble lineage, so as to maintain the purity of their family bloodline. Young Malfoy could only use such an attitude to filter those he could befriend. Lu Ren, in response to Malfoy's enthusiasm, smiled back. During the conversation, Malfoy also inquired about Lu Ren's background, to which Lu Ren did not hold back. The incompatible Muggle world has shackled me, but my lineage does not permit me to be ordinary, Lu Ren said, pointing at a stain on Malfoy's clothing that he had accidentally splattered. In an instant, Malfoy's clothes became pristine. The silent spell had cleaned everything. Malfoy was shocked by Lu Ren's display, especially the silent spell. After having trained with his father's help since his magical awakening, even his father seemed to find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Pureblood status, even in the Muggle world, could not hinder his shining talent. Despite having been mediocre for over a decade without any wizarding education, Lu Ren was able to reach such a level in a short time. In that moment, Malfoy couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards Lu Ren. It was as if he saw a new star rising. At this moment, Malfoy, who had initially treated Lu Ren as an equal, began to act more cautiously. Lu Ren, which house do you want to join? I assume it must be Slytherin, right? Actually, I prefer to go to Ravenclaw. Why do you want to go to Ravenclaw? Knowledge is power. The power I need is not just the simple strength of a wizard's combat. It's much, much more. But your ambition is more suited for Slytherin. There, practicing powerful magic is not forbidden. As long as you have the ability, you can be the king there. Malfoy, you are very ambitious, but ambition is still not enough. What do you mean? Since you've thought about becoming the king of Slytherin, why not take it a step further and become the king of Hogwarts? That has always been my dream, but those Gryffindor guys will be my roadblock. No, I actually think you are very suitable for Gryffindor. What Gryffindor? I am a pure Slytherin. Sorry, please forgive my unclear expression. What I mean is a pure Slytherin using his ambition to conquer the courage of lions. Malfoy, don't you think that's a wonderfully interesting thing? Think about it. You, a destined Slytherin, have the determination to enter Gryffindor. Who else has the courage like you? Do those Gryffindors who pride themselves on bravery dare? But if I'm not mistaken, Harry Potter, that boy who cannot die, is most likely heading there. Are you willing to watch him shine there, ultimately overshadowing Slytherin? Of course not. I absolutely will not allow that. So, Harry Potter, I will tell you who the true king of Hogwarts is. Come, let's raise our glasses to celebrate the emergence of the future new king. Lu Ren said, lifting his glass filled with drink, giving Draco Malfoy the final boost of encouragement. Malfoy's two little followers beside him were also excitedly raising their glasses, looking at Malfoy with admiration. However, once Malfoy and his two followers realized it, they found themselves standing on opposite sides. The train moved slowly, and as it approached the station, everyone changed into Hogwarts uniforms. However, when Malfoy looked at Lu Ren's face as they got off the train, he felt an unspeakable shock and awe. It wasn't just because of Lu Ren's ambition, but also due to the physique he had inadvertently revealed while changing clothes. While they all had skinny, bony bodies, Lu Ren had defined muscles, and even as he breathed, his abdomen subtly displayed 8-pack abs. Although Draco and the others did not know what it represented, they understood that this man, who was about the same size as them, not only possessed ambition, but also truly had strength. Beneath that calm exterior lay a tempestuous and wild soul, especially when they saw the lightning-shaped scar the size of a bowl on Lu Ren's forehead. Draco Malfoy recalled meeting Harry Potter, who also had a lightning scar on his forehead and knew what it was. Yet, he couldn't help but ask, Lu Ren, what about that scar? Oh, when I was in the Muggle world, an evil wizard coveted my wealth and used the killing curse on me. Unfortunately, he was not skilled enough to kill me. Instead, he activated the magic within my bloodline. And what happened to that wizard afterward? You guess, Lu Ren said, looking at Malfoy with a warm smile. But that smile caused Malfoy to instinctively take 2 steps back, feeling a chill run down his spine. Perhaps Ravenclaw isn't so bad after all. For the first time, Draco recognized Lu Ren's choice. It wasn't an acknowledgement born from his own understanding, but rather a belief that if Lu Ren went to Ravenclaw, it could allow the wizarding world, which had been peaceful for only a short time, to remain calm for a while longer. After getting off the train, Hagrid was already waiting next to the station, and then, under their guidance, everyone boarded boats to cross the Black Lake towards the Hogwarts Great Hall. After the students from various houses and grades were seated, the new students were arranged in the venue. After brief speeches from Headmaster Dumbledore and the heads of the houses, the Sorting Hat ceremony began. The first was a buck-toothed little girl, who would later become the academic superstar Hermione. Then came the red-haired Weasley. Finally, it was Draco Malfoy's turn. Originally, the Sorting Hat was unhesitatingly going to place him in Slytherin. However, the moment it came into contact with Draco's thoughts, it was influenced and involuntarily shouted, Gryffindor. Chapter 81. The Model Student of Slytherin Silence. An incredibly deep silence. Many who knew about the Malfoy family situation were quiet there. Even the old headmaster Dumbledore looked at Draco in astonishment. Clearly, it was very rare for a lion to appear in a snake's den. Oh my God, how could it be? He is actually a Gryffindor. Is he Gryffindor? Didn't he say he would go to Slytherin? He lied to me. I was fooled. What Harry? I know that guy. I ran into him at Madame Alkin's robes for all occasions in Diagon Alley. He said he was pure blood and would definitely go to Slytherin. According to the situation, that was indeed the case. Not one of them was not a Slytherin, just like in our family, where no one is not a Gryffindor. Just as Harry and his newly acquainted friend, Ron, were still in disbelief, the new students stepped forward one by one to be sorted into their houses. Finally, Harry heard a voice again. Lu Ren. Turning around, he saw Lu Ren already sitting on the bench, the Sorting Hat slowly being placed on his head. Then, after a moment of silence, the Sorting Hat slowly spoke. I cannot read your deeper thoughts, but I can sense your preferences. You have an insatiable thirst for knowledge. It seems incredibly important to you. At the same time, you pursue power with great ambition and possess unimaginable aspirations, yet you also have the courage to challenge everything. Oh, it's really hard to decide at this moment. Slytherin. What? I met a friend on the train who said Slytherin is a really nice house. So I'll go there, Lu Ren said, feeling a sense of relief inside. Sure enough, the Sorting Hat only reads the thoughts of those whose hearts are unguarded. To some extent, sensing a wizard's emotions, but does not possess the ability to read deeply or delve into a person's memories. In that case, as you wish. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat shouted, and Lu Ren was finally sorted into Slytherin House. He actually went to Slytherin. Although it was regrettable that he couldn't be in the same house as him, I was not surprised. Harry, do you know him? Yeah, I met him in Diagon Alley. And his family isn't far from my aunt's house. We've been corresponding a lot lately, so I guess we can be considered friends. Is that so? It's a pity he's a Slytherin. He will eventually part ways with you. Ron remarked. Being so young, he didn't quite understand how to hide his humility and couldn't shake his long-standing prejudice against Slytherin. Of course, looking at Draco, he felt that this year's Slytherin seemed a bit different. This guy could become a Gryffindor. Has the Sorting Hat really become senile? Finally, it was Harry Potter's turn. As expected, although he was influenced by Lu Ren in the end, his familiarity with Ron and the fact that his parents were both Gryffindors led him to choose Gryffindor as well. However, the difference was that this time he did not reject Slytherin as much. After all, the person he hated the most was supposed to be a Slytherin, but was currently in Gryffindor. After Harry, there were not many left. In just a moment, the sorting ceremony ended. Lu Ren took his seat in Slytherin, and Draco's 2 little followers were sitting on either side of him, toasting drinks and eating delicious food, getting to know some of the older Slytherins from other years. Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side, Draco was feeling particularly awkward. The boost Lu Ren gave him had now faded. Although he still thought Lu Ren might be right, he realized that he seemed to lack the temperament of a king. No, I can't think like that. Otherwise, when I go home, I will definitely be punished by my dad. I, Draco, am meant to be a king, and for that, I must use my strength and pride, and with the courage to surpass Gryffindor. Show my dad that my choice is not wrong. Draco kept hypnotizing himself in his mind, but as he did so, he couldn't help but notice the corners of his mouth twitching, and he unconsciously burst into tears. Originally, Gryffindor had some hostility and rejection towards this little snake who mistakenly entered the lion's den, but when they saw Draco suddenly crying, the little lions were also at a loss. How could this cunning little snake be so fragile? Could it be that this is not just a little snake, but a cub with the heart of a lion, raised in a snake's den? The Gryffindor kids thought this way, and many who understood empathy had already put themselves in Draco's shoes. A little lion raised in a snake's den, who had to be established as Slytherin's ambition from a young age, yet still made a heartfelt decision during the sorting ceremony. How much courage that requires. Thinking of this, many Gryffindor little lions softened their gazes towards Draco. Such a courageous wizard, even if born in a snake's den, is destined to belong to Gryffindor. They cannot reject him because of his identity. So, many began to comfort Draco, and he was somewhat at a loss when faced with such friendly Gryffindors. At that moment, he seemed to realize that Gryffindor might not be so bad after all. Of course, it was only for a moment. Draco again thought of his father's face and couldn't help but cry again. The feast ended like this, with Lu Ren and Slytherin toasting and Gryffindor comforting the newly arrived little lion, Draco. Thus, Lu Ren began his journey of wizarding study. Although they were sorted into different houses, they still attended classes together. With Draco's addition, Gryffindor became lively. Meanwhile, Lu Ren, as a quiet, handsome boy, studied quietly every day, achieving excellent results to repay Slytherin and effortlessly suppressing the petty tricks of Slytherin with decisive measures. In less than a month, Lu Ren, the first-year Slytherin student, became that out-of-place but unignorable presence. Lu Ren's outstanding talent, extraordinary abilities, and thirst for knowledge made him the model student in the eyes of all the professors at Hogwarts. Of course, he also became the nightmare of all little wizards in the 4 houses of Hogwarts' first year. It was too competitive. Growing up in the Misty City and always receiving a joyful education, it was hard to imagine how someone could study even while eating or using the restroom, other than when asleep. Of course, what they didn't know was that during his sleep, Lu Ren's consciousness occasionally entered the system space to absorb knowledge from other worlds' Lu Ren's. Chapter 82. The role King, the Spirit of Learning, made all the students close to Lu Ren feel a sense of shame. Even 3 months later, 2 of Draco's little brothers, who lived with Lu Ren, were affected by his role King aura, resulting in them not having a good night's sleep since the start of school. Eventually, they applied to Headmaster Snape to move to another dormitory. Snape initially paid no attention, but when he saw the 2 boys visibly losing weight and their spirits flagging each day, he eventually agreed. From then on, Lu Ren transitioned from sharing a dorm with others to having his own independent room. Of course, every now and then, students were sent to Lu Ren's dorm under the pretense of wanting to ensure he didn't miss out on socializing with Slytherin students. Lu Ren didn't mind much. As long as it didn't affect his studies, he was indifferent. Naturally, things that did affect his studies quickly ceased to have an impact. In just over a month, Lu Ren had shared a dorm with all the first-year boys in Slytherin. However, Lu Ren's Role King talent caused him to lose the concept of friends in Slytherin. But, as their headmaster Snape said, Slytherin doesn't need friendship. What they need is submission. Lu Ren had no friends, but he had become the leader of the first years. Even an uncrowned king among all the new students. Even Gryffindor, which had a rivalry with Slytherin, had to tacitly acknowledge this fact. The foundation of this reality came from a charms class and a flying lesson. In a class after Lu Ren became Slytherin's leader, the professor was teaching the levitation charm. Lu Ren didn't intend to show off, and everyone was doing well. However, Draco seemed to feel a bit uncomfortable upon hearing that Lu Ren had become the leader and began to compare the outstanding Hermione with Lu Ren. This directly sparked a competitive spirit between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Hermione, being a genius student, didn't want to lose, even though she didn't want to be part of the competition. Lu Ren didn't intervene, but the other Slytherins were unwilling to let it go and began to compete in class. Eventually, when it became clear that the competition was straying from the topic and even causing point deductions, Lu Ren finally stepped in. With a gentle wave of his wand, all the feathers that everyone was manipulating, whether they were under control or not, broke free and gathered in the air to form a word in English. Stop, Slytherin. If you can't even do this, don't compare me to you. I don't want to waste my time on such meaningless things. Lu Ren scolded all the Slytherins who were provoked by his words, making all the little snakes stop. As for the other three houses, although Lu Ren didn't say anything, the professor's behavior of awarding points had a deterring effect on them. Next came the flying lesson. Neville lost control of his broomstick due to improper magical manipulation, causing it to fly erratically with him. Because of Neville's unpredictable flying speed, even the flying teacher didn't know how to rescue him. At this moment, Lu Ren intervened. He cast an ice freeze charm, causing Neville to lose control of the broom and fall straight from the sky. However, just before he fell, he was caught by the levitation charm, landing smoothly. With perfectly timed intervention and extraordinary reflexes, Lu Ren not only proved his exceptional charm-casting ability, but also earned additional points for Slytherin. From that point on, Lu Ren was no longer just a comparison point for the first years. Although he usually didn't target Gryffindor, he inadvertently ended up competing against Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff as well. Thus, this non-aligned role king, who could step on all the teams, made everyone feel that Lu Ren was not to be trifled with. Because of this, Lu Ren enjoyed a rare sense of peace. However, his relationship with Harry and Draco remained good. Draco once asked Snape to let him experience a few days of dorm life in Slytherin. Snape agreed and arranged for him to stay with Lu Ren. After 2 days with Lu Ren, Draco never returned. He simply couldn't sleep. Harry, on the other hand, felt a sense of envy towards Lu Ren. Lu Ren did things that Harry dare not or could not do. He sensed that Lu Ren possessed a quality that was different from ordinary people, especially when Lu Ren dominated all the first-year students in class without mercy, which reminded him of the time he had beaten Dudley. Perhaps out of admiration or the influence of the role king, Harry became even more focused on his studies than in the original story. Although he couldn't match Lu Ren, having suffered cold shoulders and exclusion from his uncle's family since childhood, he possessed a resilience that other young wizards lacked. Once he took his studies seriously, combined with the special support from Voldemort, his grades improved dramatically. In some aspects, he even showed signs of surpassing Lu Ren. Of course, this surpassing was in relation to the level Lu Ren had achieved since entering school. As for Lu Ren's true limits, no one knew because no one had ever seen him go all out. Time flew by, and Halloween soon arrived. As all the students gathered in the Great Hall to celebrate the holiday, Defense Against the Dark Arts professor Quirrell slowly ran in from outside, shouting about a troll. All the students panicked, but fortunately, Dumbledore stepped in to calm everyone and led them to safety while the professors went to confront the troll. Lu Ren was also thinking of leaving, but was pulled back by Snape from behind. "Headmaster, what are you doing? You go follow Harry Potter. They look like they need watching. What isn't it for me?" "Huh? You're not asking why. Slytherin only cares about its own ambitions. I had a spell notebook from my early years that I can lend you." "Deal." Lu Ren nodded and then headed towards Harry. Just then, Snape called out to Lu Ren again. "Wait. Huh? I hope you won tea. Let anyone else know about this." "Understood, the proud pot king." "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Lu Ren shrugged, and the next moment, he quickly hurried towards Harry. When Lu Ren was searching and arrived at the girls' bathroom, he heard a sound of breaking from outside. Originally, Lu Ren intended to observe quietly, hoping to see the protagonist trio complete their achievement of defeating the troll. However, the problem was that this time, it wasn't just the trio, there was also Draco. Chapter 83. The Troll and the Unforgivable. Although the young master had become much more cheerful while staying in Gryffindor and no longer looked as haughty as before, he still knew how to be cowardly when the situation called for it. Coincidentally, it was he, Harry, and Ron who were together throwing things at the troll. But the troll had directly locked onto this young master. So the situation turned into Harry and Ron successfully rescuing Hermione from the girls' bathroom, while Draco was running away from the troll. Moreover, that direction just happened to be coming towards Lu Ren. Seeing Lu Ren, he even dared to shout for help. Lu Ren, seeing this, could only pull out his wand and reluctantly take action. By the time a group of professors heard the commotion and arrived, they saw the black iron quadrant transformed, standing by looking at Lu Ren with a face full of awe. Beside Lu Ren, The enormous troll lay in a large pit created by its own weight, completely devoid of its monstrous appearance, with its neck barely visible, its hands tangled together, its mouth sealed, and its head swollen as it lay unconscious. What on earth happened here? How did you end up here? Professor, I originally wanted to go back to the dormitory, but suddenly needed to use the bathroom. So I came over here, only to unexpectedly encounter the troll. I had no choice but to defend myself. Thankfully, you all arrived in time, or I might have been in danger. If it were Lu Ren who had fallen instead of the troll, these words might have been more credible. Professor McGonagall didn't believe this. So she turned to the Black Iron Quadrant and asked, "You explain." Professor McGonagall, it was like this. We were also in urgent need of the bathroom, and didn't T expect to encounter the troll attacking Hermione. So we came to check it out. Oh, right. That's how it was. You went to the bathroom, in the girls' bathroom? I was too anxious, afraid of wetting my pants. And you, Draco? As a pureblood, I strongly condemn the lack of stalls in the boys' restroom, so I came to the girls' restroom. Hermione, what do you say? I just really needed to go. In the end, Professor McGonagall looked at everyone who was lying for each other and shaking her head helplessly, but she didn't ask further. As for what happened to the troll, it didn't matter. What mattered was that the troll had been beaten up. They were all professors of the school. How could they not see what the troll had suffered before they arrived? At least a dozen different spells. Although they were all some ordinary practical spells combined, they felt even more sinister than dark curses. For instance, the troll's retracted head was not something it willingly did. Someone had used the levitation charm to control it, constantly making it float and fall, colliding with the ground back and forth. On the troll, they also saw binding charms, silencing charms, freezing charms, petrification charms, and so on. There were even signs that its eyes had been exposed to bright light. That was the Lumos spell. Each of these spells caused little harm. However, precisely because the damage was small, the person casting the spells kept repeating the process to inflict as much harm as possible until the desired effect was achieved. This process was like someone prying off a person's fingernail with a small knife, while another person slowly clipped it with nail clippers. The former was very painful, but only for a moment. The latter required repeated experiences of pain many times over. Lu Ren and Harry were eventually ordered to leave. After that, there were timely rewards and punishments for them. Because Lu Ren and the others kept their mouths shut, Gryffindor and Slytherin only symbolically deducted 10 points, which could be quickly earned back with even slightly outstanding performances in class the next day. After this incident, the relationship within the Black Iron Quadrant improved greatly, and Lu Ren's ability to take down the troll caught the attention of older students. However, Lu Ren didn't care. He was studying the notes Snape had given him. Within, there were quite a few practical spells. For example, the blazing fire, the upside-down bell, and the bell falling. If Lu Ren had mastered the upside-down bell and the bell falling earlier, he could have used these two spells to directly make the troll fall head over heels. Besides these, Lu Ren also learned a very sharp spell from it, the Killing Curse. This notebook was only in Lu Ren's hands for 3 days before Snape took it back, waiting for its next fortunate owner. Lu Ren didn't mind, as he had already learned the spells within. The Quidditch match soon began. Snape once wanted Lu Ren to sign up, but Lu Ren was not interested in Quidditch, so he decisively refused. Although Snape was proud, he was indeed nice to Slytherin students, and Lu Ren's reluctance did not prompt any forcing from him. On the day of the match, Lu Ren did not attend. He merely heard that Harry Potter encountered an accident during the Quidditch match, with his broom not responding to him, and Snape's robe was burned. However, Lu Ren no longer cared about this. He had nearly finished studying the textbooks from the 1st to the 7th year, and even browsed through the books in Hogwarts library. All of this was thanks to Lu Ren's efforts and diligent study. Experience can be shared, and diligence can pay off. Lu Ren could use shadow clones to repeatedly interpret the wizarding books he had replicated in his experiences. If it weren't for the library's borrowing restrictions and the time needed to flip through books, he estimated he could have transformed this knowledge into his own much faster. Regardless, Lu Ren had become a know-it-all earlier than Miss Granger. However, he wanted to learn something new next. Aside from some rich experiences from the professors, the only thing left was the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. He had thought about borrowing Harry's invisibility cloak to sneak around for a while, but in the end, he gave up. Many of the books in the restricted section have been enchanted, and sneaking in not only made it easy to be discovered, but also harbored various unknown dangers. Most importantly, he couldn't properly absorb knowledge from it. Rather than doing that, Lu Ren decided to calm down first, integrate what he had learned, and refine some of his specialties. Spells had always been his focus, which goes without saying. The rest were potions, divination, transfiguration, and so on. If he had to choose one, Lu Ren would unhesitatingly choose transfiguration, not only for its ability to change material forms at will, but also for its content regarding animagi. Perhaps I should seek more advice from Professor McGonagall. She is an expert in this field. Animagi is related to my attempt with Pirate Lu Ren. However, Pirate Lu Ren is not ready yet. I'm on a rush for now, step by step. Chapter 84. The survival instinct of the mirror. While the wizard Lu Ren was contemplating his future path, the Black Iron Quadrangle secretly came to find him. They wore invisibility cloaks, completely treating the Academy's no night wandering rule as a joke. However, in the end, Lu Ren still followed them. They brought Lu Ren to a room where there was only a mirror. In it, they seemed to see something that greatly intrigued them. Ron saw himself becoming the captain of the Quidditch team, and Harry saw his parents and family. When Lu Ren asked Draco what he saw, Draco remained silent. From his expression, it didn't seem like he was in a state of becoming the king of Hogwarts. It appeared that the young master had been assimilated by the lion and awakened some strange desires. Don't mind me, just take a look. What do you see? Draco pulled Lu Ren over, actually not believing that this mirror could truly reflect the desires in their hearts. He clearly wanted to be the king of Hogwarts, or at the very least, embark on the path of the third-generation Dark Lord, or achieve fame and success. However, Draco discovered that he saw himself replacing Harry as the Seeker in next year's Quidditch match, with his father cheering wildly from the stands, telling everyone around him, "That's my son. Lu Ren, what do you see? I see myself researching the Mirror of Erased. And then, I want to develop a special spell from the effects of the Mirror of Erased, which can be cast with the eyes to create illusions." Huh, what does that even mean? Wait, don't speak. What is the me in the mirror trying to convey to me? Is that so? So that's it. So the principle of the Mirror of Erased is like this. I see. Lu Ren nodded and gave a friendly smile to his reflection in the mirror. Naturally, the Lu Ren in the mirror also smiled back at him, though that smile was a bit stiff. There was no helping it. The Mirror of Erased was also afraid. It had been a mirror for a lifetime, reflecting all the greedy people, but it had rarely seen such pure greed. The thoughts were directly projected onto it. Moreover, under the mirror's illumination, Lu Ren's research on the mirror was not as conservative as he had claimed. Therefore, perhaps out of its instinct for self-preservation, the mirror conveyed its secrets to Lu Ren through the reflection of himself. Lu Ren successfully uncovered the secret of the Mirror of Erased. He sighed. Today is truly a day of bountiful harvest. Draco. Oh. Is this how the Mirror of Erased is used? Is this the thought process of the Study King? Even when just looking at a mirror, he has to study its principles. Draco didn't quite understand what Lu Ren was thinking, and even forgot why he had brought Lu Ren along in the first place. After that, Draco didn't come to find Lu Ren for over half a month. Lu Ren happily enjoyed his free time and even developed a spell related to mirrors. He called it Heavy Nightmares. It could transform the beautiful illusions one experienced in the Mirror of Erased into a horror movie, using emotional shock and the haze between illusion and reality to cause significant emotional fluctuations in the opponent. Of course, when emotions reached a certain intensity, they would awaken due to the body's instinctive response. It was a very interesting technique that could scare people without causing harm. However, while Lu Ren was trying to use his accumulated wizarding knowledge to improve this spell, Draco came to find him again. Lu Ren, we discovered a secret place that might hide a great secret. Oh, you don't want to know? I don't want to. All right, I admit, I don't quite trust the strength of those three, and I want to ask you to come along to protect me. You can choose not to go, but I'm also curious. I don't do things without benefits. What do you want? I'm interested in everything about wizards, of course. Anything that can be found in school doesn't need to be negotiated with me. Is that so? My family has quite a few magical books. My dad said he would deal with some later, and if you want to read them, I can invite you to my house during the holidays. Visiting? Upon hearing Draco Malfoy's words, Lu Ren couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. If he guessed correctly, He seemed to remember that the plot of the second year was related to a book from their family. Okay, Wen, I'll inform Harry and the others. If possible, we'll come to pick you up tonight. No need, just tell me the location. All right, it won't fit too many people if we take things. So I'll let you know the location through an owl. After sending Draco off, Lu Ren quickly tidied up. He was uncertain what unexpected events would occur next, but he wanted to be fully prepared. After all, he was about to confront the big boss Voldemort to test his training results during this period. That night, Harry and the others, cloaked in invisibility, hid in a corner waiting for Lu Ren. Suddenly, Harry felt a tap on his shoulder. Startled, he jumped, and the invisibility cloak was suddenly removed by a force. When they reacted, they saw Lu Ren holding the invisibility cloak, looking apologetic as he said, "Sorry, I couldn't see you, so I had to use this method." Saying this, Lu Ren returned the invisibility cloak to Harry. "How did you get here?" "Just walked over." "Didn't you see the patrolling guards?" "Oh, that I used a bit of misdirection." Lu Ren waved his hand casually, but didn't explain further. Making others unable to see you didn't necessarily mean hiding your own physical form. You could also obscure your shape in the eyes of others. This was a bit of application insight Lu Ren developed based on the disillusionment charm. "Let us go." "Oh, come with us, but be careful. The next one is a big guy." Harry and the four had previously encountered the Cerberus, so they knew how terrifying it was, so they kindly reminded Lu Ren. Lu Ren nodded, took out his wand, indicating he was ready, showing no signs of panic or fear. All fears stemmed from insufficient firepower. Under Harry and the others' guidance, Lu Ren arrived at the place, guarded by the three-headed dog. Looking at the massive three-headed dog, even the Black Iron Quadrangle, who had seen it many times before, couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 85. Violent Breakthrough. Lu Ren. Do you know music? I heard Hagrid say that the three-headed dog will fall into a deep sleep as long as it hears music. No, but I have other ways to communicate with it. Oh, how will you communicate? The Black Iron Quadrilateral looked at Lu Ren curiously at his words, but Lu Ren did not answer immediately. Instead, he stepped forward and approached the three-headed dog. Lu Ren raised his hand and slapped one of the dog's heads. The three-headed dog instantly woke up, seeing Lu Ren. It opened its mouth to roar and intimidate him, and with its massive size, it looked quite fierce. However, in the next moment, Lu Ren's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a magical aura radiated from him, exuding a sense of intimidation. In an instant, Lu Wei's expression changed completely as he looked at Lu Ren. He no longer saw a human, but a colossal giant sitting atop the clouds, surrounded by many ancient beasts far more powerful than himself, all staring at him with predatory eyes. Conqueror's Haki? No. Even if Pirate Lu Ren possessed such Haki, Wizard Lu Ren could not use it. This was an illusion. A simple illusion formed using momentum and killing intent, similar to how Orochimaru used it against Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in the original Naruto. Just that killing intent made the inexperienced Naruto and Sasuke's bodies freeze. As for Lu Ren, he fused that killing intent with the ferocity of the beasts he had fought in the pirate world. With just one glance, the three-headed dog seemed to be targeted by an ancient creature ready to be torn apart. Whimper, whimper. The three-headed dog Lu Wei was directly frightened from being menacing to curling up in a corner, with its front paws covering its three heads, whimpering and trembling, not daring to resist at all. After doing all this, Lu Ren turned to the Black Iron Quadrilateral and said, "All right, let's go." The Black Iron Quadrilateral looked at Lu Ren and fell silent, each of them having their own thoughts. Draco, oh my god. I can't believe I'm becoming friends with such a monster. Hermione, what kind of spell is this? I've never seen it before. Ron, I will never speak ill of Slytherin behind their backs again. Not about Lu Ren. Harry, so the so-called method is just to scare the terrifying beast into submission. Thus, the first challenge of the Black Iron Quadrilateral was completed with Lu Ren's help. They then entered the second challenge. A magical vine. The more it struggled, the tighter it bound. The others relied on knowledge, while Lu Ren's method was quite simple. Since it was a vine, no matter how tightly it bound, there would always be a limit, as long as a force beyond what the vine could bear was applied. These vines could be easily torn apart. Of course, if the vine had an endless growth effect, it would also be very simple. As long as he had enough skill, he could apply a bit of magic to the vine, covering the entire vine, and then apply irreparable shock damage, destroying the vine's life force from the core. And it would completely settle down. As for the flying keys challenge, it wasn't necessary to find the key, even if the door was under a counterlocking spell, making it impossible to unlock. It could still be destroyed directly. However, the layout's designer seemed to have anticipated the violent method of breaking through. So a repairing spell was also placed on the door, allowing the damaged door to continuously restore itself. Therefore, Lu Ren decided not to use the main door and instead opened a hole in the wall beside the door. Then came Wizard's Chess, which was the simplest. Although Lu Ren knew how to play Wizard's Chess and, with the boost of hard work, could see how to win with just a glance, he did not like to play by others' rules. Therefore, he chose to simply flip the chessboard over. Lu Ren took out his wand and cast a cutting curse, slightly increasing the output, and all the wizard's chess pieces in the area were shattered by an invisible slash. With a violent demolition, they passed through instantly. In the end, as everyone was led by Lu Ren through the challenges, they finally arrived at the last level. Lu Ren and the Black Iron Quadrilateral saw Professor Quirrell standing in front of the mirror of Erased. Before Harry Potter and the others could ask what was happening, Lu Ren had already cast a cutting curse directly at Professor Quirrell. "Lu Ren, what are you doing? He's a school professor," Harry exclaimed, trying to stop him. But Lu Ren showed no sign of hesitation and replied, "If what you said earlier is correct, then no matter who stands before us, as long as it's not Dumbledore or Hagrid, he is most likely the mastermind behind everything. This is impossible. But the bad guy shouldn't be SN." Harry wanted to say Snape, but in the next moment, a surging flame suddenly erupted around them, and a tongue of fire swept across, blocking their path. At this moment, Quirrell slowly rose with a battered body, gradually removing his scarf that emitted various strange odors, revealing a human face on the back of his head. Quirrell turned his back, and his body twisted uncontrollably, his wrists twisting until his entire front became his back, with his limbs also twisted to the back, perfectly aligning with that face. The person slowly moved his body, looking at Lu Ren with an appreciative gaze. "Extraordinary insight. You truly amaze me, Lu Ren. You remind me of my former self. No, at your age, I couldn't do what you were doing. Your talent may be even greater than mine. Follow me, and you will be my successor. I will teach you how to acquire endless power and how to achieve immortality." Voldemort spoke, his voice laced with seductive power, and another force invaded his soul, seemingly trying to take control of his body. Lu Ren realized this was the soul-binding curse, and quickly responded by casting a cutting curse at Voldemort again. Although Voldemort, controlling Quirrell's body, could not unleash all his power at his peak, his fighting reflexes and tactics were ever-changing, each move filled with cunning and ruthlessness, making it difficult to defend against. However, Lu Ren was completely unflustered. The iron armor charm continued to stack on him, and he also threw out some dark curses learned from Snape's notes. Although these were not the 3 unforgivable curses, they filled Voldemort's face with seriousness, because Voldemort realized that what he had just said in praise of the opponent seemed to be true. The opponent, despite being so young, possessed a magical power far beyond his imagination. After continuously clashing so many times, the opponent's spells kept coming, yet there was no sign of exhaustion in his magic, as if it were endless and everlasting. Moreover, the strange power within that magic made Voldemort feel very uncomfortable, as if it was inherently suppressing him. Chapter 86. Demon Slayer Voldemort knew that with his current physical condition, the chances of overpowering Lu Ren were slim, so he had to use his wits. A soul-stealing curse was instantly cast from his hand. Facing Voldemort's fierce assault, Lu Ren remained calm and agile, dodging while casting spells at Voldemort. Thus, the two engaged in a magical duel, neither side gaining the upper hand. Lu Ren was able to compete with the Dark Lord of the Wizarding World thanks to the experience boost he brought from several other worlds over a year of learning. At one point during their battle, when Voldemort cast a spell towards Lu Ren again, Lu Ren attempted to counterattack but found himself restrained. Harry and Ron each held one of Lu Ren's legs, while Draco and Hermione grabbed one of his arms each. At that moment, all 4 of them looked dazed. Lu Ren recalled that he was unprepared when Voldemort cast the soul-stealing curse earlier and realized that Voldemort's target was not him, but the black iron quadrilateral. Disarm. A force struck Lu Ren's hand, and his wand was immediately taken from him. Then, Voldemort, filled with glee, waved his wand without hesitation, unleashing a flash of green light. Avada Kedavra! Lu Ren was directly hit, his body stiffening as he collapsed, rapidly losing all vitality. With your talent, if you're to grow, you might not be weaker than me in the future. What a pity. This world does not need a second me, Voldemort murmured, his weak voice carrying a sense of relief. He admitted that he felt threatened by Lu Ren's talent, prompting him to prepare to kill Lu Ren without any intention of subduing him. After all, what could be controlled was called subjugation, while what could not be controlled would lead to backlash. After Lu Ren was struck by the killing curse, the other members of the Black Iron Quadrilateral, weakened by Voldemort's magic, awoke from the soul-stealing curse. They looked at the lifeless Lu Ren, unable to accept the scene before them, completely at a loss. Just as Voldemort approached Harry, preparing to use his last strength to control him and find the Philosopher's Stone, the dead Lu Ren suddenly opened his eyes. With a speed that Voldemort could not react to, he lunged at Voldemort. He mounted Voldemort and locked eyes with him, then suddenly headbutt Voldemort. With a thud, blood splattered, and Voldemort's face contorted. Lu Ren, gripping the staggering Voldemort's head with both hands, whispered a spell. Fiendfire. Without the need for a wand, a searing flame erupted from Lu Ren's palm, the terrifying heat flooding into Quirrell's ears and body. Quirrell turned red, glowing with heat from the inside out, then burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Yet Lu Ren did not let his guard down, as he sensed that there was still residual power within Quirrell's ashes. The next moment, a surge of soul power converged, transforming into Voldemort's face, lunging at Lu Ren. Lu Ren did not dodge or evade. Instead, he summoned a force that attempted to absorb that power into his body, preparing to devour Voldemort's soul. However, sensing Lu Ren's burning ambition in his eyes, or perhaps realizing that Lu Ren could withstand the killing curse, Voldemort abruptly changed direction, lunging at Harry. Everything happened too fast. Even though Lu Ren reacted swiftly and cast the shield charm on Harry, the force passed through Harry's body without being hindered. Voldemort's soul merely passed through Harry without causing any harm, thanks to the protective sacrifice made by Harry's mother before her death. Voldemort intended to continue attacking the others, but Lu Ren had already reacted. He raised his hand, and a peachwood sword appeared. Infusing it with magic, a sharp gleam flashed on the sword. In an instant, Lu Ren cleaved through Voldemort's soul with the peachwood sword. Voldemort's soul emitted a silent scream, but did not die immediately. Instead, it transformed into a wisp of black mist and fled through the wall. Seeing this, Lu Ren understood that pursuing Voldemort might not guarantee capturing him, and he was also wary that Voldemort might return, so he chose not to chase after him and instead checked on Harry's condition. Thus, a thrilling battle came to an end. The gazes of everyone present towards Lu Ren were filled with awe, especially Draco. He trembled all over, his face shining with excitement. That was the Dark Lord. Lu Ren had directly confronted the Dark Lord and even emerged victorious, almost killing him in the process. The Dark Lord had brought fear to the wizarding world for over a decade, while Lu Ren had been in the wizarding world for less than a year. Given some time, even if the Dark Lord returned, he might not seem so terrifying. This was something Draco felt he had to tell his father. Ron simply thought Lu Ren was amazing. Only Hermione was greatly shocked by the series of techniques Lu Ren had just displayed. In the recent confrontation, Lu Ren not only showcased his flexible use of various spells and extraordinary magical power, but also demonstrated silent spellcasting, wandless magic, and his bizarre constitution that allowed him to survive the killing curse. These abilities completely overturned the wizarding knowledge that Miss Know-It-All had established not long ago. Before anyone could think about what to do next, a group of professors arrived, just in time, to take Harry to the infirmary for treatment. Lu Ren then recounted how he was invited by Harry and others to explore, discovered Quirrell's unusual behavior, and summarized the battle. As for what happened afterward, Lu Ren believed that the Black Iron Quadrilateral would fill him in. 3 days later, Snape found him. After such a brutal battle, you don't seem to feel much fear? All fear stems from insufficient firepower. I believe that if you allow me to observe the dark arts in the restricted section next year, or even teach me the 3 unforgivable curses, I might not be as helpless next time. You really aren't afraid at all. Do you know who that person was? Shouldn't it be the Dark Lord you often avoid mentioning? He is indeed an impressive individual, though he lacks a calm mind. He is a madman, but your admiration for him seems evident. No, I was just thinking about how long it would take to surpass him. Come with me. Dumbledore wants to see you. About the restricted section, that will have to wait until you've met Dumbledore. Chapter 87. Meeting Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Lu Ren. It's a pleasure to meet you alone. I'm also glad to chat with the renowned White Wizard. Oh, what is it that you want? Don't get me wrong. I've heard from Snape that you like to measure everything by its cost. If possible, I would like you to lift the restrictions on my year. They always limit me a lot, and I don't want to do anything against the rules. You indeed break the rules very rarely, and it's mostly when Harry is involved. I'm curious about your persistence. Compared to sneaking around, I believe there are always reasons for rules to exist. Recklessly breaking them may not benefit me. But if I can meet the conditions, then perhaps the limiting rules can be lifted for me. Wise thinking. I agree to your request. Thank you very much, Headmaster. What are your thoughts on the previous battle? There is still much I need to learn, especially in combat and defense. If I could receive some guidance from you, I will be very happy. I'm sorry, but I don't have that time. I have a study here where I've recorded some things I find interesting. If you're interested, you can come chat with me often. I will. Thank you for your generosity. Good child, the future belongs to you. Lu Ren left and returned to the dormitory, while Snape stayed behind for a moment. Dumbledore, do you want to nurture that child? Perhaps we can leave it as a backup option. But what about his talent and personality? Aren't you worried? From his eyes, besides seeing his pursuit of power, I see a greater thirst for knowledge. Such a person, even if powerful, will hold a sense of awe towards the world. But people can change. Yes, so it requires your guidance, doesn't it? Then what about Harry? I thought you wouldn't ask. Rest assured, Harry is the chosen one. I have no doubt about that, and I will make sure everyone believes it. Dumbledore and Snape did not continue their conversation for long, and eventually, Snape left Dumbledore's office. Lu Ren waited for Snape around a corner at school. What are you still doing here? I have a feeling you want to talk to me afterward, and I don't want to be bothered, so I hope you can be brief. I can teach you spells, including defense against the dark arts and dark magic. But what will you offer in exchange? What do you want me to do? Don't do anything unnecessary, at least not at Hogwarts. If you don't say anything, I won't either. I want to maintain this good learning atmosphere while I still can. It's best that way. Also, Harry Potter. All right, I will keep my distance from Gryffindor. No, you should naturally keep your distance for Gryffindor, but if Harry needs your help, you could try to, help him if it's not too much trouble. I understand. Are you sure you understand? I can help Harry, but he has to give me something in return. No, if he can't offer it, he can come ask you for it. I won't pay a price for someone unrelated. But Harry is not an unrelated person, is he? In your potions class, I always see you staring at him. He can't be your illegitimate child, right? I will count to 3. If you don't leave my sight, I will make you experience that potions are not just for healing, but also for cursing. Oh dear, that's really scary. I'll head back now. Stop. What is it? What are your plans for the next school year? If possible, I would like to focus on transfiguration while studying spells. I've always been interested in Professor McGonagall's Animagus. Set aside your interests for now. Next school year, you need to spare an hour to assist me in the potions room. What is in it for me? If you perform well, I can give you a few vials of potions. Can I make them myself? As long as you don't waste my materials, I won't stop you from making as many as you can handle. Thank you for your generosity, Professor. I hope to have your guidance in the future. Being my assistant is not easy, so don't let me down. Otherwise, even if you are a Slytherin, I will deduct points from you. Oh, Professor, please don't speak so loudly to me. You know I don't have much sense of house pride, so point deductions don't threaten me. Snape left. He didn't want to say anything more to Lu Ren, fearing he might use a hanging charm to suspend Lu Ren and then carve him with a nonverbal spell, pouring wolfsbane on his wounds. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a tsundra headmaster. Lu Ren watched Snape's retreating figure, shook his head, and turned to head back to the dormitory. For a while afterward, Harry became relatively quiet after experiencing Voldemort. Of course, perhaps influenced by Lu Ren, even Ron, who is usually the most distracted, focused more. There was no way. The feeling of a first year defeating the mysterious one was too magical. However, magical things happened right before their eyes. Moreover, Harry learned from Dumbledore that Voldemort had not truly died. Sooner or later, he would return. Before that, they had to find a way to cope. As for Lu Ren, since he was not the chosen one in Dumbledore's plan, he did not speak of his battle against Voldemort. As compensation for Lu Ren, he often visited the headmaster's office. Although Dumbledore did not guide him on anything, the books left by Dumbledore that were more systematic than those in the library. From these wizarding knowledge that Dumbledore organized, Lu Ren gained a very detailed understanding of the overall wizarding world. Of course, during this process, Lu Ren also noticed that Dumbledore prepared many methods to try to steer him away from becoming the Dark Lord. For example, the research on spells emphasized that the power of a spell does not lie in how much destruction it can cause, but in how many wonders it can create. After all, creation is much harder than destruction. Lu Ren agreed with this point. Of course, Lu Ren was more concerned that in order to divert his attention, Dumbledore had indeed included a lot of valuable content. Among them were divination, herbology, potions, magical creatures, charms, and even alchemy, etc. These books didn't seem like many overall, but most of them were just catalogs and titles. Chapter 88, Planting Oneself as a Seed, Refining to Become a God, for example. In the books about potion making, there are details on how to brew potions, mentioning how to plant, gather, and harvest the ingredients. It also mentions the certain techniques needed in the process. Behind every professional term, there are books waiting for Lu Ren. Fortunately, Lu Ren has browsed through all the books available in the library, and based on the principle of diligence being rewarded, he has systematically summarized and integrated the knowledge. So it seems that all these books are indeed filled with useful information. This is akin to having someone guide him step by step after he has grasped various fundamentals. Among them, although Lu Ren has dabbled in many subjects, his hands-on practice is in alchemy. The notes on potion making he obtained from Vault 999 require a certain foundation in alchemy. Lu Ren intends to treat this as one of his summer assignments, also to prepare for learning potion making from Snape in the next school year. Time passed in this immensely fulfilling process of knowledge absorption. By the end of the third week of June, summer vacation arrived at Hogwarts. They had more than 2 months of holiday until September 1st. During this time, apart from a few people like Filch and McGonagall, all the young wizards had to leave Hogwarts. Harry and his friends said their goodbyes, and fortunately, Lu Ren, the Slytherin, was among them. Of course, Draco Malfoy was not in a great mood because he hadn't returned home even once in the past year. Not even during the short holiday of over 10 days during Christmas. As for the reason, perhaps as a qualified Gryffindor, he needed to think of a reasonable explanation on the train to avoid getting beaten up. Nevertheless, before leaving, Draco did not forget his previous promise to Lu Ren, stating that if he managed to survive after returning home, he would sincerely invite Lu Ren to visit his house. As for Ron, well, after Lu Ren saved them, he changed his view of Lu Ren, but their relationship remained ordinary. Hermione, however, looked at Lu Ren with keen interest, inquiring about his plans for the summer. Lu Ren briefly mentioned his direction, but before he could finish, Hermione interrupted him. It seemed she only wanted to hear about the aspects she could handle. For everything else, she preferred to act as if she didn't know. Poor Miss Granger, the future Minister of Magic, had chosen the wrong comparison and was stubbornly unwilling to change her comparison target. Well, Hermione couldn't find anyone else. This year, she ranked second. Besides Lu Ren, who had perfect scores across the board, she crushed the third place with her own scores, just as Lu Ren crushed her. The train started, and Lu Ren sat on it, watching Hogwarts grow distant, silently bidding a brief farewell. In the Naruto world, due to the different worlds and varying time flow, it was about 2 months after Naruto and Sasuke graduated. The Hokage, Lu Ren, who had been in a semi-vacation state, finally ended his retreat. With the help of the wizard, Lu Ren's diligence is rewarded by heaven. The cultivation of the carefree 3 techniques was much smoother. The attempts at diligence allowed Lu Ren to constantly adjust the carefree 3 techniques, ultimately completing the fusion cultivation of the chakra version of the carefree 3 techniques. He finally succeeded, planting oneself as a seed, refining to become a god, feeling the new chakra after the transformation of the technique. A look of excitement finally appeared on his face. Next came the testing phase. Lu Ren left the training room, familiarized himself with the surroundings, and returned to the Hokage office to report to the third Hokage. Lu Ren, it's great that you can adjust so well. I just happen to have something that requires you to go. The third Hokage said, handing Lu Ren a confidential letter to read. It was a request for reinforcements from Kakashi. At that moment, they were in the land of waves, detailing how Dasna had intentionally concealed the task situation, turning what was originally thought to be a C-rank task into an A-rank task. They had encountered Zabuza Momochi. Although both sides were evenly matched, Kakashi, considering he had 3 lower-ranked ninjas with him, decided to send a call for help to prevent any unforeseen tactics from the opponent. In Kakashi's team, there was not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also another member of the Uchiha clan besides Lu Ren, Uchiha Sasuke. This was the reason why the third Hokage dispatched Lu Ren. He had little doubt about Lu Ren, but was worried that Sasuke was too immersed in revenge, which could easily lead him down the wrong path. Moreover, Lu Ren and Sasuke had minimal contact outside of occasional symbolic gatherings during special holidays, which made the third Hokage feel both relieved and concerned. Thus, sending Lu Ren was intended to let Sasuke see Lu Ren's true strength, providing him with a correct example even if he remained stubborn. Lu Ren understood the situation and did not say much nor refuse the dark squad assigned to him by the third Hokage. This time, they were going to show off. Without any subordinates, it always felt a bit lacking in the show-off department. In the land of waves, Kakashi was still recuperating at Dasna's house. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were training in tree climbing under Kakashi's arrangement. Finally, it was time for the decisive battle. At this moment, Lu Ren's team had already arrived, even spending a few days half monitoring and half enjoying themselves in various places in the land of waves. This was all because Kakashi wanted to test his students, or rather, to take this opportunity to stimulate their growth. Therefore, he had Lu Ren and the others lie in wait in the shadows, only to observe unless absolutely necessary. To this, Lu Ren had nothing to say. The third Hokage's purpose for him was simply to show off, as long as he made an appearance at the crucial moment. He could enjoy his leisure. Activating his Sharingan, Lu Ren hid on a building, easily observing the battlefield through the thick mist. To be honest, even before his special abilities awakened, his performance in such situations was better than Sasuke's. Because when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he was still too young. Apart from Shuriken and the Great Fireball technique, he had not experienced much systematic education from the Uchiha clan and had not been able to utilize their traditional advantages. What is the advantage of the Uchiha clan? It's the Sharingan. This is indeed true. However, not every Uchiha ninja possesses the Sharingan. Chapter 89. The change in the land of waves under the premise of the Sharingan. There is actually another characteristic of the Uchiha clan that is not very obvious. It is taken for granted by everyone. The Uchiha clan produces many geniuses. Behind this characteristic is the inherent abundance of in release in the Uchiha bloodline, which simply means that their mental strength is relatively stronger than that of ordinary people. This manifestation typically increases with the passage of time and the growth of Uchiha clan members. Even if some individuals do not reach the level required to awaken the Sharingan, that mental power will still allow them to possess more chakra than ordinary ninjas and have stronger control over themselves. This means that with the same training, Uchiha can perform more ninjutsu than ordinary ninjas, have faster reflexes in battle, and execute techniques more exquisitely. The Uchiha clan has also developed various techniques in ninjutsu and jinjutsu based on their unique characteristics, ultimately forming a style that belongs exclusively to the Uchiha. With these foundational styles, once an Uchiha awakens their eyes, they experience an all-around enhancement. This is why it is common for Uchiha clan members to advance in ninja rank upon awakening their eyes. At this moment, Sasuke, although he had reactivated the Tomo he awakened on the night of the massacre and even unlocked a second Tomo in one eye, did not see a significant increase in power. Faced with the fully awakened ice release and the mastery of ice techniques by Haku, he could not gain a substantial advantage. If it weren't for Haku holding back multiple times, Sasuke would have already been defeated. However, ultimately, seeing that the battle situation with Zabuza was becoming increasingly urgent, Haku no longer hesitated. After depleting Sasuke's energy, he gathered hundreds of ice needles to strike at Naruto. Naruto, unable to dodge in time, was saved by Sasuke, who took the attacks for him and then slowly collapsed. Upon witnessing this, Naruto's originally sky blue eyes instantly transformed into beast-like slit pupils, and a sinister chakra began to emanate from his body. Kakashi, sensing this scene from his position, felt a bit anxious, but relaxed slightly knowing that Ren was watching over them covertly. However, he glanced at Zabuza with a more serious expression. Kakashi did not want to continue circling around. In the shadows, a member of the Umbu team, sensing the situation, asked Captain, "The Jinchuriki seems to be on the verge of a rampage. Should we intervene?" "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. This is the crucial moment to test the Jinchuriki's mentality. If we go out now, we would miss a great opportunity. But if something goes wrong, I will step in." "Understood." Upon hearing Ren's words, the previously restless Umbu members immediately calmed down. Although the situation in the Cloud Village was very covert, as members of Konoha's Umbu, they were still aware of some information. Especially during Ren's seclusion, the third Hokage had intentionally elevated Ren's status, and some information about the Cloud Village had circulated within the Umbu. A Konoha ninja had single-handedly gone to the Land of Lightning to severely injure the Raikage. Although the specifics of the process were unknown, this achievement alone was enough for Ren to reach the same height as White Fang. The battle gradually intensified under the watchful eyes of everyone. Naruto erupted, turning the tide, shattering Haku's mask, and discovering that Haku was the big sister he had encountered before, leading to a verbal confrontation. Haku was similarly affected, but he had his own convictions. After a brief struggle with Naruto, pushing him back, he quickly charged towards Zabuza, who was locked onto by Kakashi's powerful jutsu. Amidst the flickering lightning, Kakashi's hand was about to pierce Haku's body. In that moment, a large knife wrapped in bandages blocked Kakashi's attack. Even Kakashi's hand, covered in lightning chakra, began to be gradually consumed as it clashed with the large knife. The large knife then transitioned from defense to offense, spinning and slicing toward Kakashi's abdomen, seemingly intending to cut him in half. Kakashi, with his sharp reflexes, quickly evaded. However, because his Raikiri was typically a decisive attack that left no room for retreat, he did not anticipate this situation. As a result, although Kakashi had some leeway to withdraw, he still suffered a scratch on his arm. Shreds of clothing mixed with blood tore from Kakashi's body, staining his arm with fresh blood. However, Kakashi quickly stabilized his injury using his precise chakra control. The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye, with many judgments and maneuvers executed seamlessly, minimizing all losses. This is the value of an elite Genin. Compared to Genin, the elite Genin at the highest tier of ninja combat has the greatest characteristic of having almost no weaknesses. At the same level, you cannot deliver a fatal blow by exploiting a specific weakness of your opponent, as they have already perfected their own weaknesses. In ninjutsu, even if some aspects do not stand out among the three categories, they will not be instantly killed. The only thing the opponent can do is crush them in stronger aspects. Even Guy, while specializing in taijutsu, continuously improves in the other two areas. He has a set of methods to counter ninjutsu, and also a set to counter genjutsu, and after perfecting these, he would defeat you with his strongest taijutsu. At this moment, Kakashi retreated quickly and finally saw his opponent's appearance. It was a shark-faced figure with pale blue skin, wielding a large knife wrapped in bandages that seemed to be alive, writhing after consuming Kakashi's chakra. This was the rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Kisame Hashigaki. Although Kakashi was no longer part of the Umbu, he had spent a lot of time there and quickly recognized his opponent upon seeing him. Just as Kakashi was contemplating what to do next, a familiar and chilling voice suddenly came from behind him. "Captain Kakashi, long time no see." When? Kakashi turned to block, but in an instant, he met a pair of eyes. They were similar to his right eye, the three Tomo Sharingan. The difference was that in the next moment, those eyes transformed into a spinning pattern resembling a pinwheel. It was none other than Itachi Uchiha Tsukuyami. As blood flowed from Itachi's left eye, Kakashi was directly pulled into the Tsukuyami space. In the outside world, their gaze only lasted an instant, But Kakashi was tormented in the Tsukuyami space for what felt like an eternity. Kakashi managed to endure, but his spirit was pushed to the limit by this torment. With his last ounce of strength, Kakashi looked in one direction. That direction was where Ren was. His gaze seemed to want to convey some greeting, but ultimately, he ran out of energy and collapsed straight down. Chapter 90, Support Kakashi-sensei. X2 Naruto and Sakura's expressions changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. Naruto exclaimed and used Shadow Clone Jutsu to rush over to rescue Kakashi. However, the disparity in strength made it impossible for Naruto, despite having an immense amount of chakra, to approach Itachi, as he was intercepted midway by Kisame, who restrained him with the Samahata. At this moment, Zabuza Momochi also regained his composure, pushed away Haku, who was blocking his path, suppressed his emotions, and looked at Uchiha Itachi, saying, "How did you end up here?" Itachi replied indifferently, "It's just a bounty mission. Your boss doesn't seem to trust you very much, and we happen to be in need of money." Throughout the conversation, Itachi never directly looked at Zabuza, but instead glanced at Mizunoto Haku. In the distance, members of the Umbu saw Naruto getting injured under Kisame's attack and couldn't help but worry, asking, "Captain, should we intervene now?" "Hey, where's the captain?" The Umbu members sought instructions from Captain Lu Ren, but noticed that he had disappeared from their side without them realizing it. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the large blade Samahata was about to strike Naruto, who was unable to dodge. In that moment, Naruto felt a genuine life-threatening crisis, and the chakra of the nine tails within him was ready to erupt. However, just as Naruto was about to go berserk, a hand landed on his shoulder, ignoring the corrosive nature of the nine tails chakra, bringing with it a powerful absorbing force that devoured the nine tails power that was about to overwhelm Naruto. The original Naruto quickly regained his composure after shedding the nine tails power. Looking up, he saw a figure wearing a mask standing beside him, a not very broad hand firmly pressing down on his shoulder, suppressing the beast within him. What shocked Naruto was that the other hand of this person was gripping the large sword that had been aimed at him, as if it were made of iron. With a slight force from the person's fingers, the bandages around the large sword in Kisame's hand snapped, and a strange creature emerged from the wrappings. The creature was covered in spikes, as solid as steel, and Naruto felt an ominous danger from it. However, in the hands of the person before him, it flopped around like a fish, letting out a painful cry when the person applied a slight force. Seeing this, Kisame realized that the sudden arrival of this person was troublesome and attempted to withdraw his blade, but a force of absorption came from the Samahata towards him. This scene shocked Kisame even more. Normally, he wielded the Samahata to absorb others' chakra, but now the situation had completely reversed. Watching the Samahata struggle and cry out, its strength gradually weakening, Kisame made a decisive decision. He let go of the blade and quickly formed hand seals while retreating, performing water release, shark bomb technique, transforming into several vicious water sharks that lunged towards Lu Ren. Lu Ren showed no intention of dodging this ninjutsu, still holding tightly to the Samahata, frantically channeling power to absorb its strength completely. When the incoming water sharks were just 3 meters away from Lu Ren, they were blocked by a massive, condensed bell, and any water shark attempting to break through was repelled by the rebound force from the giant bell. After Kisame's attack failed, he continued to form hand seals quickly. The technique he was using was the long hand seal water dragon bullet technique. Lu Ren should have ignored this ninjutsu as well. However, just before the water dragon bullet was unleashed, Lu Ren felt himself being targeted by a powerful ocular ability. Suddenly, the golden bell energy shield surrounding him was engulfed in a layer of black flame. Kotoe Mitsukami. Uchiha Itachi had somehow appeared behind Lu Ren, and blood tears slowly flowed from the corner of his right eye. At this moment, although Lu Ren's golden bell was solid, the black flames acted like maggots, burning not only matter but also energy. They would only cease when Itachi's ocular power was exhausted, or when the surroundings were cleared of anything that could burn. It was said that Amaterasu, like the great fireball, does not kill, but every time it is unleashed, it almost always results in either death or injury. Faced with this unquenchable flame, Lu Ren felt a burning desire. His recent training had led him to master the 3 techniques of Xiaoyao, and after an overall exceptional transformation, he felt as if he were a new seed of the divine tree. However, this seed was very weak and could not gain strength through plunder like the divine tree. Yet, this seed possessed characteristics that the divine tree did not have: the ability to absorb and grow. Based on the 3 techniques of Xiaoyao, it could continuously refine and absorb powerful chakra or attribute energy, thereby enhancing its foundation and undergoing constant transformation. Through continuous transformation, it could become a humanoid divine tree with divine tree capabilities. The black flames before him contained extreme fire attributes, and if he could refine them, it would greatly enhance his resistance to fire attributes and significantly increase his fire release power. For Lu Ren, this was no different from strange fire. Of course, while the black flames were appealing, they needed to be absorbed gradually. In the midst of battle, he could not afford to use the Biming divine skill for direct absorption. Thus, without hesitation, Lu Ren dispersed the golden bell energy shield and produced a special sealing scroll to draw the Amaterasu flames into it. Sealing fire technique. This was a technique once used by Jiraiya in the original work and was recorded in the Umbu's texts. But due to the harsh learning conditions and difficulty, few people made an effort to master it. Sealing the black flames was a matter of an instant. However, at the moment Lu Ren put away the scroll, Kisame's water dragon bullet technique was already ready and rushed towards Lu Ren. If it were anyone else, dispersing such a defense, no matter how strong they were, would be overwhelmed by the water flow, their blood boiling, or even trapped underwater, ultimately being ground down by Kisame. However, Lu Ren did not experience this. He raised his hand, casually stepped, and relied on pure physical technique to dodge the large-scale water dragon bullet attack, even taking Naruto along with him. After Kisame's attack missed, he did not immediately retaliate. As he retreated, Lu Ren casually threw the absorbed Samahata in the opposite direction, causing it to collide with a reef. Kisame, heartbroken over his blade, ultimately gave up on pursuing Lu Ren and instead performed the water shark technique, bringing the Samahata back to him through an underwater route. However, when Kisame saw his blade, the pain on his face was even harder to conceal. At this moment, the originally plump Samahata had been reduced to a dried fish, and if it weren't for the fact that it still twitched occasionally, one might think it was just a particularly special piece of dried fish. Chapter 91. Overcoming S-Class rogue ninjas. Before Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki had a chance to catch their breath, Lu Ren decisively chose to launch a full-scale attack. Meanwhile, the Umbu, under Lu Ren's prior arrangements, gathered Naruto, Sakura, the just-awoken Sasuke, the still unconscious Kakashi, and the panicking Tazuna to protect them. Damn it, Uchiha Itachi, don't stand in my way. I must kill him. You, an S-Class rogue ninja from Konoha, do you think a mere Chunin like you can handle that? Naive. Don't misunderstand. These are our captain's exact words. He asked me to convey them to you. What else did he say? Just watch closely and see how he takes his revenge. Upon hearing one of the Umbu's words, Sasuke Uchiha's face was filled with anger and resentment, as if he hated his own powerlessness for not being able to kill Uchiha Itachi with his own hands. Unconsciously, Sasuke's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, watching the changes, or rather, staring intently at that figure. At this moment, the battlefield was in a tense stalemate, with Lu Ren facing off against 2 S-Class rogue ninjas without losing ground. The golden bell shield had once again formed around his body, rendering Kisame's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and sword techniques completely ineffective against him. Lu Ren's gaze was locked onto Uchiha Itachi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Itachi's Jinjutsu, aside from the Manjiki Sharingan Tsukuyomi, had little effect on Lu Ren. Coupled with Lu Ren's outstanding taijutsu and close combat abilities, Itachi found himself in a precarious situation. What weighed heavily on Itachi was that when he tried to use the power of the Manjiki to disrupt Lu Ren, he sensed that the power of Lu Ren's eyes was not inferior to his own. If anything, it might even surpass his. You also have eyes similar to mine. Of course, you are Shursue's younger brother. How could you be mediocre? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi looked at Lu Ren, and deep in his indifferent eyes, there was a hint of complexity and contemplation. However, Lu Ren showed no sign of acknowledgement toward Itachi's praise, not even a thought to respond. The already extraordinary body flicker technique suddenly transformed into an instantaneous movement, appearing beside Itachi, condensing a fire tribute palm strike directly toward him. This palm strike, even the fourth Reikage would have difficulty blocking, let alone Itachi, who was not particularly strong in taijutsu. However, at the critical moment, Kisame swung his large sword, Samehada, to intercept it. The already thin Samehada, after taking Lu Ren's palm, strike head-on, let out a heart-wrenching scream as it was scorched by Lu Ren's fierce and domineering fire energy. But all of this happened quickly and left just as fast. Samehada, amidst its agonized cries, was roasted by Lu Ren's intense fire energy, its spines falling off, and eventually, it turned into charcoal, shattering into pieces on the ground. Samehada extinguished. This momentary gap allowed Kisame to catch his breath, creating distance between himself, Itachi, and Lu Ren. Itachi-sen, it seems that our lives may come to a conclusion here today. Perhaps. Uchiha Itachi remained calm, but he was more silent than before, casting a glance at Sasuke, who was surrounded by the crowd in the distance. Maybe this is not so bad. Itachi's words were vague, but in the next moment, a serious glint flashed in his eyes. He was ready to get serious, not for the fight, but for survival against his opponent. The younger brother he once wanted to befriend, yet ignored, was now beginning to reveal something to him, and he unconsciously recalled everything his younger brother had said in passing. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi realized something. However, he fell silent again. In the midst of the silence, Lu Ren launched his offensive once more. As the distance widened, Lu Ren used the body flicker technique to rush toward Itachi and Kisame, but they had already had time to react. Kisame no longer launched offensive ninjutsu. Instead, he initiated the hidden mist technique. However, this wasn't for assassination. It was meant to obscure Lu Ren's position and allow for escape. Although the hidden mist technique had little advantage against the Sharingan, if the chakra supply was increased while using it, the mist would be infused with chakra power. In such a case, even the strength of the Sharingan would be hindered. Just before Kisame used Samehada to block Lu Ren, he had absorbed some of Samehada's remaining chakra into his body, which allowed him to use this technique without restraint. Upon seeing this, Lu Ren understood his intentions. With his chakra, he could easily evaporate the dense mist with a fire technique. However, being surrounded by the ocean, using fire techniques would only provide a brief line of sight, which would quickly be replenished by Kisame. Thus, Lu Ren slowly raised his hand and performed a ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. This was a very conventional ninjutsu, typically used by upper ninjas to blow away a swath of leaves over a range of several meters, breaking branches and even leaving marks on the trunks of large trees. Normally, this ninjutsu wasn't used for killing. It was meant to break traps or create distance from an opponent, though sometimes it was used to clear some specific traces. However, when Lu Ren used this ninjutsu, it took on a completely different form. Once the ninjutsu was completed, a gust of wind swept through the dense mist. At first, it wasn't very strong, but as it intensified, the wind not only didn't show any signs of slowing down, but rather surged like a tidal wave, continuously gaining strength and gradually forming a tornado that sucked the surrounding mist into it. The surrounding mist, even if it wanted to maintain its original state, quickly condensed under the powerful slicing wind and became thinner as it was swept away by the tornado. Due to the condensation of water vapor, along with the tornado passing over some water areas, it acted like a pump, drawing seawater up and spraying it in all directions, causing a torrential downpour in the entire area. As a result of the rain, the originally thin mist completely dissipated. At this moment, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were already hundreds of meters away from Lu Ren. However, Lu Ren showed no signs of worry. His three-tomo Sharingan activated as he used the body flicker technique to chase after them, his body subtly crackling with lightning, elevating his already incredible speed to another level. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the two. Chapter 92, Susanoo vs. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Kisame Hashigaki had already prepared his ninjutsu, launching a massive wave towards Lu Ren. He didn't expect it to harm Lu Ren, but rather aimed to briefly hinder his pursuit speed using the water's impact. Unfortunately, He underestimated Lu Ren's control over chakra. Or perhaps, people in this world simply didn't understand that the terrifying abilities unleashed when chakra control reaches a certain level are not at all inferior to ninjutsu. As the waves surged, Lu Ren raised his hand and flicked his fingers, releasing a heavy burst of energy that expanded into a massive pillar of air, directly piercing through the oncoming waves. Lu Ren passed through the gap created by the air column, swiftly arriving before Uchiha Itachi. In a critical moment, Itachi activated his ocular power, which transformed into a skeletal energy form around him. This was none other than Susanoo. The enormous skeletal arms suddenly swiped towards Lu Ren. Lu Ren did not dodge or evade, instead using pure defensive energy to withstand Susanoo's attack. He retaliated with a powerful finger thrust directed at Uchiha Itachi. With one strike, he broke 3 bones of Susanoo that had just formed, penetrating through Itachi's shoulder. Itachi's face turned pale, but without a hint of hesitation, he fully activated his ocular power. The red skeletal form further evolved, growing flesh and manifesting 3 uniquely styled weapons in his hands, instilling a sense of imminent threat in Lu Ren. You think you are the only one with power? The 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes no longer suppressed his ocular power, transforming into a special kaleidoscopic pattern. Meanwhile, a giant slowly emerged around Lu Ren as well. Unlike Itachi's red Susanoo, Lu Ren's Susanoo was a transparent amber color, not only towering but also incredibly condensed. Seeing Lu Ren's Susanoo, Itachi's expression changed. Not only was Lu Ren's Susanoo powerful, but its form was also quite different from the typical humanoid shape: 3 heads and 6 arms. One head was benevolent, another was malevolent, and the third was formless. The 6 arms, 2 of which were in a prayer position, used chakra to manifest various items. One hand held a porcelain vase, another hand held chains. One hand held a book, and another hand held a hand crossbow. Each item in his hands gave Itachi a very dangerous feeling. He knew that if he didn't go all out, he would definitely die. As Itachi pondered, Lu Ren had already made his move. The hands of Susanoo, which were in a prayer position, first began to move. One hand separated, making a gesture as a concentrated chakra power gathered at the fingertips. Then, with a flick of his finger, that concentrated power shot directly towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi quickly raised the 8-span mirror to block the attack. Although the 8-span mirror was said to provide absolute defense against all physical and ninjutsu damage, it could not withstand the pure ocular power impact within Lu Ren's energy. The refined finger strength, imbued with a layer of overwhelming ocular power, shattered the 8-span mirror. Itachi continued to channel his chakra and decisively maintain the 8-span mirror, opting to use the 8-span jewel to counter Lu Ren. This was a long-range weapon, extremely sharp in its attack. If the 8-span mirror was the strongest shield, then the 8-span jewel was the strongest spear. Facing this incoming attack, Lu Ren raised another hand. At the center of that hand was a swastika radiating golden Buddhist light. With a lift of his hand, the condensed chakra power burst forth, transforming into a swastika shockwave that met the 8-span jewel head-on. In the collision, although the swastika shattered, the 8-span jewel also lost its power and similarly dissipated. In 2 encounters, Lu Ren had directly broken 2 of Itachi's trump cards, causing Itachi to feel grave concern. His final trump card was the 10-fist sword. As long as he hit, he could trap his opponent in an illusion and seal them. However, the prerequisite was to hit first. Now, Lu Ren stood with Susanoo, and he still had several weapons inherent to Susanoo that he had yet to use, making Itachi hesitate to act rashly. However, while Itachi remained still, it didn't mean Lu Ren would. In the next moment, the hand holding the book-like weapon moved. The book began to slowly turn pages, eventually stopping on a certain page. After finishing his previous attack, the large hands that had rejoined in prayer quickly formed seals, completing all hand signs in 1 second. Itachi clearly recognized the technique through his Sharingan. It was the first ninjutsu he had ever learned. Fire release. Great fireball technique. However, this great fireball technique was not cast by Lu Ren, but was unleashed by the giant Susanoo through the book weapon. The scale of the flames was also proportionate to Susanoo. At the moment the ninjutsu was activated, half of the sky turned crimson, and the scorching flames descended like a falling sun. Lu Ren demonstrated to everyone a principle. As long as you are strong enough, even a mere C-rank ninjutsu can achieve a terrifying effect on an SSS level. The massive fireball surged towards Uchiha, enveloping Itachi Susanoo. Although Susanoo protected Itachi from direct harm, it could not shield against the heat. Lu Ren's great fireball seemed limitless, continuously spewing forth massive flames, persistently roasting Itachi Susanoo. Naturally, Itachi would not allow this. He attempted to retreat from the circle of flames while activating Susanoo. However, the chain in Lu Ren's hand lashed out as if it had a will of its own, coiling around Itachi's Susanoo like a fiery serpent, binding it tightly. In that moment, Itachi's expression changed. He felt that the moment the chain ensnared his Susanoo, he couldn't even disperse it, forced into a passive tug-of-war with Lu Ren. Feeling the intense heat around him, Itachi no longer held back, grabbing onto the chain that ensnared him and sending a 10-fist sword towards Lu Ren. This strike could not be carefully aimed at the cautious Lu Ren, so he could only target Lu Ren's Susanoo. In that instant, Lu Ren felt as if he had lost connection with Susanoo. However, this situation was resolved in an instant. One of the hands among Lu Ren's 6 arms, holding the porcelain vase, suddenly shattered, releasing a unique radiant power that spread throughout Susanoo. The 10-fist sword was bypassed by that light, and the sealing state was directly lifted, retracting back into Uchiha, Itachi's Susanoo. The broken vase could produce a shattering force, eliminating all forms of confinement and restriction on itself. The only drawback was that the broken vase could only be used once a day, as each use required the vase to shatter, necessitating a cool-down period for it to restore. However, that was already sufficient. Chapter 93. The destruction of the shark and the slaying of Itachi. As Lu Ren released himself from his bindings, Uchiha Itachi had completely lost his trump card. His ocular power and chakra had reached their limits after intense fighting. Lu Ren did not hesitate for a moment and decisively used the last Susanoo hand crossbow in his possession. The lock-on crossbow, locking onto the target. It would not return without blood. A vast amount of energy quickly condensed into an energy arrow. The crossbow was fully drawn, and in an instant, it shot out. Facing this attack, Uchiha Itachi attempted to dodge, but did not realize it was a tracking arrow. At the moment he tried to evade, it swiftly curved back and pierced through his heart from behind. Was that how it ended? Uchiha Itachi looked at the body that had been pierced, feeling the flow of life leaving him, his expression devoid of confusion and fear of death, remaining silent and calm. Itachi. Kakashi's expression turned somewhat complex upon witnessing this scene. However, he did not hesitate and unleashed the ninjutsu he had already completed but never had the chance to use. He merged into the water and, along with a group of water sharks, surged towards Lu Ren. But in the next moment, within the Susanoo, Lu Ren turned around, activating the ability of his right eye from the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kaleidoscope impermanence. Kakashi stood there in a daze, as if seeing 2 black and white figures with chains rushing towards him. He wanted to dodge, but his body wouldn't move, and he could only watch helplessly as the black and white phantoms with chains passed through him. In that instant, his consciousness detached from his body and headed towards the fierce head of Lu Ren Susanoo. Upon reaching that head, it opened its mouth wide and devoured the black and white phantoms along with Kakashi's consciousness. At the same time, Kakashi's body, upon losing contact with his consciousness, quickly lost vitality. Impermanence led to impermanence, binding souls and sending them into the cycle of reincarnation. Once caught by this ocular technique, if pursued by the black and white phantoms and sent into the mouth of the fierce head, it was akin to entering the gates of hell. Kakashi's strength was considerable, but it was not enough for him to resist the power of impermanence. Thus he died. Kakashi's vitality faded away. However, Lu Ren was not pleased by this, as he noticed the corners of Kakashi's mouth were raised in a smile before death. Turning back, Lu Ren saw that Uchiha Itachi, who he had pierced through, had vanished without a trace. Using his sensory technique, bolstered by overwhelming chakra, Lu Ren sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation several nautical miles away in the sea. No, to be precise, it was 2 fluctuations. One was Uchiha Itachi's. Lu Ren was not surprised that he was alive, as he would not forget that the Uchiha clan possessed a ninjutsu that could reverse reality, Izanagi. The other fluctuation belonged to Kakashi. However, that chakra was gradually depleting as it carried Uchiha Itachi further away. Lu Ren raised his hand, and a force of attraction emanated from it, pulling Kakashi's corpse towards him. The Sharingan opened once again. Kaleidoscope carousel. A torrent of ocular power surged into the brain cells of Kakashi, who had not yet fully died, stimulating his body to recall memories of his life. Gradually, Lu Ren grasped numerous techniques and assassination arts from the Mist Village, including a secret technique from the Kakashi clan, which involved the use of water ninjutsu with sharks. Of course, he also witnessed Kakashi's growth and enlightenment. In the end, Kakashi chose to become a qualified ninja. In terms of survival tactics, Itachi was stronger. So let me give my all to help him break free and bring Lu Ren's message back to the organization. This was Kakashi's final choice in life. He used his life to practice his ninja way. When everything ended, Lu Ren dispersed the Susanoo. Turning back to look at the not-so-far distance, there stood Zabuza and Haku, frozen in shock and too afraid to move. The battle just now had frightened Zabuza. As a rogue ninja and a Jainin, he felt his worth diminishing. At this moment, even though Zabuza was not far from Tazuna and still held his executioner's blade, and Haku still had the strength to fight, he did not dare to make any aggressive moves. Lu Ren, however, had no intention of wasting words with them. A bolt of lightning, mixed with a silent thrust, shot towards Zabuza. Zabuza was still in shock, but Haku reacted first and rushed to defend Zabuza. However, the penetrating thrust was not something he could withstand. The lightning-infused thrust, upon being released, made a sound like thunder. At the same time, its power, like thunder, instantly pierced through his ice release, and upon hitting him, it continued to pierce through Zabuza behind him without losing momentum. Thunder's Finger. Lu Ren utilized the martial arts techniques from his comprehensive martial arts training, the lightning attribute chakra transformation, drawing inspiration from Kakashi's lightning cutter, combined with a bit of assistance from hard work, to develop this finger technique. Although it seemed unremarkable, it was undoubtedly an S-rank ninjutsu. Furthermore, it belonged to the forbidden technique category. This finger technique was not only powerful, but also dangerous during training. It involved a very strict condition, control. It required extremely fine control over the lightning attribute. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for anyone to master such control without training. Only those with exceptional talent or individuals like Lu Ren, who treated chakra as a martial art and reached profound levels, could do so. Take them away. Seeing the two incapacitated individuals, Lu Ren waved his hand dismissively to the Umbu members. Everything happened too quickly for them to react. Naruto, Sakura, Tazuna, and Sasuke, who had woken up at some point and was now in a long silence. One of the Umbu members quickly teleported in front of Kakashi to check his condition. He had suffered severe mental exhaustion and needed to rest for a while to recover. However, he would wake up by tomorrow at the latest. The Umbu explained this, and Naruto and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ren said no more, pointed with his finger, and a green chakra flew toward Sasuke. Sasuke instinctively tried to dodge, but before he could move, he was hit. Soon, Sasuke noticed that the injuries he had just sustained were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Lu Ren also pointed at Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna in turn. This is my medical ninjutsu. It cures illnesses and strengthens the healthy. I will take these two first. Sasuke, once Kakashi wakes up, tell him what happened, and he will know how to handle the aftermath. I'm leaving. Chapter 94, Complex. Sasuke. Lu Ren waved his hand, not giving anyone a chance to say anything further, and instantly took the entire Umbu team, disappearing from the bridge, leaving behind a group of silent people. After a long while, Sakura looked at the departing Lu Ren and couldn't help but glance at Sasuke. Sasuke, he seems to have similar eyes to you. Could he be your clansman? Yes, he's the only clansman I have left in Konoha, Sasuke replied. I feel like he doesn't look very old. Maybe not even as old as Itachi. Why is he so powerful? At this moment, Naruto spoke up. Having watched the entire battle, he felt very frustrated and powerless. He had previously had his worldview shattered by Itachi, and now Lu Ren had once again crushed the worldview he hadn't yet rebuilt. So, ninja battles can be that terrifying. So, ninjutsu has so many applications. Is this what true genius looks like? Meanwhile, Sasuke remained silent, not wanting to pay attention to Naruto and Sakura's incessant chatter. His mind was preoccupied with another matter. Is Itachi still alive? He should have wanted to kill Itachi with his own hands. But why did he feel worried when he saw Lu Ren overpowering Itachi? Why? When he saw Lu Ren use the Susanu's arrow to pierce Itachi, was his first thought not to cheer, but to act against Lu Ren? He wanted to tell himself that this grudge should be avenged by him alone, that he didn't want anyone else to interfere. But Lu Ren couldn't be treated the same way, because Lu Ren was also a Uchiha. This excuse was something he could say to anyone, but he couldn't say it to Lu Ren, nor did he have the right to. Because even if Lu Ren shifted his anger towards him because of Itachi's actions, he deserved it. But Lu Ren didn't. He didn't blame him and even supported him, allowing him to feel a sense of belonging in Konoha. Just now, Uchiha Lu Ren was merely fulfilling his responsibility, completing the revenge they all should have. But what was he doing? All of this left Sasuke in silence. He unconsciously touched his eyes when he saw Itachi being killed by Lu Ren. His eyes gave him the answer. This left the silent Sasuke unable to even deceive himself. Time passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Kakashi's team finally finished dealing with the aftermath and returned to Konoha smoothly. Kakashi went to report the mission, while the team had a few days to rest. Under Kakashi's persuasion over the past few days, Sasuke's emotions had improved a lot, and he also learned about Uchiha Lu Ren's performance in the Umbu over the past 2 years. Extraordinary combat talent, astonishing physical strength, combined with the talent for creating his own ninjutsu. Even if the Uchiha clan still existed, he would still be the most talented Uchiha. Whether it was Itachi or his brother Uchiha Shursui, in terms of talent and genius, they were all slightly inferior to him. This was Kakashi's exact words to Sasuke. After returning to Konoha, Sasuke, wanting to confirm Itachi's condition, naturally went to find Lu Ren first. Naruto and Sakura, unsure if they were worried about Sasuke or driven by their own curiosity, insisted on accompanying him to visit Lu Ren. In response, Sasuke outwardly disagreed, but ultimately brought Naruto and Sakura along. Why? Because Sasuke really had no reason to seek out Lu Ren. Although Lu Ren was his only clansman in Konoha, they didn't often keep in touch. Sasuke was used to others coming to him. He had no reason or excuse to seek out others. Plus, given the complexity of his feelings regarding this matter, using Naruto and Sakura's strong insistence as an excuse was a good cover for his true thoughts. On the other side, Lu Ren concluded his tasks. He had fully refined the Nine Tails chakra he obtained from Naruto and the chakra from the Three Tails he acquired from the Swordfish. These two ominous powers were a calamity within Lu Ren's body, constantly eroding him. Fortunately, Lu Ren had a strong physique and vibrant life force, combined with his Sharingan suppression, which allowed him to endure. If it were an ordinary person without sealing techniques, they would either not survive or be left with lifelong disabilities. Using the free and easy 3 techniques, he constantly wore down the 2 powers, allowing his attributes to grow in various aspects. In terms of MP and HP, for the first time, he didn't need Pirate Lu Ren's support and directly took the lead, allowing Pirate Lu Ren to enjoy a wave of HP benefits. Name: Lu Ren, experience 4, HP 49,000 MP, 53,000 talent. Hard work is rewarded. The 2 types of Tail Beast Chakra not only increase my MP and HP to different extents, but most importantly, the quality and strength of my chakra also received a significant boost. This is something the panel cannot reflect. The same fire release technique that previously lasted for 10 minutes can now continuously burn for 30 minutes. And the temperature of the flames will significantly increase after I devour Amaterasu's flames. However, this is the first time that my MP has surpassed my HP, and I wonder what impact this will have on Lu Ren in other worlds. While organizing himself, Lu Ren also considered Lu Ren from other worlds. They were originally one. They rise and fall together. However, thinking about the decision made by the Navy Lu Ren in the pirate world, he felt less worried. Lu Ren, are you home? Just as Lu Ren was about to immerse his consciousness into the space to observe the situation on pirate Lu Ren's side, Sasuke came to knock on the door. Lu Ren got up and opened the door, seeing Sasuke and the Naruto and Sakura behind him. He smiled and said, "Come in." "Welcome, Naruto and Sakura." "Sorry for the intrusion," they said in unison. Naruto and Sakura entered first, and Sasuke hesitated before asking, "Will this be a bother to you?" "Don't worry, even though I'm still in the Umbu, the third Hokage has agreed to let me leave. In a while, I should be able to do missions normally like you all." "Is that so? Then that means I will have the chance to team up with Lu Ren in the future." "Of course. Please take care of me in the future." Facing the admiration of Sakura and Naruto, Lu Ren smiled and spoke in a very friendly manner, showing none of the decisiveness he had during the battle against the S-rank rogue ninja. Even now, Naruto and Sakura couldn't equate this neighborly older brother, who was only 3 years older than them, with the masked Umbu team leader from before. The difference felt vast. Thus, Lu Ren warmly hosted Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, inviting them to share a meal together during mealtime. Lu Ren asked the three of them what they liked to eat. Naruto was the first to raise his hand, expressing a desire for Ichiraka ramen. Sasuke said he liked meatballs, and Sakura coincidentally mentioned that she also liked meatballs just like Sasuke. However, in the end, Sakura chose sushi. Chapter 95. Interrogation Group Leader Sakura, aside from being particularly enamored with Sasuke's looks, actually resembles a silly girl. If not for the environment of the Naruto world, she would likely be a Fujoshi otaku in modern times, enjoying shipping various pairings. In the end, Lu Ren took the three kids to a sushi restaurant to buy a portion of sushi, then to Ichiraka Ramen for a serving of ramen, and finally to a dumpling shop for takeout before heading to a barbecue restaurant together. That's right, Lu Ren wanted to eat barbecue. At the barbecue restaurant, they encountered Asuma and his group, and everyone simply shared a table. Asuma greeted Lu Ren with a smile, very warm and friendly. He had just returned from a land of fire's daimyo residence and was arranged by his father to become a jonin, leading a second-generation team. He was a typical village second generation, leading a group of clans second generation, which was quite reasonable. As for why he was so warm towards Lu Ren, it was simply because he had heard some internal information from the third Hokage that many ninjas were unaware of. Asuma's 3 students, seeing their teacher being so enthusiastic toward someone, were curious and secretly scrutinized the boy who was not much older than them. After the barbecue meal, Lu Ren initially planned to pay the bill, but Asuma had already settled it in advance. Asuma's strength was average, but he was quite knowledgeable about social etiquette. When Lu Ren left with Naruto and the others, Asuma's team, including Shikamaru, couldn't help but ask Asuma sensei, "Who is this Lu Ren? He is clearly not that old. Why do you respect him so much? Not that old, but he has achieved heights that everyone else could only dream of." "What? How is that possible? We never heard of him." "It's normal for you not to know. Even in Konoha today, not many people are aware. Because it was a secret that couldn't be disclosed, yet it was an event that shook 2 great nations." "Shook 2 great nations? That is something you can't understand. Just know that that man is very strong." "How strong is very strong?" "He might have fought against a Kage." Hiss, that guy fought an old man." Hey, the old man may be old, but he was very powerful when he was young." "And I didn't say it was an old man." Oh. The 3 of them nodded in understanding, with Shikamaru falling into deep thought. He had always been clever and quickly realized something. If it wasn't the Hokage he fought, it must have been someone from another village. And only the strongest from the other 4 great villages could be referred to as a Kage. Therefore, it meant that Lu Ren had defeated the strongest ninja from another village. With this thought, combined with Asuma's identity as a village second generation, Shikamaru understood why Asuma respected him. On the other side, after Lu Ren left with the 3 kids, Sasuke asked a similar question. "That ninja named Asuma seems to want to befriend you?" "That's your misconception. Many ninjas want to befriend him instead." "Why?" "His dad is the Hokage." "Then why did he say he wanted to join your team?" "That was the Hokage's arrangement. The third Hokage must have other considerations that we little ninjas can't comprehend." "Is that so?" "Of course, as a ninja, you need to take one step at a time and not aim too high." Lu Ren spoke, imparting his life experience to the 3 kids while also discussing some social etiquette. Of course, These lessons were not particularly appealing to the young and impetuous trio. Lu Ren smiled and didn't continue his lecturing. These three didn't need to understand these things. Their paths kept them revolving around the power center of the village, and they didn't need to worry about social etiquette at all. Finally, they found you. Hey, Lu Ren, you're here too. This saves us some trouble. Just as Lu Ren and the three kids were full and Lu Ren was preparing to find an excuse to go their separate ways, they ran into someone. Kakashi-sensei. The three kids were puzzled upon seeing Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi handed 3 forms to the kids and said to Lu Ren, the third Hokage wants you to come over. The third Hokage is looking for me? Yes, it should be about your promotion and subsequent arrangements. I see. Then I'll head over first. Lu Ren nodded at Kakashi and the 3 kids, then leaped towards the Hokage's office. Since the location where Kakashi met them was not far from the Hokage's office, Lu Ren arrived at the door in just a few breaths. Knocking on the door, he heard, "Come in. Third Hokage, you were looking for me?" "Yes, your Jonin appointment has been approved, and here are your duties. Take a look," the third Hokage said, handing Lu Ren 2 documents. One was Lu Ren's Jonin certificate, with the Jonin uniform beside it. The other was the temporary assignment given to Lu Ren after becoming a Jonin, interrogation department leader. This position could be considered quite excellent and also suited Lu Ren's displayed strength characteristics. The Sharingan's hypnosis provided a strong advantage in interrogation. Plus, Lu Ren had experience in the Umbu, giving him a strong understanding of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. The interrogation department was not just about interrogating criminals. It also had responsibilities for tracking down fugitives and searching for spies within the village. Originally, some of these responsibilities fell to the guard team. But after the Uchiha clan's massacre, the guard team still existed, but its powers have been reduced to the point where it was basically akin to a city management authority. The interrogation department took on some of the guard team's responsibilities. This arrangement showed that they had put thought into Lu Ren's position. Lu Ren was also very satisfied with this role. As the interrogation department leader, he possessed the authority to interrogate criminals independently. He could utilize this power to extract memories from others through the Sharingan. Additionally, this position had the authority to extract prisoners from Konoha's jail. He could take the opportunity to absorb some people's chakra, attempting to enhance his own attributes. The chakra version of the 3 arts of freedom, absorbing and refining other chakra, slowly transforming it into his own with the help of the principle of diligence, is rewarded. This was almost a very clever method, but one had to admit it was practical. This method could also be referenced by other Lu Ren. The wizard Lu Ren previously wanted to absorb Voldemort's soul precisely for this reason. As long as Voldemort dared to enter Lu Ren's body, Lu Ren was confident that through their interactions, he could use the effort effect of diligence to make Voldemort suffer a fate where he called out to the heavens for help and received none, eventually dying. Chapter 96. Just keep a low profile with his appointment letter in hand. Lu Ren went to report to the interrogation department. Since the Umbu frequently interacted with the interrogation department, and the third Hokage had already given prior notice, there were no conflicts at all. When Lu Ren arrived at the interrogation department, the head of the department, Mori Naibi, personally came to greet him and then introduced him to the entire staff of the interrogation department. Through his subsequent understanding, Lu Ren quickly grasped his specific duties. He was assigned to the investigation team, which was essentially an extension project of the interrogation department. Their main responsibility was to investigate matters around Konoha, as well as to collect and organize information, verify the authenticity and reliability of certain events, and report back to the higher-ups. In simple terms, the investigation team was an imperfect intelligence-gathering department, primarily responsible for collecting various information within Konoha. The workload was both simple and complex. It was simple because as long as Konoha didn't face major issues, he could just coast along. However, if Konoha did encounter problems, he might end up taking the blame. It seemed he was a bit unlucky, as he had coincidentally joined during Orochimaru's plan for Konoha's collapse. Nevertheless, Lu Ren didn't care much. After all, he was just passing time. Whether he resigned after enough time or was dismissed, it didn't seem to make much difference. Therefore, Lu Ren decided to be a slacker. At that moment, Naibi spoke up. The CHNIN exams are about to begin, and most of your team has already been assigned as examiners or observers. I wonder if you would be interested in participating in the CH-NEEN exams? Me? That's right. Your J-NEEN file hasn't been fully registered yet. And if I remember correctly, you were just a Genin before joining the UMBU. I think it's quite reasonable for a Genin under 15 to participate in the CH-NEEN exams. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Of course. We're not asking you to compete with those Genin. Rather, you would be acting as a candidate to help us monitor the situation. This also counts as part of your future work, a way to familiarize yourself ahead of time. Is that so? After hearing Naibi's words, Lu Ren understood what the other party meant. This CH-NEEN exam was primarily about participation. He didn't need to stand out. Just gather intelligence and prevent any unusual situations, such as large-scale casualties. While there would certainly be injuries in the CH-NEEN exams, a certain ratio would be controlled. Otherwise, if every exam in Konoha resulted in significant losses or complete annihilation, no one would come back for the next one. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ren ultimately chose to agree. Then, is there anything I need to pay special attention to? No, just keep a low profile, Naibi replied, his tone somewhat serious. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lu Ren, each encounter had been accompanied by an increase in the workload of the interrogation department. Lu Ren was reassigned here by the third Hokage, but based on the third's prior instructions, it seemed Lu Ren's presence was not intended for a long-term assignment, but rather to familiarize himself with their work situation. In simpler terms, it was a way for him to gain some experience. The last time there was such a work situation, it was when someone with a smile like a little son came along. At that time, Lu Ren had just become a member under that person's command, who later became the Hokage, while he became the head of the interrogation department. After that, when the former head retired, he took over the position. Before the fourth Hokage, there were similar individuals, but that person had since become a rogue ninja. Recalling that person's reputation and status in the village back then, Naibi looked at Lu Ren with a new layer of meaning. Candidate for Hokage. Or perhaps, it meant that the third Hokage was grooming this young man for that direction. This might not necessarily mean that the young man would become Hokage, but it indicated that the third had genuine plans for his development. After spending half a day in the interrogation department and getting a general understanding, Lu Ren left. Because from then on, all he needed to do was participate in the CH-NEEN exams properly. Of course, that was just on the surface. It was about time to retrieve that thing. Sitting in his room, a fleeting killing intent flashed across Lu Ren's calm face. The CH-NEEN exams. Just right to conceal his intentions. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Lu Ren got up leisurely, washed up casually, and then prepared to go out for a big meal before thinking about other matters. As he walked, he noticed a conflict occurring in a certain area of Konoha, with a trend towards violence. Lu Ren wasn't someone who liked to meddle in others' affairs, but he recognized some familiar faces. It was Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Lu Ren saw three little ones around Naruto, one of whom was the little guy who frequently visited the Hokage's office. And not far away were three individuals dressed quite unlike Konoha ninjas, reminding him of a scene from a plot. He looked toward where Sasuke was standing, where a boy with a gourd was quietly approaching him. The familiar aura flowing from his body confirmed Lu Ren's guess about his identity. It was Gaara, the Jinchuriki from Sunigakure. However, the real-life Gaara appeared even more unhinged, especially with those bloodshot eyes. In the anime, Gaara had some eye makeup, but the Gaara before him had panda-like eyes with bloodshot whites. Of course, that wasn't the main issue. The key point was that there was a group of onlookers nearby. There were two boys and two girls, a black and white combination. One pair was a strong, burly boy and a healthy girl, while the other pair appeared to be teenagers, with the remaining girl being a mature woman under 30. This was a group of Cloud Village ninjas who had come to participate in the CH-NEEN exams. Lu Ren had already received this information from Naibi earlier. Moreover, it was likely that letting Lu Ren participate in the CH-NEEN exams was also part of the third Hokage's arrangement, primarily to deter this group of unruly intruders. The Cloud Ninja seemed to sense someone watching him and turned his gaze toward Lu Ren. In the next moment, the Cloud Ninja's eyes sharpened like needles, and his muscles tensed as if facing a great enemy. Although she had never met Lu Ren, the two tales within her sensed the danger he exuded. Originally, the standoff between Naruto and Gaara's group was broken by this situation, drawing their attention. Especially Gaara, who felt Shikaka becoming unusually restless, which made Gaara, whose seal was not very stable to begin with, feel extremely uncomfortable. Everyone, this is Konoha. Please be careful. Otherwise, you might end up dead. Chapter 97, Encountering Him. Running apart, Lu Ren smiled at the other party, while a pair of Crimson Sharingan had already emerged, with just 3 Tomo. However, the overwhelming power of his eyes, mixed with a domineering will, pressed directly towards Yuki and Gaara. In an instant, the first feeling Gaara experienced was not oppression, but ease. He felt incredibly light all over. The rebellious big cat inside him, after being swept by Lu Ren's power, immediately shrank back. Of course, the accompanying domineering will made Gaara feel an unprecedented heaviness and tremor in his life. It was as if in front of him stood not a human, but a creature more brutal and terrifying than a tailed beast. As for the 2 tails, during this process, it also desperately urged Yuki to calm down. Gaara stared blankly at Lu Ren for a long time, quietly took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and then left with a cold snort. However, Yuki, at this moment, opened his mouth with some reluctance and asked, "A person like you shouldn't be nameless in Konoha. What's your name?" Gaara, who was originally about to leave, stopped in his tracks upon hearing Yuki's question. This was something he should have asked, but in his eagerness to leave, he momentarily forgot. Lu Ren, Uchiha Lu Ren, Konoha Elite Genin, please take care of me. Ukihe Lu Ren. I'll remember that. Yuki nodded and turned to lead his team away. Although he appeared relaxed on the surface, he was already drenched in cold sweat behind his back. Because just now, the 2 tails, which had been trying to communicate but had always ignored her, took the initiative to tell her something for the first time. Before coming, she had met with Killer Bee. The 2 tails had also communicated with the 8 tails, exchanging feelings with each other. Just now, the 2 tails told Yuki that the feeling that person gave him was very similar to the feeling conveyed by the 8 tails. In other words, this man was likely the person they were looking for this time. But this man was actually an Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, which became the first family of Konoha after the Senju clan retreated. Although this clan was annihilated years ago due to internal strife, 2 people survived. One was the brother of the person who caused the clan's destruction. The other was said to be the younger brother of the one who once stopped time. According to the age calculated from the intelligence, this young man should be the latter. However, regardless of the situation, the other party's condition exceeded their understanding of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan actually had such terrifying physical techniques. Was the Uchiha clan's genius a bit too much of a genius? Although the 4th Raikage was fortunately healed, he still needed at least half a year of rest to fully recover. And in that battle, the other party didn't use any of the Uchiha's exclusive techniques. All were physical techniques never seen in the ninja world. Moreover, the fact that the current 4th Raikage could lie there resting peacefully without engaging in self-abusive training after being defeated was, to some extent, due to his contemplation of that person's fighting style. Yes, Lu Ren's fighting style, although the 4th Raikage was unwilling to admit it, could withstand the full impact of lightning release ninjutsu, and the chakra energy shot out from his fingers had a penetrating power that surpassed the basic techniques. This had already proven everything. That person's physical techniques surpassed the pride of the Cloud Village's physical techniques. Perhaps it even surpassed the 3rd Raikage. And the 3rd Raikage was already dead. To this day, no one in the Cloud Village had surpassed him. If Lu Ren was indeed that person, it would really be terrifying. Captain Yuki, is that man very dangerous? The always cautious and pessimistic Omoy, with a lollipop at his mouth, furrowed his brows and asked. Yuki's expression and actions just now made the observant Omoy keenly sense something. Especially the fact that the other party claimed to be an elite genin made him feel that the Chunin exam might not be so easy and smooth. Dangerous? How dangerous? Omoy, you're always so careful thinking this and that. Just look at that kid's skinny body. I could knock him down with one punch. ATSI, whose shoulder was tattooed with a character for heat, expressed disdain for Omoy's caution while also being confident in himself. Enough, ATSI. If it weren't for your sister, Samui, asking me, do you think you could come to this Chunin exam? The dark-skinned girl, Karui, glared at ATSI in dissatisfaction. This time, she and Omoy were on the same side because she also sensed something off about Yuki. Originally, ATSI wanted to argue about something, but was directly interrupted by Yuki. I'm not sure if that guy will participate in the Chunin exam. But if Konoha is really that shameless and lets him participate, then when you encounter him, you must not hesitate at all. Run apart, and whoever can run, run. Captain Yuki, what are you saying? You want us to run? The other party looks like. The injury to Lord Raikage was caused by him. Yuki's words left the 3 Cloud Village genin stunned. And Yuki looked at the 3 teammates he led, sighed helplessly, and said, although I also can't believe it, but this is the truth. If nothing unexpected happens, the next 30 years will at least be that person's era. Although Yuki didn't want to tarnish the reputation of the Cloud Village or dull the edge of the 3 young ones, in a situation with absolutely no hope, having that edge is not as meaningful as being alive. This statement plunged all the ninjas of the Cloud Village into silence. The originally arrogant Cloud Village, eager to stir up trouble and confront anyone who defied them, suddenly became much more restrained. Some even became somewhat submissive. Seeing this scene through the crystal ball, the 3rd Hokage smiled, filled with some anticipation and hesitation. In the past, he also didn't believe that Lu Ren had such terrifying strength. But during the Land of Waves incident, through the battle experience of Lu Ren, conveyed by other Umbu ninjas, he finally confirmed that the situation with the 4th Raikage was indeed caused by Lu Ren. At the same time, the 3rd Hokage also realized that Lu Ren had awakened eyes even more terrifying than the 3 Tomo. With such strength, no one in Konoha, including himself, could deal with him one-on-one. However, even if Lu Ren was like this, he was still willing to live under the rules. Lu Ren did not have the arrogance of the Uchiha, nor the flamboyance of youth. He remained humble and courteous, treating others with peace. As for pretending, a person can disguise themselves for a moment, but it is impossible to do so flawlessly while being constantly tested and observed. It is even less likely that, with such powerful strength, he could still remain so humble and respectful. The only explanation is that Lu Ren is truly a person with a gentle temperament, a heart oriented towards peace. Chapter 98. The snake asking for directions if it were in the past, when the Uchiha clan was still around. The 3rd Hokage would never have so easily accepted Lu Ren, nor would he have allowed him to truly enter the power center of Konoha. But now, the Uchiha are gone. Although the name Uchiha still lingers, Uchiha Lu Ren is, to put it bluntly, almost like a commoner. The only family group by his side is Uchiha Sasuke, and Sasuke is solely focused on revenge. This also means that Uchiha Lu Ren will not affect the future direction of the clan's integration into Konoha because of family reasons. And this is one of the considerations for the 3rd Hokage regarding the future Hokage. However, Lu Ren is not one of his main considerations. He is too old to have much energy to deal with those matters. The only thing he can do is use his remaining time to protect the new generation of Konoha, allowing them to grow better, even if this process involves bloodshed and growing pains. He persists. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. The 3rd Hokage murmurs to himself, as if falling into memories again. What the 3rd Hokage does not know is that Lu Ren has a different perspective on his will of fire. The will of fire? What grand perspective? Sacrificing a small number of people for the greater good? From the perspective of the 3rd Hokage and the older generation, his choice is commendable. He is striving to maintain peace and stability in Konoha with no issues whatsoever. However, the 3rd Hokage and the older generation of Konoha's rulers are wrong in not having the heart of the 1st Hokage. They do not believe that the younger generation can surpass them, nor do they believe that handing Konoha over to the younger generation will lead to a better future. They must find someone who shares the same thoughts and understanding of the will of fire to feel at ease. For this, they would even brainwash a person, ensuring that individual truly accepts those thoughts before they can truly hand over Konoha's future to them. It is more about passing on a mindset than handing over power. This idea has always stemmed from their belief that they are completely right. Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Kakashi, none of them are not exceptionally talented and powerful existences. Yet, they were all excluded from the center of power, simply because their thoughts deviated from those of the ruling elite. Behind everything that seems helpless is merely the unwillingness. or perhaps the fear of this group in the upper echelons to change. Because among the upper ranks, they're all their people. Once a shakeup occurs, once a blood change happens, the first to be replaced will be those whom they are comfortable and secure with, and the ones injected will be those they are uneasy about and cannot understand. The rich fear power, and those in power fear violence. Regardless of the world or the level of civilization, as long as life exists, it cannot escape the core of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. Humans simply understand self-deception better than other creatures. Lu Ren murmurs softly, a mocking yet calm expression on his face. Although he seems to be trying to integrate into Konoha, he simply enjoys the chaos. Because in the chaos, he can always maintain his own tranquility. After bidding farewell to Naruto and the others, Lu Ren went to Ichiraka Ramen, devouring over a dozen bowls of different flavors of ramen, before strolling alone with his hands in his pockets along the streets of Konoha. At that moment, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind him. "Excuse me, can I ask for directions?" The voice appeared very abruptly, like a hunter quietly approaching, only realizing the presence of the other when they spoke. And at that distance, if the other attacked, it would be lethal. However, facing the person who suddenly appeared behind him, Lu Ren showed no signs of the panic one might expect, casually turning his head to reply, "Oh, are you a ninja from the recently established Sound Ninja Village? You're here for the Chunin exams, right?" "Yes, but I don't know your name." "My name is Lu Ren. This is already the second time today someone has asked me for my name." "Is that so?" "Judging by the emblem on your clothes. It seems you are from Konoha's premier clan, the Uchiha clan." "Oh, that's all in the past. The Uchiha have been annihilated by the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi. I'm just an accidental survivor who wasn't killed." "Is that so? Then you are indeed lucky." "Yes, I've always felt that I used up all my luck that night. But I see you mentioned that rogue who annihilated your clan without any anger or resentment. Don't you want revenge?" "Revenge is certainly necessary, but anger and impulsiveness are undesirable. They are harmful to the body and can affect my judgment when seeking revenge." That is quite a unique way of thinking, a very rational attitude. You can say I'm cold-blooded, and I wouldn't mind. I don't think cold-bloodedness is a negative trait. Rather, it represents a very excellent rational mindset. "Oh, is that so?" "Coincidentally, I think quite the opposite from you." "How so?" "Being cold-blooded doesn't mean one doesn't care about anything. It means they focus all their attention on themselves. What happens to others is irrelevant. But if they encounter problems themselves, that's different. Isn't that bad? It depends on the individual. If you knew all the ninjutsu in the world but suddenly lost your hands that could form seals, I wonder if you would calmly face it all." "That's an interesting hypothesis. I'll think seriously about it." "Farewell. Aren't you going to ask for directions anymore?" "Suddenly, I don't want to go there. So it's unnecessary. Then I wish you good luck." Lu Ren spoke, watching the departing ninja with a playful expression. "Orochimaru, it seems that even if I change the trajectory of the windmill slightly, this wind will still blow through Konoha as scheduled, bringing a perfect conclusion for your teacher." Lu Ren murmured to himself. At this moment, he seemed to understand Orochimaru a bit. He wanted to give his teacher a complete life. Or perhaps, Orochimaru actually wanted to give his own idealized third Hokage a perfect ending. Perhaps he was the one who killed the third Hokage. But the third Hokage who once shone upon him would forever live on in his memory. This is the bond that belongs to Orochimaru. Just like Duan Yu from the world of martial arts, he has never liked Wang Yuyin, but rather the immortal sister in his heart. The difference is that Orochimaru intends to make the bond an eternal scenic line in his memory, while Duan Yu wishes to make his fantasies a reality. The former would make him strong, the latter might be doomed to tragedy. As the Chunin exams began with great fervor, Lu Ren, however, meandered and eventually arrived at Konoha's prison. There, he found both Zabuza Momochi and Haku imprisoned. Since these two were captured by Lu Ren himself, coupled with his identity, he easily met with the two. Chapter 99 Bloodline Secret Technique Mizuki Bai. How are you thinking about it? I promise you, but I hope you can keep your promise. I think the silent Zaibu-Jean next to you doesn't really like your way of sacrifice, but I will still honor my previous promise. If I succeed, he can leave. Thank you. Mizuki Bai showed a gentle smile on his face, pure and reassuring, which made the always silent Todai Zaibu-Jean grip his hands tightly. He wanted to resist, to stop everything. However, as a ninja, He could not let himself lose his cool, especially in front of this man. If he showed intent to kill, they might lose any chance they had. As for these emotional theatrics, Lu Ren didn't care. He took a military food pill from his ninja tool backpack and threw it to Mizuki Bai. Adjust yourself well. One time might not satisfy my needs. I understand. Mizuki Bai spoke, then swallowed the military food pill in one gulp, slowly restoring his chakra to its optimal state. After a moment, he said, I'm ready. Good. Lu Ren wasted no time, raising his hand and drawing a force of suction towards Mizuki Bai. Mizuki Bai's chakra was quickly absorbed by Lu Ren using the North Ming divine skill. In just a few breaths, Mizuki Bai's Jounin chakra was drawn out and immediately refined. In the next moment, Lu Ren raised his hand and injected a surge of emerald green chakra into Mizuki Bai's body. Mizuki Bai's complexion quickly turned rosy, and his chakra rapidly accumulated. In just over a dozen breaths, the chakra he had lost was replenished. This move was a technique developed by Lu Ren, inspired by the perfect-tailed beasts, combining the effects of palm and inner strength transmission. It allowed Lu Ren's power to transmit chakra to others like a perfect Jinchuriki. Although this chakra did not belong to Bai, its quality was higher than Bai's chakra, and Bai could quickly integrate this chakra into his own attributes, transforming it into ice release chakra. Lu Ren continued to extract chakra. During this process, Lu Ren's chakra remained unchanged, and Bai's chakra could maintain a cycle. In fact, because of Lu Ren's chakra washing over him, Bai's physique might receive some enhancement, significantly increasing his strength. It seemed that Lu Ren gained nothing, but during this process, a property ratio was gradually recorded by Lu Ren's body. When Lu Ren stopped, Mizuki Bai slumped to the ground, and Todai Zaibujan instinctively held by, checking on his condition. Lu Ren did not look at the two of them, but focused on his right hand, which was continuously gathering chakra. With each attempt, a chill spread from Lu Ren's hand, turning the entire prison into a frosty land. Ice release. You actually possess the ability to steal bloodline limits. What have you done to Bai? Rest assured, he's fine. What I have is not ice release. It's more like a bloodline secret technique. However, it shouldn't take long for it to become ice release. With a flick of his hand, Lu Ren dispelled the icy force, and the entire room warmed up at a visible speed. He had simply mastered the change in properties and happened to know the ratio for ice release, surpassing the mutation of bloodlines and grasping the power of ice release. This was a method he had developed through the combination of the free and easy 3 skills and the philosophy of hard work. Using hand seals for ninjutsu is really quite troublesome. Compared to constant summoning, this method of forming power and techniques through spontaneous body ratios is much simpler and more efficient. The difference is that while others' bloodline limits are limited in mastery, his bloodline secret technique can be easily executed as long as he understands the opponent's property ratio. This may seem simple, but only Lu Ren can do it. The controllability involved is not something ordinary people can achieve. You two stay in the Konoha prison for now. After this Chunin exam, I will report to the 3rd Hokage, and you will be my subordinates from now on. During this time, adjust your mindset well. Next time I come, I don't want to see a subordinate who still wants to bite randomly. After Lu Ren finished speaking, he turned and left the prison. He was merely notifying them, not discussing with them. Lu Ren looked at the sky and noticed the sun had already tilted to the west. He had originally planned to take some takeout back and then completely merge the bloodline secret technique into the chakra seed synthesized from the free and easy 3 skills, transforming it into a true bloodline limit. However, he encountered Sasuke on the way. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Waiting for you. I didn't know if you had time. Konoha, Ichiraku ramen shop. While eating seafood ramen, Lu Ren curiously asked Sasuke, do you have something to discuss with me? I'm preparing to participate in this Chunin exam. Participating is fine. I will participate too. Ah, you're participating as well? Aren't you in the Umbu? I just stepped down, and my position hasn't been assigned yet. I was a Jinin before, and now participating in the Chunin exam is a transition. Is it really like that? Don't worry. I am essentially pre-approved, and I have other tasks at hand, so I won't be present in the final match. Is that so? What do you want to talk to me about? Are you trying to ask about the Chunin exam information? I know about it, but I can't tell you. I'm not trying to ask about that. It's just a Chunin exam. I'm not too concerned. Oh, then what do you want? I want to ask you to guide my training. Guide you? Your instructor is Captain Kakashi, right? It's not appropriate for me to teach you. But you are Uchiha. You have more qualifications than anyone to teach me how to use these eyes. Moreover, the main point is that you can defeat that person. As Sasuke spoke, he involuntarily activated his Sharingan. No longer a single pair, but a double and a triple. Lu Ren looked at Sasuke's peculiar eyes without any surprise. At the moment he killed Itachi, he felt the fluctuation of Sasuke's ocular power. In the next moment, a red light shot from Lu Ren's eyes, forcibly suppressing and closing Sasuke's Sharingan. Your father should have taught you not to reveal your Sharingan in front of Uchiha of a higher level. That would be seen as a provocation. Lu Ren said calmly, while Sasuke's forehead was dripping with sweat. Although it was only for an instant, he felt that this calm boy, who was only a few years older than him, seemed to transform into a ferocious beast. What was that just now? It didn't seem like a Jinjutsu, just pure ocular power combined with a bit of life experience. Life experience? Do you know what else the Uchiha Sharingan is called? Chapter 100. For the greatness of Uchiha, again the eye of the mind's reflection? Yes, that is the true name of the Sharingan. The true power of these eyes does not merely come from witnessing the death of loved ones to awaken. ISNT that, right? That man was willing to slaughter his entire clan just to obtain stronger eyes. The intense fluctuations of emotions can indeed awaken those with the potential. But this method of awakening comes with a significant drawback. What drawback? The eyes will exceed the limits of the body, not only burdening the body, but also leading to blindness with increased usage. What? Sasuke was taken aback by this, his expression suddenly complex as he asked, "Does Itachi also?" Yes, that is why he left you behind. What do you mean? There was a record in the Uchiha ancestry. A pair of brothers awakened their Manjiki at the same time, but the elder brother lost his sight due to overuse, while his younger brother died in an unexpected accident. In the end, the elder transplanted his brother's eyes, regaining his sight and obtaining eternal light. Damn it, does Itachi want? He needs you to cultivate a pair of worthy eyes for him, and for that, he will do anything to force you to grow. Is this really the reason I survived? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's initial glimmer of hope dimmed, and his entire aura grew increasingly cold. Seeing this, Lu Ren felt quite guilty. He had extinguished the last hope of a boy with his own hands. In reality, it might not be just that reason. If it's not this, then what? He could kill his own parents, yet he left me behind. Doesn't that explain everything? What? Are you very angry now? Wanting to kill him with your own hands? Is he still alive? That's what you really want to ask me. ISNT it? I want to kill him myself. Only then. Why are you laughing? No, I have received professional training in the Umbu. Normally, I shouldn't be laughing. Then why are you still laughing? Sorry, I really couldn't help it. You're mocking me. Oh dear, you caught me. You. Uchiha Sasuke. Shouldn't I mock you? What do you mean? In fact, your potential is quite impressive, you know? Even much better than Itachi's. Itachi has been bound by his shallow understanding and has constrained you with that. He made you live in self-deception, afraid to truly confront your own heart. I don't understand what you were saying. Is that so? The evolution of the Sharingan is generally accompanied by mental stimulation. I remember you only had one Tomo before. What did it change to 3? Let me think. It seems it was when you saw me kill Uchiha Itachi. I just wanted to kill him myself. Seeing him die so easily, Is that so? Then why is your left eye also turned into 3 Tomo? Is it because I told you such a cruel truth, extinguishing the last bit of hope in your heart for him? At this moment, Sasuke was completely speechless, even lowering his head, not daring to look Lu Ren in the eye. After a long time, Sasuke noticed that Lu Ren didn't show any extreme behavior or emotions regarding this, and he gradually regained his composure from his silence. Lu Ren, am I useless? Whether you are useful or not is not important. What matters is what you want to do. I'm not sure. I just want to grow quickly and not live in confusion. Oh, is that really the case? If I fail, I will destroy my own eyes in advance. Is that so? But do you think Itachi won't be prepared? You need the power of the Sharingan, and so does Itachi. Before either of you completely despair, neither will abandon the Sharingan. So your idea is fanciful. I believe I can do it. Itachi believes he can take your eyes. If I die, ISNT there's still you? Your strength can kill Itachi once, and you can definitely do it a second time. I can indeed do it, but I don't want to see the last remaining members of my clan in Konoha give up more important things for revenge. What is more important than revenge? Don't you think the Uchiha of Konoha need to be great again? Once my revenge is over, I will definitely do it. No, I want to wait for an uncertain result based on your promise. Rather than letting you seek revenge on Itachi, it's better to let you exhaust him. Damn it. Do you underestimate me? Yes, if you don't have a great teacher, it will be difficult for you to catch up to Itachi before you turn 30. What do you want me to do to teach me? That depends on what you can offer. As long as I can take revenge, I will pay any price, including my life. Good, Sasuke, since you said that, it would be too unkind of me not to help. However, helping you will not come without a cost to me. Originally, I was planning to make that sacrifice myself, but there's only so much one person can do. I'm ultimately too slow alone. Since you asked me to help you, I will help, but you must also make some sacrifices. What sacrifices? Sacrifice for the greatness of Uchiha again. If it's for the greatness of Uchiha again, even if you don't guide me, I won't refuse when it's time for me to make sacrifices. Good. I'm glad you have that awareness. Speak, as long as it doesn't delay me from seeking revenge on that guy. Do we start today? Although it's not impossible. It might affect tomorrow's CH-NEEN exam a bit. It doesn't matter. It's just a CH-NEEN exam. Very good, Sasuke. You haven't disappointed me. Lu Ren spoke, looking at Sasuke with admiration, but it made Sasuke feel a faint sense of unease. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, because Lu Ren infused a masculine energy into Sasuke's body, then used a sealing technique to close off Sasuke's 5 senses. Afterward, Lu Ren disguised himself as an umbu and took the stiff Sasuke to a secluded alley. Lu Ren hand-sealed, summoning a hawk to fly out. Moments later, a similarly disguised ninja arrived at Lu Ren's location. Sir, are you ready? Of course, for the prosperity of the clan, we should make some sacrifices for each other. Indeed, for the prosperity of the clan, we now. Wait, not me, him. Chapter 101. More money. This is Uchiha Sasuke. Well. Although he's a bit small, his looks are worthy of my daughter. This way, she should be more willing to make sacrifices for the family. Wait, what's wrong? Do you know who he is? Who? The second survivor of the Uchiha clan, the top graduate of the Konoha Ninja School, the second son of the former Uchiha clan leader, from the once most prestigious family in Konoha, with the purest bloodline, Uchiha Sasuke. What? The Uchiha clan? The first noble family of Konoha? That just happens to align with my goal. Stop. I'm not interested in who you are. Just understand that this is a business deal, and this time, you're making a big profit. So what do you want? More money. What? All right, how much more? Double. No way, at most 30 more. Deal. Damn it. I gave too much. You're not scamming me, are you? Heh. As far as I can observe. It might be Sasuke's first time, and according to Uchiha customs, after your woman is done, you have to give him a red envelope. Red envelope? What is that? It's silver wrapped in red paper. The amount doesn't matter, but it must be given. This is the Uchiha rule, symbolizing that the family can thrive and prosper. The Uchiha has this rule. If I say it exists, it exists. If not, I'll find another place. Fine, deal. Lu Ren and the ninja whispered and negotiated, ultimately completing the agreement. Then Lu Ren, under the ninja's guidance, arrived at a secret location. There, a woman, also disguised, was waiting. Although the woman was disguised, Lu Ren could still faintly sense that she was a mature woman in her 20s. In the world of Naruto, bloodline supremacy is well known among many prominent families in Konoha. However, some people take bloodlines very seriously, and their traditional and closed-minded thoughts, combined with limited connections and channels, prevent them from finding others even if they have similar intentions. Lu Ren provided that connection and resource. At this moment, although Lu Ren was disguised, he didn't overly hide his presence. As long as the third Hokage observed carefully, he would know what Lu Ren was doing. However, Lu Ren was certain that before this matter was completely exposed, the third Hokage would not intervene. In fact, he might even want some eligible women from the clan to get involved, because although Lu Ren's actions were somewhat unethical, they were quite decisive. If the bloodline limit could be widely spread, in the coming decades, Many exceptionally gifted children would inevitably appear among the commoners in some fallen families in Konoha. These individuals, unaffected by Uchiha ideology, would be completely immersed in the will of fire, bringing positive contributions to Konoha. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage observed the transaction in the crystal ball, feeling helpless yet contemplative. At that moment, the third Hokage suddenly had a thought of passing on the Hokage position to Lu Ren. If he were to become Hokage, perhaps he couldn't spread the will of fire, but he could allow Konoha to flourish with talent in the future. Thinking about it, it was indeed somewhat exciting. With this in mind, the third Hokage took out a scroll from his drawer. After hesitating for a long time, he scribbled something on it, ultimately recording who knows what. Night fell, like the body of a black pearl. Only when you merge with it do you realize its vastness within. Because of Lu Ren's masculine energy enhancement, Sasuke, with his senses sealed, did not experience the usual first-time troubles. He stayed inside for a full half-hour. Through casual perception, Lu Ren roughly estimated that excluding the initial work and the final touches, the duration was about 15 minutes. That was already quite good. After another 10 minutes, Lu Ren entered the secret room, and Sasuke had been redressed neatly. Aside from some lingering sense that didn't belong to him, he was just like when he came in, and he even had a red envelope in his arms. Lu Ren looked at the ninja lingering there, knowing his thoughts. This matter was a risk I took. I hope you keep it to yourself. Trust me, it won't do you any good. Of course. I'm just worried about whether it will work. Don't worry, my power can keep his bloodline genes more active. As long as the woman you bring is in good health at that time, there's at least an 80% chance of conception. Really? And if 3 months go by without any news, you can contact me. I can offer you a half-price deal for another chance. But I can't guarantee the same quality next time. Understood. By the way, I want to ask if there are any other special options. That is not up to me. It depends on the opportunity. Got it. Please let me know next time there is a chance. I still have some. And the price is negotiable. Don't worry, as long as the price is right, even if it's outside the village. I'll find a way to get it for you. Really? I still have a resource for ice release from the Mist Village, but it's currently in a weak phase, and someone has already reserved it. Please make sure to save one for us next time. What? Isn't Uchiha appealing? Of course, it is appealing, but it's not safe. However, it's fine if it's from outside the village. Ah, I understand. It's all for the family. You truly understand me. It's all for the family. With that, Lu Ren left with a Sasuke who was only slightly stiff. He went off to the next transaction. Night, like the skin of a black pearl, makes you think it's just dusted with gray, but you don't know it's steeped in flavor. Since Uchiha Itachi dared to wipe out the Uchiha clan as his younger brother and the little clan leader of Uchiha, Sasuke naturally had to take on the mission of revitalizing the Uchiha clan. However, Lu Ren was not someone who liked managing a family, nor was Sasuke. Therefore, Lu Ren could only make it a bit tough for Sasuke, allowing the Uchiha bloodline to integrate into the homes of ordinary citizens in Konoha, giving many families eager for a chance and opportunity to rise. This was something the Senju clan had done before. After all, how could the Senju truly leave Konoha? Even if they were in hiding, they still transformed into ordinary families. Otherwise, during the years the third Hokage was in power, how could so many nameless individuals, who never appeared during the Warring States period, showcase extraordinary talents in various fields? Although the Uchiha were a bit late, Lu Ren could only make it tough for Sasuke this time, allowing him to compensate for the gap with quantity. Thinking of this, Lu Ren was moved by his own sentiments. Sasuke, oh Sasuke, you must understand my good intentions, right? Saying this, Lu Ren injected a surge of energy into Sasuke's body, quickly replenishing his exhausted stamina, turning him back into that stiff tool. Chapter 102. Sasuke, do you want to die? Konoha, another hidden place. A disguised ninja and a disguised Lu Ren quietly met, repeating their previous transaction. Lu Ren even took this opportunity to indicate that it was Sasuke's first time, asking for a bit more, and even wanted to give Sasuke a red envelope. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage silently watched everything. Finally, he quietly summoned a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. Lord Third, you summoned me. I have a mission for you, in the name of the clan leader. Please give your orders, leader. Time passed quietly. The dawn broke the darkness, and, as the sky lightened, A ray of sunlight fell through the window onto Sasuke's eyes, causing him to open them involuntarily. At that moment, Sasuke felt as if he had just had a very long dream. He couldn't remember what had happened in the dream. He just felt very tired, with a sense of weakness emanating from both his body and mind. "You're awake." Lu Ren's voice rang out. Sasuke looked over to find Lu Ren counting some money not far from him. Beside him were several red envelopes scattered about. The money included neatly stacked new silver coins, as well as some crumpled silver coins that seemed to have accumulated for a long time. Now, however, Lu Ren had organized it all neatly, with every 100 coins bundled together. A rough estimate suggested there were at least millions of silver coins, almost comparable to the Uchiha inheritance he had received before. "What is this money?" "Oh, it's from yesterday's hard work." "Hard work?" Sasuke frowned, but ultimately didn't ask, because he and Lu Ren had an agreement. If Lu Ren didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. Lu Ren looked at the somewhat troubled Sasuke and said, "For the revival of the Uchiha clan, although I can't tell you the specifics for now, just know that it will be beneficial for you." "Beneficial? Can you feel the changes in your body?" "Body?" Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, Sasuke furrowed his brows and then tried to manipulate the chakra within him. The next moment, the floor beneath his feet suddenly cracked. "Why has my chakra quality improved so much?" "No, my physical condition has also been enhanced." At this moment, Sasuke felt that while his chakra was still the same, its quality had improved significantly. Just now, he had wanted to use the body flicker technique, but had misjudged the density of his chakra, resulting in a mistake. Besides that, Sasuke also felt that his physique seemed stronger than it had been yesterday, at least equivalent to 3 months of hard training. "Lu Ren, what is going on? My plan will cause some damage to your body, so I can only use my power to repair it for you. And this process is, in a sense, also a kind of nourishment and tempering for you." "Damage? Will it affect my lifespan?" "It depends. If it's once a month, it shouldn't be a problem. But if it's once a week, you might lose several years of lifespan." "Will I grow stronger each time?" "Theoretically, yes. As compensation to you, I will gradually inscribe my body technique's secret arts into your body during this process." "How long will it take?" 10 times to achieve minor success, 100 times for major success. To achieve complete perfection like me, it will probably take over 300 times. But for you, 10 times should be enough. After that, you can train slowly on your own. With effort, you could achieve great success in 10 years. "If I do it once a day, can I be like you in a year?" "Once a day? Are you trying to die?" Lu Ren looked at Sasuke. If they continued like this, once a day, 7 or 8 times a session, even if his strength could quickly recover, it would still lead to death. "I'm not afraid. This isn't about being afraid. It's a matter of life and death. I don't want to wait any longer. Lu Ren, please let me become stronger." "No, you're crucial to the Uchiha revival plan, and I want you to see the day when the Uchiha clan flourishes. I can't let you squander your future just because you simply want revenge." "But Lu Ren, once every 3 days. That's the limit I can promise you." "Thank you, Lu Ren. Although I don't know what you've sacrificed in this process. I know you must bear many burdens I don't understand. Please forgive my selfish desire for revenge." "Sai, it's fine. Once every 3 days is the final bottom line. Also, you can never pry into my plans. That's my only requirement, and it's the last thing I can do for you." "I'm sorry, Lu Ren. I'm too selfish." "Sai, you bear too much too." Lu Ren patted Sasuke's shoulder, while the calculator in his mind kept clicking away. About 5 million in one night. Today was a good start. It might not be that much in the future, but at least he could maintain an income of 2 million. Once every 3 days with 365 days a year, allowing Sasuke a day off. That would mean 360 days with 120 opportunities. At 2 million each time, 120 times would be 240 million. If he could also develop 2 more people during the 2 rest days every 3 days, even without Sasuke's diligence, with half the effort, that would be another 240 million. Together, that would be 480 million. In 1 year, 480 million. And if Lu Ren pushed some other martial arts packages to Sasuke, perhaps next year, the year after, or even the year after that, he could continue for another 2.5 years. Altogether, that would be over 1 billion. Just thinking about it, Lu Ren suddenly felt he had glimpsed a path to wealth. Moreover, he wasn't worried about his martial arts packages being copied. Without inner power as a foundation, One couldn't cultivate inner power purely relying on chakra. Even the Hyuga clan couldn't do it. It's a problem of the energy system. Of course, the dangerous part of this path is that if discovered, he might become the second target of revenge for the second pillar. However, Lu Ren was confident that after giving the second pillar a good beating, he could gain his tacit approval for his Uchiha revival plan. Uchiha, Konoha, no matter what angle Lu Ren stand from, I have done right by you. So, earning some money is reasonable, right? Lu Ren sent Sasuke off and turned to look at the Hokage rock and the former Uchiha station, murmuring to himself. Afterward, Lu Ren tidied up and prepared to participate in his Chunin exam. Konoha Genin, Uchiha Lu Ren, reporting in. Of course, he was purely there to blend in. The first exam in Konoha began when Sasuke met up with Naruto and Sakura, marking the first test on their ninja journey. Chapter 103. The secret techniques of the mountains. In the first exam, Lu Ren did not feel much involvement. He just shrank into a corner to watch the show. Of course, the three members of Team 10, who sat not far from him, were not in such a great state. There was a brief exchange between Naruto and Kabuto, who showed Naruto and his group some of the intelligence he had gathered. Among them, aside from the core-focused Niji Hyuga, was Uchiha Lu Ren. The former was the biggest dark horse in this Chunin exam, while the latter had very little information available, apart from graduating into the Umbu. Everything else was a complete mystery. Soon after, the examiner Abiki came over, intimidating everyone with his words, and then began the first exam. This was an exam for cheating, or rather, an exam for gathering intelligence. Of course, if you had strength, you could write directly. Lu Ren belonged to the latter category, so he didn't need to cheat at all. Naturally, he didn't mind letting others copy from him. But whether they could copy successfully and what they would manage to copy would depend on Lu Ren's mood when using his genjutsu. For instance, one ninja from the Rain Village sitting in the back row had a horrified expression on his face. He saw comic strips on Lu Ren's answer sheet. Moreover, they were colored comic strips. The Rain Ninja, who was not very interested in this aspect, could not understand why such a boring person would be present in such a strict Chunin exam environment. Initially, Lu Ren thought the first exam would pass like this. However, just 15 minutes before the exam ended, Lu Ren suddenly felt a pure mental force rushing towards him. The power was not very strong, so Lu Ren did not resist, allowing the other party to enter his body and suppress his will to see what the other party wanted to do. Was this the heart-to-heart technique? Experiencing it personally was indeed quite interesting. In a corner of Lu Ren's consciousness space, the spiritual consciousness of a girl appeared, self-satisfied as she spoke. Hee, this guy just heard Kabuto say that he graduated at the top of his class and has been in the Umbu, so his answer accuracy should be higher. Although I can